Chapter 71 Trade and Development. Nuanyang True God died like this. And Nuanyang's gathering place was also easy to master. It used to be so like the warm sun gathering place. And even the ambitious convergence of the warm sun gathering place with the order base was separated after a winter. When people heard these news from the broadcast, they were shocked and unable to return to God for a long time. But when they learned that the person who killed Nuanyang True God was Lu Yingxue, they suddenly felt that it was okay. When they learned that it was the building base that replaced Nuanyang gathering place, they felt reasonable. If you think about it carefully, it seems that everything has a traceable path. And today's situation actually had foreshadowing and signs. At the very beginning, the Lu family base dared to confront the Nuanyang gathering place because of the Muai base, which showed that they were not afraid of the belief in the true God and had their own material capital. Later in the winter, the two expeditions of True God Nuanyang caused great damage to the vitality of the Nuanyang gathering place. After the weather warmed up, True God Nuanyang was too arrogant and set out with only a team of 100 people. It is said that nearly half of them had run away when they arrived. In stark contrast to the crazy and unpopular actions of True God Nuanyang, the Lu family base developed rapidly, accumulated population, and widely spread the faith and construction of the Lu family base through broadcasts and various messages from spies in the winter. And judging from the rapid occupation of the Nuanyang gathering place, the Lu family base probably already had its own people in the Nuanyang gathering place. Those people lobbied a lot of people when True God Nuanyang was making trouble in the winter, and finally launched a resistance when the base was at its weakest, overthrowing the rule of True God Nuanyang. Due to limited information, people's speculation can only go so far. The various bases were unexpectedly well received of the Lu family base replacing the Nuanyang gathering place. But in fact, not long ago, they thought that the Nuanyang gathering place could not collapse, and the Nuanyang True God could not die. It can only be said that things in the world are unpredictable. The speculation outside was not much different from the actual situation. However, except for Lu Yingxue, everyone else in the Lu family base, including Qianqiu, only recently learned of Lu Yingxue's complete plan. However, he had already started planning this move when they harvested the first batch of supplies from the greenhouse. The person Song Yuming contacted on his way back was actually one of the two bodyguard transport convoys hired by the Lu family convoy when they returned from the greenhouse. Later, the two convoys even bought 5 permanent residency rights each in exchange for supplies. They also quickly determined that the Lu family base had great potential. But at that time, the Lu family base was just starting out and did not have the ability to expand its population on a large scale. As for Lu Yingxue, she recognized the strength of the two bodyguard convoys during the transport and escort process. The three parties who recognized each other gathered together, and then Lu Yingxue secretly invested and gave the two convoys enough supplies to join the Nuanyang gathering place, including scarce items such as weapons and seeds, because they had few intersections and were carrying a large amount of precious supplies. The two convoys successfully entered the Nuanyang gathering place. Then, according to Lu Yingxue's request, they secretly developed people with the intention of resisting or escaping in the Nuanyang gathering place. Earlier in the winter, Lu Yingxue successfully angered the True God Nuanyang through the information conveyed by the spies, and asked him to launch an expedition in the winter. At that time, Lu Yingxue said that he had other preparations, which actually referred to the two convoys that sneaked into the Nuanyang gathering place. It was just that he did not expect that the spies who joined the Lu family base would be so powerful. After lurking for a winter, the True God Nuanyang could not help but go out again. The two caravans were split into two. One stayed in to participate in the subsequent resistance, and the other went out to carry out the subsequent sabotage work. However, neither team expected that their actions would be assisted by God and everything would go incredibly smoothly, especially with their secret development. Almost 2/3 of the people in the Nuanyang gathering place joined the resistance or escape organization, so it was no surprise that they could achieve today's success. Although Lu Yingxue was responsible for the destruction of the Nuanyang gathering place, another major driving force was actually the True God Nuanyang himself. His behavior seemed too crazy and incomprehensible to everyone, and it was he himself who pushed people's hearts away. Once he stood on the high throne of God, he could never come down again. The words of True God Nuanyang before his death also made those present more or less understand the root cause of his crazy behavior. It turned out that the reason why he was so frantically looking for his brother was not out of any brotherly love, but because the prophecy stone on which he stood was taken away by the other party. True God Nuan Yang has been able to reach this point step by step. I think he did have some ability in the beginning. Otherwise, in this doomsday where everything is realistic, faith alone cannot gather those people. Nor can it deter other bases for a long time. Having seen too many miracles, they felt that what the true God Nuan Yang said was true, and that he could really use that stone to fulfill the prophecy. This was also the basis for his initial accumulation of capital. So after the prophecy stone was lost, he also went crazy. After learning that the Liu family base was the last place where people saw his brother's body, he attacked without hesitation with the last glimmer of hope, because he himself knew that the true God maintained by lies would not last long. The true God Nuan Yang gradually became irritable in fear. Afraid of being exposed, he could only suppress everyone with increasingly brutal means. However, he forgot that if he could devote himself to managing the Nuan Yang gathering place and protecting the people here, he would be their true God regardless of whether he had the ability to predict. People will never know the full picture of what abilities and stories the true God Nuan Yang and his brother have. For people, a dead true God is no more concerning to them than tomorrow's weather. Life goes on. Doomsday goes on. And they have to keep going, striving to reach the day when spring comes and flowers bloom. After annexing the Nuanyang gathering place, the Liu family base became even busier. In addition to recruiting people on a large scale again, it also had to try to communicate with the order base. After all, before the destruction of Nuanyang, the two had been in constant friction due to geographical location and resource issues. Now is the vulnerable period of the base. If the order base takes advantage of this period to attack, the situation will be difficult to say. So soon, Liu Yingxue organized a team to visit the order base in person. After all, it was a third-level base, and should not be underestimated. Before setting off, Liu Yingxue and Qianqiu naturally gave the Wen brothers a good beating. The uncertainty that true God Nuan Yang might bring was too high, so he had to die. Then, the Wen brothers were an important way for them to obtain information. After the exchange, the bruised and battered Wen brothers had no choice but to cooperate with the work. But they both knew that the day they explained everything would be the day they would die. But Qianqiu only said, "If you explain clearly, I can let you go." Upon hearing this, the Wen brothers naturally showed expressions of disbelief. "Of course, there are conditions. I will give you a tent, 2 sleeping bags, and a day's worth of food. But you can only leave at night. Whether you can survive after that depends on your luck." Although this condition was extremely harsh, it was precisely because of this that the Wen brothers believed it. Now they had no other way out. So they quickly confessed everything they knew, including information about the order base and the mysterious underground shelter in Daizhou. After all, when they joined the Nuanyang gathering place, it was the time when the true God Nuanyang was looking for people. So they were quickly reused and knew a lot of inside information. From the two people's conversations, Liu Yingxue and Qianqiu got to know more about the order base. Although the maximum population capacity of a level 3 base is 10,000, the order base actually does not really have 10,000 people, but has a population of about 5,000. And this number is still decreasing. The fundamental reason is that as the doomsday time goes by, it is becoming increasingly difficult to obtain resources. Although it is backed by the big city of Daizhou, over the past 2 years, the easily accessible resources in the city have been plundered, and the population that can be supported is naturally decreasing. It was precisely the rapidly decreasing population that made the order base not want to confront the Nuanyang gathering place head-on. Therefore, although the two bases had constant friction, neither base had ever made up its mind to destroy the other. Coupled with the faith bonus of the Nuanyang gathering place, the order base was even more unwilling to touch this hot potato, which gave outsiders the illusion that the two sides were fighting back and forth. The order base, which has experienced a population peak, understands that population does not represent the strength of the base. Strength is reflected in surviving longer in this doomsday. If a sustainable resource point is not found, the destruction of the order base is only a matter of time. That's why the order base held on so tightly after discovering the entrance to the underground shelter. However, according to the Wen brothers, neither the order base nor the Nuanyang gathering place had found a way to enter the underground shelter. Although the order base had previously contacted the underground shelter, it was clear that the underground shelter had no intention of opening its doors to welcome survivors on the ground. So the contact was quickly cut off. The information on the warm-ups of the order base and the underground asylum has not been obtained. But since then, the overall atmosphere of the Order base has begun to become strange. At first, the Wynn brothers didn't know what was so strange. But after going through so much, they understood that the Order base was gradually moving towards an extremely high-pressure rule. The high-pressure life in the Order base is well known. There are strict laws there, and any violation will inevitably lead to punishment. Although it sounds depressing, as long as you abide by the rules, you can actually live comfortably there. So the Order base is still very popular among the public. However, since that information exchange, the thinking of the Order base leadership seemed to become radical, and they further reduced the population. Just like this summer, when each base was broadcasting recruitment information. But there was no news from the Order. It was impossible for such a large base to have no deaths in the winter. But the Order base obviously did not plan to expand any further. I don't know if my feeling is right, but I think Xia Qin from the Order base is the true god Wan Yang before he went crazy. When Xingxin finally said carefully, "That's all we know. When can we leave?" When Chengshan asked impatiently and nervously. "Tonight will do," Qianqiu answered. The two men breathed a sigh of relief after getting the exact answer. They were really afraid that the people at the Lu family base would not keep their word. But as long as they hadn't left here, they couldn't relax for a moment. The two of them waited until dark with great vigilance, and even did not eat the food delivered today because they were worried that the people at the Lu family base had poisoned the food. Although they were very hungry, it was really hard for them to believe that the Lu family base would let them go so easily. After dark, the Wynn brothers were released and led to the entrance of the base. The man threw 2 backpacks to them and said, "Check them. If there are no questions, you can leave." The Wynn brothers looked at the exit that was so close at hand, and even wanted to run outside without caring about their backpacks. However, reason made them check the backpacks carefully. After making sure that there were no problems, they put on their backpacks and walked towards the dim world outside without looking back. They did not slow down until the lights of the Lu family base behind them disappeared into the night. "Brother, they actually let us go just like that?" When Chengshan felt confused and shocked. When Xingxin was also a little dazed. But it was indeed the case. "Yes, and our luck seems to be very good. The weather tonight is good, and there is no wind at all." The two men who felt they had survived the disaster relaxed for a moment, and then fell into ecstasy. They walked while cursing at the Lu family base, while thinking about how to make a comeback. "Don't eat the food in the backpack yet. If we can meet someone who is alone on the road, we will have safe food. The food provided by the Lu family base may not be safe. We can't let it go to waste. Don't worry, big brother. I didn't plan to eat it anyway. It's been canned for years. How can it be as delicious as fresh meat?" As they spoke, they smiled knowingly at the same time. The two people, who were in a good mood, obviously did not understand the real meaning of the word luck in the Lu family base. Without the worry of their lives, their evil souls became unbridled again. Just as they were imagining the future, the sky gradually became windy. The breeze blew through the accumulated white snow, raising a thin layer of veil, like some ominous announcement of death. The two men tightened their clothes and continued on their way. After more than 10 minutes, the breeze turned into a strong wind and snowflakes began to float in the sky. The blizzard blew all night long. When people woke up the next day, they just sighed that it was still the end of the world, because blizzards knew no seasons. Fortunately, the blizzard only lasted for one night, and the weather was sunny again after dawn. People who were busy returning to work naturally didn't care how many people died in the blizzard last night, and they didn't know how 2 cannibals named Wen struggled all night, but eventually died in despair and fear. After staying at the base for another 2 days, Lu Yingxue led the team to set off. The information they obtained from the Wen brothers allowed them to have some guesses about the Order base. A winter has passed, and I don't know what the Order base looks like now. Lu Yingxue plans to go to the Nuanyang gathering place first. Oh, no. It should be called Lu Family Base number 2 in the future. Now Suiting Yuan's team is managing it. This time Lu Yingxue went out. One is to visit the Order base, and the other is to standardize Lu Family Base number 2. 20 large vans set off, carrying a large amount of supplies for the construction of base number 2, as well as a group of talents. Qianqiu bid farewell to the convoy, and Zhou beside him sighed. "I hope the captain can take the initiative this time. These 2 people are so slow. It makes me anxious." Qianqiu didn't say anything, but in his heart, he agreed with Zhou Ying's words. Compared with those protagonists in the love-brained world, Lu Yingxue's ability to take action was too poor. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Yingxue and Mu Ai had a mutual affection for each other, and it was just a matter of someone breaking the window paper. Qianqiu, who stayed behind in the main base, also had a heavy task. As the weather got warmer, more and more people came to join the Lu family base. Coupled with the death of the true god Nuanyang and the news of the annexation of the Nuanyang base, there would soon be a population influx. It was not all a good thing for so many people to suddenly pour into the Lu family base. Qianqiu had to divert and manage them, train capable managers, and most importantly, bless the expedition teams that went out to maintain the efficiency of the base and obtaining resources. In mid-August, news finally came from Lu Yingxue that they had successfully signed a peace treaty with the Order base. Not only that, but they had also initially established a trade line. The message that Lu Yingxue sent to Qianqiu separately also detailed the current situation of the Order base, which also included the content of the communication between the Order base and the underground shelter. The underground shelter of Daizhou was not built temporarily after the apocalypse. It had existed for a long time, but its primary purpose was not to prevent snow disasters, but to defend against nuclear wars. Therefore, neither Order nor Nuanyang could find a way to open it. The only communication that took place was the struggle of conscience of a communicator in the underground shelter. He told the Order base on the ground that the underground shelter would not be opened for at least nearly 100 years. They had used the existing data to conduct countless drills on the computer, and the results were the same in the end. The freezing and cooling would not get better because the planet was slowly dying. The underground magma layer is gradually cooling down. The intricate magma is like the blood vessels that transport nutrients to the planet. But now, the heart of the planet is slowly stopping beating. So the blood vessels are solidifying. Faced with this situation, the underground shelter has not found a solution. So before the supplies run out in the next 100 years, the underground shelter will cut off all contact with the ground to prevent people on the ground from destroying the shelter at all costs after knowing the truth. Xia Qin, the leader of the Order base, was also overwhelmed by the news. Of course, he was not as crazy as the true god Nuanyang. His sanity collapsed bit by bit. The management also collapsed. They did not spread the information because once this information spread, the world that had already reached the end of the world would once again face the end of the world without hope. When Lu Yingxue went over, Xia Qin just gave him a perfunctory okay. He didn't want war now. He just wanted to extend the survival time of the Order base as much as possible. Because the late summer this year made him realize that what the underground shelter said was true. This planet was slowly dying, and the summer would be continuously postponed until there was no summer all year round. People who have struggled for more than 2 years in the end will slowly exhaust all the materials and energy that can be found. And then it will no longer resist the cold until it becomes a part of ice and snow. Knowing the truth is sometimes a kind of cruelty, and soberness to death is even more fearful and painful. However, he did not expect that Lu Yingxue's arrival was not just for peace talks, but also for trade. Although Lu Yingxue did not say it explicitly, she hinted that her base had the ability to continuously obtain resources, regardless of whether this was true or false. Xia Qin was moved, and so were the higher-ups at the Order base. After all, no one could refuse the hope of living. Soon after, the news of the building base and Order base came from the broadcasting base. The base that never loved to participate in the outside world was publicly stated that it would do its best to help the development of the home base, and sent a large amount of coal as a gift. In this end, the value of coal was almost equivalent to life. When Lu Yingxue left, Xia Qin felt that if it wasn't for Lu Yingxue, the Order base was the next warm sun gathering place. In fact, whether the base chose faith management or order management, it is the key to master a reasonable degree. If it exceeds that degree, whether it is faith or order, they will become shackles and slowly suffocate. Captain, we have been to the Lu family base before. It is indeed very different from other bases. If there is anyone who can save the surface world, I think it is them. The person who speaks is the Order expeditions, who have visited the building base. This time, Lu Yingxue was so fast to gain the trust of Xia Qin, and it was indispensable for the contribution of all the fat adventure teams. Xia Qin nodded and said that he knew that he took a deep breath to return to the base. Yes, the man answered loudly, and obviously he also understood that recruiting a new population represents a new life. The Lu family base, which had joined forces with the Order base, had no worries at all and began to develop rapidly. The large amount of coal donated by Xiaqin also played a big role. The Lu family base relied on the sacred tree for heating. After the sacred tree was upgraded last winter, people didn't even have the opportunity to use coal. So much coal was mined and stored that it was about to become useless. However, one day, when they accidentally discovered that the sacred tree liked coal very much, they developed a new use for coal. They dug up the ground and buried coal above the roots of the tree. When they dug it up again after a while, there was no coal left. Apparently, the energy contained in the coal had been absorbed by the roots of the sacred tree. It was by this method that the Lu family base achieved the rapid upgrade of the sacred tree twice a year. Qianqiu actually didn't expect that coal could play the same role as spirit stones, but its effect was greatly reduced. However, the advantage was that it was large in quantity and sufficient in quantity. In this way, his small warehouse could save a lot of spirit stones. Summer is short but precious. Every day, at least 10 expedition teams go out to collect supplies at the Lu family base. A large amount of supplies are transported back to the main base and base number 2 in trucks during the summer. However, there is no way because base number 2 has no blessing, and the expedition team's gains are really limited. In addition to going out to explore, when the summer was heated to minus 30 degrees, the outdoor temperature of the building base was up to 20 degrees. So the entire base was caught in crazy outdoor planting. The greenhouse space was limited, and the production of crops was limited. Of course, people must reserve food as much as possible in the summer. Song Yuming, who joined the building base, also became a captain as expected. His outstanding performance in that attack, coupled with his outstanding ability. Of course, the lack of talent will certainly not be used. On the day Song Yuming became the captain, his 3 roommates held a simple celebration party for him. When the 4 of them sat on the floor of the wooden house in short-sleeved clothes, eating the delicious food they had exchanged for and drinking expired beer, they finally found the long-lost happiness. This was what they had wanted. The Lu family base recruited 5,000 people in just one summer, and the population reached the current upper limit of the base. Not only the main base, but also base number 2 was full of 1,000 people. At the same time, the trade and cooperation between the building base and the order base also officially started. For this reason, Qianqiu personally led the team to the order base and blessed the expedition, and led the order exploration team into Daizhou for more thorough search. When the truckloads of supplies were transported back to the base, Xiaqin shook hands vigorously to cover up his trembling hands due to excitement. He couldn't figure out the principle of the Lu family expedition team's precise positioning of supplies. Could it really be the blessing? Xiaqin shook his head, thinking it was unlikely. But after all, this was someone else's secret. So he knew better, and didn't ask any more questions. Qianqiu, who had been away on a business trip for a month, couldn't stand it anymore. It was too cold outside, and the cooking skills of the chefs at the order base were beyond description. Unable to bear it any longer, Qianqiu found Xiaqin and said, "Want to learn how to bless? I'll teach you." Xiaqin? Chapter 72 Study from 100 million points from the ground. Xiaqin felt that he either heard it wrong or the other party said it wrong. After all, everyone knew that the order base did not believe in faith. And even if there is faith, how could such a core secret be taught to others so easily? So after hearing this, Xiaqin was stunned for a moment and replied with a smile. "Thank you for your generosity, Saint, but I'm afraid I don't have the talent in this area." Xiaqin was obviously under the steps of the other party, because he felt that the other party must be just as polite. No talent, as long as you want to learn. Qianqiu naturally knew that the order base did not talk about faith. But in fact, Scrap Iron's faith was very broad. The belief in survival, the pursuit of justice, and the compassion to help the weak were all based on faith. After all, only what you firmly believed in could you persist in. Xiaqin's expression was still a little dazed. He couldn't figure out what the phrase of Qianqiu meant, because he couldn't believe that Lu Qianqiu would easily teach him the core secret of the building base. Qianqiu thought Xiaqin had no confidence in himself. So he continued to explain. Don't overthink faith. And don't think of gods too narrowly. Because gods themselves don't need any rights and interests. It's just that humans divide them for their own interests. Maybe you can't understand it very well now. You just need to know that your persistence in wanting the order base to exist for a long time is itself a kind of belief. Looking at Lu Qianqiu's serious expression, Xiaqin finally realized that he was not joking. and that Lu Qianqiu's words did indeed touch him deeply. In fact, he had faith when he was very young, because he was born in a religious family. But his family believed in a very small religion. So he was excluded everywhere since he was born. Even though all religions say that God loves the world and all beings are equal, he never felt equality. Instead, he felt the superiority of faith. His faith was killed by other gods. After the apocalypse, he built a base of order bit by bit and gathered a large number of staunch non-believers. Compared with the illusory gods, he believed in human beings themselves more. Especially the contact with the warm sun gathering place later made him more convinced of his ideas. But now, what should I do? It's just a formality. Seeing that Xia Qin's expression finally relaxed, Qianqiu was naturally very happy. He was afraid that the other party would find it difficult. So he tried to keep it simple. Xia Qin once again thought he had heard wrong. After all, this perfunctory attitude did not look pious at all. Pervasive is in my heart, not in the expression. Perhaps guessing what Xia Qin was thinking, Qianqiu added, and took out a book. This is a book of sacred hymns for chanting prayers. As long as your persistence and faith remain unchanged, God will be able to hear your voice and grant you the power you want. You can read any page from it. The content is not important. What matters is what you think in your heart. Xia Qin took the book in a panic, took a look at it, and found that it was just an ordinary poem recording the stories of gods. Before the end of the world, such books were so common that they could be found everywhere. With Qianqiu's explanation, this book, which was not very precious to begin with, seemed even more mediocre. You will be the one to perform the next blessing. I will be watching from the side. The scope and duration of the blessing depend on you, and the overall belief of the order base. I think the effect should not be too bad. Qianqiu encouraged like this, fearing that Xia Qin would say, I can't do it. Xia Qin accepted it with mixed feelings. He still found it hard to believe until Lu Qianqiu left. He even thought he might be having an absurd dream. How could he learn the core secrets of the Lu family base in just a few minutes? Moreover, the teaching of the saint son of the Lu family base was too straightforward. There was not even a little bit of complicated rituals. Because this teaching is too casual. Xia Qin, who got the book, was still confused about the so-called blessing, and did not feel that he could have the same ability as the sacred son of the housekeeper in front of everyone to chant a page of poems in front of everyone tomorrow. The next day, the expedition teams were waiting for blessings and preparing to set off in the square as usual. Encouraged by Qianqiu's eyes, Xia Qin walked into the crowd with a book. The expedition members of the order base looked at their captain in confusion, thinking that he had something to announce. But the next second, their staunch non-believer who never believed in gods picked up a book and slowly read it according to the contents of the book. Xia Qin was determined not to look at the stunned expressions of his teammates. He read for a while and gradually, he actually felt a sense of calm. After the apocalypse, he hadn't felt this way for a long time. He had almost forgotten this feeling. As time went by, he felt a vague sense of tolerance, and he could control this energy. After the blessing was over, Xia Qin hesitated for 2 seconds before putting down the book. He turned his head to look at Lu Qianqiu next to him. The Holy Sun had a calm expression, as if he had already understood his success. What Lu Qianqiu said was right. The effect of his blessing was not bad because the Order expedition team believed in their leader, and they had the same belief. It turned out that faith had always existed. With Xia Qin's successful precedent, Qianqiu decided to develop some blessed workers with firm beliefs in the future so that he could retire in the Lu family base. Moreover, the Lu family base has never stopped supplying fire maple wood this summer. It will presumably not be long before the fire maple wood will be upgraded again. After Xia Qin was able to complete the blessing on his own, Qianqiu naturally had no reason to stay in the order base, and he planned to set off immediately to return to the Lu family's main base. Xia Qin was a little worried about Qianqiu's decision. Winter was about to begin, and the tragedy of the god Nuanyang last year was still fresh in people's minds. No one could predict the unpredictable weather, so he tactfully suggested that Qianqiu could choose to spend the winter at the order base or Lu family base number 2 this winter. However, in the end, Lu Qianqiu left anyway, and none of the people he brought with him questioned or objected. They all followed him away firmly. It was already the end of September when Lu Qianqiu set out. The first thing Xia Qin did when he woke up every day was to pay attention to the weather. Of course, this has been his habit since the end of the world. But now he has one more reason to check the weather. Miraculously and fortunately, a cold wave this winter did not arrive until the end of November, which was exactly the day after Lu Qianqiu returned to the main base of the Lu family. Xia Qin looked at the message sent by Lu Qianqiu to report his safety, and after a long time he laughed. The death of the true god Wanyang was not unjust, because he really had a fight with gods, although there are indeed gods in the Lu family base. Surprisingly, Xia Qin did not feel any crisis this time. For the first time, he even had the idea of taking the initiative to contact and understand the gods. This was not just because of the various benefits bestowed upon him by the gods, but he felt that this god was indeed somewhat like the gods he imagined, as if he had never existed, but in fact was everywhere. The late cold wave gave people 2 more months to explore, and this winter there was no such terrible snowstorm that lasted for half a month. This winter was actually much easier than last year. When spring came, people began to work hard to collect supplies for the winter like ants crawling out of their nests. At this time, the various bases also encountered the same problem as the order base, and the supplies they could collect were getting less and less. It was also at this time that the Lu family base issued a notice to the public that the sacred tree in their base had been upgraded again. So they were recruiting 50,000 people. The bases that heard the news were stunned, and the convoys that heard the news were also stunned. They all suspected that the information released by the Lu family base was wrong. However, in the next few days, the Lu family base repeated the broadcast, and it was obvious that the information was not wrong. They really wanted to recruit 50,000 people, although it was outrageous. What if it was true? So after a winter, those convoys that could not hold on, and the wanderers who were looking for a base all flocked to the Lu family base. Not only that, after confirming the authenticity of the information, some bases sent people to ask if the Lu family base could accept the entire base. They wanted to move their whole family. The Lu family base naturally welcomes everyone who comes. Now they have a larger area than the 3rd level base. The sacred tree that had not been upgraded for a long time had given them a big boost, and the base area was expanded nearly 10 times. However, the overall temperature did not change much after this upgrade. But what does it matter? The temperature in the base is already very warm now. If the house is well insulated, they can even wear short sleeves in their own home in winter, grow vegetables and raise fish. Most importantly, they don't have to go out during the winter vacation, and can use the collected computers to play games, watch movies, anime, novels, or learn a new skill. This is equivalent to a half-year class and a half-year vacation. For most people, there were no such good days before the end of the world, although supplies are indeed scarce after the end of the world. For some reason, now they feel more happiness after giving up the busy and repetitive life. After the base was upgraded this time, there was no further upgrade for more than 10 years. The sacred tree maintained its height of 50 meters for a very long time. So long that people thought that was the limit of the sacred tree. It was so long that the Lu family base was already well known far and wide. This was not only because of the spring-like environment of the Lu family base, but also because of the desirable system and beliefs. Many artists, writers, and bards were even born there. Their works all had a strong Lu family color and began to circulate everywhere. The bards gave up the comfortable life in the base and often traveled around to spread the belief in the gods. What is more magical is that each of the bards who came out of the Lu family base told different stories and had different ideas. It seemed that in their eyes, gods had many forms of expression and beliefs were even more eclectic. However, there was no doubt that everyone firmly believed that gods existed, and they were also the people favored by gods, because they could bless others, help people find supplies, and prevent plagues, and they were all effective. The Lu family base gradually became a center for cultural development and exchange, and Lu Qianqiu began to prepare to build a botanical garden after the resources were abundant. The Ice Age caused a mass extinction of species, and those seeds of life that were recovered were collected by Qianqiu. Now that the time is ripe, Qianqiu's Doomsday Botanical Garden plan has been launched. Lu Yingxue naturally gave her full support to this, and Qianqiu's botanical garden was gradually built. 23rd year after the apocalypse, the sacred tree at the Lu family base was upgraded again, and this upgrade lasted for a year. The 50-meter-tall sacred tree seemed to have absorbed nutrients and was growing every day. With the rapid growth of the sacred tree, the scope of the Lu family base was also gradually expanding. The people at the base could see a different world every day when they woke up. Those worlds sealed by ice and snow were gradually thawed under the temperature of the sacred tree. A year later, people could hardly see the top of the sacred tree. The more than 500-meter-high fire maple tree stood in the center of the Liu family base, like a huge fiery red umbrella. Looking out from the center of the Liu family base, the boundaries could no longer be seen. The population capacity of 500,000 was equivalent to a small county before Doomsday. The nearest base even borrowed the light of the Liu family base, and was directly covered by the protection of the sacred tree. The people in that base suddenly felt embarrassed. It was not because they had a bad relationship with the Liu family base. On the contrary, after so many years, all the nearby bases had become inseparable from the Liu family base. But this did not mean that they were willing to become a branch base of the Liu family base. Other bases around were shocked and began to wait and see what would happen next. They felt that the Liu family base would soon swallow up that small base. After all, that small base was within the energy range of the sacred tree. But they waited and waited, only to see everything return to normal. The Liu family base had no intention of annexing other bases. 2 years after this incident, the small base still exists. And because of the free energy, it is living a more prosperous life. People finally understood that the Liu family base really didn't care about these things. The people in that base were living seriously for themselves. Although the world was still in Doomsday, the people in the Liu family base had already adapted to the Doomsday early on and found their own direction in life. They disdain to invade and occupy other bases. Nor do they have any intention of dominating others. They believe in their own gods, are loyal to their beliefs, and are committed to enriching their souls rather than fighting for things that cannot be brought into this world and cannot be taken away after death. The belief in gods in various places reached a peak, not only because of the miracle of 500,000 people, but also because the Liu family base's perseverance completely convinced most of the people who had doubts. But people at that time never imagined that a population of 500,000 was not the upper limit of the Liu family base. Nor was it the upper limit of the sacred tree. It was just that for many people. They did not see the next miracle, because the next upgrade of the sacred tree would be in the 60 years after the end of the world. At that time, many of the earliest young people who experienced the Doomsday had already died. Lu Yingxue was already an old man with white hair. He and Mu Ai lived a peaceful retirement life. The two of them, who had grown old together, would occasionally go out for a trip, but they spent most of their time in the main base. They would go to the entrance of the base every day to look, hoping to see Lu Qianqiu, who was traveling around the world. Yes, in this Doomsday, perhaps only Lu Qianqiu has the courage and strength to travel around the world. When Lu Qianqiu left, they were still young men. Unexpectedly, decades have passed in the blink of an eye, and I don't know if they can meet again in this life. You may not believe this, but when I first met Qianqiu, I always thought he was a liar and never had a good impression of him. Alas, I actually always wanted to say sorry to him in person. Mu Ai, who was watering the rapeseed on the balcony, suddenly felt so emotional. Lu Yingxue also remembered all of his first birth of his birth. He also felt a lot of emotions. Qianqiu is not good at expressing himself, but in fact, his heart is softer than anyone else. Yes, everyone who has come into contact with him doesn't dislike him. Lu Yingxue, who was lying in the rocking chair, couldn't help but sit up straight after hearing this. Mu Ai, who was beside her, smiled and added, "Of course, I still like you the most. After all, I was the first one to confess my love and propose to you." Lu Yingxue was embarrassed, because he was always a slow step. Zhou almost joked him for his whole life. But in fact he knew that Mu Ai stepped first step by step. In fact, Zhou was beside him. He walked down from the rocking chair and hugged Mu Ai from behind. "I am here only for you in this life. I thought I came to this world for revenge, but it turns out I came for you." While the protagonist is in a sweet mood, Qianqiu is also having an affair with scrap iron. Over the past few decades, the two have traveled to every corner of the world. Qianqiu's photo album has been filled with photos of unique scenery, and many achievement fruits have been lit up. In this life, he did not let 6362 transform too many achievements. Half of those ice blue fruits that were lit up were original achievements. However, this time, scrap iron was in almost every achievement fruit. Together, they traveled to all the famous attractions in the world. As a bard, Qianqiu spread the name of the Liu family base to all parts of the world. After traveling around the world, Qianqiu finally returned to the Liu family base. Decades of time had not left many traces on his body. But the people in the base, who had almost been replaced, still did not recognize this holy son. After all, in their minds, the current holy son should be an old man in his 70s or 80s. People only saw the man in white clothes, and with a gentle temperament walking straight towards the sacred tree. At that moment, it seemed as if there was wind blowing around, and the leaves of the sacred tree made a rustling sound. The man stretched out his hand, as if to touch the tree trunk, and the people around him saw this and warned him. Be careful. It's hot. The God tree is mild, but the touch will still be burned. However, that person's hand still touched the sacred tree. The next second, the branches and leaves of the sacred tree began to dance, like a child dancing with joy. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, the sacred tree that had been silent for decades began to grow rapidly again. Even though the sacred tree did not speak, everyone could feel its overly conspicuous joy. People belatedly looked at the young man, wondering about his identity, until an old resident of the Liu family base shouted in disbelief. Lord Saint's son. What? Lord Saint? Isn't it Luciencio who can be called the Holy Son? But shouldn't he be Saint's son? It's really Saint's son. The Holy Son is back. More and more people recognized Luciencio and gathered around him. Some of them were already in tears before they even got close. In an instant, time seemed to have gone back to decades ago. They gathered in the small square and accepted the blessing of the Son of God. They built a small base piece by piece. They followed the Son of God and the captain to run around to save those children and the Muay base. The news of Luciencio's return once again shocked the surrounding bases. According to rumors, the saint son of the Liu family had not aged at all. People who had seen Luciencio confirmed the news, while people who had not seen Luciencio thought that this was a common propaganda method used by people. Compared with this, the upgraded sacred tree made them even more curious. The current Liu family base can accommodate 500,000 people. How big can the sacred tree grow? 3 years later, they knew the answer. The Liu family base became a super base that could accommodate 50 million people, becoming the first in the world. Today, the Lojia base is the only real city in the world today. After this upgrade, Xia Qin from the Order base unilaterally sent a message to the Daizhou underground shelter. We have escaped the doomsday and are heading towards a new world. Over the years, he has tried countless times to re-establish contact with the underground shelter, but has never succeeded. Perhaps in the eyes of the people in the underground shelter, the messages he sent were just lies to lure them out. But Xia Qin just had this evil taste. He wanted to see what expressions the people in the underground shelter would have when they came out from underground. Qianqiu stayed at the Liu family base for a long time this time, until the naughty child, the sacred tree, was upgraded. Yes, the intelligence of the fire maple tree had been fully awakened. In fact, it should have been upgraded long ago. But it was being naughty and wanted to see Qianqiu. So on the day Qianqiu returned, it finally grew up again without any scruples. A few years later, the protagonists Lu Yingxue and Mu Ai passed away one after another, and Qianqiu knew fewer and fewer companions. Qianqiu left the Liu family base again. After that, people never saw this holy son in the base again. However, there was a bird's nest on the sacred tree. Some people said that they had seen it, and it was built by the sacred tree itself at night, when no one was around. However, this is just a rumor. But the bird's nest is always empty. It makes sense. This is a sacred tree. What kind of bird can live on it? Until many years later, a blue bird and a small golden snake coiled like a mosquito coil appeared in the bird's nest. However, the sacred tree was so lush that people could not always see them clearly. People didn't know where they came from. But because of the sacred tree, no one dared to offend them. The sun and the moon rotate. The stars move. And the world is still wrapped in snow. The difference is that the seeds of the sacred tree have begun to spread all over the world. Cities have regained vitality under the protection of the sacred tree. Energy towers have been gradually replaced by sacred trees. But compared with the mother trees, these young sacred trees grow very slowly. But they are also more popular than energy-consuming energy towers. When the sacred tree covered the entire world, it had been exactly 600 years since the first doomsday blizzard. With the passage of time, names like Lu Yingxue and Lu Qianqiu had long become legends. Only the Liu family base, which has always stood firm, still stands at the top of the world. Going to the Lu family base to pay homage to the mother tree has become the wish of everyone in the world. For them, if they don't go to the Lu family main base to see the sacred tree and the world's first botanical garden built by the Holy Sun, then this life would be in vain. 700 years after the apocalypse, the entrance to the underground shelter of Daizhou opened. After 7 centuries, they finally found a way to save the apocalypse. However, they felt that there should be no life on the ground at this time. So when they came to the ground, both sides were frightened by each other, and even suspected that each other was aliens. After some communication, the people on the ground were surprised that they could survive underground for 700 years. They thought it was both respectable and pitiful. The people underground were even more surprised. They found a way to save the world faster than us. And it was such an unscientific way. At this time, they suddenly remembered the message they received from a place called Order Base on the ground a long time ago. It turned out that the content on it was all true. Chapter 73: The weak and helpless need protection. When Qianqiu and Fidi left the Ice Age, it was already the 970th year after the end of the world. And the two did not leave by becoming gods. Although Fidi obtained the Dragon Clan's inheritance, even if he was a real dragon, it would be impossible for him to survive the catastrophe and ascend to heaven in just 900 years. Qianqiu originally planned to stay in this world for tens of thousands of years at least. Although Kay was not sure whether his soul could support him until that time. He did not expect that the fastest growing thing in this world was not scrap metal or Qianqiu, but the planted fire maple tree. Especially when the fire maple would matured and began to spread its seeds around the world. People's belief in and respect for the fire maple would reach an all-time high. Compared with the scrap iron that had never appeared in front of people, the visible and tangible sacred tree was obviously more respected by people. Finally, after several hundred years, the sacred tree successfully replaced the scrap iron's position as a god. This may sound easy, but it is actually the result of many coincidences and a long period of accumulation. First of all, Fire Maple wants to protect the world from the bottom of his heart and has a strong desire to become the god of the world. Then, Scrap Iron is also willing to give up his identity as a god. And later on, he slowly puts all his faith on the sacred tree. Secondly, the potion researched by Zhou Xinghai in the previous world really played a role in awakening the spirit and wisdom, coupled with the power of people's faith. The dual effects allowed the fire maple wood to awaken its self-consciousness early. After that, it was the dew from Qianqiu and the nourishment of spirit stones that allowed the fire maple wood to survive its most difficult childhood. After it quickly matured, people discovered that coal could nourish the fire maple wood. Coupled with more and more faith, the fire maple wood was eventually pushed to the position of a god. Of course, fire maple itself is willing to accept this identity, because when its intelligence was still hazy, it could feel the unwavering power of faith of everyone in the Lu family base. Born in gentleness and growing in firmness, it will give back with protection. The people of this world and the fire maple wood can be said to have achieved each other, and they all gain life from each other's beliefs. Only after Wefengmu could completely stand on his own, Qianqiu and Fiadi were ready to leave. The intelligent fire maple tree can control the temperature by the number of surviving fire maple trees in the world. Although the planet is slowly cooling down, the intricate roots of the fire maple tree are rewarming the world and creating a world with unique charm in the infinite future. The bird's nest on the god tree was empty, and then people could no longer see the shadow of the blue bird and golden snake on the god tree. People slowly forgot the matter for a while. Only the sacred tree still guards and repairs the bird's nest day after day. Although Qianqiu and Fiadi are no longer there, there is still a feather and a small piece of golden scale. Those are the things that Qianqiu and Fiadi left for Wefengmu. When the world no longer needs gods in the future, and when Wefengmu overcomes the tribulation and becomes a god, that piece of snake scale can protect him from a fatal thunder tribulation. Because that scale almost integrates all the beliefs that Qianqiu and Fiadi gained in the later period. The two finally decided not to keep these beliefs for themselves, but to leave them to Wefengmu. Although Wefengmu was very willing to become the god of this world and protect it. But for Qianqiu and Fiadi, Wefengmu stayed in this cage on their behalf. Moreover, Wefengmu grew up under their eyes, so their feelings were naturally different. Therefore, they left all the faith that could be transferred on the scales. However, even if 90% of the faith was transferred, the remaining 10% of faith that was absorbed had a tempering effect on the bodies and souls of the two. This is the benefit of the power of faith. Otherwise, why would so many cultivators and demons work so hard to practice? The word God is an absolute temptation, coupled with the dragon heritage obtained from scrap iron. Their gains in this world are immeasurable. When Huifengmu successfully overcomes the tribulation and wants to see the outside world in the future, he can take Qianqiu's blue feather and trace Qianqiu's whereabouts. However, that should be a very distant thing. Fortunately, for monsters and gods, time and space are not a problem. As long as they still miss each other, they can always meet again in thousands of time and space. Before Qianqiu was teleported, 6161 told him that due to the special nature of scrap iron's identity, the binding was not stable. So the time and identity of the two being teleported to the next world were uncertain, and the specific situation would have to wait until they entered the next world. Qianqiu expressed his understanding. After all, they are still disconnected from the main god system. Deity now has godhood and can barely be considered a demigod. The difficulty of teleportation is very great, which is indeed a top-level operation for a subsystem of 6161. After everything was ready, the transmission began. Qianqiu fell into the familiar darkness. Before losing consciousness, Qianqiu seemed to hear Feity's gentle comfort. Don't be afraid. Qianqiu wanted to say that he was not afraid because he had teleported to many worlds in this way. But because of this comfort, Kay did feel a lot more at ease. When Kay opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a soft carpet. What he saw was very modern decoration and facilities. It was a very spacious bedroom with a simple style bed and light gray walls. At a glance, one could tell that everything in the room was of great value. Qianqiu subconsciously walked to the window and drew aside the heavy curtains to check out the world outside. The bustling traffic, bright lights, and extremely lively and prosperous modern urban scene come into view, without any trace of doomsday. This scene instantly excited Qianqiu. Could it be that his world was finally back to normal? Could he go on vacation peacefully? But the next second, the voice of 6161 in his mind broke this beautiful vision. Host, do you want to accept the plot? 6161. It doesn't look like the end of the world out there. This is Qianqiu's persistent struggle, because the doomsday hasn't happened yet. The real doomsday is 5 months away. 6161 was unaware of the host's emotions and answered honestly. Qianqiu immediately became dejected, turned around and threw himself into the soft and comfortable big bed, choosing to accept the plot in a comfortable way. Let's start. Gio, let me see what kind of villain this world is. As soon as he finished speaking, a very exciting and complicated plot flooded into Qianqiu's brain, and Qianqiu quickly absorbed the original body's memory as if he was watching a movie. His original name in this life was Qianqi, and one character in his name was the same as Qianqiu. But as a villain, he obviously had some bad behavior. The abnormality of this world began in a foreign city called Norther. An unknown infectious disease spread rapidly in the city. People who were sick became extremely aggressive, attacking all living people they could see and liked to eat raw meat. The initial news report did cause a great response, but people only treated it as a piece of curious news. Moreover, the officials soon came out to refute the rumor and stated that the situation was under control. This strange incident was quickly suppressed by the changing online news. Who would have thought that half a year later, this infectious disease suddenly broke out on a global scale? Overnight, the world became AHL. Only then did people realize that the word infectious disease was too whitewashed. But it was too late. However, along with the terrible zombies, there are also various superpowers awakened by humans. These people with special abilities have become the main force to resist the zombies, and have also become the top of the Doomsday Society. Qianqi is also one of the superpowers. He possesses a rare healing ability, and is even immune to the zombie virus. This is almost a cheating ability, but it is this ability that brings Qianqi a catastrophe. Qianqi is captured by a biology doctor, who wants to use his special characteristics to develop a vaccine against the zombie virus, and thus conducts various inhumane experiments on him. Qianqi, who had endured too much torture in the laboratory, initially hoped that his sister would come to save him, but later he resented why his sister didn't come to save him, and finally he felt it was unfair. Why did his sister have the ability of space? A life space where he could hide and live a life without worries, while he got this useless healing ability? If he could go back to the past, he would definitely get his sister's space necklace early. Qianqi died in the laboratory with such an idea. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that he really returned to the past. 5 months before the beginning of the end of the day, After the huge excitement, Qianxia also implemented his original plan and stole the space necklace of the heroine. Seeing this, Qianxia said, he sat up from the bed and lifted the pillow according to his memory. Sure enough, there was a jewel necklace under the pillow. The overall style of the necklace was very simple, with only a few diamonds decorating the eye-catching ruby. This jewel was actually the source of the Shi brothers and sisters' supernatural powers. The Shi family's ancestors passed down 2 gems, one red and one blue. The 2 gems were passed down from generation to generation to Qianxia's generation. Shi's parents made the gems into necklaces and rings and gave them to the 2 siblings. Qianxia chose the sapphire ring and Qianxia chose the ruby necklace. Later, the 2 gems were inexplicably absorbed, and the 2 gained superpowers. After being reborn this time, Qianxia wanted to take the ruby necklace for himself as well, so that he could obtain the 2 superpowers of healing in space. Only in this way could he ensure that he could live without worries in the doomsday. Qianxia looked at the necklace that had just stolen, and asked hard to ask, "Is the heroine born again?" "No." 6161 affirmative answer. Qianxia breathed a sigh of relief. This was good. He could still find a chance to secretly return the necklace. Although the life space was very tempting, Kay was still a moral man. But Xiangxian's fiancé has been reborn. 6161 went on to say. Qianxia's brain took a short circuit before reacting that 6161 said that Ji Qinghe was also a cannon fodder. And it was a cowardly and timid Phoenix man. When he did not want to expose his power in the future, he mistakenly thought that the fiber was an ordinary person. It's a good face. So although this man is now the heroine's fiancé, he is not the real hero. When did he regenerate? In his previous life. Ji Qinghe accidentally learned the secret of the 2 siblings' superpowers. Fortunately, the gem can only be absorbed by family members. Otherwise, he would have stolen the necklace and ran away. However, since he is reborn, he will definitely stick to the heroine and won't leave. He was reborn a month earlier than you. He even stole the necklace and tried it. But he gave up when he found out that he really couldn't absorb it. 6161 explained. But that's not the point. The point is that he saw you take the necklace from the secretly installed surveillance camera, and he has brought the heroine here to catch you red-handed. Qianxia, I am the villain. You are cannon fodder. Who is nobler than the other? Just when I was complaining about how cannon fodder and villains were fighting each other so anxiously, there was a knock on the door. Judging from the force of the knock, the person who came should be very anxious and excited. Qianxia, who was holding the necklace, looked left and right, thinking about where to hide the necklace. Finally, she raised her hand, put it around her neck, and prepared to open the door. 6161 quickly sent out several huge eye-catching red exclamation marks. What is the host doing? Qianxia didn't explain, nor did he have time to explain. At this time, he had already reached the door and opened it. The lights in the bedroom and the corridor were very bright, allowing him to clearly see the expressions of everyone outside the door. Ji Qinghe, who raised his hand to knock on the door, had an excited look in his eyes, and his face was slightly flushed, probably because he had just jogged past. Next to him were the Shi couple and the heroine Qianxia, who looked confused and a little worried. Mom? Dad? Sister? Why are you here? Qianxia looked puzzled and asked in a strange manner, before the Shi couple opened their mouths to speak. Ji Qinghe could no longer suppress his excitement. Of course we came here to catch you red-handed. I just saw you steal Qianxia's jewel necklace. At the end, Ji Qinghe's angry tone suddenly weakened, because he saw the ruby necklace hanging on her chest. It was so blatant that it was obvious that Qianxia had no intention of hiding it at all. Qianxia frowned and looked down at the necklace on his chest. Steal? All the arguments that Ji Qinghe had prepared before were stuck at this moment, because it was not until this moment that he realized a problem. With the assets of the Shi family, they would not care about a jewel necklace at all. Although this ruby has a special origin, it only has some inheritance significance. For those members of the Shi family who have not experienced the doomsday, they are simply unaware of the necklace's miraculous power. On the contrary, with how much Qianxia and the Shi couple dote on Qianxia, let alone a necklace, even a villa would be something they can get at any time. As for himself, because he had lived in the doomsday for more than 10 years, his thinking had not changed and his actions were too hasty and rash. After discovering that something was wrong with Qianxia in recent days, he felt an unprecedented crisis. Because if Qianxia was also reborn, he would definitely know that he would betray Shi Xianxian in the future, after he discovered that Shi Qianxi had stolen the jewel necklace. Ji Qinghe finally confirmed that Shi Qianxi was also reborn. Out of fear and urgency, he immediately brought the Shi family here on the pretext that he had discovered that Shi Qianxi was abnormal. But he forgot that the Shi family was not short of money, and he was still an outsider. Sure enough, when he realized something was wrong, Shi Qianxi already looked aggrieved. I took my sister's things and it was considered stealing? I'm sorry, sister. I shouldn't have taken the necklace when you were not around. Shi Xianxian certainly couldn't bear to see her brother showing such an aggrieved expression. What are you talking about? It's just a necklace. Just take it. Although the Shi couple felt that something was a little wrong, considering their son's sudden abnormal behavior recently and their daughter's lack of concern, they also started to comfort him. Can our Shi family still be short of a necklace from you? This is the time when the father is dissatisfied. Xianxi, are you feeling stressed about your studies recently? Don't work too hard. What's the point of getting so many marks? This is a time-old mother who spoils her children. Ji Qinghe was shocked and panicked. What did he mean by just a necklace? Was it an ordinary necklace? It was the space power that countless people were crazy about. Under Ji Qinghe's extremely shocked gaze, Shi's parents and even Tong Xianxian not only did not blame Shi Qianxi for stealing the necklace, but were extremely concerned about him and kept comforting him. It was obvious that they had also noticed Shi Qianxi's abnormality recently, but could not find the reason. So they were so tolerant at this time. No, even at normal times, they doted on Shi Qianxi even more than before. Ji Qinghe watched helplessly as Shi Qianxi took off the necklace and tried to return it, but was forcibly pushed back by 3 people. Ji Qinghe scratched his ears and cheeks, wishing he could rush over to snatch it back and put it around Shi Xianxian's neck. But he couldn't. After Shi Qianxi was comforted by the Shi family, and Shi Qianxi returned to the bedroom wearing the necklace, Ji Qinghe was very sure that Shi Qianxi looked at him with a teasing and provocative look. And the meaning was very clear. He was reborn. And he came here just for the necklace. Ji Qinghe was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When he was reborn, he thought he was the chosen one, and even tried to absorb the ruby without giving up, but failed. He thought this was a chance for God to give him to choose again. So he planned to stay with Shi Xianxian forever in this life. But now, Shi Qianxi has intervened, and Shi Xianxian's most important spatial ability is likely to be lost. Then what about me? Shi Qianxi's look just now was obviously malicious, and it would definitely not be okay to follow Shi Qianxi. Moreover, there are only a few kind people who have been reborn from the doomsday. Who knows when Shi Qianxi will kill me? The door closed, and Shi Zhuiyuan's attitude turned cold. He looked at Ji Qinghe deeply and said calmly, "It's getting late. Let's all go to bed early." Although Shi Zhuiyuan didn't say anything, Ji Qinghe was still shocked. After the apocalypse, the Shi family couple didn't awaken their special powers, which made him almost forget that Shi Zhuiyuan was not a good person either. His reckless behavior aroused Shi Zhuiyuan's suspicion. Ji Qinghe smiled gently. "I'm worried about Qianxi too. You are too concerned. Go back to sleep." Shi's mother Yingyuan's attitude was relatively gentle, which made Ji Qinghe feel a lot more at ease. The 3 of them also slowly left and walked towards their respective rooms. But after returning to the room, everyone realized that something was wrong. "Zhuiyuan, I've been feeling anxious lately, as if something big is about to happen. And Qinghe is also becoming more and more abnormal. What's going on?" Shi's mother sat on the bed, her expression indescribably complicated and tired. Shi Zhuiyuan walked forward and hugged his wife, his brows furrowed. Having been a big shot in the business world for half his life, he couldn't figure out what was going on in today's situation, so he could only say some comforting words. He felt that his son had changed, and his future son-in-law had also changed, and it all happened very suddenly, and he couldn't figure out the reason. Shi Xianxian saw Ji Qinghe off to the guest room, and slowly walked back to her room. After closing the door, her expression faded. It turned out that her fiancé had really changed. Her previous feelings were not because she was being too suspicious. It was just a necklace. But it made him lose his mind. And in the end, he showed an expression as if the sky was falling. And Qianxi. Suddenly one day, the look in his eyes, when he looked at her, seemed to become extremely complicated. What happened recently? The 3 people who were not reborn would obviously never have imagined that in the near future the world would be filled with zombies, and humans would awaken all kinds of miraculous abilities. The world of science would then turn towards magic and make no sense at all. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Ji Qinghe fell into confusion and panic, and even pondered whether he should confess his rebirth. However, Shi Qianxi was also reborn, and the Shi family would most likely not believe an outsider like him. So he eventually suppressed this idea. What he didn't know was that while he was tossing and turning, the small group of 4 in the Shi family was also in an uproar. Shi's parents had just laid down on the bed, and Shi Xianxian was still sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze. But at the same time, she heard the notification tone of her mobile phone. When she opened it, she found that it was a message from the 4-member family. The sender was Shi Qianxi, who had not spoken to them for 7 or 8 days. Qianxi, Dad, Mom, Sister, Ji Qinghe is right. I stole my sister's necklace. I did it on purpose. I took advantage of the fact that my sister was not in the room and stole the necklace. The 3 people who had just calmed down after seeing the message felt their emotions surge again. They thought that Shi Qianxi had fallen into self-blame again. However, before they could comfort him, news about Shi Qianxi came one after another. It seemed that he had said these words in his heart countless times, and now he could no longer hold back and pour them out as soon as he opened his mouth. Qianxi, I was too scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But it was too painful to have my flesh and bones cut off by someone with a knife. And those terrible potions. I never want to experience that again. The Shi family members were both angry and shocked, although confused, seeing that Shi Qianxi finally wanted to speak his mind. The 3 of them tacitly did not interrupt. Thousands of sacrifice. On November 27, 2036, the biochemical crisis broke out. The world fell into the end, and there were zombies eating people everywhere. They did not know the pain, and they would die only when they penetrated their heads. They eat everything that can be seen. They are no longer a human, but a living dead from H.L. Qianxi, on November 30th, 2036. 3 days after the apocalypse, the first superpower appeared, and mankind saw hope again. Chapter 74 Standing and Making Money. Qianqiu slowly narrated everything in this small group of 4. From the chaos of the Doomsday outbreak, to the awakening of human superpowers, the establishment of bases, and the ability to fight back. During this time, he also narrated many bloody Doomsday events, and how he was finally captured by the perverted doctor, and how he was brutally tortured, and finally his own rebirth. Each of these things sounds extremely outrageous. But when such outrageous things are combined together, it seems that there are no obvious flaws, which is very shocking. The 3 people in the group didn't react for a long time, because they really didn't know how to react. Normally, they should doubt Shi Qianxi's mental state, but deep down, they didn't want to believe this speculation. But if they believed these remarks, the matter was too outrageous and beyond their cognition. Resident Evil? Isn't that a plot in movies and TV? How could it happen in reality? Shi Qianxi and the group paused for a moment, and then continued to send a message. Qianxi, after the apocalypse, my sister and I gained spatial and healing powers respectively because of the ruby and sapphire. After absorbing the ruby, one can awaken the spatial power, and after absorbing the sapphire, one can heal others, enhance one's own physique, and become immune to the zombie virus. My sister absorbed the ruby, and I absorbed the sapphire. This is why I was later captured by that doctor. He wanted to develop a vaccine to cure zombies, but he didn't succeed until he cut me into slices. Qianxi, I was very scared. The laboratory was not dark at all. The lights were on all day. The temperature was comfortable, neither too hot nor too cold. The food was clean, but the bright light allowed me to see every drop of blood and even every muscle tissue of my own. It was neither too hot nor too cold, so the test subjects didn't even need to wear clothes. The food was very clean, so clean that it didn't have any smell. Every day we ate a bowl of paste whose ingredients were not recognizable, because this way of feeding could prevent the test subjects from being contaminated by the outside world, and was also very cost-effective. All of them sent by Qianqiu were all experienced by Shi Qian. He struggled in that bright and clean laboratory for nearly 10 years, because he firmly believed that his family would come to save himself. But in the end, the long wait spent his hope and made his world completely black. This also caused him to believe his family even if he returned from rebirth. He lost his ability to trust others. Paradoxical, wanting to hide himself into that space. It feels that only there is the safest. For this purpose, he can eradicate all obstacles on the road. But Qianqiu is different. First of all, K's mental strength is very strong. Secondly, these are not Kay's personal experiences. So Kay chose to confess everything and seek shelter. After all, the heroine is right next to him. So there is no reason for him to be a king of rolls instead of a salted fish. Shurqianxi's message completely shattered the hesitation and rationality of the three members of the Shur family. The family member they cherished was actually treated like an object by others. He had no freedom, no dignity, and even died in such pain. What they saw now was just a short text. But what Shurqianxi experienced was real horror. Xianxian, damn your rationality. What's the name of that doctor? I'm going to kill him right now. Shurzuiyuan, what do you want to do? What do you want? Yulan, hug.jpg. Yulan only sent an emoticon package. Because she was crying so hard that her tears made it difficult for her to see the phone screen clearly. But she wanted to comfort her child first. Qianqiu couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat when he saw these replies. This was not just Kay's feeling, but also the remaining instinctive reaction of his body. After a long doomsday, Shurqianxi finally returned home. After a few minutes, there was a knock on Shurqianxi's door. Qianqiu opened the door and, not surprisingly, saw the three people from the Shur family who had just left. Shur's mother, Yulan, was holding a plate of sliced fruits in her hand, which was obviously prepared by her just now. It contained all the fruits that Shurqianxi liked to eat. On this night, Shurqian's room was brightly lit. When each of the three of the family entered the house, he gave Shurqian a hug, and then accompanied him to spend a long non-lonely night. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, Shurqianxi fell asleep. From entering the laboratory to his rebirth, he once again gained the right to sleep peacefully. The three people from the Shur family did not leave. They sat on the carpet and discussed what Shurqianxi said before he fell asleep. I'm afraid Ji Qinghe might also have problems. Shurqianxian is not a love-brain person. If it were a peaceful era, Shurqianxian believed that Ji Qinghe could be a gentle and considerate husband for the rest of his life. Even a good husband that everyone would envy. However, Ji Qinghe is not a person who can share hardships with others. From the time they met to now, they both know too well what each other wants. Although Qianxi did not mention Ji Qinghe cares too much about the gemstone necklace. And the timing is too good. Shurzuiyuan. Before Qianxi was reborn, Ji Qinghe's behavior was a little strange. But he knew how to restrain himself. After Qianxi was reborn, he began to feel fearful and anxious, and even had some subtle guilt. Unlike the other father and daughter, Yuan did not have a serious expression. She spoke gently. Qianxi said that the ruby and sapphire can only be absorbed by family members. One sentence made it clear why the guilty and frightened Ji Qinghe still didn't leave. And he even did that thing at night just to distance them from Shurqianxi. But it was ridiculous. How could they distance themselves from their family just because of a necklace? I'm afraid it's more than that. Shurzuiyuan thought more deeply than the other two. For Ji Qinghe, it would be best if Xianxian absorbed the ruby. But if Qianxi absorbed it, it would not be unacceptable to him. After all, he is now half a member of the Shur family. But he is so eager to suppress Qianxi. It is obvious that he is sure from the bottom of his heart that Qianxi will not accept him, and may even pose a serious threat to him. After the end of the world, he will either do something wrong to Xianxian or to Qianxi. Or both. If Qianqiu heard Shurzuiyuan's analysis while he was sleeping, he would probably not be able to help but applaud on the spot. He did not mention Ji Qinghe's matter tonight. But Shurzuiyuan had already guessed all of this. And all of it was correct. After the doomsday, Ji Qinghe knew that Shurqianxian had spatial abilities and wanted desperately to come back, but was repeatedly slapped in the face. He began to hate Shurqianxian. So when someone asked him about Shurqianxi's abilities, he chose to betray Shurqianxi's immunity to the zombie virus without hesitation. This was one of the reasons why Shurqianxi turned evil, and couldn't wait for Shurqianxian to rescue him in the later period. The three members of the Shur family stayed awake all night. One reason was that they learned that the world was about to end, and they could not calm down. Another reason was that they were still brooding over what happened to Shurqianxi, especially Shurqianxian, who could not understand why she did not rescue Shurqianxi. Was it because she did not find him? Or was there some other reason? In addition to the complex mood, the three also planned to plan the future. After all, learning about the news in advance means that you have to master the opportunity. UCA and do anything. Waiting for the end of the day, the three of them discussed all night long, and only felt a little sleepy when it was dawn. However, they did not go back to their room to rest, but continued to guard Shurqianxi. So when Qianqiu woke up, he opened his eyes and saw 3 people lying in his bedroom, each of them leaning on something different and falling asleep. Qianqiu smiled and thought that this was a really nice world. Not only did the owner of this body have a Qian character in his name, but the heroine's name also had 2 Qian characters in it. And she also had such a lovely group of family members. Qianqiu woke up the 3 people, asked them to go back to their rooms to rest, and said that he would wake them up when it was time for breakfast. Seeing Shi Qianxi's obviously relaxed expression, the 3 members of the Shi family also agreed. They really needed to take a break in order to deal with the bizarre and terrifying future. There are 2 floors of Shijia Villa. There are only 1 servant at home. They are mainly responsible for cleaning. When the mother does not want to cook, she will also be responsible for cooking. Aunt Sue, I want to eat fried dough sticks. Qianxi came to the kitchen. Seeing that the time was up and Yin Yuan hadn't come to the kitchen, Aunt Sue had already started preparing breakfast. Suddenly, she was a little dazed when she heard Qianxi's energetic voice. But soon she showed joy and replied loudly, "Okay." She has been working at the Shi family villa for almost 10 years. The employers are all very kind-hearted and are a rare family that is both wealthy and virtuous. So she likes this job very much and also likes the people in this family very much. At the breakfast table that day, the low pressure that had been hanging over the Shi family suddenly disappeared overnight. Ji Qinghe looked at the family in front of him with an extremely harmonious atmosphere, and then looked at the shining ruby necklace on Shi Qianxi's chest and the sapphire ring on his hand. And suddenly he felt a tightness in his chest. If Shi Qianxi absorbed both the ruby and the sapphire, then he would be truly invincible in this world. Thinking of this, Ji Qinghe instantly lost his appetite. He was worried all night last night. But in the end, he still didn't figure out whether Shi Qianxi knew who betrayed his immunity to the zombie virus. It is certain that the reborn Shi Qianxi hates him. After all, he had abandoned Shi Xianxian at that time. However, that was also because the Shi family did not treat him as one of their own, and even hid things like his spatial abilities from him. Recalling the suffering of the Doomsday experience, Ji Qinghe's expression became somewhat resentful and dissatisfied again. But he forgot that after the Doomsday, it was not just him, but the entire family, young and old, who came to seek refuge with the Shi family. The Ji family was a complex family, with all the aunts and uncles coming along. The Shi family had already done their utmost to take in all these relatives of the Ji family at that time. In addition, the issue of superpowers had just been exposed at that time, and there were not many types of superpowers. Shi Xianxian had no idea whether her spatial superpowers could be considered superpowers, so she naturally chose to conceal it. Shi Zhuiyuan took in Ji Qinghe's expression calmly, and sighed in his heart. He had met many people in his life. Some people became more resilient the more they experienced hardships, because they knew how to repair scars and make themselves stronger. Some people are naturally as thin as paper, which will be full of holes after being hit by wind and rain, and even the initial surface luster will be lost. Obviously, Ji Qinghe is the latter. During breakfast, Ji Qinghe's eyes hardly left Shi Qianxi's body, because the 2 gems that could change fate were on Shi Qianxi's body. Ji Qinghe felt that as long as Shi Qianxi hadn't absorbed the gems, he still had hope for his own future. He finally chose to take a gamble. He planned to use courtesy before force. He would first confess to Shi Xianxian about his rebirth after the apocalypse, and try to persuade her to take the ruby back. If that didn't work, he would steal the ruby back and force Shi Xianxian to absorb it. Then, as long as the ruby came into contact with Shi Xianxian's blood, it would be absorbed. And he had to act quickly because Shi Qianxi definitely wanted to absorb the gem as soon as possible. Just like that, after breakfast, Ji Qinghe found Shi Xianxian mysteriously, and then told her about the end of the world and rebirth in a very moving voice. He had practiced these speeches countless times last night, so he was confident that there were no flaws. Xianxian, you have to believe that what I said is true. That necklace is really important to us. Shi Xianxian looked at Ji Qinghe in surprise, with a tangled and somewhat suspicious expression. Qinghe, have you been under too much pressure recently? Or did you have a nightmare? How could you say such an outrageous thing? Ji Qinghe was already a little crazy at this time. As the doomsday approached, his fear and anxiety were increasing day by day. Xianxian, wake up a little. Think about it. Why is Shi Qianxi suddenly interested in your necklace? Did he have the habit of wearing necklaces before? Shi Qianxi has bad intentions. He is here to steal your space ability. Without the ability, You can't take a single step in the doomsday. Shi Xianxian took a step back and took out her cell phone. Qinghe, calm down. I'll call the hospital right now. We can go to the hospital for a checkup. It won't hurt. Ji Qinghe. Seeing that Shi Xianxian was really going to call, Ji Qinghe had to give up persuading her and choose the second way. He quickly said that he just didn't sleep well last night and had been having nightmares recently. He just needed to rest and didn't need to go to the hospital. After comforting Shi Xianxian, Ji Qinghe left the room. After closing the door, he immediately came to Shi Qianxi's room with a gloomy face. He knocked on the door for a long time, but the door didn't open. He wanted to turn around and leave, but in an instant he felt a panic. He seemed to realize something and kicked the door in front of him. With a bang, the door opened. Ji Qinghe's eyes were red with anger, because he happened to see Shi Qianxi holding his bleeding hand on the ruby on his chest. For a moment, a pure red light flashed through the gaps between his fingers. When Shi Qianxi opened his hand, the ruby necklace on his chest was left with only an empty SHL. The broken diamonds lost their attachment and scattered one after another, like Ji Qinghe's broken heart. Shi Qianxi, who was sitting beside the bed, gave Ji Qinghe a sinister smile. Brother-in-law, it's amazing. Did you see it just now? The ruby on the necklace is gone. Ji Qinghe instantly felt that the future was bleak, because at this moment, he was sure of two things. One was that Shi Qianxi must have known that he was captured by the laboratory. Otherwise, he would not have shown such a terrible expression. The other thing was that Shi Qianxian's spatial ability was gone. Shi Xianxian became a complete useless person, and his idea of wanting to seek refuge was naturally disillusioned. Qianxi? Shi Xianxian's voice came from behind her. Her expression was also very shocked. She had obviously witnessed Shi Qianxi absorbing the ruby. This incredible scene obviously shattered her worldview a little. Having lost his greatest support, Ji Qinghe grabbed Shi Xianxian's shoulders and said, "Did you see it? Did you see it? I'm telling the truth. It's because you didn't believe me. Now you're a real useless person. Do you think Shi Qianxi will support you? Keep?" As if responding to Ji Qinghe's words, Shi Qianxi spoke up. He smiled mischievously and said, "Sister has always been so outstanding. How could she need me to support her? Even if it's the end of the world. Sister should be self-reliant." At this point, Ji Qinghe finally recognized the reality. Shi Qianxi was a man who didn't recognize his relatives. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so selfish as to rob his sister of her means of survival. It was impossible for him to rely on him to survive the doomsday. Looking at Shi Xianxian, who was standing there stupidly, he angrily said, "You are worthless. Let's break up. As there are still 5 months until the end of the world, he needs to find the next club as soon as possible. Without Shi Xianxian, he still has other candidates. Soon." In almost one morning, the news of their breakup spread throughout Shi Xianxian and Ji Qinghe's social circles. The sudden breakup of such a golden boy and girl who were about to get engaged, and which also involved the Shi family, naturally caused quite a stir. However, when these, Shi Xianxian didn't care. After Ji Qinghe left, she put away the shock and sad expression, got up, and took the gauze to the hands of Shi Qian's hand bandaging. "Do you use so much blood?" Their natural attitude showed that everything that had just happened was obviously discussed by the two of them, and was just a performance for Ji Qinghe. After all, it is not the end of the day, and the family is not a person who can kill people with a ruthlessness. But Ji Qing and this person experience the end. In order to survive, I am afraid that there will be no lower limit. Therefore, only by breaking the illusion of clearing up, this annoying guy can be solved. Halfway through the bandage, Shi Xianxian saw the sapphire ring on Shi Qianxi's other hand. Why not absorb the sapphire while the blood is still warm to avoid wasting it? Qianqiu, it seems like what food is eating. And the heroine really feels like this brother. Even if he knows that the future is about to be the end. And ruby means a rare life space. When Qianqiu proposed that he wanted to absorb rubies, Shi Xianxian still agreed without hesitation. "Sister, let me give you the sapphire to absorb." Qianqiu raised his hand and signaled Shi Xianxian to take off the sapphire ring herself to avoid getting blood on her other injured hand. Shi Xian was a little surprised. Obviously a little bit of worship. Qianqiu explained. "Yes, I thought a lot after being arrested. And I also heard a lot of things from that doctor. Now that I think about it, maybe there is some truth to it. The fact that rubies and sapphires can be absorbed by us must be in line with certain requirements. However, the choice we made in our previous life was not the correct answer. I am inherently timid. My body is not good, and my thinking is more active compared to my body. It can be understood as more active mental strength. After Shurchinsi was captured in his previous life, the doctor's research has never made any progress. The doctor has lamented more than once that the healing power does not seem to be fully activated in Shurchinsi. So the serum will become ineffective as soon as it leaves Shurchinsi's body. Shurchinsi has suffered so much torture, largely because the doctor wanted to fully activate his healing power. But unfortunately, Shurchinsi's way of obtaining his power is different from that of ordinary people, and those means of stimulating his power are naturally ineffective. After Qianqiu obtained Shurchinsi's memory, he, as a demon spirit, immediately realized the problem. The ruby and sapphire must have been absorbed incorrectly by the Shur brothers and sisters. It turns out that the host not only wants to hold the thigh, but also wants to stand and hold the thigh again. Only then did 6161 understand the host's trick. He thought the host was going to return the necklace to curry favor with the host. But the host absorbed the necklace, curried favor with the host, and even gave away the sapphire that brought him danger. Moreover, the heroine who received the sapphire would probably even thank him. Sure enough, after hearing this, Shurchinsi raised her hand and took off the sapphire ring on Shurchinsi's hand. I understand. Qianxi means that spatial abilities are mental, while healing and self-healing abilities are physical. Shurchinsi nodded. Yes, outsiders see the healing effect. But for me, the biggest change brought by the sapphire is my own physical condition. It's just that my physical condition was not good to begin with. And after the improvement, I am not noticeable in front of a bunch of people with physical abilities. But sister, don't forget the doctor I mentioned. It's fine if we don't mention him. In this life, I will be the one to meet that pervert. Don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. I will cut him into pieces. When it comes to the PhD, Shurchinsi's eyes will take fire. That's it. In her last life, she did not rescue the thousands of worships. In this life, she just let her see what happened. The heroine is obviously not the type to back down. Although the name Shurchinsi sounds like a graceful lady. As Qianqiu said, Shurchinsi herself has very developed motor nerves. If she wanted, she could even have joined the national fencing team. Shurchinsi's personality is a bit similar to Zhou Ying in the previous life. But compared with Zhou Ying, he has more keen and high emotional quotients that have been stained since childhood. The time couples are cultivated as successors. After all, Shur Sacrifice is obsessed with the field of art and entertainment, indicating that he is not interested in business and management early. And so, in this life, at Qianqiu's suggestion, Shurchinsi and Shurchinsi exchanged their superpowers. How did we discover in the last life that gems can be absorbed? After absorbing the gem, Shurchinsi still felt a little unbelievable looking at the empty ring skeleton. It really felt like a dream. In the previous life, the gem absorbed itself. Half a year before the end of the world, it got smaller every day. 2 months later, the shrunken gem caught our attention. I thought it was amazing. So I pricked my finger with a needle and dripped some blood on it. The gem was instantly absorbed. Qianqiu explained that in the previous life, the gems discovered the coming of the end of the world earlier than them, and began to subtly transform their bodies half a year ago. The true identities of the Shur brothers and sisters are probably not simple. But unfortunately, these are not explained in the plot. What strange books do you usually read? While bandaging the wound, Shurchinsi couldn't help but complain. Shurchinsi loved reading books, of all kinds and from all countries. He especially liked reading about the supernatural, unsolved mysteries and the like. That's all thanks to the book I read. The sooner we absorb the gemstone, the faster our body will be transformed. Maybe this time, we can gain superpowers sooner. Qianqiu holds his head high with pride. Shurchinsi chuckled. Yes. And who knows? Our superpowers in this life may bring us some special surprises. After all, according to the speculation of Shurchinsi, in the last life, they absorbed the gem that did not suitable for them, and could develop the ability to that level. Then this life should have different surprises after absorbing gems that suits them. Qianqiu nodded hard. Although the bird did not know what surprises would be, the bird's demon was guaranteed with his own fairy. 6161. Xianqiu looked confused. You? 6. Aren't you seeing the extremely myopic 0? Look! Your eyes that were once so big and bright are now only about half as big. 6161. Chapter 75. After some friendly communication, 6161 decided to go on strike to protest Xianqiu's all-round attack. Xianqiu was very surprised. For a workaholic, isn't going on strike a form of self-punishment? So Kay didn't forget to remind him kindly. 6161. If you really can't bear it, you can work secretly, and I will pretend that I didn't see it. 6161. What sin had I committed to be bound to such a host? Xianqiu, who did not get a response, is not angry, having successfully completed the gem exchange and resolved a major crisis. Kay is ready to start enjoying his 5-month vacation. After all, it's a rare opportunity to travel to a world that hasn't ended yet. So of course, he has to enjoy life before the end of the world. And he doesn't know where scrap iron has been teleported to. According to 6161. When scrap iron is close enough to him, they can sense each other. As for the end of the world, it will come eventually. And Kay is used to it. Unlike Xianqiu, who was eager to take a vacation, the Shi family, who had just learned about the end of the world, obviously did not have such a good attitude. After experiencing shock, disbelief, anger and fear, the Shi family quickly cheered up and prepared to actively deal with the end of the world. So soon the heroine came to the door with a laptop, ready for a long and detailed talk. When Shi Xian Fiber entered the door, he saw the thousand worship when he was pulling the suitcase to go out. Suddenly, is the thousands of worship going out? Shi Qianxi nodded, as if it was a matter of course. Yes, there are still 5 months until the end of the world. Before the end of the world, I want to go out and have a good vacation. Shi Xian? She suddenly felt that she couldn't connect with her brother's brain waves. The world was about to end. Shouldn't she seize the initiative, collect supplies as soon as possible, and improve safety in the doomsday? But thinking about how Shi Qianxi had been locked up in a laboratory for more than 10 years after the doomsday, it seemed reasonable for him to want to see more of the world after his rebirth. Shi Xian, who felt sorry for her brother, didn't want to stop him. Is it safe to go out now? Qianxi was relieved, and thought that the fiber would stop yourself. As long as you don't go around knows hell. Qianxi was certainly not stupid. That was the place where the zombie outbreak first occurred. He was going there for vacation, not to seek death. Qianxi looked at Shi Xianxian's laptop and understood what Shi Xianxian was thinking. So he put down his suitcase and said cooperatively, if you have any questions, just ask. I'm counting on you at home. Don't worry. Have fun outside. I'll take care of everything here. Shi Xianxian spoke firmly. So in order to facilitate their work, the brother and sister simply moved to the study. Xianqiu answered all the questions raised by Shi Xianxian in detail. Although the information they could provide after being arrested was limited, the information they provided before being arrested was still very rich, including the specific time of the doomsday, when the city would be cut off from water and electricity, the more famous bases and psychics after the doomsday, and even several extreme weather events after the doomsday. Shi Qianxi has a very strong memory. Although the 10 years in the laboratory destroyed his hopes, they could not erase his wisdom. Even though he had never encountered the questions raised by Shi Xianxian, he could still give his own reasonable inferences and make corresponding suggestions. Although Shi Xianxian was said by Qianqiu to have well-developed motor nerves, this does not mean that she is not intelligent. On the contrary, in terms of comprehensive abilities, Shi Xianxian is undoubtedly very good. Her fingers kept sliding on the keyboard, recording all the information, trying not to miss any details. After finishing recording, Shi Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief, and then once again reminded Shi Qianxi to be careful and keep his phone open. Because after having a more detailed understanding of Doomsday, Shi Xianxian keenly realized that her current address was not suitable for living in Doomsday, and she planned to move. So real-time communication was very important. Looking at Shi Xian's firm eyes, Qianqiu asked, Sister, are you going to go to Nos Hell? The heroine, who has such meticulous logical thinking, didn't ask a single question about Norther today, which is obviously abnormal. Shi Xianxian was a little surprised. She had not asked any questions related to Norther the whole day. She did not expect her brother to become so perceptive. Looking into Shi Qianxi's eyes, Shi Xianxian knew that lying was useless. So she nodded and said, Yes, there are still 5 months to the end of the world. If we can eliminate the zombie crisis at the source, the world will naturally not end. As the heroine, Shi Xianxian doesn't just want to store supplies and build a base to deal with doomsday. She also wants to solve the doomsday crisis. Only when the world does not end will it be the best ending for everyone. But after she finished speaking, she saw her brother's serious expression. So she quickly said, I don't want to be a savior. I just think this is the most permanent solution. Qianqiu's expression still did not ease, because he felt that the zombie crisis in this world was not as superficial as people saw. Even the plot that 6161 sent to him was very superficial, compared with the Resident Evil. The doomsday that Qianqiu saw from Shi Qianxi's memory was more like an invasion of death, or an invasion of demonic energy. The world is filled with the breath of death. Although Qianqiu has never been to H.L., he has been to Xishan in the Shanghai world. It is the territory of the undead, and is inhabited by a large number of undead creatures such as zombies, walking corpses, flying corpses, and wuchi. In Qianqiu's opinion, the post-apocalyptic world is very similar to Xishan in the Shanghai world. This is not a situation that can be caused by genetic engineering or infectious diseases alone. Do you also think that the zombie crisis is a genetic infection caused by the Life Sequence Corporation? Life Sequence Corporation, as the name suggests, is the world's leading genetic technology and medical technology company. This company was established in the city of North Hill and has built the world's largest genetic laboratory there. They were the first to discover zombies, the first to study zombies, and the first to announce that North Hill was under control. It is conceivable that after the doomsday broke out, this company naturally became the target of public criticism. Is not it? Apart from Life Order, what other organization in the world can cause such a world-class disaster? Because it holds the patents for dozens of cancer vaccines. Almost everyone in the world has been vaccinated with Life Order's vaccines. In addition, embryo gene selection and sequencing has also been widely welcomed by couples preparing to have a baby in recent years. The temptation of choosing the best genes between a couple for their unborn children is too great. It is precisely because Life Sequence Corporation has invaded the lives of almost everyone in the world that after the apocalypse, people firmly believe in the source of the zombie virus. After all, apart from Life Sequence Corporation's vaccine, people really can't think of any other means that can instantly infect half of the world's population. Qianqiu was actually very conflicted, because he really didn't know the truth about the doomsday. Kay was also afraid that his identity as a demon spirit was preconceived, and he mistook the zombie virus for death. So in the end he sighed, maybe it's a demon invasion, H.L. invasion, undead invasion, or something like that. Shi Xianxian was waiting for the answer earnestly. But the end of the world is already very mysterious. So demons, undead, etc. are not unacceptable. No matter what it is. I will go to Norther before the end of the world. Don't worry. I will be careful. Qianqiu knew that he couldn't convince the heroine. So he shook his phone and keep in touch. Keep in touch. Just like that. Qianqiu said goodbye to the heroine. Qianqiu went on vacation and looked for scrap metal, while the heroine went on a persistent search for the truth about the doomsday. Qianqiu's farewell to Shi's parents went smoothly. Although the couple also expressed concerns about the outside environment, they still supported Qianqiu's decision, transferred a large sum of money to him, allowing him to travel while ensuring his own safety, and kept in touch at any time. This is the educational model of the Shi couple. Although they do not agree with, or are even very worried about some things, they never directly deny or interfere with other people's decisions. It is because of this that the 4 people in the Shi family can maintain a very high independent personality. In this way, the 4 people of the Shi family began their respective tasks. Yin Yuan was responsible for purchasing and storing supplies, while Shi Zhuiyuan was looking for a suitable place to settle down in the end of the world based on the information compiled by Shi Xianxian. They also had to carry out infrastructure construction in advance, such as water towers, solar power generation facilities, and other facilities. These things could be built quickly before the end of the world if they had money, but would be very difficult after the end of the world. Shi Xianxian packed her bags and prepared to go to Norther alone to find out the source of this doomsday, because she had made a detailed plan with her parents. Shi Xianxian's departure time was 2 days later than Qianqiu. Just as she was about to leave, a phone call disrupted her plan to go to North Hill alone. The callers were her best friends Su Su and Wang Shengyan. As soon as the call was connected, she was bombarded with questions. Shi Xianxian, where are you now? Don't run around. Wait for us. Where's your ruby necklace? Protect it well. Don't let that bastard Shurqiansi take it away. It's just right that Ji Qing and that bastard left. Su Su and I have something to tell you. We'll be there soon. Beep. 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 Without giving Shurqiansi a chance to reply, the other party hung up the phone first. It was obvious that they were indeed nearby and should be there soon. Shurqiansi stood there holding the phone in a daze for 2 seconds, then suddenly opened her eyes wide, because she realized that something seemed to be wrong with her two best friends. Qianqiu, who was not at home at the time, did not know all this. Otherwise she would have shouted that this world was really a scam. Although as 6161 said, the heroine of this world did not reborn. Almost everyone around the heroine was reborn. And the heroine's two best friends obviously knew that Shurqiansi was planning to take the ruby necklace. So their identities must be extraordinary. Although he did not meet the heroine's two best friends, Qianqiu had already realized that there were more than 1 or 2 reborn people in this world. He was bored while waiting for the flight, and was watching live broadcasts to kill time. The anchor, who was selling goods well, suddenly went crazy and shouted at the camera that the world was ending and a zombie crisis was about to break out, calling on everyone to get ready. The audience in the live broadcast room were naturally full of question marks. If it weren't for the host's hysterical screams and the madness that even the actors couldn't perform, they would almost think that this was some kind of funny sales tactic. With the screen full of question marks in the live broadcast room, the anchor was pulled down by people around him who reacted quickly. But until he was pulled out of the screen, he was still shouting that the world was going to end. Qianqiu sat up straight immediately. His boredom instantly turned into alertness. He stared closely at the comment section of the live broadcast room. And sure enough, soon, among the ha-ha-ha-has and question marks, several different comments appeared. What the anchor said is true. 5 months. The world is indeed ending. Shit. Turns out I'm not the only one. I heard that several people have been sent to mental hospitals before. Everyone be careful. Those who understand will understand. I understand. As a reborn person, what is there for Qianqiu not to understand? Based on the comments, Qianqiu searched the recent news again, and sure enough, he found some people who were sent to mental hospitals for preaching the end of the world. It is conceivable that if they cannot get out of the mental hospital before the end of the world, how much despair they will face. That's why there are people in the live broadcast room reminding people to be careful, and expressing it in a subtle way so that everyone who understands can understand. Judging from the news found, the earliest one was a month ago, which was half a year before the end of the world. Someone in the live broadcast room was explaining that the host was under a lot of pressure recently and had contacted the hospital. But the comment section had already exploded. However, the first few comments from the reborn people had been drowned out. Even if someone saw it, they would just think someone was joking. Now everyone is discussing why the host suddenly went crazy. Because the anchor himself is also a big anchor, with nearly 3 million views in his live broadcast room. This incident quickly became a hot topic again. However, under the hot search, there was no one who dared to speak frankly about the end of the world. There were only some comments wondering why the number of people going crazy about the end of the world has suddenly increased recently. Qianqiu didn't know whether this phenomenon of rebirth blooming in multiple places was a good thing or a bad thing. On the bright side, those who believed or had doubts would definitely make preparations early. And those who didn't believe would not be so easily killed by zombies when the doomsday really came. It is much better to be aware of doomsday than to be unaware of it at all. But on the negative side, every reborn person is an unstable factor. With so many reborn people, unrest will follow. Some reborn people who are accustomed to life and death will even kill people in order to prepare in advance. However, as it was time to board the flight, Qianqiu put away his phone. No matter whether it was good or bad, things had already happened. So he should make the most of the time to go on vacation. In the Shur family villa, Shurqiansi entertained 2 close friends. But as soon as they entered the door, they discovered that Shurqiansi's necklace was not on her. And they had no intention of drinking tea or eating fruit. Xianxian, where are Qianxi's uncle and aunt? Susu asked. My parents are out of town for something, and Qianxi is traveling. Shurqiansi signaled the two to be patient. Don't worry. I'm not here. Just talk slowly if you have anything to say. Knowing that Xianxian was the only one at home at this time, the two of them relaxed for a while. They looked at each other. Wang Sheng'an was about to speak, but was immediately stopped by Susu. Let me do the talking. With your temper, you might get mad to death before you finish half of the story. Susu is just like her name. A gentle lady with long hair. She speaks slowly even about things like the end of the world. What I'm going to say next may be outrageous, but you have to believe it's all true. I know it's outrageous, but seeing that Susu was still laying the groundwork, Shi Xianxian sighed helplessly. But the zombie crisis is about to break out. And it's the end of the world. Now it was the other two's turn to open their mouths wide and look at Shi Xianxian in disbelief. After a moment, Wang Shengnan stood up excitedly. Xianxian, you are also reborn. That's great. Susu curled her lips beside her. How come I'm the only one who didn't reincarnate? It was just a dream. Shi Xianxian took in the expressions of the two and immediately realized that the situations of her two best friends were also different. It seemed that Shengnan was reborn, and Susu learned about the end of the world and advanced through a dream. But how did they know that Qianxi wanted the ruby necklace? It's good that you are reborn. Susu slowly picked up the teacup and said, Before, I was worried that Shi Qianxi would trick you into giving away your space necklace. Just like in my dream. I'm not reborn. It's Qianxi who is reborn. And Qianxi has already absorbed all the ruby necklace. Seeing this, Shi Xianxian also picked up her coffee cup. Susu choked immediately, and after a violent coughing, her face turned red. What? Are you stupid? No. Don't you believe in the end of the world? That's not right either. You said you absorbed it. Wang Shengnan wanted to get angry. But when she saw Susu, who was always slow and leisurely, suddenly, she was no longer anxious. And seeing Shi Xianxian's calm look, she felt that things might be different from Susu's dream. Susu quickly calmed down. There was no way. Shi Xianxian was too calm. And she was not an impatient person. It was just that her best friend in the dream had a hard time in the doomsday after her space necklace was stolen. Although she and Shengnan helped her, it was difficult for ordinary people to survive in the doomsday. This was an unchangeable fact. Shi Xianxian narrated what had happened in the past few days one by one, including how Shi Qianxi was captured for experiments in his previous life, how he was reborn after death, and how Ji Qinghe left on his own initiative. After listening to Shi Xianxian's story, Wang Shengnan kept nodding beside her, because she was a pure reborn person, and what happened in her previous life was indeed consistent with her story. Shi Qianxi is indeed missing, but we still haven't found the location of the laboratory, and that Ji Qinghe is indeed a piece of shit. Shi Xianxian didn't feel much comfort after getting the answer. She couldn't comfort herself for the regret of not being able to rescue Shi Qianxi just because she couldn't find 3 words. Are you stupid? Would a normal person go traveling at this time? You must be crazy. Also, you two are talking about things from your previous life. This is not what I dreamed about. Shi Qianxi stole the necklace and ran away. You and your uncle and aunt are having a hard time in the doomsday. Shengnan and I have to go out all the time to collect resources. We have no way to protect you. Shi Qianxi now has space and healing abilities. No one can find him in the doomsday. Susu curled her lips, thinking that her best friend was too naive. No. Qianxi absorbed the sapphire ring for me, so I will gain the healing power later. Shi Xianxian explained. Susu and Wang Shengnan. Isn't this more dangerous? Isn't that doctor crazy about capturing people with healing abilities? Shi Qianxi is not trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Right? That's not right. With the ability of space, Shi Qianxi is not afraid of being caught. How could he give up the sapphire? Shi Xianxian briefly told the two about Shi Qianxi's speculation about the classification of superpowers. I also think I should be more suitable for sapphire. And Qianxi is out traveling, and will be back before the end of the world. Wang Shengnan and Susu looked at each other, and didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, they didn't know much about rubies and sapphires. But they always felt that Xianxian was at a disadvantage. Call him now, and see if you can get through. Susu spoke. Shi Xianxian was speechless. But seeing that her two best friends were not giving up, she still picked up the phone. But the call could not be connected. Shi Xianxian looked at the time and said, Qianxi should be on the plane at this time. The two best friends immediately cast suspicious looks at her. Wang Shengnan was fine. As in her memory, Shi Qianxi was indeed a reliable and lovely brother. However, Susu was extremely skeptical of Shi Qianxi because of the influence of her dream. Since you two are here, I don't have to look for you later. My parents have already started preparing supplies and looking for a place to settle down in the end of the world. If you don't have a destination, Why don't you join us and keep each other warm? Sure, Xian had long planned to go find her best friend after returning from Norther. In the Doomsday, the power of an individual is weak, especially when facing a tide of zombies. The more people there are, the greater the hope of survival. We have this plan as well. If your matter wasn't so urgent, we should be trying to convince our parents now. Wang Shengnan was a little worried. Her parents were staunch materialists, and getting them to believe in a zombie apocalypse would be harder than climbing to the sky. Susu's expression was not too relaxed either. After all, the matter itself was very outrageous. Although the three of them grew up together, and their parents were friends, his parents were not as easy to talk to as Xianxian's parents. Let my parents go. My uncle and aunt will believe it. Sure, Xianxian had already thought of a lobbyist. Even if we can't convince them, we can trick them into going to the new base before the end of the world. Susu and Wang Shengnan. This statement is very convincing, but also a bit speechless. If you are okay, prepare the supplies. The more the better. Let's contact the phone. Sure, Xian rushed to the plane and pulled the suitcase to leave. Wang Shengnan and Susu also prepared to leave when they saw this. But before leaving, Susu asked, "What time does the North Hill flight leave?" Wang Shengnan was confused. "I don't know. Who cares about that damn place?" Wang Shengnan stopped talking and looked back at Sure Xian. "You want to go to Norther? Are you crazy?" Sheeny fiber. "There are too many clever people around. Sometimes it is not a good thing." Finally, the three of them boarded a plane to North Hill together. Although Wang Shengnan strongly disagreed with this decision and kept complaining about how dangerous it was, it was not until they got off the plane that she sighed resignedly. "What a sin! How could I have known you two crazy people?" Susu glanced at Wang Shengnan. "Is this still the Wang Shengnan I know? Will it shrink back? You've never experienced the end of the world. It's really terrifying. And the place we're going to is the origin of the zombie outbreak. God knows what we'll encounter." Wang Shengnan felt speechless. She was obviously the most impulsive one among the three. But now she was the one who was persuading the other two. Persuasion was useless. And the three people finally came to the city where the Doomsday came from. Qianqiu, who was on vacation at the seaside, also sensed the scent of scrap metal, but had only a rough direction. So Qianqiu packed her bags and prepared to travel while searching for the scrap metal. Chapter 76 Norther. At first, Qianqiu was not in a hurry to find scrap metal. After all, they had been together for nearly 1,000 years in the last world. Qianqiu thought it was time for a little separation. But what was Kay thinking? There was no such thing as a newlywed relationship. Qianqiu, who was slurping noodles at the snack street, suddenly blushed. And the person who was ordering food immediately changed his mind and asked for non-spicy noodles. Chiaki? Did that human misunderstand something? Spicy noodles are better. However, after traveling for more than 10 days, Qianqiu felt that it was somewhat inconvenient to travel alone. For example, there were so many delicious foods, and there were fewer delicacies that he could eat without wasting them. For example, when staying in a hotel, it was a bit wasteful for only one person to sleep on such a big bed. Qianqiu rubbed his face secretly, thinking that he was really a good and thrifty bird. After convincing himself, Kay, with a huge sum of money given by his parents, began to actively look for traces of scrap metal in order to save accommodation fees. But the smell of scrap metal was vague and seemed very far away from him. Qianqiu could only follow the approximate direction to find the past. But as he searched, Qianqiu discovered a problem. That is, he had gone abroad, and when he took out the map and looked at it, the direction he was going to was directly pointing to Norther. Qianqiu, farewell. I still said that the bird was still saying that I would never go to Nose Hell. After all, I went out for a travel vacation, not to find death. In the face of this situation, the bird was hesitant. He was not worried about the safety of scrap iron. After all, scrap iron is now a semi-god. This world is afraid of non-existing things that can threaten him. Kay was worried that once he went to North Hill, his long-awaited vacation would be forced to end. When he was hesitating, the phone rang. Qianqiu picked it up and saw the heroine's name. Hey, sis, what's wrong? However, there was no response from the other end of the phone. Qianqiu felt a little strange. Hello? Qianxi. It's okay. I accidentally touched the phone. How was the trip? Do you have enough money? There was a voice on the other end of the phone, and it sounded like there was nothing wrong. I'm glad you're okay. I'm doing fine here. I went to the beach and the desert, ate a lot of delicious food, and bought some recipes from some stores. We can make them ourselves in the future. The poor food in the previous life made Qianqiu very alert. So before the end of the world this time, she began to frantically collect various food recipes. Sister, let's stock up on the seasonings. Rest assured, it's not just a lot of finished products, but also the seeds. Sure, Xianxian felt so distressed when she heard her brother thinking about all kinds of delicious food. She thought that if she were to eat tasteless, unknown rice porridge day after day for 10 years, she would probably have been unable to bear it long ago. The siblings chatted for a few more minutes, then hung up the phone after making sure both parties were fine. Qianqiu held the phone. The heroine should be in North her now, and she would definitely not call to chat for no reason. So something must have gone wrong with her. It's just that Sure Xianxian didn't want to disturb her brother's good mood on vacation, so she didn't say anything. And the person who made the first call should not have been Sure Xianxian herself. Qianqiu carefully felt the location of the scrap metal again, and finally resigned himself to his fate and moved forward towards Northhurl. Sure Xianxian hung up the phone and her expression calmed down. Su, if you continue like this, I will be really angry. He is my brother. I believe him. Su felt a little guilty for making the call without permission. But when she saw Sure Xianxian defending Sure Qianxi, the extremely real dreams in her mind suddenly came to her mind. You treat him as a brother, but he may not treat you as a sister. You have been in Northher for so long. Has he called you on his own initiative? Why didn't you just do as I said and ask Sure Qianxi to come over? He is traveling. You and I can't imagine what he had encountered in his life. I failed to save him in my last life. I don't want to deprive him of his last 5 months of tranquility. Sure Xianxian didn't know why his girlfriend had such great hostility to his brother. Su was silent for a long time after hearing this. You can't imagine what happened to you without the ability of space in the apocalypse. I couldn't save you. Shengnan and I couldn't save you. We both died. You are still alive, living for your uncle and aunt. But you almost sold your body. When your uncle and aunt found out, they chose to commit suicide. And you also lost your last goal of living. We all died in the end. And Sure Qianxi hid nearby, watching all this happen. After hearing this story, Sure Xianxian was stunned for a long time. She finally understood why her best friend, who had always been mild-tempered and slow in doing things, suddenly treated someone so harshly. Xianxian, you don't understand how real that dream was. It was as if I had really spent my whole life in it. After I woke up, I kept telling myself that it was a nightmare. After all, the end of the world is too ridiculous. But you and Shengnan both told me that the world is going to end. And some of the signs in my dream came true one by one. Su originally didn't want to say this to Xianxian, but Sure Xianxian's doting on Sure Qianxi made her feel that she was getting closer and closer to the world of her dreams. Wang Shengnan, who had no say at all, was stunned after hearing everything. It turned out that in Susu's dream, their fates were so miserable. The three were silent in place, and could not find a balanced way. Sure Xianxian believed his brother, and wanted to protect his brother in this life. Su believed his dream, and wanted to protect his friends. This contradiction caused by care and protection was difficult to reconcile. Finally, Xianxian sighed. At least in reality, I absorbed the sapphire, which proves that dreams don't mean everything. We shouldn't be trapped in things that didn't happen. I promise you that I will protect myself. Sorry. I still get paranoid about dreams unless I actually feel something different. Su thinks that sapphire can't explain anything. After all, everyone has no awakening power now. God knows that the fiber of the time of absorbing sapphire can ultimately awaken the power. Although the three of them had a dispute, this did not create a rift between them, because their more than 10 years of relationship had laid the foundation for an indestructible friendship. So after the quarrel, the three of them quickly discussed the current situation. The Life Sequence Company was more difficult to invade than they had imagined. They did not gain much information during the time they were here, and no trace of zombies was found in the city of Northher. It seemed that everything was really as the Life Sequence Company said, and everything was under effective control. 2 days later, Sure Xianxian was eating at a restaurant when her cell phone suddenly rang. Qianxi, what's wrong? Did anything happen? Sure Xianxian felt a little strange. Sister, I'm in Northher now. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Sure Qianxi's tone on the phone was very calm, as if he was saying that he had eaten fried dough sticks and soy milk this morning. What? Shi Xianxian stood up suddenly. The sound of the chair rubbing against the floor attracted the attention of everyone around. Seeing this, Shi Xianxian lowered her voice and said, "What are you doing here? Get out of here." Wang Shengnan and Su Su, who were sitting at the same table, looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Shi Qianxi came to North Her? Wasn't he traveling? Since we're here, if you don't take me with you, I'll just play here by myself. After all, this is also a famous resort city. Qianqiu took on the attitude of little bear brother. Shi Xianxian knew that Shi Qianxi was indeed capable of such a thing, so she had no choice but to tell him the name of the restaurant, hung up the phone, asked the waiter for another meal, and then sat down leisurely. Qianxi is here, and said he wants to travel here. I guess he is worried about me. Su Su pouted. Laugh if you want to. Your mouth is almost reaching the sky. Shi Xianxian immediately showed Su Su a big smile. Oh, it feels so good to have a brother. Wang Shengnan couldn't help laughing beside her. She and Su Su were both only children, and they did not have a younger brother to show off. But at least for now, things did not develop as Su Su had dreamed. Qianqiu arrived not long after. Looking at the food that had already been ordered, she immediately started to flatter Shi Xianxian, saying things like sister is so nice, and what sister ordered is just to her taste, and so on. After the meal, Qianqiu also keenly realized that Su Su's attitude towards him was not good, and even looked at him with scrutiny and vigilance. But soon, Su Su also explained the reason directly. I'll supervise you. Su Su finally concluded. Qianqiu nodded. I understand. All I can say is that the heroine is the heroine, and there are always people around her who give her warnings. However, Kay has this confidence. Whether it is Shi Qianxi or Shi Xianxian in this life, the prospects for the development of supernatural powers are definitely better than in the previous life. Sister, how's your investigation going? Shi Qianxi also knew the heroine's two best friends. So after a brief greeting, Qianqiu asked about business. When this was mentioned, the expressions of the three people were a little depressed, and it was obvious that the investigation was not going smoothly. Life Sequence Company's alert is too high. We have tried to sneak in and also tried to hack into the network to steal information, but we have failed. The information we obtained is really limited. Shi Xianxian simply looked around and lowered her voice. First of all, there are more than just our group of investigators. We can confirm that there are 3 teams. Secondly, there are also reborn people in the Life Sequence Company, so they can take such tight precautions against external attacks. We found out that the first wave of zombies did not break out in the city of Norther, but in a small town called Lidhan in the Norther area. There happened to be a laboratory separated from the Life Sequence Company there, but it was much smaller than the one in the city. Although she doesn't like Qianqiu, Su Su was not stingy in sharing the information they found, and that small town is also their next target. In this way, the 4 people quickly drove the rented car to the small town called Lidhan, according to the instructions on the map. As they got closer to their destination, the surrounding environment became more desolate. It feels like it's getting quieter. Wang Shengnan, who was more courageous, also began to murmur. Su Su looked at the scene outside the car window and said, It feels like the whole world has changed color as we get closer to Lidhan. Qianqiu glanced at Su Su and roughly understood why this girl had the precognitive dream. Because Su Su herself was indeed somewhat spiritual, and could see or sense the breath of death that others could not see. Although the vehicle had not actually entered Lidhan, Qianqiu could already see the gray sky ahead. Just as Su Su said, the small town seemed to be covered with a gray filter. The tones of the world had dimmed, and the color of life was rapidly disappearing there. It seemed that the Life Sequence Company had not found the root cause of the doomsday. Finally, the vehicle stopped outside the town because the entrance to the town was blocked by roadblocks and barbed wire. There were still dark red bloodstains on those sharp objects. Knowing the infectiousness of the zombie virus, the few people naturally did not want to try to clear the roadblocks. Fortunately, a small path that could accommodate 1 person had been opened up from the roadblocks, allowing the 4 people to travel together smoothly. Looking at the various vehicles parked in a crisscross pattern outside the town, it is obvious that Qianqiu and his party are not the only visitors. In fact, based on the wheel tracks, several groups of people have come here in recent days. It is just unknown how many of these people are reborn people who came here to find the source of the doomsday. The 4 of them simply packed things. Everyone carried a backpack. When the fiber took 4 guns from the trunk. It is very simple to engage in this thing in foreign countries. We have also entered the exercise assault training in the past few days. Will the thousands of warship be used? Qianqiu nodded. Although this thing was also a scarce commodity in the Doomsday. He had a sister with spatial abilities in his previous life. And Shi Xianxian was never stingy in sharing good things with her family. So Shi Qianxi also learned to use a gun. But his marksmanship was not very good. The 4 men were fully armed and crossed the roadblocks one by one and entered this recently abandoned town. After entering the town, the eerie silence completely surrounded the 4 men. Here, you can't even hear the birds singing and the insects chirping. It seems that the sound of the wind is the only movement here. There are many vehicles on the streets of the town. And many of them have lost control and crashed into a ball. Even if you drive in, you can't pass through such road conditions. The lab is in the southwest of town, next to the hospital. Shi Xianxian had already memorized the important buildings in the town, and was ready to lead everyone to the laboratory established by the Life Sequence Company here. Qianqiu stopped and looked in another direction. Compared with the southwest, the deathly aura in the center of the town was obviously more intense. Xianxian, who was walking in front, noticed something and turned around to see her brother staring in a daze in one direction. What's wrong? Qianqiu pointed ahead. What's in the center of town? The center of the town is the church and a small cemetery. Shi Xianxian was able to respond without even looking at the map. Is there something wrong there? Sis, do you remember what I told you about the demon invasion and death invasion? I think in addition to the laboratory, the church should also be our focus of inspection. Although I don't understand the plan of having a cemetery in the city center. It seems to explain the strong air of death. That makes sense. Once we're done checking the lab, we'll go over there. Shi Xianxian nodded in agreement. They would always check the town, and of course visit the church as well. What demon invasion? Death invasion? Wang Shengnan rubbed her arms involuntarily. Zombies are already scary enough. Let's not talk about other scarier things. Chapter 77, Life on the Line. If zombies are still barely within the scope of people's understanding, then things like demons and undead are somewhat magical in people's eyes. Even when humans awakened their superpowers later, it was generally believed to be the development of human potential, compared with a previous world where faith was prevalent. In this world where medicine and genetic engineering are extremely advanced, faith has long since declined. In people's eyes, faith is now more like a culture. Therefore, even those who have been reborn from the Doomsday always believe that this Doomsday disaster is a man-made disaster, not caused by ghosts or gods. I haven't seen any ghosts or demons in all these years since the apocalypse. Although Wang Shengnan is carefree and can deal with zombies without blinking an eye, she is very afraid of these mysterious things. Although most people in the world today do not believe in ghosts and gods, it seems that no matter how technology develops, there are always some phenomena in the world that cannot be explained by science. Unexpectedly, Su did not respond. She was not a person of faith. If it were not for the dream, she would have sneered at Shi Qianxi's words. However, seeing Wang Shengnan's look of being unable to adapt, Su still spoke to comfort her. Since we didn't see each other in the last life, we will naturally not see each other in this life. Wang Shengnan didn't feel much comforted. Why don't you say it? Since it didn't happen in the last life, it naturally won't happen in this life either? Your dull nerves suddenly become sharp at times like this. Su could not help but talk about Wang Shengnan's bizarre key capture ability. I didn't want to either. But you know, I'm the only daughter of my parents. My grandmother doesn't like me because of this. My grandmother used to be a fortune teller in the village. Before I was 10 years old, I grew up listening to ghost stories. Wang Shengnan's family environment is different from the other two. He is a typical upstart household, so the cultural level of family members is serious. Although the parents are very open-minded, the thoughts of grandparents are difficult to change. The other two had heard more or less about the Wang family's troubles, but they didn't know that Wang Shengnan had such a childhood experience. And for a moment, they didn't know how to comfort her. At this time, Qianqiu spoke first. Are you afraid of zombies? Wang Shengnan was slightly stunned, probably because she didn't expect Shi Qianxi to take the initiative to speak. Of course I was afraid at the beginning, but later I became numb. That's easy. Even if there really are demons and ghosts, these invisible things can only be expressed through zombies. So there is actually no difference between them. Do you still feel scared when you think about it this way? Wang Shengnan. When I imagined the scene of the world full of monsters and demons, It suddenly seemed even more terrifying, looking at Wang Xingnan's even more distorted expression. Xianqiu obviously realized that his comfort had backfired, and he fell into self-doubt for a moment. Well, how about I tell you a ghost story? In the strange silence, Wang Xingnan spoke cautiously, which attracted the surprised looks of the other three people. Wang Xingnan explained embarrassedly. If someone is afraid with me, I won't be so scared. The other three people, although this method of gaining comfort was rather deceptive, the three of them still accepted it, mainly because they felt that ghost stories that scared children were not very lethal. So on the way to the laboratory, the three people listened to a story about a ghost whose tongue was pulled out and was looking for his tongue everywhere, and a ghost whose body was charred black, shouting day and night that it was so hot, and looking for water all over the house. When they arrived at the laboratory, the three people who were listening to the story looked numb. But the storyteller was still not satisfied. Are you really scared? Su cast a suspicious look. I feel much better now. Wang Xingnan felt a lot more relaxed and thought to herself that it was no wonder that her grandmother liked to tell ghost stories. It turned out that telling ghost stories to others really felt good. I know it sounds boring now, but when I was a kid, these ghost stories all took place in my house. If it were you, would you be scared? Su and Shi Xianxian thought about it and felt that it was indeed quite scary. It seemed that Xingnan's grandmother really didn't like her granddaughter. How could she scare a child like that? Qianqiu thought about it and felt that it was probably quite dangerous. If this ghost appeared at home, it would probably roll up his father into a soul bead in the next second and then sell it at the market. However, although Grandma Wang Xingnan is not well educated, her logic is quite good. The two stories she just told really gave people a sense of being there, and the descriptions of ghosts were also very realistic, which was quite consistent with the appearance of the evil ghosts in H.L. that Qianqiu had heard. The appearance of a demon from H.L.? Qianqiu was stunned. Were these two stories really made up? Sister Xingnan, is your grandmother really a witch? I mean, does she really have some special abilities? No, I have no special ability in my impression. And my grandma was crazy at the age of 10, and died shortly afterwards. Except for those horrible stories, I really didn't remember much. Although Wang Xingnan tried hard to remember something else, her memories of her grandmother were mostly covered by horror stories. Suddenly, Wang Xingnan stopped and her eyes widened. After my grandmother went crazy, she told everyone that the world was going to be in chaos. The gates of H.L. would no longer be closed, and the world would be full of man-eating monsters. The other three also stopped in shock when they heard this. Wang Xingnan was particularly shocked and dazed. She murmured to herself, "Do you think my grandma is really crazy?" No one could give an answer, although the words were different. The scene described did fit the doomsday scenario in the near future. Maybe it was just the ravings of an old man. Maybe it was the future seen by an old man with special abilities. However, they could not get answers to these questions now. Let's go to the laboratory first. If there is enough time, we can go to Xingnan's hometown to check on the situation after we return home. Knowing that they couldn't dwell on this now, Shi Xianxian called everyone's attention back. Let's go! Wang Xingnan took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions that suddenly surged up, and focused her eyes on the building in front of her. It was a 3-story light gray building with a lot of dark glass throughout, making it look cold and mysterious. Although the door at the entrance to the first floor of the laboratory was locked, the glass that was either smashed or shattered had long rendered the door useless. Moreover, there was more than one such damage. In some places, the glass fragments were outside the building, and in some places, they were inside. There were also a lot of dark red bloodstains on the glass fragments. Obviously, when the zombies broke out, this was also the most chaotic place in the town. After all, the earliest batch of abnormal people must have been sent to the nearest hospital and laboratory. Walking into the laboratory on broken glass, the friction sound of the glass and the floor under my feet seemed extremely harsh in the silence. The decoration style in the laboratory was simple and clean white. But because of this, the bloodstains on the ground that had not been cleaned yet seemed particularly eye-catching. Those bloody footprints, traces of blood dragging, and even unknown pieces of meat that were rotten or shriveled and dehydrated were clearly visible. More than a month has passed since the first zombie outbreak, and neither the government nor the Life Sequence Company has sent anyone to carry out follow-up maintenance work. Before, the entire town was deserted, and there were no signs of maintenance, which was understandable. After all, this was a big project, and it might not even be worth the effort. But the value of the Life Sequence Company's laboratory can be seen from the name alone. Yet, no one comes to clean up such a place. The first floor of the laboratory is mainly a hall for visitors. It is not the main office area, and there is no important information. The four people avoided the tables and chairs that were scattered all over the place, and went up the stairs to the second floor. Bloodstains could be seen along the way, and the handrails and stairs were not spared. The four people could almost imagine the horrible scene in their minds. Compared to the empty first floor, the second floor was divided into many offices, so the scene looked less straightforward. However, there was also no lack of blood and chaos. In order to save time, the four people dispersed and checked each office. Xian even went straight to the third floor to the leader's office area. The building seemed very empty because there was no one in it. Without any interference, the four people completed the inspection very quickly and reunited on the first floor in about 20 minutes. When the first wave of cleaning up the bodies took place, the Life Sequence Company should have taken away the core data. But it seems that no one has followed up with more detailed cleaning and maintenance work. Xian said that the computer equipment on the third floor was either missing or severely damaged. Apparently this was the reason why Life Sequence Company had not sent anyone to maintain it after such a long time. The situation is similar. And judging from the chaotic situation in the office, we are not the first wave of people to come here. Everything of value has long been looted. Su spread her hands, indicating that she didn't gain anything. More than a month later, this laboratory did not know how many people have been patronized. The actions of several people in Shibi are not fast. Wang Xingnan's situation is the same. The three people with both hands were finally settled on Qianqiu, because only he was holding things in his hands. And there were still many. Seeing this, Qianqiu showed the things in her hands one by one. The first ones were two posters, which were common decorative promotional items hung on the wall. They had seen many of them on the wall during their exploration. I took it out from a decorative frame. This one has the slogan of Life Sequence Company, which is also their company's purpose. The three of them looked over and saw a sentence written on the poster: "Let God retire. Be your own God." The second one is a photo of the founder of Life Sequence, with his life motto below it: "The world we live in is AHL. There is no God. Only we can save ourselves." The three of them were confused by the two posters that Qianqiu showed them, and didn't know what the purpose of these two posters was. There is also this book, which is the autobiography of the founder of Life Sequence. It should have been read by an employee, who read it very carefully and marked the key points. The founder, Service Dylan, experienced a flu pandemic when he was young. All his family members died, and he became an orphan. That's why he came up with the two life mottos mentioned above when he grew up. After listening to Qianqiu's summary, the three people were still confused. Xian couldn't help but ask, "Qianqi, this information is public and can be found on the internet." Qianqiu nodded to indicate that he knew it too. "I know. There is another page here with a torn corner and a bloody handprint on it. It seems to have been torn from a document in the chaos during the zombie outbreak." Qianqiu showed the torn piece of paper to the three people. The first thing that catches your eye is the light watermark on the paper: Eternal Life Project. The three were surprised. Although Life Sequence's technology was indeed unmatched by any other company in the world today. Immortality? Was it too far-fetched? However, thinking about the two posters they had just seen, the founder of Life Sequence did have a strong obsession with becoming a god or controlling his own destiny. Xian took the paper, and the three of them read the content carefully. To be honest, there was not much content, and it was incoherent. One could only tell that it was a part of an experimental data. The content was roughly about the reaction of subject number 0 to different external stimuli, such as how virus number 0 reacted when exposed to air, soaked in salt water, and subjected to high temperature. The last line of this page is a summary sentence. Virus number 0 has extremely strong vitality and can adapt to most harsh environments, but it is extremely aggressive and will attack other normal cells and alienate them into the same type, causing the virus to increase exponentially. I was confused at first, but when I saw the last sentence, I suddenly had a goal. The description of virus 0 on this paper looked like a zombie virus. So the root of everything really came from the Life Sequence Company, and it was related to their secret immortality plan. Qianqi, where did you find it? Xian was a little surprised, as she thought she would return empty-handed this time. Under an overturned table. You are still careful. Xian praised her younger brother generously. Qianqiu felt unworthy of the compliment. Because if 6161 hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have moved the tables. After all, there were almost no tables in normal positions in the building. And unless it was a comprehensive cleaning and maintenance, no one would move the tables for no reason. And this is why this piece of paper has been preserved until now. 6161. You are still very careful. 6161 deadpan. Don't you even change the words when you praise someone? Qianqiu thought for a moment. 6161. Your heart is as thin as a needle tip. 6161. It's suspected that the host was implying that it was petty, but it had no evidence. In any case, with the help of the obsessive-compulsive disorder and workaholic system, the 4-member team has now made some small gains. After exploring the ground part, the 4 plan to go to the underground part of the laboratory, which is the real experimental area, compared with the 3-story building on the ground. It is said that the underground building of this laboratory is very large. However, after the doomsday, the Life Sequence Company announced that it had closed all access to the underground laboratory. The 4 people went to the stairs just to give it a try, and were surprised to find that the sealed door was actually opened, because the power supply to the laboratory had been cut off long ago. The spiral downward stairs gradually extended into endless darkness, as if deep into H.L. Are we going down? Wang Shengyan asked in a low voice. Shi Xianxian responded by turning on the flashlight, obviously intending to go down and find out what was going on. Seeing this, Su Su also took out a flashlight from her backpack. Wang Shengyan finally looked at Qianqiu helplessly. Qianqiu looked at the deep stairs and said, I think we'd better leave immediately. There seems to be something down there. What? Wang Shengyan couldn't help but start stuttering. Su Su and Shi Xianxian were also shocked when they heard this. They stood at the edge of the stairs and looked down. This laboratory had many underground floors. It was rumored that there were nearly 30 floors. The stairs spiraled downward in a circular structure. And in the dark, they could not see the situation below at all. It's not good. But it is definitely not something that can be simply cope. We will leave now, and leave this town. After further careful feeling, Qianqiu's forehead suddenly broke out in sweat. At first, he only felt the strong breath of death below. He thought that the laboratory was closed in a hurry, and the first zombies sent in were not cleaned up. If it were just this, it would not be difficult to deal with. But now, after a careful feeling, cold sweat immediately flowed down. He clearly felt an incomparably powerful force, which even gave him a feeling of being a god. If this power wasn't too evil and dark, he would have almost thought it was the scrap metal of a demigod. After all, in this world, it shouldn't be possible for something more powerful than scrap metal to appear. But now, Qianqiu was not sure what exactly was hidden or sleeping in the deep darkness below. Qianqiu signaled the 3 to be quiet, then pointed in the direction of the exit, signaling the 3 to evacuate quietly. Seeing that Qianqi was covered in cold sweat and his expression was extremely solemn and serious, the 3 of them did not dare to have too many questions or movements. They cooperated very well and slowly exited the stairwell. While the 4 of them were moving, Qianqiu suddenly felt a sense of being stared at, as if the sleeping evil god in the deep abyss behind them had opened his eyes. Qianqiu suddenly felt something was wrong and growled, Run! Shi Xianxian and the other 2 had no idea what was going on. Although they didn't see or feel anything, their instinct made them react quickly, and they evacuated very quickly. Among the 4 people, Shi Xianxian is a genius with very developed motor nerves. Su Su has a doomsday dream to support her, and Wang Shengyan also has experience of doomsday life. So as time went by, Shi Qianqi became the last one. Fortunately, the 4 of them memorized the route after entering, and left at a fast speed. When the 4 of them ran out of the laboratory, Shi Qianqi shouted, Don't stop. Get in the car. The 3 people who were about to slow down their pace immediately started running again. Shi Xianxian slowed down by 2 steps and pulled her younger brother along, so that Qianqiu would not fall behind. When they ran 30 or 40 meters in confusion, they suddenly heard a strange buzzing sound behind them, as if the air around them suddenly vibrated for no reason. Then, they heard the sound of all the laboratory glass shattering, and in an instant, the midday sky suddenly darkened. Fortunately, Shi Xianxian and Su Su's flashlights were on, illuminating the way forward for them. The 4 of them subconsciously looked back, but it was already pitch black behind them. They only heard a strange roar that sounded like a human, And then two bright light sources, one red and one blue, appeared, like two sparkling gems, which were extremely conspicuous in the darkness. However, when the red and blue light sources began to approach them rapidly, they suddenly realized that they were a pair of eyes, a pair of red and blue pupils. In an instant, the four of them felt a terrifying, irresistible sense of oppression, difficulty breathing, heavy footsteps, and they seemed to be crushed by a mountain. Just as the four of them were shouting that something was wrong, the church in the center of the town suddenly rang. It seemed that it was the hour of the hour. The red and blue eyes stopped, hesitated for a moment, turned towards the center of the town, and went there quickly. Qianqiu and the other three knew that this was their only chance to escape. So they gritted their teeth, stood up, and quickly headed out of the town. They fled to the vehicles parked outside the town at the fastest speed they had ever run in their lives, and then started the car without wasting a second, and ran like crazy in the direction they came from, until they were very far away and the inky darkness around them gradually faded away. The four people in the car were unable to communicate. It was not that they did not want to, but until now, they had not recovered the ability to speak. While driving, Xian opened the sunroof and lowered the window a little. The warm sunlight and breeze brushed across their cheeks, gradually relaxing their stiffness. The four of them looked outside the car and realized that they had returned to a bright and warm world. The car slowly stopped. Xian gasped for breath to give herself a short rest. After calming down, the four of them looked back at the distant town of Lidhan. It was difficult to see the shadow of the town there because it was shrouded in a thick black fog. There was still no communication in the car, and it soon set off again, even though the darkness had no intention of chasing them. No one wanted to stay here. 2 hours later, they reached the edge of the city of Norher. The vehicles and pedestrians passing by seemed to tell the four people that they had returned to the human world. What is that? After a long while, Xian finally spoke with difficulty. Zombies in the apocalypse? Wang Shengnan immediately shook her head, as if in response to the stress. Even with high-level mutant zombies, I have never felt this way. It's too scary. Su also spoke blankly. I haven't seen it in my dreams either. After a moment's silence, the three of them turned their gazes to Qianqiu. After all, he was the first one to notice the abnormality. If Qianqi hadn't reminded them, the three of them would have already gone downstairs, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Qianqiu smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had no idea what that thing was, but he felt that it had at least the strength of a demigod and was full of malice. If their attention had not been suddenly attracted by something else, the four of them would have died there. But speaking of it, what exactly attracted that thing's attention? Chapter 78 Live Sequence Corporation. Qianqiu's confusion was soon answered. A video clip from a live broadcast quickly became a hot topic. The video was shot in Lidhan, where they had just escaped, and judging from the recording time of the video, it was exactly the time when they were exploring the laboratory. Thinking back carefully, when they arrived at Lidhan, there were indeed quite a few vehicles parked outside the town. After entering the town, the four-member team went straight to the laboratory, and they really could not find anyone else in other parts of the town. And judging from the time, these people are likely to be the ones who attracted the evil god at the critical moment. So even though the video has just begun, Qianqiu can already foresee the fate of these people. Xian and the other two quickly learned about the video from Qianqiu. They simply stopped the car and watched the video together. The content of the video comes from a well-known live broadcast exploration team. The team's main goal is to explore various supernatural events and murder scenes. So when the team learned that the real site of the zombie outbreak more than a month ago was a small town, they went to explore without hesitation. And unlike most teams, this expedition team did not stop after arriving in North L, but went straight to the small town of Lidhan, seemingly having no interest in the Life Sequence Company, which is now at the center of controversy. The expedition team arrived about 3 hours earlier than Xian and others, and the first target of the expedition team was also the laboratory. In the video, the actions of the expedition team are the same as those of Xian and her companions. The team leader explains the situation inside the laboratory to the camera while trying to collect some useful information. And their collection results were quite rich, because they opened the thick reshaped steel door leading to the underground experimental area. It turned out that the open door to the underground test area that Qianqiu and his friends saw in the laboratory was opened by the members of this expedition team because they got the authorization identity card. key and password from somewhere. When the gate to the underground test area was opened, the leader of the expedition team was explaining to the camera in a boastful manner. Although the whole town has lost power, all the isolation doors in the underground test area have independent battery reserves. It is said that the batteries can allow the isolation doors to continue to work for 30 years even in the event of a power outage. And look here, the permission card, the key, and the password. These three things are indispensable. I dare say that the previous expedition team couldn't get even one of them. Although his attitude was arrogant, what he said was true. The defense system of Life Sequence Company was very complete. None of these three things were easy to obtain. But this expedition team actually got them all. They really had something to show off. I heard that the underground test area was closed after the zombie outbreak, and it was not opened when the authorities dealt with the corpses. So this time we all brought weapons with us. If there are any fish that slip through the net, that's when we can show our skills. It can be seen that this expedition team is not stupid and has done sufficient preliminary preparations. Judging from the weapons they carry, they should have a certain financial strength. Such content obviously attracted a large number of viewers. The man in the video was very excited and reported the record-breaking data to his companions from time to time. Such data also made them extremely excited. So they quickly walked towards the deep darkness below with their guns. After entering the underground test area, the team seemed to have internal information and knew what the main research content of each floor was. The captain introduced it in a low voice as he walked. The team's goal was very clear, which was to go straight to the 20th floor. Going down the stairs was a long process, but the silence and oppressive darkness were very gripping. During the process, the team members were frightened by seeing the corpses that had not been cleaned up in time, and the data in the live broadcast room climbed again. When the expedition team opened the isolation door on the -20th floor, a series of low growls were heard in the video. The sound seemed to come from a human throat, but it also sounded like the sound of some wild beast. This familiar voice made Wang Shengnan unable to help but remind him. It's zombies. There are indeed zombies in the underground test area that have not been cleared. The expedition team in the video was obviously frightened by the sound. Although they had weapons in their hands and had seen zombies in the video, encountering zombies in reality is another matter. When a nearby zombie heard the sound and came over, some team members screamed on the spot. Some turned and ran, and some stood there stupidly, at a loss. Fortunately, one of them was reliable and shot and killed the zombie. A gun with a silencer could have effectively avoided noise. But the problem now was that the team members' voices were much louder than the gunshots. So soon, all the zombies in the underground test area were awakened, and roars and footsteps seemed to gather from all directions. In this situation, the expedition team was of course preparing to evacuate. But the man who had started the robbery did not want to leave. He ignored the obstruction of others and entered the laboratory on the 20th floor. Then 2 minutes later, he ran out holding a file box. And behind him were 7 or 8 zombies. If the members of the expedition team could calm down, they would have no problem dealing with these 7 or 8 zombies. But as ordinary people who had never faced zombies, they had only one choice, which was to run. So what followed was a thrilling chase. Fortunately, there was an isolation door every 5 floors in the underground test area, and the quality was very good. It was the kind of sealed door that could block the air at critical moments and prevent the experimental gas from leaking out. It was by activating these doors that the expedition team got rid of more and more zombies. Moreover, the floors close to the ground were probably the ones that had all run away when the zombies broke out. So the number of zombies there was very small, and all 7 members of the team successfully escaped from the laboratory. After leaving the laboratory, the 7 members of the team were glad to have survived, and the captain was particularly excited to report that the data in the live broadcast room had doubled again. They fled in panic, thinking that they were facing zombies just now. But they didn't know that the most dangerous thing in the underground test area was not zombies. You saw it too? Sure, Xian asked. The other 3 nodded. I see. 2 glowing eyes. 1 red and 1 blue. Apparently, someone in the live broadcast room saw it and sent a barrage of comments to remind the expedition team. The expedition team leader saw the barrage of comments, but only said that they did not see any red or blue spots. It should be the light of the camera or the luminous or reflective objects carried by some zombies. After the expedition team got excited about the soaring data in the live broadcast room, they became curious about the information that was brought out. But the person who brought the information was unwilling to share it, and even pointed a gun at them in desperation, and finally left alone. Seeing this, several members of the expedition team quickly packed up their things and followed him, questioning why the man suddenly went crazy while chasing him. The team chased to the center of the town and came to the church. What shocked them was that all the graves in the cemetery next to the church had been dug up. What made them even more horrified was that the dug graves had obvious fingerprints. Those graves were actually dug up by hand, and only the skeletons were exposed to the air. Some skeletons rotted naturally, while others were bitten by people. The whole center of the town was shrouded in a faint smell of decay. Several young men who had hardly ever seen death were so frightened by this extremely horrifying scene that they were speechless for a long time, while the man with the information had already entered the church. Faced with this situation, a split occurred within the team. Some people felt that they should leave immediately, while others did not want to give up the data that kept breaking new records. And they also could not leave their companions here alone. Finally, after some arguments, 2 girls left. Fortunately, they came in 2 cars, so the people who stayed behind did not try to stop them. But when the 2 girls turned around and left, Xianqiu clearly saw several marks on the arm of one of the girls. The camera flashed by, and it was impossible to tell whether they were scratches or scratches. The few people who decided to stay also entered the church. The internal structure of this ancient building was not complicated. After searching for a while, they were surprised to find that the companion who brought the information had disappeared. Fortunately, one of them keenly discovered the mechanism of the church and found the stairs extending downwards. "Why are you going down to the ground again?" "I don't want to go down." A person in the video complained like this. "This is a church. It's definitely safer than a lab." And Leon went in alone. After a brief argument, the last few people determined the order and entered one by one. The stairs going down were very narrow and spiraled downward. The light of the flashlight gave them a lot of sense of security. Such a cramped and depressing environment did not last too long. This time, the stairs were obviously not long. They soon came to a spacious underground space, and the young man named Leon holding the information stood motionless in front. The camera looked around and captured the environment of the underground space. The underground space was about 50 square meters. It was supported by 4 stone pillars. The ground was paved with rough stone slabs. The whole space looked very old. "Leon?" The man holding the camera called out his companion's name. But Leon did not respond. Considering Leon's previous behavior of rushing into the laboratory alone, the 4 team members did not dare to move forward rashly, for fear that Leon had been infected without their knowledge. One of the 4 team members raised his gun and ordered Leon to turn around. This time Leon reacted and turned around as he said. But strangely, his eyes were gone, replaced by a pair of bloody holes. Upon closer inspection, Leon's eyeballs were in his hands. Judging from the blood on his hands, it seemed that he had dug out his own eyes. The remaining 4 were terrified. They didn't know what was going on. Just when they were hesitating whether to step forward and take Leon away by force, Leon laughed. His laughter was crazy and desperate. "I saw HL. We are all dead. We are all dead. None of us can escape." At this moment, strange vibrations and terrifying roars came from the ground. The 4 people in the underground space panicked and moved closer subconsciously. Their movement made them see some strange patterns drawn on the floor in front of Leon. And in the middle of the pattern, there was a concave hemispherical space with blood that had already solidified. Although they didn't know what the pattern meant, it looked like some kind of sexual ritual. Coupled with Leon who dug out his own eyes, the 4 people who walked in soon regretted it. They couldn't tell which was scarier, the ground or the underground space filled with evil. After an intense ideological struggle, the 4 decided to go to the ground. When leaving, they wanted to forcibly pull Leon away, but Leon's reaction was too violent. The 4 had no choice but to leave first and prepare to find a rescue team later. When watching the video, Xian and the other 3 had already guessed the ending, because the town of Lidhan had already begun to be shrouded in black fog. Sure enough, the 4 people who climbed up the stairs were stunned when they saw the darkness outside. They took out their mobile phones to check the time in suspicion and confirmed that it was noon, because they didn't know what was happening outside. The 4 people didn't dare to leave the church rashly, and then instinctively climbed to a higher place, hoping to see farther. Just as they climbed to the top of the church, it was 12 o'clock noon and the church bells rang, which was the daily time signal. The 4 people quickly calmed down after a brief shock, but then they saw 2 light sources, one red and one blue, approaching rapidly in the thick black smoke in the distance. At that moment, the captain of the expedition team finally remembered the barrage reminder he had seen before. With the overwhelming atmosphere of terror, he squeezed out 2 words from his throat: run. But compared to Xianxian and the others, it was very difficult for this expedition team to escape. One reason was that they were in the church, and it took time to go downstairs. Another reason was that they were in the center of the town, and it was very difficult to run out of the town. During the short escape with almost no struggle, the team members died one by one. At the end of the video, people finally saw the owner of the red and blue eyes. He was a man with pale skin without any blood color. He was completely different from those ugly and terrifying zombies. His appearance was even perfect. He lowered his head and glanced at the camera, like a contemptuous glance from a god in the clouds. And then he raised his foot and stomped the camera to pieces. And the video came to an abrupt end. The 4 people who watched the video were suddenly frightened. Especially the man's last look at the camera. As if he was looking at the 4 people who had just escaped. As if to say, next time, I will definitely catch you. After learning the whole story, the 4 people who escaped death were not happy at all. One reason was that their escape was due to the death of another team. Although it was indeed that team that opened the door to the underground test area, they still felt very uncomfortable. Secondly, there was the man with red and blue eyes. He gave them a sense of urgency that they might be hunted down at any time. And they didn't even know if that man was a real human being. The sudden appearance of this unknown man disrupted the plans of the 4 people. Now they did not have the courage to return to the town of Lidon, because they knew that they were no match for the mysterious man. After calming down for a moment, the car started again and slowly drove back to the hotel in North L City. However, the 4 people did not get out of the car for a long time. They stayed in the car for more than an hour before the fear that lingered around them completely dissipated. The 4 people, still frightened, had no appetite, so they went straight back to the hotel. After returning to his room, Xianqiu lay on the bed and began to feel depressed about all the misfortunes in this world. The smell of scrap iron disappeared again. And before it disappeared, scrap iron seemed to have returned home. This repeated and sideways movement made Xianqiu unable to figure out what scrap iron was doing. Now a monster of the evil god level has appeared in the town of Lidon. And the difficulty of this doomsday world has really risen sharply. The other 3 people were equally depressed. Although their trip was not completely fruitless, the thing that came out at the end overturned their perception of the dangers of doomsday. That invincible terrifying force really hit the confidence of Xianxian and the other 2. Especially the reborn Wang Shengnan. The only reasonable guess she could give in the end was that before the doomsday officially began, their team of 4 accidentally ran into the zombie king of the doomsday. When the 4 of them gathered in the restaurant for dinner in the evening, Wang Shengnan also explained her guess. Zombie king? Xianxian was very shocked. The apocalypse hasn't even started yet. And there's already a zombie king? Then how big will it grow after the apocalypse? Wang Shengnan shook her head. I don't know either. The zombie king was just an uncertain legend in the previous life. No one can provide evidence of its existence. Now that I think about it, maybe everyone who has seen the zombie king is dead. Can humans really defeat that thing? Su had never seen that thing in her dream, which made her feel very strange, because her dream did not end with her death, but until Xianxian's death. In such a long dream, there was not even any information about that thing. How could such a powerful existence be so silent? No matter what it is, since it can appear in the laboratory, it is probably related to the life sequence company. It is even very likely to be the experimental subject number 0 mentioned in the report. Unfortunately, the life sequence's precautions are too strict. Xianxian felt that they were one step closer to the truth, but were blocked outside the door. The 4 people, who were suffering from the overly strict precautions of Life Sequence Company, ended up sitting in a meeting room of Life Sequence that night. But they were all tied to their chairs. What's going on? Qianxi, Su, Shengnan. When Xianxian woke up, she felt very dizzy, which was obviously the feeling that she had been drugged while falling asleep. I'm fine. Qianqiu looked around and soon saw the logo of Life Sequence Company on the huge conference table in front of him. Decorative signs with Life Sequence Company's promotional slogans were also hung on the surrounding walls. Is this the Life Sequence Company? Su obviously also looked around and saw those iconic patterns. Wang Shengnan was trying to break free from her restraints and looked around in surprise when she heard this. Just when the four of them were feeling extremely confused, the door of the room was pushed open, and a man in a suit and tie walked in. His expression did not look that serious, but there was an indescribable numbness in his expression. The man came to the front of the conference table and looked at the people tied to the chairs. "Don't be nervous. The four of you. We have no ill intentions. We just want to find out more about the situation." None of Qianqiu and the other three spoke a word. They were all tied to chairs, and it seemed that the other party did not have much good intentions. The man continued to explain. "We tied them up for our mutual safety. After all, from yesterday till now, everyone who entered Lidhan has gone crazy, or has been infected. Only 4 of them are still awake." Hearing this, Qianqiu and the other 3 showed a hint of surprise. "Except for us, everyone else who came back was infected?" "Yes. I think you have seen the viral video online. The 2 girls who left early were scratched by zombies in the laboratory, so they were not spared." "Then why did you tie us up and bring us here?" Although her mood became heavier, Shi Xianxian still kept a calm expression. "The purpose of inviting you here is actually very simple. We want to know as much as possible about everything that happened after the apocalypse. We have already investigated several people, and some of them are reborn. Don't worry. Listen to me. You are not the first group of reborn people we have contacted. I understand that you have something to ask for, and we also need the information about the apocalypse in the memories of the reborn. So why not make an exchange?" The man looked very familiar with this situation, and it was obviously not the first time he had dealt with such a thing. Moreover, after entering Norher, the airtight precautions of the Life Sequence Company also showed that they had learned certain information in advance. At first, they speculated that there were also reborn people within the Life Sequence Company. But now it seems that things are not that simple. Among the reborn people from all over the world, many have the same idea as Shi Xianxian, wanting to end it all from the source in advance. So they flock here. While defending themselves, Life Sequence Company also began to do business with these reborn people, exchanging information they needed. So now, in this world, Life Sequence Company is the place that integrates the most comprehensive doomsday information. That's not all. There are people from your company in that live broadcast team. You also want to know more about the situation in Lidhan town, and what happened to the man named Leon." Chiaki spoke up. The man in the suit did not deny it. He listened to the instructions in the headset for a while, then nodded and acknowledged Qianqiu's words. "Yes, Leon is our boss's youngest son, and this matter will soon be found out by netizens. So there is no need to hide it. But his trip to Lidhan was a personal act, and compared to Leon's ending, our boss is more concerned about how you sensed the danger at the stairs and evacuated quickly. After all, according to the information we have so far, superpowers can only be awakened after the apocalypse. Obviously, this is the real reason why the 4 people were tied here. After all, mastering superpowers earlier means more initiative and a higher chance of survival. Superpowers are such tempting abilities. Who doesn't want to obtain them earlier?" Faced with this question, Shi Xianxian's heart was filled with alarm. The way she and Shi Qianxi obtained their superpowers was different from that of ordinary people. If they were exposed, it was possible that the 2 of them would enter the laboratory in advance. She also felt that at the stairs, Shi Qianxi's extraordinary sensitivity seemed like his supernatural powers had awakened in advance. "If I tell you how to awaken your superpowers in advance, what information would you give me in exchange? The true identity of Subject Zero? Or the results of your company's research on the zombie virus?" When Shi Xianxian was getting nervous, Qianqiu spoke very calmly. Chapter 79 The Worst God. Hearing Qianqiu say this, the numbness on the face of the man in the suit finally faded a lot. If you can really provide a method to awaken superpowers in advance, you can get both the number 0 experiment subject and the company's research data on the zombie virus. So refreshing? This surprised Qianqiu a little. It seems that what you have researched is not of much value. Man in suit. Suddenly I felt like I was being tricked and couldn't refute it. I do know some methods that have a chance of awakening superpowers in advance, and even some potion formulas that can greatly activate superpowers. Since your company has come into contact with a large number of reborn people, you must have heard of Dr. Simon's name. I spent most of my time in his laboratory in my previous life, so I have mastered some useful things. Shi Xianxian, who was standing by with a trepidation, said, "Are you a senior staff member of Dr. Simon's laboratory?" The man in the suit had indeed heard of the name of Dr. Simon from the Reborn. This man was very mysterious and his whereabouts were erratic. No one could accurately find the location of his laboratory. However, his laboratory produced two important potions after the doomsday. One was for developing ordinary people's superpowers. After taking it, ordinary people had a 70% chance of awakening their superpowers. The other was for improving the qualifications of those with superpowers, fully stimulating their talents, and greatly improving their abilities. Both of these potions were scarce and priceless at the doomsday. Faced with such a genius, Life Sequence Company was naturally excited. They also tried to find this person before the end of the world. But unfortunately, Dr. Simon was probably a fake name. They have not found this person so far, and it is even more impossible to obtain information from related laboratories. I can't say I'm a senior staff member. I just happen to have a good memory. In his previous life, Dr. Simon was very confident in the security level of his laboratory. And in fact it was true that Shurchiensi was unable to leave the laboratory until his death. In order to get to know his test subjects more thoroughly, Dr. Simon would often chat with Shurchiensi to enhance their relationship, hoping to increase the success rate of the experiment. During the conversation, Dr. Simon discovered that Shurchiensi's mental strength was very strong. Although he had no biological foundation, he was self-taught and slowly began to understand the experiment. Dr. Simon was not disgusted by this, and was even very happy about it. Sometimes he would discuss the experimental results with Shurchiensi in detail after the experiment. A test subject who is very familiar with the experiment itself can greatly improve the accuracy of the experimental data. Shurchiensi, who had an almost photographic memory, naturally remembered the formulas of several medicines developed by Dr. Simon. Later, Dr. Simon even accepted several of Shurchiensi's suggestions based on Shurchiensi's personal experience, and made some improvements to the medicines. In his previous life, Shurchiensi tried various ways to escape. Naturally, lowering Dr. Simon's vigilance was one of his goals. But unfortunately, Dr. Simon was like an emotionless machine. No matter how hard Shurchiensi tried, he never let down his guard, let alone treat him as a friend. There are still more than 4 months until the end of the world, which is enough time for you to conduct experiments. I will give you the formula of one potion first. After you achieve results, give me the information I want. I will decide whether to give you the formula of the second potion based on the value of the information you provide. Qianqiu understood that the Life Sequence Company would not exchange information without any results. So he simply came up with the formula of a medicine. Anyway, it was not developed by themselves, and he would be happy to give that perverted doctor some trouble. What's more, if the Life Sequence Company succeeded, it would be a good thing for humans to obtain superpowers and advance. The man in the suit agreed with Qianqiu's proposal. You are such a difficult person. It seems that Life Sequence Company is protected. But if it wants to obtain the formula of the second medicine, Life Sequence Company must consider the value of the information. Under the circumstance of time pressure, the company certainly does not want to argue. So it is afraid that it will have to bleed heavily. Really? You can choose not to bother me. I am also willing to pretend nothing happened and go back home. Qianqiu had an indifferent attitude. Man in suit. Not long after, Qianqiu and the others were untied. Apparently, the fear that they would go crazy, that was the reason they tied them up, was just an excuse. The current Life Sequence Company may have no idea about virus vaccines, but it can certainly judge whether the human body is infected. Qianqiu found a computer and wrote out the formula for a potion that could stimulate the superpowers of ordinary people. This potion could stimulate the potential of ordinary people, and also had a certain effect on those with superpowers, activating their superpowers in advance. However, the effect varied from person to person. When Qianqiu was writing the formula, he also wrote down the known side effects. The most serious side effect was death. So people who took the potion had to be mentally prepared. Although the end of the world is approaching, both parties still formally signed a contract, stipulating that Life Sequence Company will keep the source of the formula confidential and provide information about subject number 0 and the company's current research results on the zombie virus after the experiment is successful. After confirming that both parties were fine, Qianqiu and his companions could leave. When they were about to leave the gate of Life Sequence Company, the man in the suit said, "The authorities have given up on the town of Lidhan. Once the video is released online, more and more people will go to Lidhan for adventure." This sentence seemed to be just a sigh. But Qianqiu knew that the man in a suit with a numb face was obviously not someone who liked to chat. So the real meaning of this sentence was that there were too many people who were seeking death and did not believe in evil, and their company might not be able to keep an eye on them. Moreover, The infection of the zombie virus was exponential, and Norther was afraid that it would soon be in chaos. Thank you. I look forward to your good news. Qianqiu accepted the suitman's kindness. After leaving the life sequence company, the four of them discussed and decided that there was no point in staying here now, so it would be better to return home as soon as possible. So the four of them immediately returned to the hotel to pack their luggage, and then boarded the plane back home after dawn. Shortly after they left, Nordhall announced a citywide curfew. The airport, port, and train station were all shut down. The reason for this was that the situation in the town of Leham was out of control, and the authorities did not know if there were any zombies wandering around outside. Also, it was to prevent a large number of people from entering Leham, which would accelerate the arrival of chaos in Nordhall. The four people only learned the news after they got off the plane, and they couldn't help but feel lucky that they acted quickly enough. There are still a little more than 4 months to the end of the world, and during the time they were away, Shi's father Shi Zhuiyuan had already found a location for the new base and convinced Wang Shengnan and Susu's parents. However, the reason was to develop a good place for collective retirement. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, far away from the city, but there was also a newly built asphalt road that could lead directly to it, so transportation was quite convenient. Under Shi Zhuiyuan's vision of returning to nature and living a leisurely retirement life, both the Wang family and the Su family were moved. They have also invested heavily during this period and are working together to build their own future retirement resorts. Moreover, with the three families spending lavishly, the base construction has begun to take shape. Although the foursome had been far away abroad, they had always kept in touch with their families. After returning home, Shi Qianxian planned to go straight to the new base. Shi Qianxi prepared to continue traveling, and Wang Shengnan and Susu had to go home to pack up and move. In addition, the two of them also had to stockpile supplies on a large scale. After all, when they went to the new base, they couldn't always rely on the Shi family's supplies. So, after returning home, the four people agreed to meet at the new base 3 months later, and then each went to do their own thing. After regaining his freedom, Qianqiu quickly found the joy of traveling. He went to very famous food tourism cities, ate while spending a lot of money to buy food secret recipes from the bosses. After explaining that he was not a competitor, but simply liked to collect food, and signing an agreement, Qianqiu was able to buy most of the food secret recipes, which, in Qianqiu's view, were real wealth. Of course, Qianqiu did not forget to look for traces of scrap iron while traveling. Recently, the smell of scrap iron has finally stabilized and has remained in the country, which made Qianqiu feel at ease. So K ate while walking, slowly traveling in pursuit of the smell of scrap iron. And then 3 months later, Qianqiu chased it to a beautiful valley, and this was their doomsday base. Qianqiu rode all the way to the outside of the valley, but did not go in. He thought it was such a coincidence. Why was the smell of scrap iron in the new base that Shi's father was looking for? Qianxi? You're here too. Why don't you go in? A car drove up from behind, and Wang Shengnan stuck her head out of the car and greeted Qianqiu happily. Susu and I arrived 3 days ago, and we have been busy transporting supplies in the past 2 days. The base is almost complete. Compared to the previous base, this one is simply perfect. Wang Shengnan was obviously doing well recently, and couldn't wait to share recent information with Qianqiu. It just so happens that I received something sent by Life Sequence Company the day before yesterday. Is Sister Susu also at the base? I have something for you. Qianqiu got on his bicycle, held onto the car window, and slowly drove towards the base. The closer he got to the base, the more excited Qianqiu became. He was about to see scrap metal, and the smile on his face couldn't be concealed even when he thought about it. Wang Shengnan noticed Qianqiu's excitement and said with great understanding, "You are very excited, right? I was also very excited when I came here for the first time. I laughed even more foolishly than you." Qianqiu? Why are you smiling so foolishly? I heard from Uncle Shi that there was a developer who was planning to develop a tourist resort here, but he went bankrupt before the development was completed. The place has been abandoned for a long time. When I heard that someone wanted to take over, the developer made the move without any hesitation. Uncle Shi is really good at finding places. Wang Xingnan's eyes were full of admiration, and she was obviously very satisfied with the new base. After entering the base and observing the situation, Qianqiu was very satisfied. It really took a lot of effort to find such a place. The construction of this resort was quite complete. The large hotel, villa area, shopping mall, amusement park, and hot spring area were actually almost built. After Cher's father took over, he spent money crazily again. And now it has been basically completed. Not only that, considering the situation after the end of the world, Cher's father also built farmhouses and breeding farms in the area near the river in the east, obviously intending to farm and raise livestock in the future. Now, many livestock can be seen there. It feels so good not to have to do the work myself. It feels so good to have such a reliable family. It would be even better if there was a system to do the work. Qianqiu sighed to 6161. 6161 tried his best to suppress his eagerness to work and made up his mind to do nothing in this life. My eyesight is not good and I need to cultivate it. Qianqiu, Boomerang may be late, but it will never be absent. Although the system was determined to strike, Qianqiu was not too panicked. As early as 2 months ago, he and Shi Qianqian's superpowers had awakened. The life sequence company was indeed sensitive. Qianqiu was able to sense the danger in the town of Lidhan, which was indeed a sign of the awakening of his superpowers. And when they were escaping, Shi Qianqian was able to easily lead him to keep up with the team, which was also a sign of physical awakening. The two kept in touch by phone after returning to China, and finally awakened their superpowers more than a month after returning home. And everything was just as Qianqiu had guessed. After exchanging gems, the awakened superpowers of the two were indeed very different from those in the previous life. The sapphire directly transformed Shi Qianqian into an all-around physical person. In the Doomsday, the superpowers who awakened physically basically had a certain characteristic that was outstanding, such as speed, strength, jumping, vision, etc. Shi Qianqi had actually improved in the previous life, but his health was not good to begin with. And after the improvement, he was only slightly stronger than ordinary people, and had nothing to do with a physical person. But in this life, Shi Qianqian could clearly feel her own strength. Speed and other abilities had been significantly enhanced. She had already experimented with it herself, and she had just awakened her special powers, and could easily jump onto the second-floor balcony on the spot. Not only that, her observation, hearing and sense of smell have been significantly enhanced, and her self-healing ability is particularly outstanding. Shi Qianqian described herself as if she had evolved, and these are just basic abilities. As for Qianqiu, he also saw the legendary life space. But unlike the space that Qianqian could only enter and use by herself in the previous life, Qianqiu could clearly feel that the life space in this life was controlled by himself. It was precisely because of this that Qianqiu had a bold idea, especially after reading the material sent by the Life Sequence Company. K's bold idea became more firm. When Qianqiu arrived at the new base, he was naturally hugged by Shi's parents, although the family had only been separated for a few months. During this special period, even a day of separation was torture. For fear that something might happen to the other party, the reunited family had lunch together, which lasted 2 hours. Most of the time they were chatting, talking about recent interesting things, past embarrassments, and plans for the future. Qianqiu could feel that his family was using their methods to help him eliminate his fear of doomsday. Faced with such silent care, Qianqiu of course gladly accepted it. After dinner, he distributed gifts to his family. Only then did his family gradually cool down from the joy of reunion. In the afternoon, Qianqiu, who was freed, couldn't wait to look for scrap metal. But he was stopped as soon as he walked out of the bedroom door. It turned out that Su and Wang Shengnan came. "What do you want to talk to me and Shengnan about?" After experiencing life and death together with Li Dahan, Su's attitude towards Qianqiu softened. After Shi Qianqian confirmed that she had awakened her physical and healing abilities, Su was completely relieved. Seeing this, Qianqiu let the 3 people into the house, and then went to find the things sent by the Life Sequence Company. In addition to the data and information I wanted, Life Sequence Company also sent me a box of medicines. Their research was successful, and these are their return gifts. Qianqiu opened a silver-white box, and inside was a series of ampoules of medicine fixed by hard sponges. The medicine was not big, only 2 milliliters each, and was light yellow. There are a total of 50 medicines here. It is indeed the work of a big company. You and Sister Shengnan each take 10, and you can use them as you like. Wang Xingnan's breathing stopped. In her previous life, this kind of potion that stimulated superpowers was sold at a sky-high price. She couldn't afford it, and this thing couldn't be bought just by having money. Su was also shocked. She didn't expect that Shurqiansi would be willing to give her 10 of them. And he said it so casually. She wanted to refuse because obtaining these potions had nothing to do with her. It was all Shurqiansi's own ability. These medicines are improved versions. Life Sequence Company is indeed full of talented people. After taking the improved medicine, not only are the side effects greatly reduced, but the rate of stimulating superpowers has been increased to 90%. However, each person can only take one. Chiaki continues to drop bombs, alas. Dr. Simon is indeed a genius. But Life Sequence Company is now in its heyday and has many talented people. After obtaining the formula, they quickly made improvements to the medicine. Don't even think about refusing. With the preparations, Life Sequence Company will definitely be able to survive the impact of the doomsday in this life. After all, we have already seen its ironclad defense system. Life Sequence Company has also promised that as long as I give you the formula for another potion, it will regularly provide me with a certain amount of potions after the doomsday. It is obvious that Life Sequence Company knows how to paint a big picture. And this big picture is indeed very attractive. What's more, the pile of information is also the other party's sincerity, which contains the answers to all Qianxio's questions. Then I won't be polite to you. Thank you. Qianxi. Thank you. Su Su and Wang Shengnan accepted this gift. After all, they also had relatives and friends of their own. Besides, even if they didn't use it, they could sell it for a huge sum of money in the future. A bottle of potion could be exchanged for a crystal core at a sky-high price. So there was no need to worry about not upgrading their superpowers. The more powerful humans there are, the greater our hope of defeating the apocalypse. Qianxio has already witnessed the terrifying power of the evil god. The power of one person is limited. But what about the power of all people combined? After delivering the medicine, the three of them curiously asked about subject number 0. The Life Sequence Company sent a lot of information, and they didn't want to know it all. After all, it was Shurqiansi's personal income. But they were really curious about subject number 0. Is subject 0 really the source of the zombie virus? After Wang Shengnan asked further, she suddenly remembered her crazy fortune-teller grandmother. I went back to my hometown to investigate some time ago, but I didn't get much. After all, my family moved away many years ago, and my grandmother passed away a long time ago. Qianxio nodded to indicate that he understood. Perhaps Wang Shengnan's grandmother would eventually become a mystery. The source did come from subject 0. Qianxio took out a few pages of information and handed them to the three people. Remember the man in a suit with a numb face? His numbness is not because he has come into contact with too many reborn people, but because of his despair about the end of the world. From the beginning of the zombie outbreak to now, Life Sequence Company has achieved 0 results in research on the zombie virus, and has made 0 progress in research. In other words, they know very well that the end of the world is inevitable. The peace in Norther is just an illusion. All the core members of Life Sequence Company know that there is no solution to the zombie virus. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Shurqiansi was shocked when she looked at the information in her hands. It had been so long since the zombie outbreak, and the most powerful company in the world had not made any progress at all. Because the true identity of Subject 0 is one of the guardians of this world. Yahenaga. Qianxio tried to say this in a calm tone. Qianxio was also shocked when he learned this information. This was probably the most miserable group of gods in the world he traveled through. They were actually killed by their own people and dissected for experiments. The three people on the opposite side were stunned. What? Yahenaga? Isn't that a character from mythology? He is a god. How could he die and leave a corpse? That's what the information provided by Life Sequence Company says. In pursuit of eternal life, the founder of their company began to study the legendary god of life, and eventually found the resting place of Yahenaga, which is the church in the town of Liham. Although he is a staunch atheist and even preaches that he wants to be his own god, he still spends a lot of time and money exploring these mysterious things, and even performed a summoning ceremony to summon the holy body of Yahenaga, because he is the god of life. The body of Yahenaga looks no different from a living person. He has body temperature and pulse, and he is even breathing. This is a living corpse. The founder of Life Sequence Company couldn't wait to take the body to the laboratory for autopsy, hoping to uncover the secret of immortality as soon as possible. But according to the autopsy doctor, all the people who participated in the autopsy felt guilty afterwards because they all felt like they had dissected a living person. What Qianxio said all came from the materials sent to him by Life Sequence Company. And the materials also said that the actual person in charge of Life Sequence Company has been replaced. After all, the trouble caused by the founder is irreparable and unforgivable. So the man in the suit said at the time that compared with the ending of the founder's youngest son, they were more interested in stimulating superpowers in advance. It turned out that the situation inside Life Company had changed. The boy who went to Lidhan to pursue the truth was probably unable to accept that his father was the culprit of the end of the world. So he collapsed and dug out his eyes. Chapter 80 Reunion. The founder of Life Sequence Company wanted to become God. So he dissected God in order to study him. However, this act itself angered God. And God no longer indulged his people without limits. And no longer protected his people without asking for anything in return. He gave up his godhood, degenerated into a demon, and turned his butcher knife towards his former people. Due to the decline of faith in this world, those distant mythological stories are almost forgotten. And some people don't even know the names of the ancient gods. Xianqiu also learned about the complete mythological system of this world from the information provided by the Life Sequence Company. The mythology system of this world is actually not complicated, because there are only 3 ancient gods from beginning to end, and they are in charge of life, death, time and space respectively. These 3 are both creator gods and guardian gods. They take turns guarding the gate of H.L. in the world to resist the invasion of H.L. They exchange guarding tasks every 500 years to give themselves enough rest time. When they are not needed to guard the gates of H.L., they are either in a deep sleep or incarnate as mortals to experience birth, aging, sickness and death, joy, anger, sorrow and happiness in this world. Regardless of whether they are sleeping or incarnating, they will lose their divine powers and become no different from mortals. This is also the reason why the founder of Life Sequence Company can cause harm to the God of Life. The soul of the God of Life is immortal, but will die. And this disaster that swept the world was not caused by the anger of the God of Life, but by the anger of another guardian god after he knew everything. That was the God of Death, Maurice. The death of the God of Life caused severe damage to the survival of all things in the world. Normally, at this time, things would slowly get better after waiting for the God of Life to reincarnate. However, the faith in this world has disappeared, and there are only a few believers in the God of Life. The God of Life has lost the source of life. The God who gave life to mankind has died. It was at this time that the enraged God of Death took back his power to kill the living. The lives of the living quickly faded, but the souls of the dead could not rest in peace. The first batch of the living dead were born. The pain of not being able to rest made the living dead instinctively pursue the flesh and breath of the living, and frantically devoured the living in an attempt to revive themselves. But the God of Life was no longer there, and their madness was in vain. Because of the death of the God of Life, living people have no power to resist once they are contaminated by the aura of death. So the zombie virus spreads so quickly. The so-called vaccine for the zombie virus simply does not exist. Because no matter how hard the Life Sequence Company tries, all life force in the world is declining, and nothing can resist the erosion of death. But in the end, the God of Life still left a trace of mercy for mankind. That is, the mutants. Although the mutants are not immune to infection, they have the ability to fight against the living dead. The future direction of mankind is still very uncertain. According to the calculations of the Life Sequence Company, the balance between life and death will be completely unbalanced in the next few months, until the day when the doomsday completely breaks out in the memories of the reborn. The remaining life of the God of Life will be low to a critical point. On that day, the world will be officially taken over by the God of Death. On that day, people who died worldwide will not be able to successfully reincarnate, and the living dead will quickly rise up all over the world, and then spread exponentially. The end of the world cannot be avoided, and the core employees of Life Sequence Company know it. So everyone's face is inevitably stained with numbness. Life and death seem to be opposites, but in fact they are a complete cycle. Now that this cycle has collapsed, the world has naturally fallen into chaos. Reincarnation no longer exists, and there is no life or death, and only extreme pain. After reading the information handed over by Qianqiu and Shi Qianxi's detailed explanation, Shi Qianxian and the other 2 finally accepted the truth of the doomsday. The God of Life had died, which meant that the world would eventually die. But the God in charge of death had deprived humans of the right to die, and the cycle of reincarnation collapsed. In the end, humans turned into zombies that were neither alive nor dead, suffering the pain of being unable to die or live. So is this world doomed to be destroyed? No. This world will exist no matter what. It's only humans that will be destroyed. Such a desperate trend made Shi Xianxian feel extremely powerless. Is there really no way? Wang Shengnan also had a look of despair on her face. No wonder there were no newborns after the apocalypse. At the time, people just thought it was caused by the apocalyptic environment. It turns out that the god in charge of life is no longer there. Is there any way to revive the god of life? Aren't gods immortal? After Su Su finished speaking, she smiled self-deprecatingly. If I were a god, I would not want to care about humans even if I were reborn. Qianqiu did not speak. The reason why a god can become a god is because of his great love. Just like he still left a glimmer of hope for humans with superpowers before his death. The god of life loved his people until his death. After learning the truth about the end of the world and the reality that the world will become increasingly worse in the future, Qianqiu began to tell the three about Life Sequence Company's very few research results on zombies. The brain is the connection point between the soul and the body. And it is also the place where spiritual power gathers. Therefore, destroying the brain is the only way to deal with zombies. The crystal core in the zombie's brain is actually the place where spiritual power gathers. Therefore, absorbing the crystal core can enhance superpowers. Therefore, the stronger the zombie, the stronger the energy contained in the crystal core in the brain. Compared to zombies, the spiritual power of living humans can still flow freely through their limbs and meridians. The meridians are invisible. So crystal nuclei will not grow in the brains of humans and superpowers. In addition, the zombie virus, or death energy, can easily invade wounds. The human body is also a creation of the god of life, and is naturally a barrier. As long as the body is not injured, it will not be infected even if it is soaked in zombie blood. Therefore, keeping the body intact is the best way to resist the zombie virus. You can leave it to me. Although my healing skills are still at the elementary level, I am already very familiar with treating flesh wounds. Shi Xianxian now understood why she was immune to the zombie virus. It was because her body's self-healing ability was now extremely abnormal, and would not give the zombie virus any chance to invade. Even if she was injected with the zombie virus, the vigorous breath of life in her body would expel the deathly energy. Her healing ability is actually an externalization of her self-healing ability. Your special ability is much more useful than medicine. Wang Shengnan couldn't help but sigh. Shi Xianxian suddenly felt a little proud. It was her brother who helped her to obtain such a special ability that suited her. More than that, I feel that in the future I will develop into the kind of martial arts masters in martial arts novels. Flying over eaves and walls, and being able to lift tripods will not be a problem. Su Su burst out laughing. Don't mention it. It fits your usual image. You seem to be insulting me. Shi Xianxian rolled her eyes. I'm serious. Monsieur, please take care of me in the future. Su Su bowed and said okay in a funny way, which made Shi Xianxian even more speechless. After the laughter, Qianqiu talked about some basic knowledge about zombies. Such as zombies are more active at night. And even violent zombies will appear at night. Such as the types of mutated zombies. The strengths and weaknesses of different types of zombies. This information may be of great significance to ordinary people, but it is not so valuable to the reborn. So the Life Sequence Company will give away potions generously, and promise to supply potions regularly for life after the end of the world. After sharing this information, the topic quickly returned to superpowers. Su Su and Wang Shengnan, who had received the potion, prepared to take it at night. For those with superpowers, the sooner they awaken their superpowers, the sooner they can improve themselves. Superpowers do not only grow by absorbing crystal cores. After gaining superpowers, they are actually accumulating superpowers between breaths. But the speed is relatively slow. Qianxi, how is your ability now? Looking at the excited Su Su and Wang Shengnan, Shi Xianxian finally asked about the things she cared about. She liked her current superpowers very much, and often shared her changes with her brother. But Shi Qianxi rarely talked about his superpowers. Shi Xianxian only knew that Shi Qianxi had also awakened superpowers. But she didn't know the details. Shi Xianxian wanted to respect her brother's privacy. But considering her brother's easy-to-be-taken advantage character, and worried that there might be problems with Shi Qianxi's awakening of supernatural powers, she didn't tell her family. Don't worry, sister. There is nothing wrong with my ability. I will prepare a surprise for you soon. When talking about his spatial ability, Qianqiu decided to keep it a secret. Shi Xianxian was also helpless about the mysterious Shi Qianxi, but she spoke up the next second. It just so happens that we have a surprise for you. A big gift. What surprise! Qianqiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the heroine would prepare a gift for him. Sure, Xianxian and the other two looked at each other, then stood up and prepared to leave with Qianqiu. Su explained. After the apocalypse, people's hearts are complicated, and various situations emerge one after another. We always have to actively or passively accept new people. In such a mixed situation, prisons and observation isolation rooms are very necessary. Qianqiu? The gift you gave to yourself wouldn't be a prison, right? Looking at Qianqiu's confused and dull eyes, Susu's smile became even wider, thinking that her previous suspicion was indeed a bit paranoid. Don't worry. You won't be in charge of the prison. It's just that we harvested the first prisoner in the prison not long ago. Sure, Xianxian's eyes were deep and a little cold. Qianqiu, who was confused, was brought by 3 people to the edge of the base. There was a 6-story single-family building there. At this time, all the windows of the building had been welded with iron bars, and it looked unbreakable. Arriving at the entrance of the prison, Qianqiu's previous bad premonition became even stronger, because the smell of scrap metal was in this building. And combined with what Sure Xianxian said before, Qianqiu always felt that something was wrong. Perhaps because of a shortage of staff. Or perhaps there was only one prisoner in the prison at the moment, so there were no guards outside the door. Sure Xianxian took out the key and opened the door. 4 people filed in, walking in the empty building. The echoing footsteps indicated that this place was indeed empty. They walked along the corridor to the stairs leading underground, went down to the second underground floor, and stopped outside the door of the innermost room. Aren't there a lot of empty rooms? There was no elevator in this building. Qianqiu didn't quite understand why they didn't just arrange people on the first floor so they could walk fewer steps. Because he doesn't deserve to live where he can see the sun. Sure Xianxian spoke coldly. It was the first time Qianqiu had seen such a cold and ruthless look. Before he could be surprised, Sure Xianxian opened the small window on the cell door, and Qianqiu subconsciously looked inside. Then Qianqiu saw a person who was extremely familiar. The reason why he was extremely familiar was because he was familiar with both this body and the soul in this body. The person in this cell was Dr. Simon, a handsome Western man who was 1.9 meters tall, with light blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. If you didn't know what he had done, at first glance, anyone would think he was a typical gentleman. But in fact, this person was the one who imprisoned Qianxi in his previous life and subjected him to a large number of inhumane experiments. However, compared to this body, Qianqiu was more familiar with the soul inside. At just one glance, Qianqiu recognized that the one living in this body was actually scrap iron. At this moment, the face that should have made Qianqiu extremely disgusted was looking at him with a pitiful look. Obviously, the scrap metal in the cell also recognized Qianqiu. The two of them looked at each other for a long time, and they were a little overwhelmed by this unique way of meeting. Seeing her brother suppressing his excitement and trying to stay calm, Sure Xianxian smiled contentedly. This guy should also be a reincarnated person. One time when I went home to move some things, I saw him sneaking around. Shengnan happened to be there at the time and recognized him immediately. I wanted to kill him directly, but I felt that it would be too easy for him. I thought you might be more willing to do it yourself. So I tied him up and brought him to the base. After saying this, Sure Xianxian thoughtfully handed Qianqiu a dagger and said, "Don't worry. He's been drugged and has no ability to resist." Qianqiu holding a dagger, having described Sure Qianxi's imprisonment in such a miserable way. Sure's family hated Dr. Simon to the core. However, they never expected that the boomerang would hit them in this way. Seeing that Sure Qianxi was hesitant to move, Sure Xianxian thought that her brother still couldn't get over this inner demon. So she directly opened the door of the cell, walked to the motionless Dr. Simon, and gave him another injection. Qianqiu was startled and quickly followed him into the cell. "What's wrong?" Sure Xianxian said lightly. "It's okay. I gave him another injection. Don't worry. He definitely can't move." But he just can't move. His body senses are still there, which means he can feel all the pain. If Qianxi doesn't want to do it himself, you can leave it to me. I can do it with a knife or fire. Or we can do it both ways. Anyway, I have the ability to heal. So he will definitely not die before you calm down. Qianqiu, the heroine is also a bit violent. Scrap iron. However, if Qianqiu did this to him, it would not be unacceptable. Just as he was thinking this, he was kicked by the heroine. Sure Xianxian glared at Dr. Simon, who was leaning against the wall. Why is this pervert blushing? Are you scared now? Su Su and Wang Shengman, who were at the door, also walked in. Seeing this situation, Su Su asked with some suspicion, "Is this guy a masochist? Scrap iron?" Qianqiu guessed what Fieri was thinking. Seeing that the heroine was about to lose her temper again, Qianqiu quickly said, "Sister, leave it to me. I don't want to kill him yet. I want him to live. He must live as long as I lived in the laboratory in my previous life." Upon hearing this, Shi Xianxian immediately gave Qianqiu a look of admiration. She patted Qianqiu on the shoulder and said, "Well done. I knew you were worthy of being my brother. This pervert will definitely not become your inner demon." Qianqiu nodded solemnly. "Don't worry. He won't be my inner demon." Shi Xianxian was satisfied. But for the sake of caution, she still used her supernatural powers to check Simon again, making sure that this guy was indeed unable to move and would not cause any harm to Shi Qianxi before leaving with her two besties. Before leaving, she turned back and kindly reminded him that she would have someone send some torture instruments over in a while. Qianqiu looked at the heroine with admiration again. This heroine really trusted her younger brother and was not afraid that Shi Qianxi would become a pervert because of this. It was not until the footsteps of the three people gradually faded away that Qianqiu picked up the scrap iron that had just been kicked to the ground by the heroine. "Oh my god! Why are you in this person's body? And how did you get to the Shi family villa? Why did you jump back and forth between China and abroad before?" Finally finding scrap iron, Qianqiu naturally had a series of questions to ask. But after waiting for a long time, scrap iron just looked at him with innocent eyes and never spoke. Qianqiu realized later that the potion used by the heroine might make Fieri unable to even speak. So Kay thought about it and decided to ask him a question by blinking. After all, now Fieri's eyes were the only part of his body that could move. Is Dr. Simon also a reborn person? If so, just blink. Scrap metal blinked. "You got information about me, went to the Shi family villa to find me, and then were caught by the heroine. Oh, that is Shi Xianxian?" Scrap metal blinked. The previous route of action was constantly changing, and the breath was sometimes there, and sometimes not. "Is it because Dr. Simon's soul and your soul appeared alternately?" Fieri blinked again, with a smile and admiration in his eyes, as if to say, "My Qianqiu is so smart. He can think of the answers to these questions without asking." While asking, Qianqiu examined Fieri's body and found that Fieri's body was no different from that of ordinary people. It made sense, as even demigods have to abide by the rules of this world. Before awakening his superpowers, Fieri was just a normal person. After Qianqiu and Fieri finished telling each other about their experiences during this period, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Soon a man came to the cell and put down a large box. "This is what Mr. Xianxian asked me to deliver. She told you not to be soft-hearted. Even if his life is hanging by a thread, she can save him." The man didn't know about Qianqiu and Dr. Simon. After conveying Shi Xianxian's words, he left with a hint of doubt, leaving Qianqiu and Fieri staring at a box of torture instruments in a daze. Qianqiu finally began to think about how to get scrap out of this cell reasonably. After all, the environment in this cell was too bad. There was nothing else except a single bed, with wooden boards and a toilet. How about just confessing that Dr. Simon had a new soul in his body? No. 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 Let's not talk about whether Shi's family would accept this bizarre statement. This would also easily expose the fact that Shi Qianxi had a new soul in his body. Seeing that Shi Xianxian wants to eat Dr. Simon alive, the possibility of Shi Xianxian accepting Dr. Simon's reformation is not high. While he was struggling, Qianqiu's eyes swept across the big box. And then, he saw a Gothic-style collar with a long iron chain connected to it. In addition, what you can see at a glance is a leather whip that is very finely crafted. Qianqiu. No wonder the person who just delivered the things and left had a strange expression on his face. Where did the heroine buy these torture instruments from? Qianqiu finally suppressed some evil thoughts in his heart. When he turned his head, he saw Fieri with a slightly red face and evasive eyes. Qianqiu hesitated for a long time before tentatively speaking. "How about you put up with a collar? Otherwise, I'm afraid the Shi family won't let you go easily." Scrap metal blinked. So Qianqiu reached out to the box, took out the collar, and then inexplicably checked other things. How to say it? There were so many torture instruments. So many that Qianqiu didn't even know what they were used for. Qianqiu looked at the various torture instruments, then at the powerless scrap metal beside him, and some evil thoughts began to grow uncontrollably in his mind. Scrap metal blinked. Chiaki. Why did you blink? Scrap metal blinked. Xianqiu. Did you see something weird from somewhere? After being confused for a moment, Xianqiu suddenly yelled at 6161 in his mind. 6161. Were there any weird things mixed in those bloody romance TV dramas you transmitted to Fiat last time? Weird stuff? 6161 was puzzled until it saw the torture instruments scattered all over the floor. What's so strange about this? What's wrong with some torture in a soap opera? Don't let your imagination run wild. Who is imagining this? Xianqiu immediately and firmly rejected it. 6161. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Xianqiu. Does this system really say this like this? 6161 did not get an answer, but it was indeed automatically blocked for a period of time that afternoon. And 6161 gained a new understanding of human duplicity. Xianqiu finally explained. I have no use for those weird things. 6161 said in an I understand tone. I understand. I can be happy without it. Xianqiu. No matter how he argued with the system. When he left the prison with the scrap metal, people passing by stared at him. Most of them didn't know about the grudge between Qianxi and Dr. Simon. So they were just shocked that the son of the resort owner had a perverted hobby and actually put collars on people and led them around everywhere. Qianxian was a little angry when she heard that her brother had released Simon, thinking that Simon, who had regained his ability to move, had deceived Qianxi with sweet words. However, when she came to Qianxi angrily, she fell silent in an instant. This, well, seems, probably, like it might be okay. Chapter 81 Surprise. In Qianxian's opinion, her brother wanted to humiliate his enemy to the utmost, and wear away all of Simon's pride and self-esteem. This was indeed a good means of revenge. However, she also expressed concern about her brother's safety and suggested replacing the chain with a thicker one. Not too thick. Just as thick as an arm. Of course Qianqiu quickly refused, saying that he had now mastered the use of spatial abilities. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Qianqiu also took the initiative to demonstrate his abilities, including establishing an independent space to trap the enemy, or establishing a space around himself to resist all attacks from the outside world. After trying it herself, Xianxian finally felt relieved. In her previous life, her spatial ability did not allow her to have such an ability. It's really a surprise. I knew you could do it. Qianxi's spatial ability has obviously been more fully developed. Xianxian is very happy about this. This also proves once again that her brother is a genius and has long realized the problem of their incompatibility in abilities. This is not the surprise I planned. Qianqiu showed a proud little expression, saying that what he had just shown was just a small thing. After hearing what Qianxi said, Xianxian's interest was aroused again. She could feel the unlimited potential of her own supernatural powers. So correspondingly, Qianxi's spatial supernatural powers should be the same. So what exactly can be called a surprise? Curious Xianxian's attention was diverted in this way, and scrap iron successfully regained its freedom. Because of its unique shape, it instantly became a celebrity in the resort. Because the resort had not been fully completed at this time, and was attracting many attention, the Shi family did not explain much. After all, even if they explained, they could not explain things like doomsday and rebirth. In this situation, many people even secretly found scrap metal and asked indirectly, saying that the monthly salary for a job like his should be very high, and if there are any channels or requirements if they want to get the job. The scrap metal always responded with an expression like, what are you talking about? I'm a foreigner, and I don't understand. The workers could only sigh that the foreigners were not only shameless, but also very cunning, and would not reveal any business secrets in this money-making business. Amid the gossip that was raging among the people, the work at the resort was completed, even though there were some unfinished parts. The owner of the resort announced a stop to work and paid them generous wages, warning them to stock up on food when they returned home, but did not explain the specific reason. Precisely because there was no explanation, people spontaneously started to think, it's okay. In people's opinion, the person who could take on such a large project as the resort must not be an ordinary person. Perhaps he had received some inside information about the adjustment of grain prices. Coupled with the increasing number of doomsday talks recently, many people listened to Shi Zhuiyuan's advice and stockpiled food after returning home. These indeed became their life-saving things in the future. But that's a story for later. Now people are happy, and are leaving the resort with their money. After the workers left, the resort became quiet and empty. The Shi, Wang, and Su families had already settled down in the villa area. The Wang and Su families had also been impacted by the increasingly crazy doomsday rhetoric on the internet in recent days. And the actions of the Shi family had also shaken their hearts. So when their daughter came to them with a small bottle of unknown potion, they did not rush to refute her this time. Instead, they listened carefully to her statement and finally decided to drink the potion. The situation of the Shi family was relatively simple. Qianqiu, who had obtained a large amount of medicine, would certainly not treat his family members badly, except for one given to Fiati. The rest were given to the Shi family. The Shi couple also chose to take the medicine after weighing its effects and dangers. At this time, there are still 10 days until doomsday. On the second day after taking the potion, with a high probability of 90%, the three couples all felt changes in their bodies. But everyone's superpowers were different in strength. However, this wonderful feeling made them excited for a long time. And they also completely accepted the reality of the impending doomsday. In the last 10 days, all three companies began to stockpile goods frantically. As time continued to approach the end of the world, they found that the atmosphere in the whole world was filled with tension. And more people were rushing to stockpile goods. Obviously, the increasingly intense doomsday rhetoric and the closed Nor-Hull have made many people feel uneasy. And the fact that most countries in the world have not controlled doomsday rhetoric has also made people smell something unusual. With the idea of being prepared, more and more people have begun to prepare for the doomsday, including stockpiling goods, reading articles about the characteristics and weaknesses of zombies, browsing the 100 rules for surviving the doomsday, and so on. 7 days before the end of the world, the three families gathered together to discuss whether to invite friends and family to the base. After all, it would be difficult for the three families alone to defend such a large base. Because after the end of the world, they would have to deal with not only zombies coming from all directions, but also the unpredictable human heart. However, they also knew that the more people there were, the more complicated their hearts would be, and the more difficult it would be to manage the base. Moreover, friends and relatives were not employees, and it would be more difficult to get along with them after the apocalypse. Therefore, everyone could not reach a consensus on this matter. Just when everyone was arguing about this matter, Shi Qianxi's surprise finally came. I think the three of us are enough. The difficulty in management is because the base has a real manager. So for many people, they feel that there are shortcuts to take, room for negotiation, space to pull, and even the ability to seize. But what if this base can't find a real manager? Qianqiu spoke with a smile. The rest of the people looked over with confused eyes. Su asked, but if a base has no manager and everyone acts on their own, the base will soon collapse from within. Shi Xianxian looked at Shi Qianxi's confident look, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Is a surprise coming? Qianqiu nodded, then stood up first. Anyway, everyone follow me to the outside of the base. I also have a big gift to give. The total area of this mountain resort is not too large, and it takes nearly 20 minutes to walk across the resort. Shi Yuan had made preparations for this. A group of people drove a sightseeing bus to the outside of the resort. The electric car is very suitable as a means of transportation after the apocalypse. Of course, the most practical is the bicycle, standing on the flat and wide asphalt road. In front of you is the magnificent gate of Xianyan Resort. After the sightseeing bus stopped, everyone got off one by one. Qianqiu didn't need anyone to urge him. After he stood still, he closed his eyes and mobilized the spatial ability in his body. A few seconds passed, and there was no change in front of him. A minute passed, and people were still standing there stupidly, looking at Shi Qianxi's extremely serious look. They were embarrassed to interrupt, so they waited for a while, and still there was no change. Just when they couldn't help but want to ask, Shi Xianxian pointed to the sky above the resort in great surprise. There. What is that? Everyone looked in the direction of her finger, but saw nothing. Wang Shengyan squinted her eyes and looked for a long time. Xianxian. There's nothing there. Shi Xianxian then realized that her 5 senses were much sharper than others. So what she could see might not be seen by others. There is a thin layer of transparent membrane-like thing there. If I had to describe it, it's like a transparent bubble. At this moment, this bubble is rapidly spreading downwards from the sky above the resort, and it seems to cover the entire resort. What is this? The externalization of spatial ability. Such a huge externalization of space. Shi Xianxian was shocked. She knew that her brother was a genius. But now it seems that she was still too conservative. Her brother was clearly a monster. After Shi Xianxian understood that her healing was the externalization of her healing ability, she could also understand the externalization of spatial abilities. She had indeed witnessed Shi Xianxi using the externalized spatial abilities to imprison others or protect himself a few days ago. But she never expected that Shi Xianxi could actually externalize such a huge space. I think I saw it, too. Perhaps because of Shi Xianxian's description and guidance. Su quickly caught sight of the strange reflective spots in the air. Soon she realized that it was not her illusion. Because the almost invisible membrane was gradually solidifying over time, and gradually became easily recognizable with the naked eye. Like Su. Others soon saw the thin film-like thing. It was like a huge bubble, spreading above the resort, covering the entire resort, and then extending downwards. After about a few minutes, the film touched the ground and penetrated into the ground right in front of their eyes. Shi Xianxi still did not move. And the people standing there did not move either. They probably understood that this was a large space protection cover. And it was not a hemisphere, but an entire sphere, covering the resort and turning the entire resort into a crystal ball. Finally, Shi Xianxi opened his eyes, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing that Shi Xianxi was fine, Shi's mother stepped forward to wipe his sweat. Our Xianxi is really amazing. Shi Xianxian nodded frantically. It's more than amazing. What she awakened in her previous life was the ability of space. So she could better understand the gap between herself and Shi Xianxi. The skills Shi Xianxi displayed now did not look like those of a primary ability user at all. Qianqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys don't even know what this is. And you're already praising me. What if it doesn't work? Wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment for me? No matter what. My brother is the best. Shi Xianxian had no worries about this at all. She could feel that the energy emitted by the huge bubble in front of her was similar to the spatial power that Shi Xianxi showed her a few days ago. Qianqiu feels that the heroine is gradually turning into a brother-doting demon. But the Shi family has always doted on Shi Xianxi. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Qianqiu came to the film and walked in easily. Because of the high transparency of the film, people could still clearly see Shi Xianxi. Shi Xianxi waved to the crowd and said, "You can give it a try and get in with what you have." After hearing this, the others who were preparing to follow in also realized that it would not be easy to enter the film. They stepped forward and tried to touch it. Then they felt as if they had touched a layer of water film. The water film seemed very thin. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not make it thin at all, let alone walk in. Because she had experienced Shi Xianxi's spatial ability before. Shi Xianxian swung her fist at the film without hesitation. However, before her fist touched the barrier, it was stopped by an invisible resistance. Shi Xianxian understood that she had encountered a spatial obstacle. The stronger the force you use, the greater the resistance you will encounter. Everyone else more or less knew the terrifying power that Shi Xianxian would possess after awakening her special abilities. Seeing that she was helpless, they knew they had no hope. So they could only look at Shi Xianxi inside through the film. Qianqiu walked out of the barrier and took out a small transparent plastic bag from the space. This is a space energy column. After you absorb it, you can enter and exit the resort freely. I have also made some modifications to the base. My ability is limited now, but I can upgrade it in the future. Everyone received an energy column. It was a small, transparent triangular prism, about the size of a peanut. Before they could ask how to absorb it, the energy column seemed to sense the intention of absorption and melted into the palm of their hand in the blink of an eye. After absorbing the energy column, the group was finally able to cross the barrier freely. They tried it back and forth several times, like children, until the novelty wore off. And then, they drove the sightseeing bus back to the resort. After entering the resort, the sightseeing bus did not drive too far. Following Shi Qianxi's instructions, they came to the reception room near the entrance. It was just a very simple two-story building used for tourists to rest and to display a panoramic view of the entire resort. After Shi Zhuiyuan took over, he did not make any major changes here. He just asked people to move away the huge display model that was useless and took up space. So the first floor lobby should be very empty at this time. But when everyone walked in, they saw a huge virtual screen floating in the center of the hall with several lines of text on the screen. Because the virtual screen was very large, they could see it clearly without going close. Daily rent, 1 ordinary crystal core. Weekly rent, 6 ordinary crystal cores. Monthly rent, 20 ordinary crystal cores. Annual residential rent, 200 ordinary crystal cores. Permanent residence rent, 1 energy column. Below are the exchange rules for energy columns. 1 energy column is equal to 1,000 ordinary crystal cores. It's only the early days of the apocalypse. So we've only set up the exchange rules for ordinary crystal cores. When mutant zombies appear, the exchange rules will also be updated. On the right side are the rules of the base, such as no fighting, no stealing, no malicious destruction of buildings, etc. Those who violate the rules will be put on the blacklist, and the length of the blacklist will be determined according to the extent of the violation. The area below is for issuing base tasks and commission tasks. Qianqiu explained the function of the virtual screen. Its function is the same as that of the trading halls or markets in other bases. That is, a material exchange center. I have open space doors in the basements of our 3 villas, from which we can directly reach the interior of each warehouse. If new residents come in the future, we just need to say that we are also residents. The population flow in the Doomsday is very large, and it is not easy to find out who was the first to come here. Qianqiu is very confident in his abilities. In this external space, he can change the rules of space at will. This ability to touch the rules of the world also indicates that the sapphire he absorbed is of extraordinary origin. Qianqiu still remembers the 3 guardian gods mentioned in the Information of Life Sequence Company. Among them, the god of life is dead, the god of death has become a demon, and the guardian god in charge of time and space is missing. Coincidentally, the biggest impression the god of death left on him was his 2 eyes of different colors, 1 red and 1 blue, and the gemstone passed down from the Sure family was also 1 red and 1 blue. However, there is no way to verify these now, and everything may be a coincidence. Maybe when he has enough strength to fight against the god of death, the god of death may be willing to talk to him. Sure Qianxi's external spatial ability not only provided sufficient security for the base, but also solved the problem of management. To be honest, if the Sure family were to manage it, there shouldn't be any big trouble. But it's the end of the world. Can't they retire? The other 2 families also had similar ideas. After all, they were deceived by the Sure family in the beginning with the excuse of retirement. In the next few days, every family was busy notifying their relatives and friends to make preparations for Doomsday. In fact, they had notified them once a long time ago. But most people did not believe in the end of the world. There would be Doomsday rumors every once in a while, such as the sun no longer rising and the geomagnetic field reversal. But the world had always been fine. In addition to the notifications, the purchase of supplies never stopped. I bought everything I could get, including food, clothing, seeds, livestock, novels, computer games, movies and TV series, until 2 days before the Doomsday. When they were returning from the city, they saw a madman rushing towards passers-by and biting them, causing quite a commotion at the time. But the man was quickly sent to the hospital. At this point, they realized that some people with weak life force or special physique that easily absorbed death energy could no longer withstand the invasion of death energy and began to mutate. The collection of supplies stopped here, and the 3 families decided not to go out during the most chaotic time. In the last 2 days before the end of the world, time seemed to become particularly precious. The 3 families, who had been busy for a long time, put down all their work and started to play in the resort they built, soaking in hot springs, playing video games, watching 3D movies, walking in mountain streams, fishing, and having picnics. The 2 days of happiness ended quickly. On the last night, the 3 families had trouble falling asleep in their respective villas. Some were watching TV. Some were looking at their phones. But no matter what they were watching, they were actually just waiting for the next emergency news. To this day, they still hold on to a glimmer of hope. That is, the end of the world will not come. Midnight arrived and the resort was as quiet as ever, as if the end of the world had not really happened. However, just a dozen minutes later, television, the internet, and all major media outlets went wild, with videos and news everywhere of mad humans attacking and biting each other. There are zombie movies in this world. So soon, the word zombie became a popular word. Some people are venting their emotions crazily, saying that the end of the world has really come, and now it's time to believe it. Some people still think it is impossible. Some are glad that they have made preparations in advance, and some are in a daze and have become living dead. The world fell into chaos from this moment on. No matter day or night. No matter where in the world. Fear, blood, and screams became the main theme. Chapter 82 Doomsday. It can be said that compared with the previous life, the initial situation of the Doomsday in this life has been better. But only better. Because most people do not believe in the coming of the Doomsday. Even for those who believe in it and have made preparations, the probability of mutation still exists. The only advantage is that people are prepared for the attacks of zombies. Even those who have not read about the characteristics of zombies and Doomsday survival guides will not go up to check the situation when zombies are eating corpses. Although the spread of information before the Doomsday played a certain role, the number of initially mutated zombies was still too large, and it spread very quickly. So parts of the world inevitably fell into chaos. However, for the people in the resort, the first few days after the apocalypse were almost no different from usual times. Especially the first 2 days, when the internet, water and electricity were not cut off, and no zombies visited the resort far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The 3 families initially thought they would not be able to adapt. But the miraculous thing was that after the Doomsday officially arrived, perhaps because the huge rock hanging in their hearts finally fell to the ground, or perhaps because Shurqianxi's space barrier gave them enough sense of security, the 3 families' sleep quality was better than before. Shurqian understood this clearly. Before the end of the world, they had too many identities and interpersonal relationships in society. Those things were both glory and shackles that bound them tightly. They seemed free, but they were carrying heavy burdens all the time. But after the end of the world, these complicated relationships were forcibly severed, and they became themselves again, with their lives absolutely guaranteed. They naturally felt relaxed. Just like that, Shurqian kept his original promise and started his retirement life in the mountains with his 2 old friends. Recently, he has been addicted to taking his 2 old friends fishing. Yuan has fallen in love with picking mushrooms while chatting with her old sisters these days. Because she awakened plant-related superpowers, she has a deeper understanding of the properties of various plants. She instantly fell in love with cooking, and her cooking skills have improved rapidly. This has made Aunt Sue, the nanny of the Shur family, feel a sense of crisis of unemployment, and she is switching to the breeding industry with her husband. That thin barrier separates the resort from the outside world, and this place seems to have become a paradise. However, it is difficult for the younger generation to adapt to this kind of retirement life in an instant. After touring the resort up and down, they still cannot calm down. Of course, there was the exception of Shurqianxi. After the apocalypse, Shurqianxi perfectly integrated into the fishing group and the mushroom picking team. He could sit facing the small river all day long, and he could also spend the whole day strolling around the small mountain behind. It was hard to imagine that he was the youngest one. On the 5th day after the apocalypse, Shurqianxi finally couldn't bear it anymore and prepared to force her brother to go out. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Shurqianxi's current state. She was even relieved that he could still have this mentality after experiencing the Lish experience in his previous life. But the problem is, no matter where Shurqianxi goes, he is always followed by Dr. Simon. At first she didn't think it was a big deal, but for some reason, these days Shurqianxi and Dr. Simon always gave her the feeling that they were a couple. Shurqianxi felt that this feeling was too horrible. So horrible that she didn't even dare to ask her brother what he thought of Simon. So in the end, Shurqianxi could only think that it was all her own illusion. But she was still very unhappy. So after the 5th day of the apocalypse, she forced Shurqianxi to go out, ready to go and see the situation outside with her friends. After all, the internet and electricity had been cut off outside since the day before yesterday. Qianqiu followed Shurqianxi into the car, and when she turned around, she saw Fiati following closely behind her. "Sister, I want to take him with me, so that he can experience the horror of the end of the world for himself." Shurqianxi had thought of a lot of reasons to refuse. So she said, "Okay." After saying this, Shurqianxi comforted herself that her brother's reason was very sufficient, and there was no possibility of refusing. The other 2 had no idea what Shurqianxi was thinking, and didn't realize anything was wrong. The 5 of them drove out in a modified off-road vehicle. The moment the vehicle drove out of the resort barrier, the 5 people felt uncomfortable. Su's awakened spiritual power made her particularly sensitive to this change. "I feel a little uncomfortable." Wang Shengnan nodded. "I feel it too. Even the speed at which my body absorbs the energy is slowed down. She awakened the fire of fire. And Shi Xian also teased that it was very suitable for her temper. In Qianqiu's eyes, the world outside the barrier is now covered with a faint gray filter. And the world is filled with the breath of death. However, ordinary people cannot see this change. The resort is a 3-hour drive from the city. Halfway through the journey, they encountered wandering zombies. The vehicle came to an abrupt stop and everyone in the car had different expressions. Not far ahead, I saw 3 zombies wandering slowly on the road. And there was an overturned car on the side of the road. Because it was the beginning of the day. And during the day, the speed and strength of the primary zombies were not high. And walking slowly on the road, like the bending old man. Of course, even so, we should not underestimate the harm of zombies. Even the slow-moving primary zombies, once their numbers increase and form a zombie tide, can be destructive like a devastating force. Wang Sheng'an was the first person to get off the car. This was also the best choice when facing a small number of wandering zombies. She got off before the zombies surrounded the car door and seized the advantageous terrain and initiative in advance. Others got off the car one after another. There wasn't much expression on Qianqiu's face, but he was not calm in his heart. Compared with the previous 2 Doomsday Worlds, this one was too dangerous and terrifying. Although Kay had seen zombies, walking corpses, and other undead creatures in the mountain and sea world, he didn't have much contact with them. Now, after observing them up close, he felt uncomfortable. They all looked like humans, but their souls eroded by death made humans have a natural fear. There is a gas station ahead. Looking at the overturned car on the side of the road, it seems that someone in the car mutated not long after refueling. The number of zombies ahead will increase. Su Su looked at the 3 zombies wandering on the road and clenched the baseball bat in her hand. Her psychic power allowed her to sense places farther away, which was equivalent to exploring the map in advance. It had only been a few months since Wang Sheng'an was reborn. But when she saw the zombies again, she felt as if she were in another world. There were not many zombies, and they were far apart. Wang Sheng'an walked straight forward and swung a stick at the head of a howling zombie rushing towards her. The zombie's howling stopped abruptly, and its head turned 180 degrees. The others were a little surprised by Wang Sheng'an's violent means. They thought Wang Sheng'an would throw a fireball at them. Wang Sheng'an explained, "Superpowers are not omnipotent, especially primary superpowers. Although fireballs can ignite zombies, the energy of primary fireballs is limited, and it takes a certain amount of time to burn. The consumption of superpowers is also very large. So it is faster to just take action directly." As a reborn person, Wang Sheng'an feels basically no fear when facing zombies. Instead, she chooses to maximize her superpowers, and chooses the simplest and most power-saving way to deal with the zombies. "Don't you try?" Wang Sheng'an pointed at the other 2 zombies that were slowly approaching. In fact, Su Su has not yet figured out a way to attack with psychic powers. Now with the example of Wang Sheng'an, she also slowly walked towards the zombies with a baseball bat in hand. Because she had a real dream as a foundation, she was not too panicked. But dreams are not rebirth after all. Her first attack only made the zombies pause for a moment. And then, they continued to pounce on her. Su Su remained calm in the face of danger. He quickly took 2 steps back to create distance again, then adjusted his posture again, and quickly launched a second attack with increasing force and accuracy. The zombie was knocked to the ground, but not dead. Su Su quickly went up to finish off the zombie, and smashed its head with a few hits. The gap between reality and dreams made Su Su quickly run to the side and vomit. Shi Xian had already met the last zombie at this time. She held a modified fencing sword in her hand, facing an opponent who had no position to move. She easily pierced the zombie's brain from the eye socket. After dealing with the 3 zombies, they put on gloves and dug out the crystal core from the zombie's brain. This time, not only Su Su vomited, but Shi Xian also vomited. Seeing this, Wang Sheng'an stood by with her hands on her hips, mocking the 2 useless girlfriends like a queen. Qianqiu watched the interaction between the 3 people by the car and felt that such friendship was precious. After throwing the 3 zombies under the road, the group quickly set off again. Back in the car, Shi Xian took out the washed crystal core and looked at it. This small thing, like a transparent crystal ball, scattered colorful light in the sun. Shi Qianqi once said that this was the life force inside the zombie's body that had nowhere to go. After observing it, she handed the crystal core to Qianqiu. "Don't worry. I'll let you try your hand next time I encounter a zombie. You can play with this one. Qianqiu. The heroine's pampering mode is online again. The crystal cores in the early days of the apocalypse are very important for improving superpowers. Although there are a lot of zombies, there is a risk of being scratched by the zombies every time you kill them. Oh, by the way, the heroine is now immune to the zombie virus. Qianqiu took the crystal core and observed it curiously. In Qianqiu's opinion, this crystal core was more like a spirit stone. After all, human beings are spiritual. The place where a person's life force is concentrated naturally has spiritual power. And it is completely different from the terrible zombies. The purity of this crystal core is comparable to that of a primary spirit stone. Of course, the energy contained in it is definitely not as good as that of a spirit stone. The vehicle drove forward for more than 20 minutes and stopped at Su's reminder. The gas station was not far ahead. The noise of the vehicle engine quickly attracted the attention of zombies in the distance. Although the primary zombies in the Doomsday had stiff limbs and slow movements, their five senses were very sharp. Qianqiu guessed that this was also related to the existence of the crystal core in the zombie's brain, and that the crystal core strengthened the zombie's five senses. Most of the zombies in the gas station gathered in front of the supermarket. Obviously, there should be living people in the supermarket. The zombies kept banging on the glass doors and windows, and the banging sound attracted the surrounding zombies. It was such a vicious cycle, and the number of zombies gathered there would only increase, and the glass doors and windows would be broken sooner or later. So the appearance of Xianxian and others at this time was like a life-saving straw to the people in the gas station supermarket. However, when they saw that three girls got out of the car, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Fortunately, two men finally got out. But what kind of appearance? Why is the most burly foreign man wearing a collar and being led by a chain? Did they get rid of the zombies and then encounter perverts? Amid the confused and doubtful gazes of the crowd, the thin man among the five took a few steps forward, apparently preparing to deal with the zombies that were attracted over there. The other people remained indifferent, looking as if they were just watching the fun. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer to the thin man, everyone in the supermarket began to worry. What was going on? But soon, their anxiety turned into shock, because they saw that the thin man just raised his hand slightly, and then moved it up and down twice. And the zombie closest to him actually separated its head and body automatically. The zombie whose brain lost connection with the body naturally died. Everyone in the supermarket was dumbfounded, wondering if they had just missed something. Then, as they stared intently, the man waved his hand again, and the other zombie's head split open horizontally. The zombie suddenly fell to the ground, and a transparent bead rolled out and landed right at the man's feet. Qianqiu nodded. Sure enough, this force and angle were the most suitable. It could be done in one step, saving the final step of digging out the crystal core. Behind him, Xianxian and the other two had their eyes lit up. It was obvious that the process of digging the crystal core just now was very unpleasant. So Xianxi's skill was really great. Qianqiu didn't know that he was about to be caught and forced to work as a digger. After several attempts, he quickly mastered the skill of space division. He only needed to use the external space to cover the zombie's head, and then use the external space to drive the zombie's head to separate up and down. It sounds simple, but it is not easy to operate, because when covering the zombie's head, the space is soft, and when separating, the space is as hard as cement. After mastering the superpowers, Qianqiu stopped dealing with zombies himself. Xianxian and the other two naturally followed, with Wang Shengnan demonstrating her force attack in front and Qianqiu's superpower attack in the back. The three of them naturally began to figure out the attack method that best suited them. Xianxian's attack was the cleanest and most efficient. She had discovered that it was easiest to pierce the zombie's brain from the eye socket, and primary zombies would not dodge. Combined with her advanced physical fitness, she was like a gorgeous swallow, moving flexibly among the zombies. Compared to Xianxian, Wang Xingnan's attack was more violent, because they were close to the gas station. She did not use her superpowers, but her experience from her previous life always allowed her to find the best angle of attack. The heads of the zombies attacked by her were basically smashed to pieces. Although Su has a gentle temperament, she never misses when swinging the baseball bat, and she hits the zombie's head accurately every time. Her strength is not as strong as Wang Xingnan's, and she has to attack 3 or 5 times to kill a zombie. But her attack rhythm has never been disrupted, because of the loud noise. The zombies surrounding the gas station were attracted over one after another. People in the gas station supermarket came to the window and stared at the scene outside in amazement. Am I dreaming? Or am I watching a movie? Have these people ever practiced? The one with the sword? That's not right. The one with the baseball bat obviously has no practice. But his rhythm is inexplicably good. Can beating zombies be so pleasing to the eye? Heck! All three girls are more useful than us. A man in his 30s said this, and rushed out holding the mop he had found earlier, with the first person taking the lead. The people who had been trapped in the supermarket for many days looked at each other, and finally plucked up the courage, and rushed out after finding something handy. With 3 real examples in front of them, they were no longer panicked when facing zombies. Instead, they learned to advance and retreat like Xian and the other 2 and cooperate with each other. Soon, all the zombies surrounding the gas station were eliminated, until there were no more zombies standing around. Everyone in the supermarket still found it a little unbelievable. Not long ago, the wall of corpses formed by 50 or 60 zombies seemed so insurmountable to them. It was almost the distance between life and death. And it was actually resolved like this? Before they could feel the joy of surviving a disaster, they saw the thin man walking and cutting open the skull of a zombie lying on the ground. It looked like he was cutting a watermelon. The shocking scene made many people vomit. But after vomiting, they realized that there was something in the zombie's brain. I've read a post about doomsday theories before, which said that zombies have crystal cores in their brains, and humans can absorb them to improve their physical fitness, and that they will replace money and become the new currency in the future. A person wearing glasses like a person who looks like a person. I seem to have heard colleagues talking about it. After hearing this, the people who were feeling disgusted soon felt better and hurried to look for the crystal core in the zombie's brain. However, after digging out the crystal core, there was another round of vomiting sounds. You'll get used to it after vomiting for a while. In a month at most. Wang Sheng'an is chatting with Xian beside her. With Xian's initial skills, their efficiency in collecting crystal cores increased significantly. After putting the crystal cores into bags and simply cleaning them, they were about to find someone to inquire about the news, when the man with glasses, who had reminded everyone that there were crystal cores in the zombies' brains, came over on his own initiative. Do you want to know what's going on in the city? I just came out of the city yesterday, so I know a little bit. Xian naturally answered. Yes. What is the situation in the city now? The situation is not good. In addition to the initial chaos, a large number of people wanted to flee the city after they confirmed that the doomsday had really come, causing the city's main roads and highways to be paralyzed. A large number of people gathered, and a large wave of infections broke out. The city has been cut off from water and electricity. People who did not prepare in advance can only flee at the risk of leaving. The man with glasses then said that he was one of the people who fled. Knowing that the condition of the main road was bad, he chose a branch route. As a result, when he wanted to go to the gas station supermarket to get something to eat, he was stuck inside. Thank you for saving me and my friend. If it's convenient, can you show us a way? Of course. Forget it if it's not good for you. The reason why the man with glasses asked this was that Xian and her companions were obviously coming from the suburbs, and he had just confirmed that they wanted to know about the situation in the city, which meant that Xian and her companions had been living in the suburbs for the past few days. Judging from their condition, they obviously had no shortage of food. It's not inconvenient. Just keep going along this road, and you will find a Xianyan base. Of course Xian saw through the glasses man's previous testing intentions, but the base did need people, so there was no harm in telling him. Thank you very much. The glasses man heard the word of the base, and probably speculated that those so-called rebirth were built. Some people who claim to be a prickly reborn have announced the position of the base and recruit base residents. Of course, the check-in is to pay a large amount of assets. Other people around also heard the conversation between the two. Those who had escaped without a destination were preparing to go to the Xianyan base to take a look. Of course, some people insisted on returning to the city to find their families. Everyone was not familiar with each other, so after a few words of persuasion, they went their separate ways. People divided up the supplies in the gas station supermarket in an orderly manner. There was no shortage of vehicles near the gas station, and after filling up their tanks, people went in different directions. Early in the sky, the fiber continued to drive to the urban area, but after the gas station, the road conditions were not wonderful. As the glasses man said before, The fleeing of a large number of vehicles and personnel caused the various intersections of the city to be paralyzed by traffic, and the gathering crowd could easily induce large-scale infections. Don't go any further. There are a lot of zombies over there. If you go any further, the zombies will be able to hear the noise. Susu reminded. The car slowly stopped. Shi Xianxian and the others could not see what was happening in the distance. When they were about to ask for details, Susu's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe I can also include your spirits in my spiritual perception. Of course. The premise is that you don't resist. Then give it a try. Shi Xianxian vaguely understood what Susu meant. Susu then tried to connect with the spirits of several people. Perhaps it was because of enough trust that the connection went exceptionally smoothly. So soon. Shi Xianxian, Wang Shengnan and Qianqiu all saw the situation far ahead in their minds. Apparently, there had been multiple chain car accidents there. Thick smoke surrounded the sky along with the sharp alarms of the vehicles. Some people were trapped in the car and crying. Some were being bitten by zombies. And some got out of the car and were running hard, trying to escape from this H.L. on Earth. This is the end. If they are not predicted and prepared in advance, they may be a member of the escape at this time. Moreover, compared with the previous life, the number of people fleeing this time was even larger. The early spread of doomsday rumors made people alert and panicked. When the doomsday really came, panicked people began to flee. What should we do? There are too many zombies, and the situation is too complicated. I'm afraid we can't do anything. Of course, Susu also wanted to save people. But there were not just dozens of small-scale zombies like before, but hundreds and thousands. And there were also a large number of potential infected people. Someone rushed out. Someone is dealing with the zombies. When several people were at a loss, Wang Shengnan suddenly found a team that was quickly killing the zombies around and rescuing the people in the car. They were all wearing uniform clothes. Their movements were clean and efficient. And there was even a person with special powers among them. It is the Zichao team, the most famous team in the Doomsday. When she saw the face of one of them clearly, Wang Shengnan exclaimed. Then she looked suddenly at Shi Xianxian, but quickly turned back. Shi Xianxian's 5 senses were so sharp at this time that she certainly noticed Wang Shengnan's little move. Is this Ganqiao team related to me? Chapter 83 Advanced. Wang Shengnan smiled awkwardly. It's somewhat related. Shi Xianxian looked at Wang Shengnan's expression and asked, a little or a billion? Wang Shengnan. It feels that the girlfriends after the awakening are even worse. Well, there are a lot of. That is, you have also joined the Gan Dynasty team, but later was fired from the team. This was the only time the Gan Dynasty team took the initiative to expel team members. So it was very sensational at the time. Shi Xianxian? Was I fired? Shi Xianxian, who has been an outstanding person since childhood, found it somewhat difficult to adapt to this. Moreover, she must have had spatial abilities in her previous life, which is an extremely rare ability in the Doomsday. How could she be expelled? Well, the specific reason has not been leaked. And you didn't tell us either. And you seemed to like their captain Ganqiao quite a bit at the time. In fact, this is what Wang Shengnan felt most embarrassed about. Her best friend had fallen in love with him for a rare occasion. But not only did she fail to achieve her wish, she was also expelled from the team by the other party. Anyone would feel embarrassed. Shi Xianxian. Me? I liked someone. And he kicked me out? Shi Xianxian was hit hard again, and felt that everything was magical. Qianqiu clicked his tongue twice, and complained to 6161 Infinity. I never knew that the heroine would be fired and rejected. 6161. Ganqiao is the male protagonist, and he has been reborn several times. Qianqiu, is there anything else that you, the leader, haven't told me? 6161. All members of the Ganqiao team are reborn. Chiaki, this world is like a sieve. Shi Xianxian finally accepted her bizarre past life. Wang Shengnan spoke cautiously. Well, should we still go and save them? Save them. Why not? We save people just because we want to save them. It has nothing to do with who is there. Although I was a little uncomfortable, the fiber was still clear in this kind of thing. Don't worry. I have a better team now. Maybe we are not the most powerful, but we must be the most tacit. What Shi Xianxian said was not wrong. Although there were only 4 of them. Oh! And a pet man. Their fighting power had just won the recognition of everyone in the gas station supermarket. The gorgeous and smooth coordination. The relaxed and comfortable rhythm. made them feel that killing zombies was not a difficult task, as long as the rhythm was well grasped. Ordinary people could also cope with it. After figuring it out, the car was on the road again. Because of Susu's mental connection, everyone in the car, except Scrap Metal, could see the situation in the distance in real time. Gon Chao's team was indeed very strong, and they should have also had channels to obtain the potions of the Life Sequence Company and awaken their superpowers in advance. So the use of their superpowers was already perfect at this time. Even one of them had obviously upgraded his superpowers. It seemed that he had killed a lot of zombies and absorbed crystal cores in the past few days. That first level ice-type mutant is Gon Chao. Time spoke uncomfortably. Wang Shengyan whispered. Yes. Qianqiu looked at the other team that was full of psychics and suddenly said, Stop the car. Wang Shengyan stepped on the brakes and thought something was going on. What's wrong? Qianqiu took out the crystal cores he had just harvested and distributed 10 to each person. They had just killed a lot of zombies, and after counting them, each person could barely get 10. The situation over there is too complicated. I'll hold up a small piece of airspace to absorb the crystal cores with half the effort. 10 should be enough to upgrade our abilities to level 1. The eyes of the other 3 people lit up. The moment they came out of the resort, they realized the difference between the world inside and outside the barrier. The space inside the barrier was very pure, which was conducive to the improvement and absorption of superpowers. However, the world outside the barrier was turbid, and the absorption of superpowers was very slow. Shi Xianxian came over suddenly and ruffled Shi Qianxi's hair. My brother is the best. Obviously, she understands that the situation ahead is only one aspect. Her younger brother clearly wants to find a field for herself. Although the Gon Chao team did not know herself in her life, at least she could feel a lot more comfortable. Shi Qianxi's face turned slightly red. This heroine was too sensitive after awakening her special ability. Even his little thoughts were noticed by her. How could Qianqiu know at this time? Let alone this little trick. She and Fiati were always together, and only the heroine in the whole resort noticed it. Qianqiu thought for a moment, and instantly opened up a huge space, then quickly compressed the space to a size that could only wrap around the vehicle. In this way, the originally thin concentration of pure spiritual power in the space was instantly increased. Shi Xianxian and the other 2 felt it very obviously. They seemed to be soaking in a hot spring with a comfortable temperature for an instant. Every pore was opened. They had never experienced such a wonderful feeling in their lives. The supernatural powers in their bodies began to stir wildly and grew rapidly. Qianqiu operated in this way simply to increase the concentration of spiritual power in the space. But he never thought that it triggered some insights. Controlling space was originally an ability possessed by gods. Kei's ability to touch the rules of space in advance was of great benefit to his path of cultivation. Now he has some insights, and he immediately calmed down and immersed himself in cultivation. The originally scarce pure spiritual power poured into this small space like a river. The 3 people who absorbed the crystal core beside Kei also obtained unique conditions for promotion. With the assistance of the crystal core and the nourishment of extremely rich spiritual power, the meridians of the 3 people were rapidly filling, widening and rebuilding, and the pure spiritual power cleansed their bodies over and over again. It can be said that for the 3 of the female lead, this scene is now changing against the sky. The advanced demon spirit is unique in the ordinary world. Through this shareholding style, the 3 people have jumped to the first order. Shirshiba has impacted the threshold of the second order, and the end of the thousands of enlightenment has successfully advanced the second order. In addition to advancement, the biggest benefit for the 3 of them this time is that they have widened and strengthened their meridians, which allows them to accommodate and absorb more supernatural powers than others. Among the same level, they are also the best. It's amazing. What was that just now? Wang Shengyan still had a dreamy look on her face, feeling it was extremely unreal. This Qianxi space is too strong. I feel like I'm about to reach the second level. Me too. I finally realized my way of attack. Su was very excited. At that moment, she suddenly realized her own attack method. She was finally no longer a simple holographic map. I'm already at level 2. Shi Xian Pride announced. The other 2 looked at him in surprise upon hearing this. Oh my god. It's already the second level? Are you going to let me live? Envy. Jealousy. Hatred. I'm at level 3. Qianqiu spoke calmly. He was the one who had attained enlightenment, so naturally he benefited the most. 3 people. Never mind. They didn't say anything just now. Fiat held it in for a long time. But in the end, he said nothing. He had neither absorbed the crystal core nor was he an epiphany. However, he told Qianqiu the good news in his mind. I am also at the 3rd level. Qianqiu, demigod, I can't compare to you. I can't compare to you. After successfully advancing, the off-road vehicle carrying several people rushed forward with murderous intent. The further they went forward, the more people fled. In extreme fear, some people wanted to come and rob the car. But the direction of the vehicle made them give up this idea. Some kind-hearted people also shouted to them that there was a tide of zombies ahead and told them not to go forward. But the vehicle still rushed towards the chaotic place without hesitation. The place where the serial car accidents occurred is also the source of the chaos. Gong Chao's team has a total of 10 members. They came out this time to find a mutant zombie, which is a mental mutant zombie. In the near future, it will destroy 3 bases in succession. So the team wants to eliminate the other party before it grows up. Captain, it's difficult to clear the path. Ning Luo's ability is about to be overdrawn. Gong Chao's team certainly did not intend to clear all the zombies. They wanted to urgently rescue a passable road and restore traffic to normal, so that the normal people trapped here could leave. Otherwise, the zombies would only gather more and more people would be infected. However, as time went on, the number of zombies and cars increased dramatically. Ning Luo could not directly put the car into the space when there were people in the car, and it was very difficult to communicate with the people in the car. There was almost no trust between each other in the doomsday, although the power users could barely move the vehicles. The problem was that the roads were full of cars, and there was no place to move. This is not a solution. How about we withdraw? Long Xiu made this suggestion not because they wanted to watch people die without helping, but because this predicament was beyond the ability of just a few of them to resolve. If they continued like this, not only would they fail to save the people here, but they would also be dying here. They had more important things to do, and could not die here before they had grown up. Gong Chao looked at the chaos in front of him. The passengers in the car refused to get out. Even though there were no zombies around, and even though their vehicle could not move at all, they firmly believed that the car was the safest place. Moreover, they did not trust Ning Luo. They always felt that something was missing when they entered Ning Luo's space and came out of the car. The passengers refused to cooperate, but the zombies in the city kept rushing over after hearing the noise. The passengers at the back of the convoy were not willing to abandon their vehicles and run for their lives until they were in danger, or they were directly surrounded by zombies in the car, without even a chance to escape. Gong Chao sighed. This was the end of the world. The difficulties and dangers came not only from zombies, but also from their own kind. Just as he was about to order an evacuation, a car appeared in the distance, an obviously modified car coming in the opposite direction. Other members of Gong Chao's team also saw the vehicle that suddenly drove over. At that time, there were people fleeing on both sides of the road. It was impossible for the car to be unaware of the tide of zombies ahead. Under normal circumstances, it would not have had time to escape. So why would it drive towards here? Under the puzzled gazes of the Gong Chao team, the car quickly drove closer, and a person who was very familiar to them got out of the car, Shi Xianxian. Everyone in the team was in a very complicated mood. This woman almost became a partner with their captain in her previous life. But she kept talking about looking for her younger brother. Even though her brother had long been missing, she still adhered to her nature of supporting her brother. There were many things she didn't need herself, but she insisted on leaving them for her brother. Moreover, relying on her extremely strong talent for spatial abilities, she suppressed Ning Luo, who also possessed spatial abilities, and even almost caused Ning Luo's death twice. Later, for some unknown reason, she turned against the captain and announced her withdrawal from the Gong Chao team. Although it was later rumored that she was expelled, she didn't expect that the other party would come to her in this life. If Qianqiu could hear the thoughts of Gong Chao's team at this time, he who has rich experience in melodramatic love stories would immediately realize the problem. That is, there is someone in Gong Chao's team who has been misleading team members about Shi Xianxian. And if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the space-based mutant named Ning Luo. Maybe it's a status crisis. Or maybe it's an emotional crisis. In short, the heroine failed to defeat the green tea girl. Normally, the heroine will return to slap the green tea girl in the face and expose her. I don't know if this world that is about to be destroyed gave the heroine this opportunity. Seeing the person getting off the car, Ning Luo's face turned even paler due to the huge consumption of her superpowers. Was Sher Xianxian also reborn? Was she here to settle accounts with me? But that was all in my previous life. I guess Sher Xianxian didn't have any evidence. Without any evidence, the Gong Chao team might not believe her. So I couldn't lose my composure. There was no big fluctuation on Gong Chao's face at this time. But he subconsciously stopped what he was doing and stared at Sher Xianxian, who got out of the car, just as he was thinking about how to start the conversation. Sher Xianxian just glanced at him lightly, then brushed past him and rushed into the chaotic group of zombies behind him. Not only Gong Chao, but the other members of the team were actually preparing to say hello at this time. After all, since Sher Xianxian could chase them here, she must have been reborn. But the actual situation was that not only Sher Xianxian, but also the few people who got off the car with her just glanced at them casually, then passed them and entered the battlefield behind them. Careful. Gong Chao realized it later and turned around to remind him. But he only said these two words and nothing else. From her impression, Sher Xianxian is not the type of person who likes to hide behind others. But she has spatial abilities after all, and her means of attack are limited. In front of a group of offensive ability users, she can only avoid causing trouble. But now, Sher Xianxian seemed like a different person. Her body was extremely flexible, and the zombies could not touch her at all. Dressed in black, she was like a swallow flying through the crowd. Every time she jumped was extremely light, as if she could fly far away at a low altitude. The sword in her hand pierced the zombie's brain like cutting tofu. Strength, speed, and agility were perfectly integrated in her, making her invulnerable. Not only Gong Chao was shocked, the other members of the team were also extremely stunned. In their impression, Sher Xianxian had a strong personality and insisted on being at the front line even with her auxiliary abilities. This did cultivate her certain killing ability, but that killing method was a world apart from her current attack. At this moment, Xianxian's attack was like an efficient and graceful movie special effect. She passed through the crowd like a dragonfly skimming the water. Every attack of hers would not miss. She harvested large numbers of zombies, as if she was dancing. The two women beside her were most likely her two best friends. They had heard of them in their previous life. One was a weak psychic with no means of attack, and the other was a fire user with a hot temper. They had not paid attention to these two people in their previous life, and they didn't even know their names, because these two people were not famous. They naturally thought that they were not powerful users. But now, they were shocked to see that the psychic had actually reversed control over more than a dozen zombies, causing the zombies to push and attack each other. And the zombies controlled by her were obviously more flexible, so they had the upper hand in the battle. As for the fire-type mutant, he threw fireballs at random. The extremely high heat caused the zombies' heads to be charred instantly, and then they fell to the ground and lost their vitality. When the three of them were fighting, both the splashing blood and the zombies' claws were blocked by an invisible barrier. They could attack the zombies at will, but the zombies could not attack them immediately. What is this? An invisible energy shield? Their confusion was soon answered, because a man who was about 20 years old and looked similar to Sher Xianxian followed the three of them. He stretched out his hands forward, clasped them together, and then spread them apart, as if he was pulling aside a gauze curtain in front of him. The vehicles stuck on the road immediately seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, and were instantly pushed to both sides of the road. The passage that they had tried to clear for a long time, but failed, was easily solved by the other party with a wave of his hand. What kind of power was this? Strength power? But he didn't touch the vehicle at all. Metal power? But not only the vehicle was pushed away, but also the zombies and people on the road. Moreover, those vehicles and people were not squeezed, as if they were moved from the original space to the space next to it. Space power? Gong Chao was very perceptive, but he was still a little uncertain because he had never seen such a spatial ability, which even had the ability to overturn mountains and seas. And this was not the end. They then enjoyed a great show of opening skulls at will. Wherever the man walked, the skulls of all the zombies automatically separated up and down, and the crystal cores rolled out. It's not just the men. The other three are no less vulnerable. Wherever they pass, the zombies are as weak as tofu. Is this man her brother? Is this her brother? Hack. No wonder she's looking for her brother. Is this a spatial ability? Gong Chao's team are all reborn people. They have come into contact with too many people with superpowers in their previous lives and have witnessed many powerful people. But no one can do it to the extent of waving their hands to blow off the zombies' heads. Moreover, it has just been the apocalypse. And everyone's superpower level is not high. Sure, Xianxian's brother might be a monster. Not only the Ganqiao team was shocked, but the people who had been trapped on the road for a long time were also in a daze. After so many days since the apocalypse, many of them had actually awakened their superpowers. But none of their superpowers could be so powerful compared to the superpower team that had been struggling here for a long time. These 4 people easily crushed the zombies, and even restored traffic order so easily. Those cars that were damaged and unable to move were pushed off the road, and the chaotic traffic on the street became orderly in an instant. The vehicle at the front did not even realize for a long time that it could move forward. It was not until his wife in the co-pilot seat reminded him that he realized that the road in front of him was empty, and it was a good time to leave. So he did not hesitate and drove towards the wide road ahead. Seeing this, others followed closely. But there were also some alert people who rolled down the car window to ask where Xianxian and the others came from. Is there a place to stay ahead? Fawn was not convenient to tell. Of course, there is no inconvenience for these potential populations. So soon, everyone in the convoy knew that if they followed this road, there would be a place called Xianyan Resort in the suburbs, which could be used as a place to stay. For people who have no goals, there is no better place to go than there now. After all, with such powerful psychics there, the base should be very safe. The congested traffic resumed operation, and the vehicles in the back that were still unable to move did not stay there any longer, because the chopping melon and vegetable-like behavior of Xianxian and the other 3 made them suddenly have a more rational understanding of the danger level of the zombies. Just like that, the psychics in the car got out and began to actively cooperate in clearing the zombies. Especially after Xianxian healed the first injured person, more people got out of the car. After all, there were hundreds of millions of zombies in the city, and it took time for the vehicles in front to move. So it was naturally safer to clear out as many zombies as possible around. Gradually, not only those with special powers got out of the cars, but ordinary people also took up weapons. After the apocalypse, everyone was shrouded in great panic, especially those terrible doomsday speeches before the apocalypse, which exaggerated the apocalypse to be too dark and terrifying. This made many people lose the courage to face the zombies and the apocalypse. Even those with special powers were in danger when facing the zombies, so it was naturally impossible for ordinary people like them to do anything. But now, the zombies were crushed. There were only 4 of them, but they were like 4 bulldozers, with zombies everywhere they passed. Since the end of the world was inevitable, was this the best time to face the end of the world and the zombies? The Ganqiao team was stunned to see the zombies fighting alone and then being beaten up in groups. They had been here for almost 2 hours. They had also called on the superpowers to come out and fight together, but few responded. Now, even ordinary people have started fighting. Isn't this gap too big? As traffic flow returned to normal, the dense population began to move, and as zombies were cleared in large numbers, the number of infected people was quickly brought under control. People with goals drove towards an uncertain future, while people without goals chose to go to the base where the Reborn had promoted before the Doomsday. Of course, many people were also preparing to go to Xianyan Resort to see the situation there. After everything returned to normal, Xianxian and the other 3 began to turn back. There were still large numbers of zombies rushing to the area near the city after hearing the noise. There were also always vehicles driving in the city trying to escape from here. They alone could not control the situation all the time. And once a large number of zombies rushed over from the city, they would be powerless to save the situation. What would happen here next would be up to fate. The 4 of them were preparing to return to the off-road vehicle, and on the way back they naturally passed by Ganqiao's team again. Those people looked at them with extremely complicated eyes, as if they had a lot to say. But Xianxian looked at them with a very unfamiliar look. So in the end, Ganqiao just said thank you dryly. You're welcome. After the formulaic response, Xianxian waved her hand and left with her best friend and brother in a carefree manner. Chapter 84. Chu is not a pervert. Xianxian left so naturally, without any nostalgia or hesitation. It was not until the car disappeared from sight that the Ganqiao team had to start thinking about a question. Xianxian did not seem to be reborn, but she seemed to have become more powerful. And it was the kind of transformation of strength that transcended classes. To be fair, the current captain might not be her opponent. Not only that, Xianxian's entire mental state is different. She exudes confidence from the inside out. She is still as warm as a fire. But in this life, This fire seems to have sufficient fuel, and it has learned to be restrained despite being fearless. If I have to describe it, Shi Xian in the previous life was more like a ball of fire, always burning eagerly. Although it can also give people warmth, it is always afraid of burning others. Shi Xian in this life is more like the sun, bright and warm, immeasurable, and out of reach. Although it was just a brief encounter, Shi Xian's changes were too obvious for them to ignore. Of course, in addition to Shi Xian herself, her two friends are equally strong and outstanding. But the most eye-catching one is her younger brother, who she always talked about in her previous life. They had never met Shi Xian in their previous life, but they were familiar with this name. Shi Xian joined the team and ran around with the team in order to find Shi Xian's traces and clues. No matter what Shi Xian collected outside, she would leave a copy for her brother. She even fell into danger several times in her search for news about Shi Xian, which made Gan Chao angry with her several times. The two of them did not become partners because they could never reach a consensus on the matter of Shi Xian. Because of Shi Xian's crazy actions, the members of the Gan Chao team had no good impression of Shi Xian, whom they had never met before. But after meeting him today, they seemed to understand why Shi Xian was so crazy about looking for her brother in her previous life. In addition to the original family affection, it can be seen that Shi Xian himself has a better talent for spatial abilities, even to the point of being a demon. He has already demonstrated such abilities in just the early days of the apocalypse. It is hard to imagine how far he will grow in the future. Captain, should we leave too? A team member asked, bringing Gan Chao back from his long trance. Ning Luo bit her lip, looking very uneasy. Shi Xian was too dazzling just now, making her look like an ant. It was the same in her previous life. She was the space-based mutant who joined Gan Chao's team earlier, before Shi Xian joined. She was the protected person by everyone in the team and the envy of others around her. But since Shi Xian joined the team, everything has changed. Unexpectedly, in this life, Shi Xian did not have the same luck as herself to be reborn. When she first realized this, she was secretly delighted and happy. But soon, her secret joy was like a slap in the face. Shi Xian became even more powerful. She was like a character in a martial arts TV series, moving in the chaos with extraordinary speed and agility. She easily attracted everyone's attention. Let's go! There was a hint of confusion in Gan Chao's eyes, but more of a sense of loss. However, now was not the time to think about these things. He had to eradicate as many of the powerful mutant zombies as possible before they grew up. Only in this way could he gain some living space for mankind. He had worked hard for this for several reincarnations, the longest of which even allowed human civilization to continue for nearly 1,000 years. However, the extremely rare newborns and the increasingly deteriorating living environment ultimately led to the destruction of mankind. In his reincarnations, he had tried various things. He had explored the god of death and the god of life, and even tried to fight against the god of death. However, his mortal body was ultimately no match for the god of death. In the end, the god of death also told him clearly that the fundamental cause of the world's destruction was the death of the god of life. Even if he really killed him, he would not be able to bring life to the world. After Gan Chao fought with the god of death for 3 reincarnations, he finally realized that what the god of death said was true. The death of the god of life caused the imbalance between the breath of life and the breath of death. This was an inevitable result. Even if the god of death was killed, the breath of life would not be revived. Gan Chao could no longer remember how many times he had lived again. After countless attempts, he finally had no choice but to face the reality that mankind was doomed to extinction. And the only thing he could do was to prolong this time. Therefore, in the subsequent reincarnations, the Gan dynasty has been trying every means to deal with high-level zombies, solve the zombie tides, and build more stable large-scale bases. Therefore, in the subsequent reincarnations, human civilization has basically stabilized within a time limit of 800 years. But in the last few rebirths, Gan Chao also discovered something very scary. That there are also rebirths among zombies. In addition to zombies that are born with mutations into intelligent ones, later zombies will also awaken wisdom after advancing to the 5th level. The destructive power of an intelligent zombie is almost equivalent to a large zombie tide. The rebirth of the intelligent zombies has brought many more variables to Gan Chao's road to cleanup. After the apocalypse, humans have limited living space, but zombies have an infinitely vast world. This time of rebirth, Gong Chao's efficiency in cleaning up the mutated zombies has become significantly lower, as if the intelligent zombie had transferred the mutated zombies early. Faced with this situation, Gong Chao did not feel optimistic, because he had already predicted that in the future reborn world, not only would there be more reborn humans, but there would also be more reborn zombies. If that reborn zombie was a 5th level zombie, then the world would have one more zombie that had acquired intelligence early on. Perhaps when he chose to be reborn for the first time, the world was destined to be full of holes. But he had no choice but to keep going. It would be great if he could be reborn before the god of life was dissected. But unfortunately, although he could choose to be reborn, he could not choose the time of his rebirth. The passive ability he gained after being reborn was not under his control. The Gong Chao team set off and continued their tracking and hunting. But Shi Xianxian's appearance this time left them with an indelible impression and confusion. They were really curious about why Shi Xianxian had become stronger in this life. The world is so big, and we never know when we will meet again. But Gong Chao's team overlooked one problem. That is, when a person is strong enough, he will naturally take on more responsibilities. And neither they nor Shi Xianxian are weak, and fate will always make them meet again. As they were preparing to return to the resort, Shi Xianxian and a few others were also discussing Gong Chao's team. However, the atmosphere in their car was much more relaxed. Shi Xianxian admitted that Gong Chao's appearance was indeed more to her liking, but it was not to the extent that she wanted to confess her feelings for him. In fact, because of Wang Xingnan's previous words, she didn't even have the slightest affection for Gong Chao. She couldn't figure out why she fell in love with him in her previous life. Forget it. Men are not as good as the base. I will guard the base, and you all for the rest of my life. I think my life now has no regrets. If Mom stews pork ribs and stir-fries mushrooms for me when I go home tonight, it will be even more perfect. Qianqiu nodded vigorously. Shermu's cooking skills improved by leaps and bounds after awakening her plant-related abilities. She successfully replaced the robot chef and occupied the position of the god of cooking in Qianqiu's heart. But speaking of the male protagonist, Qianqiu also had some questions. 6161. Is the male protagonist's rebirth his special ability? I guess so. When the hero dies, he can choose whether to carry his memories with him, or he can let others be reborn with their memories. Otherwise, the Gong Chao team wouldn't be so neat and tidy with all the reborn people. 6161 explained. 6161's explanation made Qianqiu instantly grasp something keenly. This world is constantly repeating itself. Every time the male protagonist dies, all his memories will be restored. And then he can freely choose whether to carry these memories in the next life. If all members of the Gong Chao team are reborn, then for the male protagonist, there is a high probability that the female protagonist will also be reborn. After all, the reborn have great advantages in Doomsday, and can greatly increase the chance of survival. But why was it Shi Qianxi who was reborn, and not the heroine? This may be one of the reasons why the hero and the heroine parted ways in the previous life. And it is also the reason why the hero showed a confused expression when they just passed by each other. Because in the hero's view, Shi Xianxian should be reborn. But he only saw strangeness in her eyes. Qianqiu temporarily put aside the complicated story between the hero and heroine, because when they returned to the base, they soon discovered the huge population outside the base. Apparently, many people who had escaped from the city before came to this resort, and then were surprised to find this unique base. Most of them had never seen the base built by those reborn people, but this indestructible barrier gave them enough sense of security. So many people decided to stay. As a result, they also faced a problem. That is, the rent. To be honest, the rent of a crystal core a day is not that difficult. People who escaped from the city have encountered a few zombies, so those who carry crystal cores couldn't wait to enter the resort. But there were also people who never got off the bus and did not have any crystal cores on them. However, they did not plan to leave because many people had chosen to camp outside the base, apparently intending to wait and see. Those who pass through the barrier will be assumed to have accepted the base's rent exchange, and one of the crystal cores they carry will automatically disappear. In the next 24 hours, they can enter and exit the base freely. After entering the base, they can't wait to explore the base and find people to inquire about the situation. The resort, which has been quiet for a long time, has become lively again. The Shi, Wang, and Su families naturally knew that their children were away. and were not surprised that there were outsiders coming to settle down. But they did not expect that there would be so many people on the first day. However, due to the sudden influx of a large number of people, the three of them did not attract much attention among them. Even if someone asked, they would explain that they just arrived here a few days earlier than them, and they had no idea why this place was like this. As for why the three families could afford to live in the villas, the newcomers did not dig into the issue. After all, these three families were all people with special abilities, so it was reasonable for them to be able to afford to rent the villas, especially after Xian and the others returned. Those who had seen their abilities had no doubts at all. Some even felt a great sense of security because Xian and the others lived here. The bustling resort area was far away from the city, and therefore did not attract a large number of zombies in a short period of time. People who were temporarily staying outside were listening to people coming out from inside explaining the situation inside the barrier. It's really amazing. You have all tried this barrier, right? It can definitely resist zombies. And it has no blind spots. Guess who I saw in there? They are the 4 people who rescued us during the day. They found this place a few days earlier than us, and now they are all living in the villa. There are not only villas, but also apartment buildings, luxury hotels, residential communities, and of course tent areas. Of course, I can't afford to rent a villa now, so I'll just sleep outdoors, which is safer than outside. As for the exchange rules, I'm telling you, I've studied them thoroughly. Around the bonfire, the people who escaped from the doomsday felt the long-lost hope. For the first time, they thought of actively attacking the zombies, buying residence rights and houses. If they couldn't afford permanent ones, they would fight for short-term ones. So the next morning at around 8 o'clock, when Xian and the other 3 went out, they unexpectedly found that the resort was a lot more deserted. At first, they thought that the resort was unpopular and people ran away after staying one night. Later they found out that it was too popular, and those who had a little ambition and courage had already run out during the day to look for zombies. It can be said that the Xianyan base successfully mobilized the enthusiasm of all residents on the first day it was open to the public. Those who were not suitable to go out to clean up the zombies were not idle either. After discovering that the fields and breeding areas in the resort could be rented, they also paid the corresponding crystal cores and planted the seeds they brought. If there were plant-based or water-based mutants, it would be even better, as they could exchange crystal cores for the extremely high crop output without going out. Of course, breeding areas were also equally popular, but those who could rent these places on the first day were all people with some capital. Everything was going well in the base, so Xian and the others were naturally very satisfied, because there was no manager and there were no troublemakers in the base. And whether moving in or renting a house or farmland, the crystal cores on their bodies would be automatically deducted, and there was no bargaining. This automated model makes people who stay here feel fair and open, and also makes the 3 companies feel less worried. Not only that, the 4 people's superpowers were upgraded yesterday. Xian, who has a 2nd level superpower, can even cure a certain degree of zombie infection. Within an hour of infection, she can remove the aura of death from the body. This ability was acquired after Qianxi was upgraded to the 3rd level in his previous life, and it can only heal the infected within 10 minutes. It can only be said that the gap is obvious, considering that there is only one Xian, but there are countless infected people in the world who need to be cured. Qianxiu decided to develop a cure. Dr. Simon's ultimate goal in his previous life was also a cure. He wanted to develop a cure that could cure the virus 100%, so that everyone would never be infected like Qianxi. But unfortunately, once the healing ability left Qianxi, his control would quickly become ineffective. So Dr. Simon's research hit a bottleneck and never succeeded. However, this life is different. Dr. Simon is by her side, and the heroine's healing ability has become much stronger, combined with Qianxiu's spatial ability. I think she can keep the medicine fresh very well, and in this way, the scrap metal can be much freer. After listening to Qianxi's suggestion, Xian was very hesitant. She had no good impression of Dr. Simon. She always felt that the way this guy looked at his brother was full of crazy possessiveness. That must mean that this guy has not yet mended his evil ways, and is still immersed in treating Qianxi as his personal property. Sis, the person is locked up anyway. Why not make use of him? Maybe we can make a healing potion. Don't worry about me. No one can stand against me. Qianxi said so. Xian was still a little hesitant. Sister, once we develop the medicine, We can sell it directly in the store. From now on, the people in our base will no longer be afraid of being infected by zombies. Sister, our medicines are not signed either. Simon wants to be famous. But why is he staying outside the threshold of history? After Shi Qianxi's fierce bombardment, Shi Xianxian finally agreed reluctantly. After the discussion, the next step was to make the healing potion. The method was not complicated. The first step was to integrate Shi Xianxian's healing ability into a specific potion. Simon had already achieved certain results with this potion in his previous life. The next step was to preserve the potion. Therefore, the production of potion bottles is mainly the responsibility of Qianqiu, who has mastered spatial abilities, while the potions require Shi Xianxian and Dr. Simon to conduct experiments and trials. In order not to attract attention, Qianqiu directly opened up another underground space in the basement of the Shi family villa. This was not difficult for him who possessed spatial abilities. The next step was to collect the equipment and raw materials needed for the experiment. Shi's father Shi Zhuiyuan had purchased a full set of equipment when the base was first built. He had not expected this day, but felt that the research on zombie vaccines could not be stopped after the apocalypse. If he could gather professional talents, a laboratory would definitely be built. Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi gave a thumbs up to their father's foresight. Shi's father picked up his fishing rod, put on his sun hat, turned around and went into the forest, hiding his merit and fame. The laboratory was built quickly, and scrap iron, which was now at the 3rd level, could easily read Dr. Simon's memory. As for Dr. Simon's soul, scrap iron did not absorb it because scrap iron thought that the soul was not good-looking in color, so it must not taste good. With all of Dr. Simon's memories and skills, Scrap's research progressed very rapidly. Moreover, Scrap himself was not a person with special abilities of a certain type. He was a person with all abilities, coupled with the heroine's super healing abilities in this life. The healing potion was produced in just 3 days. Qianqiu certainly did not lag behind. The small, transparent bottle, like glass, was about the size of a finger, but it was actually a product forged from the combination of spatial power and glass. It could imprison and preserve healing powers, as long as the user drank the potion within 1 minute after opening the bottle. They could heal themselves. If the user has been infected, he or she can avoid infection 100% by taking the medicine within 1 hour of infection. One morning, when the residents of the resort came to the mission hall to redeem their residence rights, they suddenly found a new area and a new holographic screen on the left side of the hall. On the screen was a line of words: healing potion times 200 crystal cores. Note: the infected person can avoid infection by taking this potion within 1 hour. It must be taken within 1 minute after opening the bottle. The potion bottle is recycled at the price of 50 crystal cores. Stock 10. You can imagine how busy the mission hall was that day. Even though most people couldn't afford the potion, everyone who got the news still flocked to the hall to see the incredible healing potion. There is an antidote for the zombie virus. Although there are restrictions on its use, it is enough to subvert our cognition. The appearance of the healing potion gave people the confidence to attack the zombies. Although the price of 200 crystal cores was very expensive, without the medicine bottle, the price of 150 crystal cores was not out of reach for the expedition team. Even on the day the healing potion went on sale, the 10 potions were quickly sold out. It was clear that this base was still home to many hidden talents. After getting the healing potion, Shi Xianxian and the others started going out again. One reason was to understand the situation around the base, and the other was to ease traffic. It had been nearly 10 days since the Doomsday outbreak, and people were fleeing the city every day. The blocked roads made it difficult for people to escape. Although the people at the CNN base liked to go hunting on the edge of the city recently, they were unable to solve the huge traffic flow. So just like last time, the 4 of them went to various intersections leaving the city. Shi Xianxian and the other 2 provided cover, while Qianqiu used the method of dividing space to open up roads and guide the blocked traffic to resume passage. However, this was only effective in the short term, because you didn't know which car contained the person who was about to mutate. Once a car accident occurred, the road would easily be blocked again. The 4 people are not saviors, and cannot guard every intersection all the time. They can only check the situation every few days. This regular life of going out to clear the way and returning home to absorb crystal cores to enhance superpowers lasted for more than 10 days. The CNN base encountered its first wave of crisis. And this crisis did not come from the tide of zombies. but from people who heard the news and wanted to plunder the formula of the healing potion. The news of the birth of the healing potion spread quickly. Almost all the bases and people nearby heard about the healing potion. Some came to buy it, while others came to rob it. The hero Gon Chao's team also heard about the healing potion. As reborn people, their first reaction was that someone was cheating and committing fraud. In addition, they had no clue about the matter of the mentally mutated zombies. So they rushed to the Xianyun base to find out. Before arriving here, they had imagined what the Xianyun base would look like and had heard that it was built above the resort. But when they actually arrived, they were still shocked by the scene before them. The huge transparent hemispherical barrier covers the base, seemingly isolating it from all dangers from the outside world. It is like a huge L, making people instinctively want to go in to seek a sense of security. Dense forests wrap around modern buildings, with people shuttling through them. The entire base is like a huge, beautiful crystal ball. The Gon Chao team soon saw the notice board outside the base, which clearly stated the conditions for entry. Gon Chao did not choose to go in immediately, but reached out and touched the barrier, and then tried to apply continuous pressure. The barrier did not react at all, and was not affected at all, until Gon Chao hit with all his strength. The barrier did not even have the slightest ripple. It's strange. It seems that the force I swung out is counteracting my own force. Other members of the Gon Chao team also tried it, and finally came to this conclusion. It becomes stronger when it encounters a stronger opponent. What a strange mechanism. What kind of ability is this? Space power. Gon Chao tried to speak in a calm tone. How is this possible? Such a huge barrier. What kind of space ability user can be so abnormal? Suddenly, everyone in the team fell silent. A space power user. A pervert? A person popped up in their minds involuntarily. Chapter 85 Rely on the barrier. After a long silence, Gon Chao's team decided to go into the base to investigate the situation. However, before they could act, a fully armed team appeared. The team was composed of ordinary people and people with special powers. But the ordinary people had guns in their hands. In the early days of the apocalypse, guns were also a threat to people with special powers. Not to mention that in addition to ordinary people who fired guns, there were also people with special powers who controlled their special powers. As soon as these people appeared, they opened fire to warn the crowd outside the barrier, hoping to control the crowd as soon as possible. However, the result went against their wishes. The first reaction of people in danger was to enter the barrier, because that was their spiritual home after the end of the world, and it was the safest place in their subconscious mind. So when the gunshots rang out, after a brief moment of confusion, people who were only one step away from the barrier naturally subconsciously swarmed towards the barrier, and this caused a chain reaction. Seeing this, the robbers opened fire again, which only intensified people's escape. This puzzled the robbers. Even if they escaped back to the base, what was the use? In the end, they would still be controlled by them. Forget it. Wait a while. This group of silly X. One of the robbers burst into rough mouth. It's normal for anyone to not be scared when they see us. Another person, on the contrary, was very satisfied with such chaos. The more fearful people were, the easier it would be to satisfy his inner sense of accomplishment and pride. After the end of the world, some of the dark sides that had been hidden due to social pressure were no longer a concern. There were robbers who wanted to shoot at the crowd. But seeing how these people were frightened like headless flies, it was estimated that even if they shot, it would not have a deterrent effect, but would make the scene even more chaotic. Just like that, the robber team let the crowd flee. Anyway, they had sent people to check the area in advance. They knew that the barrier could be entered and exited freely by consuming one crystal core. Moreover, they came here not only for the potion, but also to occupy the base. Although this barrier could not be used to prevent people, it was indeed a good thing to prevent zombie invasion. Now that people are spontaneously flocking into the base, they don't have to go around arresting people. The Gon Chao team outside the base was wrapped in the crowd, and was squeezed to the edge of the barrier without controlling, and then was stuck in the place. And someone shouted angrily, who did not want to enter the base and squeeze it inside. At that moment, members of the Gon Dynasty team felt the anger and killing of the surrounding people. In addition, the team that was obviously not a good stubble outside, they naturally chose to enter the base. After the crystal cores on their bodies were automatically deducted, they successfully passed the barrier. Although there was chaos inside the barrier at this time, It was much better than outside. After entering the barrier, people's fear seemed to be filtered out. They no longer ran away, but stood inside the barrier and looked at the teams and crowds outside. It seemed that in an instant they turned from a panicked flock of sheep into a crowd of spectators who had nothing to do with it. Not to mention the robbers outside. Even Gon Chao's team inside the barrier could not understand this change. They felt that the people in this base seemed to have insufficient IQ. In just a few minutes, there was no one else outside the barrier except the team of robbers. Everyone rushed into the base. They gathered at the edge of the barrier, facing the team from a distance. Their calm and composed appearance made the robbers fall into self-doubt for a moment. They were indeed here to rob, not to perform. So what were these people looking at? Although it seems that the people in this base are not very smart. Now that everyone has arrived at the base, and the robber team is ready to go, they have their own set of procedures, and seem to be quite skilled in their operations. One of them took out a large loudspeaker, and began shouting into the base. Find the leader of your base. As long as you are willing to hand over the formula and production line of the healing potion, we will not make things difficult for you. Later, Lu Sha base will send people to take over here. You can live your life as usual. We promise not to interfere with you too much. The robbers obviously also adhered to the idea of using courtesy before force. In their opinion, the leader of the Xianyun resort would appear in 10 minutes at most. And then the two sides would negotiate. If the other party was sensible, they could save their weapons and superpowers. If the other party was stubborn, then they would just rush in. The man holding the loudspeaker kept repeating his words. And after 7 or 8 minutes, the robbers discovered that the people in the base were still watching the excitement. Because of the commotion here, more and more people came to watch the excitement. But no one stood up to say that he was the leader. Captain, aren't all the people in this base fools? After such a long time, it seems that there is not even one person who can tip off the enemy. There seem to be more people coming to watch the fun. What's going on? Not only did no one stand up and claim to be the leader, but those who were watching the fun didn't even show any special respect to anyone. Instead, they had several disputes over who could watch the fun. It was obvious that there was indeed no one of superior status among these people. The captain of the robber team took the big horn. Give you half an hour. And as soon as the time is, if we have no result, we will launch an attack. If we do it, the result will be completely different. As soon as the time limit of half an hour came out, the people in the barrier did get their heads up. But they were just that. Even with the push of time, the light in the eyes of the people became brighter and brighter, as if looking forward to it. After the apocalypse, the robber team relied on the weapons they had stockpiled in advance to kill people and rob people. They have become more and more skilled in occupying bases these days. But this is the first time they have seen such a base. Everyone in the base seems to be indifferent to the upcoming crisis. They are like a group of animals without IQ. And no one knows what they are looking at. Half an hour passed quickly, and the patience of the robber team was exhausted. When it seemed that there were only 3 minutes left, the crowd watching the excitement in the base finally had a different reaction. They who were crowded to watch the show actually spontaneously made way for a passage. And someone slowly walked over from the back of the crowd. Soon, the robbers saw a group of 3 women and 2 men. From their breath, they could tell that these 5 people were all superpowered. However, the man with a Western face who looked the strongest had a collar around his neck, and the chain on the collar was held in the hand of another man who looked frail. The robber team was all shocked. Although they had let themselves go after the apocalypse, they had never behaved so blatantly. For a moment, they even admired the man's strong and abnormal psychology. Although none of these 5 people looked like the leader of the base, the onlookers did make way for them spontaneously. And now they also consciously kept a distance from these 5 people. The robber team naturally thought that the leaders of this base were these 5 weaklings. There are only 2 minutes left. The management of your base is too lax. Surrender or perish. Make a choice as soon as possible. The captain of the robber team thought that his management ability was limited. But it was not like this base. The chaos had been going on for almost half an hour before the leaders received the news and rushed over. The efficiency was really poor. However, what the robber team never expected was that the 5 newly arrived people also had no reaction to their words. No. To be precise, they took out small stools and lined them up. And then took out a small table and put melon seeds, watermelons, cola and other things on it. Then, in the stunning gaze of the robbers, 5 people opened it. After a brief moment of confusion, The leader of the robber team was the first to get angry. It was obvious to him that the leadership of the CNN base was insulting him in this way. After the apocalypse, he had quickly risen to the top, and had not been humiliated like this for a long time. The shame made him forget about the barrier, and he raised his gun to one of the men's heads and opened fire, accompanied by a burst of gunfire. The people in the barrier subconsciously bent down and covered their ears to avoid it. But they soon realized that the bullets could not penetrate the barrier at all. So they quickly regained their composure and continued to follow the boss to watch the show. Although their base has no managers, there are still big bosses. The most famous of them are naturally Miss Sure and her younger brother, who is good at cutting open the heads of zombies, and has a somewhat perverted hobby. In addition to their impeccable strength, they are naturally superior in other aspects, such as Shirshian's attack methods that are like supernatural powers and martial arts, and the strange pet raised by Shirshiansi. So when they saw the big guys coming to the scene to watch the show, people's last bit of worry disappeared. The apocalypse has been going on for so long, and they have certainly witnessed the reliability of the base's barrier. They have also seen some people who wanted to attack the base, but were blocked and could not get in no matter what. So when the robber team appeared, people's first reaction was to run back into the barrier. Although the robbers' attack was blocked by the barrier, it also gave the other robbers a signal to start attacking. They knew that the barrier would block all attacks, and immediately stepped forward to prepare to cross the barrier. As they approached quickly, the people in the barrier subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the four big guys were still sitting there steadily. So people's footsteps naturally stopped. The robbers came to the edge of the barrier, carrying the crystal cores they had prepared long ago. Naturally, they were thinking about entering the base. Then, the man who rushed in the front suddenly slammed into the barrier. The muffled sound made everyone in the barrier feel a headache. The man probably didn't expect that he would be stopped, so he hit the barrier very hard and almost fell to the ground due to dizziness. Seeing this, the other robbers slowed down their pace and did not dare to rush straight up when they reached the edge of the barrier. Instead, they reached out to try to touch it. As a result, without exception, all of them were stopped outside the barrier. The captain of the robber squad grabbed the person who was still dizzy and asked, "What is going on? Isn't it that you can go in by consumption of one crystal nucleus? Why are all us from being stopped?" The man was like being poured with a bucket of cold water, and he came to his senses on the spot. "Last time I came here, I only needed one crystal core to get in, and I could go back and forth as I pleased within a day. It's true. Majwa can prove it." A person next to him immediately said flatteringly, "That's right, boss. Last time, the two of us got in easily and only consumed one crystal core. Boss, look, that's what it says on this sign. I'm not blind." Of course, the captain of the robber team also saw the instructions about staying in the base outside the barrier, including rent, rules, and so on. Now he felt like he had a lot of rage in his stomach, but had no place to vent it. Especially when he looked up, he could see countless pairs of eyes on the opposite side who were watching the show. Now, he finally understood why the people in this base stopped running after entering the barrier, and why they looked at them with an expression as if they were watching a monkey show. "Damn it! Try to attack me. I don't believe that this turtle SHL cannot be broken." At this point, it was impossible for the captain of the robber team to just leave in disgrace without doing anything. Being watched by so many people, the fact that he could remain calm was a sign of good psychological endurance. The rest of the team was also annoyed by everyone's gaze, and immediately began to attack the barrier after receiving the order. The bullets hit the barrier without reservation, but the barrier remained the same without even a ripple. This high-intensity attack lasted for 5 minutes, but the barrier still showed no signs of shaking. So the robbers had to stop this useless attack. So, the robbers stood outside the barrier, with a suffocating expression on their faces, as if they were ready to eat the people inside alive. But the people inside had already begun to imitate the boss's behavior, some eating melon seeds and some eating fruits. There was a lack of entertainment resources in the Doomsday, and it was a rare opportunity to have such a fun thing to watch. So of course they would not miss it. They were also very curious about how powerful this barrier was, and how those people outside the barrier planned to end up. The robbers outside the barrier launched another wave of attacks almost out of anger. The captain of the robber team always believed that the defense of this barrier had an upper limit. But the problem was that they had been attacking for so long, and had not seen this upper limit. Continuing the attack would be a waste of resources and physical strength. if they did not continue the attack. Wouldn't they really become monkeys? In fact, the captain of the robber team was not wrong. After all, this barrier was man-made. So of course, there was a defense limit. To break through the barrier, the first and most basic condition was that the level of supernatural power was stronger than Qianqiu. Secondly, with Qianqiu's continuous upgrades, this barrier also incorporated some of Scrap Iron's abilities, such as the mental ability to identify friend and foe. As a demigod, Theody is now a third-order psychic. His third-order mental power can read the malicious value of those entering the base. Those with too high malicious values will be automatically blacklisted. This is why these robbers cannot enter the base now. Even if you enter the base, it does not mean that you can attack at will. If the malicious value increases sharply after entering the base, you will be blacklisted and teleported out of the base instantly. This is one of the reasons why the ban on fighting in the base can be well enforced. It can only be said that it is not easy to drill loopholes with the spiritual power of the space power. The robbers were stuck outside the barrier. They could not see any hope of breaking through if they continued to attack. They were unwilling to leave like this, and it was neither humiliating nor respectful. Just when they were in a dilemma, the woman holding a sword in the barrier finished eating a piece of watermelon and waved at them. How long do you plan to attack? If it's very late, I'll consider stewing a hot pot here. Robber squad. During this long apocalypse, they have never seen such an arrogant person. The team leader finally couldn't hold it in anymore this time. His face flushed with anger. Don't be so arrogant. If you want to eat hot pot, I'll grant you that. But if you have the guts, just don't come out alone. I wonder if you guys will starve to death first. Or we will collapse first. Sure, Xian looked around after hearing this and said, Really? You must keep your word. I see you don't have much food with you. Do you want to send someone back to ask for support? Seeing the robber almost fuming, but having no idea where to vent his anger, Qianqiu silently gave the heroine a thumbs up. Su spoke up at this time. Don't bother. You can bring the crystal cores with you. If you run out of food, you can exchange them with us. We will calculate based on the market price, and we will not cheat anyone. Wang Shengnan nodded repeatedly. We also have fresh vegetables and fruits grown in the fields. But the exchange price will definitely be higher. The robbers could not help but fire again. But this time it was not to consume the defense barrier, but simply to go crazy. Can these people respect their profession? They are robbers. Not here to do business. And certainly not to be their meal. Why are these people so fearless? However, this time they went out, originally intending to fight quickly. And after attacking the Xianin base, they would not be short of food. So they did not bring much food this time. Captain, what should we do? Do we really want to trade? The captain slapped the man on the head and said, You are a robber. What a trade. Send a message to the base and ask them to come for support. We will besiege here. With so many people, they won't be able to hold out for long. No matter the supplies or the crystal cores, the barrier here can not only block zombies, but also blocks enemies. And its defense capability is quite strong. Therefore, the value of Xianin base will rise again. After informing the base of the details, anyone with a little bit of brains will know the value of Xianin base. So it is feasible to pay some price for it. The captain of the robber team was indeed quite smart. And his siege plan also brought some panic to the people in the base. Although it was safe to stay in the base, one crystal core would be consumed every day, and their food reserves could not support them to stay in the base all the time. Just as they were worried, the four big guys who had been sitting on small benches stood up, and then set up two large tables. As mentioned before, they began to prepare hot pot. Because of Qianqiu's space ability, everything was ready in less than 10 minutes. In addition, with Wang Xingnan's fire ability, even burning charcoal became extremely simple and quick. So soon, the aroma of hot pot spread. The barrier only blocked attacks, but not sounds or smells. For a while, the base was filled with the rich aroma of hot pot. Residents of the base. Anyway, today's crystal cores have been confiscated. So why think so much? Let's prepare dinner first. The robbers. Is it really impossible to exchange crystal cores for hot pot? Chapter 86. Cut the leaks early. Soon, the robbers realized that hot pot was just the beginning. And there would be barbecue, fried skewers and beer after hot pot. Today, in July. Although such a hotness makes people sweat. But under the impact of frozen beer, cola, and watermelon, this kind of fiery has become a refreshing flavor. After the end of the world, people immersed themselves in the smell of fireworks and delicious food for the first time. Appetite, as the most primitive desire of human beings, successfully covered up their worries and fears about the end of the world. That night, the residents inside the barrier fell into a carnival. Compared with the heat in the barrier, the robbers outside the barrier have collapsed. When traveling in the doomsday, they carried food that was easy to store and process, such as instant noodles and canned food. So when night fell and the aroma of hot pot and barbecue filled the base, they cooked instant noodles and heated up canned food. To be honest, the food prepared by the robber team was not bad after robbing houses all the way up to now. There were 7 or 8 different flavors of canned food and various snacks. But the smell of hot pot and barbecue made the food seem dry. The atmosphere in the robber team was very depressed. The captain could only encourage them. In a few days, the base would not even have steamed buns to eat, let alone hot pot. Only then did the team members cheer up. However, plans often cannot keep up with changes. It was not until late at night that the CNN base gradually became quiet. People cleaned up the garbage on the ground, but did not take away the tables and chairs, as if they were planning to continue such a dinner feast tomorrow. With anger that had nowhere to vent, and the frustration of a dismal dinner, the robber team finally had time to rest at night. The post-apocalyptic night was silent, and even because of the disappearance of city lights, the stars in the night sky became brighter and more numerous. It was a beautiful scene that many people had never seen before the apocalypse. However, such nights are fraught with danger. The living dead, who move stiffly and slowly during the day, become exceptionally strong and agile at night. They can even run much faster than ordinary people, and they don't get tired. Their hearing is greatly enhanced. It can be said that it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to escape the zombies' pursuit by walking at night. So when night falls, no matter where you are, the safest thing to do is to stay indoors, block out light sources, and keep as quiet as possible. At this time, the robber team followed this rule. But this place was far away from the city, so they only needed to send people to guard against the zombies wandering in the wild. And the possibility of a group of zombies appearing was not high. As a result, they were about to sleep, and a dynamic music sounded in the CNN base. Under the spread of excellent quality audio, the sound of music clearly passed into the ears of every one of the robbers. The robbers who were preparing to sleep immediately came out of the tent. They looked at the CNN base and saw that there were 2 big speakers in the place where the table was placing the table. The leader of the robber team could not help but clench his fists. This CNN base was really too much. When he broke into the base, he must kill everyone inside. Captain, what should we do? This will attract all the zombies nearby. Is this base going crazy? That's right. They want to die together. What do you mean we will all perish together? The zombies can't get into the barrier, so we are the only ones who are unlucky. It will be terrible if there is a zombie tide nearby. Faced with such behavior from the CNN base, the robbers were both angry and worried. The noise of the speakers was only one aspect, and at most their sleep was affected a little. However, the biggest problem with the speakers was that they would attract zombies. Although this place was far from the city, no one could be sure of the distribution of zombies nearby. Missing a zombie could pose a fatal threat to their team. Under the threat of the sound, even if there were people watching over the night, the members of the robber team could not sleep peacefully. Moreover, due to the influence of the sound, the zombies that came to the scene at night continued to come. The cost of killing a zombie at night almost doubled. But the crystal core obtained was no different from that in the daytime. Moreover, human vision was obstructed at night, and they might be attacked by zombies if they were not careful. So in the second half of the night, the robber team who could not sleep well simply got up and began to deal with the endless stream of violent zombies. It was not until the sun rose the next day that the crazy zombies slowed down their pace and became stiff again. They let out beast-like growls from their throats and continued to pounce on the base stubbornly. The robber team pulled the trigger numbly. They really didn't expect that there would be so many zombies near the resort. But thinking about it, it has been so long since the apocalypse. There were many zombies wandering around aimlessly in the city, and they were probably attracted by the speakers last night. The robber team was highly tight for a night. When dawn, it was already full of red blood, and some of the power people even exhausted because the power consumption was too exhausted. Fortunately, they didn't need to do anything during the day. They just needed to besiege the CNN base. So the robber team planned to rest during the day after breakfast. However, When they ate instant noodles and canned, the people in the Leisure Cloud base were also awake. Those people were probably nothing. And they even went to the entrance to watch. The more people gathered, the more people were full of people yesterday. They haven't left yet. Wow. So many zombie corpses. A lot of zombies came last night. I couldn't even hear the music inside the base. But the zombies at night could hear it. It's really scary. They are still eating instant noodles and canned food. What should we eat? Why hasn't the breakfast vendor come yet? Here they come. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, rice, noodles, and wontons. Several vendors are ready to set up stalls. The robbers. Is this really the end of the world instead of a market? Why is there still such a breakfast on sale at this base? In the end, their doubts were drowned in the rich aroma of breakfast. Don't worry. They probably have run out of tricks after using that method yesterday. They won't be able to keep up this kind of life for too long. Someone will definitely want to get out soon. The captain of the robber team was also harassed all night. And the various actions of the Xianyan base in the past 2 days have been challenging his bottom line, making the anger in his heart grow deeper and deeper. Just as the captain of the robber team guessed. After breakfast, some people in the base began to get anxious. They still needed to go out to hunt zombies to earn crystal cores. And the resort was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The advantage was naturally that it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, with beautiful scenery and rich resources. But the disadvantage was that it was difficult to cross. They had not yet opened a way out of the mountain, let alone driving. Therefore, leaving through the main gate was their best option. However, now, the robbers were blocking the door with malicious intent in their eyes. It was obvious that their patience had been exhausted from yesterday to now. Gan Chao's team was also mixed in the crowd at this time. They had been to the hall in the morning and really exchanged for a healing potion in the store area there. In addition to the incredible potion itself, the hall also made them marvel. As long as they carry enough crystal cores or materials, they can choose to trade directly in the hall. The 2 parties of the transaction can automatically deduct or obtain the corresponding materials in the hall. In addition, the store area also sells many incredible things, such as space backpacks. Yes, an ordinary backpack with 5 cubic meters of space inside, and house basements, which can be purchased by permanent residents. After purchasing, a 100 square meter basement will automatically appear under the house. It is space power. Gan Chao said the same thing again. These magical things, which seem like things from the game world, all had obvious spatial attributes. And the trading of items here also relied on spatial powers. But the spatial powers here were something they had never seen or heard of before. It seemed that this person with spatial powers had already understood the rules of space thoroughly, and had mastered the movements to perfection. He skillfully combined the rules and space to create this hall. Because it is too mysterious. Many people in this base think that this is not a person's behavior, but a miracle. Just like the defense barrier of that base. Perfectly not like manpower. It is precisely because of this that all the rules here are very fair and are 100% enforced. There is no infighting, theft, robbery, and other behaviors in the base. Transactions are also open and transparent. Even those who have housing can choose to have the exchanged materials delivered directly to their homes. The people here are obviously used to this way of life. But the Gan Chao team, who came into contact with these for the first time, were severely shocked. In their 2 rebirths, they had never encountered such a base. After coming out of the hall, they bought breakfast from a small vendor, just like they bought kebabs last night. Everything seemed so leisurely and unreal. And these were the 2 best meals they had had since the apocalypse. After breakfast, they looked at the entrance like everyone else. Every member of the robber team there looked haggard. It was obvious that the zombies last night had caused them a lot of trouble. Faced with this siege situation, Gan Chao's team felt that they might be able to lend a helping hand. However, the Gan Chao team did not have the chance to take action in the end, because Shi Xianxian appeared. Just like yesterday, she brought her brother and best friend, walked through the crowd and came to the front, facing the robbers outside the barrier from a distance. Shi Xianxian was surprised when she saw the situation outside. And then she said to the robbers, "There are so many zombies. Thank you for your hard work, everyone." At this moment, no matter whether inside or outside the barrier, everyone felt complicated, because everyone could hear the sincerity in Shi Xianxian's words. Xianqiu followed up and said, "There are a lot of zombies. So we should have harvested a lot of crystal cores. Sister, I don't think we need to wait another day. It would be good to just cut the leeks today. Susu nodded. I think so too. It seems that most of the zombies nearby have been attracted. Wang Sheng'an flexed her arms, ready to attack at any time. The robbers outside the barrier were confused for a moment, and finally realized what these people meant. They were planning to come out. And from what they said, the sound system last night was intentional. They used them to clean up a wave of scattered zombies wandering around, and then robbed them and harvested the zombie crystal cores from them. It can only be said that the abacus beads are about to fall on their faces. You want to cut our leeks? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Are you finally going to stop being a coward? Then come out. This saves everyone time. Upon hearing that a war was about to begin, the robbers, fatigued from the night before, suddenly disappeared. Everyone excitedly held their supplies tightly and mobilized their body's special abilities to prepare to deal with the top leaders of Xianyan base. It was obvious that they were very confident in their own fighting power. Under the gaze of everyone, for people inside the barrier walked out. They didn't even have any movement or strategy. They just went straight towards the robber team. In this way, the behavior of the robbers is looking for death. It felt too easy for a while. But soon, they seized the opportunity, and the bullets and power attacked the 4 people who came out of the barrier. But unfortunately, all their attacks missed. The speed of the psychics was indeed not enough to avoid the bullets. But there was an invisible barrier around their bodies, which blocked all the psychics and bullets. Not only that, the woman with the sword dodged most of the bullets and psychics at an inhuman speed. The woman's figure was like a gust of wind, and she was beside them in the blink of an eye. While they were still stunned, the sword had already cut their throats or pierced their heads. This was actually the first time that Xian killed someone after the apocalypse. Her inner emotions were surging like raging waves, but her face remained cold and ruthless. She roamed among the robbers and ended their lives. Susu and Wang Sheng'an followed closely behind. It was also the first time for Susu to kill someone in real life. However, Wang Sheng'an, because of her memories of her past life, acted decisively without any hesitation. As a demon spirit, Qianqiu has known since childhood the law of the jungle, and will show no mercy when taking action. Killing people and killing zombies are actually not much different in difficulty for the 4 of them. They still swept through the robbery team with a crushing momentum. More than 30 people in the team all fell to the ground in less than 3 minutes. The one who persevered to the end was the captain of the robber team. Until this moment, there was still disbelief in his eyes, because he himself was one of the key training targets of the base. With the assistance of a large number of crystal cores, he had advanced to the 2nd level, according to the captain of their base. At this time, the 2nd level psychics had no rivals. But now, he knelt on the ground, begging the other party to spare his life. Sure, Xian said coldly. Before today, there must have been many people who begged you to spare their lives. Or at the very least, spare their children, wives, and parents. But who have you spared? Think about it. As long as you have been soft-hearted and spared one person, I will spare your life today. The captain of the robber team's brain began to work frantically, and scenes flashed through his mind. From the end of the world to now, he couldn't remember how many people he had killed. He tried hard to recall, trying to find someone he had let go. But in the end, his mind was empty. Not a single face appeared. However, his eyes rolled, and even if he was lying, he opened his mouth and was about to speak. The seemingly weak girl next to him spoke up. He didn't spare anyone, and now he's planning to lie and make up a story about a little boy he spared and adopted. The leader of the robbery team looked at Susu in horror. He instantly realized that the woman who controlled others just now was obviously a psychic, and had the ability to read other people's minds. This time, he had no chance to quibble again. In his desperate eyes, the sword pierced his head. In just 3 minutes, everything was over. The existence that was previously invincible in their eyes was eliminated so easily. Outside the base, there was a large amount of dark red zombie blood, a large amount of bright red human blood, and many corpses, which made people once again clearly realize that now is the end of the world. The people in the base came out. Some kept their distance from Xian and her companions. Some thanked them, and some went to clean up the corpses. Of course, they did not dare to keep the crystal cores collected from the corpses for themselves. They gave them all to Xian. This woman used her strength once again to prove her unshakable position in the Xianyan base. Shi Xianxian simply announced a long-term commission on the spot, within a radius of 1,000 meters around the base. For every 10 corpses cleared and buried, 1 crystal core can be obtained. I will post the task in the lobby. Please come and claim it after you complete it. After hearing this, people cleaned up the corpses much faster. Although burying corpses is a physical job, most people are willing to do so as to obtain crystal cores without having to fight dangerous zombies. Chapter 87 Crystal Nuclear Disciplinary Communication. With the help of Shi Xianxian and her companion's strong strength and wealth, the corpses within 1,000 meters outside the base were quickly cleared out. People even spontaneously buried the corpses far enough away. Some people who were preparing to go out to collect supplies directly loaded the corpses onto trucks and transported them away, and only found a place to bury the bodies after they drove far enough away. After all, in everyone's subconscious, they have regarded the Xianyan base as their future home. And no one wants too many corpses around their home. Even if there are a few people who want to sneak and slippery, they will honestly transport the body to a far place under the glare at others. The chaos subsided temporarily, and the news of the robber team's demise quickly spread. Many surrounding bases that were watching had to reevaluate the strength of the Xianyan base. After all, as far as they knew, the team sent by the Lusha base this time also included a second-level psychic. At this time, the strength of a second-level psychic was already at the top level, but he just disappeared without a sound. And according to rumors, the entire team was destroyed in just a few minutes. Which sounds incredible. It is not known how Lusha base will deal with this matter. It takes a lot of investment to train such a team, and it is unlikely that they will swallow this matter without saying a word. Moreover, their usual tough approach is also the capital of Lusha base. They rely on concentrating resources to train top-level psychics, and then use these psychics to plunder and make money everywhere, and either annex or destroy several bases. Such means are not without opposition. But after several failed attempts, it has instead contributed to the reputation of Lusha base. And now, people have seen the failure of the Lusha base, which seems to make them smell a different scent. People around who heard the news were watching how the situation developed. At the Xianyan base, people have returned to their normal lives, and almost everyone is working hard to earn crystal cores. In the doomsday, most people dare not hope for a comfortable and spacious villa, but they can still hope for a cozy small apartment. Short-term rental is of course possible, but if they can permanently own such a small safe space, it will bring them greater comfort. Now that the doomsday has just begun, very few people can afford permanent housing, and most newcomers still live in tents or sleep on the streets. But as long as they are in the base, they can get a peaceful sleep. And unlike other bases, in Xianyan base, even if you are just an ordinary person, there are ways to live well, and you don't necessarily have to fight zombies. Here, you can obtain certain crystal cores through breeding and planting, or follow the expedition team to pick up garbage, or accept some tasks issued by the hall. Some of these tasks are issued by the base, and some are commissioned by individuals. For example, some teams have opened up farmland outside the Xianyan base and recruited ordinary people to plant. Although this is a bit more dangerous, it saves the crystal cores of renting farmland. Although the end of the world comes with a devastating force, human beings are a combination of fragility and strength. After stabilizing, they can always find more ways and channels to survive and work towards their goals. The Xianyan base gave them enough motivation and a sense of security, as well as a relatively fair distribution mechanism that was rare in the doomsday. As for the Lusha base, the people in the Xianyan base had certainly heard of it, but they would not have any complaints against Shi Xianxian and the others, because they knew that the Xianyan base could be without a leader. But it must have strong people. Only with sufficient strength can it guard this treasure. The strength of Shi Xianxian and the others was unquestionable. What was even more rare was that these people with such strength had no ambition to control the base, but lived like most ordinary people. They don't know what means of the falling sand base in the future, but through the words and deeds of the robbers, they can also speculate the approximate style of the sand base. So they are very clear that once the sand comes into the base, they will never have such a life today. So now, everyone is preparing to prepare. Stock up, improve capacity, collect resources. Naturally, the changes in the Xianyan base were noticed by Gong Chao's team. They had to marvel at the magic of this base again. When they were scattered, everyone did their own things. But when they gathered together, they could quickly unite again. The people here still maintained their relative independence before the end of the world, and their lifestyle had hardly changed. Especially for ordinary people living here, their quality of life was guaranteed. And there were even craftsmen who rented shops and opened small stores. Of course, there is a problem that has troubled them for a long time, and was once again thrown bluntly in front of them. That is, Shi Xianxian's incredibly strong strength. It has happened twice, and they have not seen Shi Xianxian use any spatial powers. Instead, her physical fitness has made a qualitative leap. What happened to Shi Xianxian, who did not join the Ganqiao team in this life? Captain, can we rent a house at this base? Finally, some players couldn't help but ask. They ran for so long. They were like royal duckweed in the end. To be honest, sometimes they really felt physically and mentally exhausted. The pressure of chasing high-level zombies was very huge, and this pressure could not be relieved. If there was an absolutely safe family in the last days, the psychological comfort that belonged to them would be unavoidable. This proposal quickly attracted the attention of other team members. There was expectation in their eyes, and they obviously wanted to have a fixed residence at the end of the world. Even Ning Luo, who was very secretive about Shi Xianxian, was shamefully tempted at this moment. She knew very well that Shi Xianxian had a very high status and reputation in the Xianyan base. Logically speaking, she should have avoided such a place. But everything here was too attractive to her. Ning Luo hoped that she could accumulate enough crystal cores to buy a small house of her own. As for the attitude of the people here toward Shi Xianxian, what did it matter? In her previous life, when Shi Xianxian first joined the Ganqiao team, all the members of the team also treated her differently. But later, they slowly changed under her operation. Ning Luo believed that she could also successfully grab everyone's attention in this life and change people's views of Shi Xianxian. Thinking of this, Ning Luo showed some worry on her face. But Sister Xianxian is too decisive. I'm afraid Lusha base will not let it go. The Ganqiao team actually thought that this was not a problem. Although the Lusha base had grown to a certain scale, with the barrier of the Xianyan base, Shi Xianxian's strength, and their Ganqiao team, the Lusha base was nothing to be afraid of. However, after Ning Luo mentioned it, he started to rethink it. Ning Luo quickly spoke again. It's better for us to stay here for a while. If Lusha base really attacks, we may be able to help. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Ning Luo with relief and admiration. Ning Luo has always been so considerate, and even though she possesses rare spatial abilities, she has never behaved arrogantly. This is truly rare. Since the team members all had a strong desire to stay, Ganqiao did not object. He actually understood that these team members were different from himself. He had been wandering for too long, and his longing for home had faded, while the team members still instinctively longed for stability. Moreover, he also has complicated feelings for Shi Xianxian, and being able to stay here makes him feel some comfort in his heart. After confirming it, Ganqiao's team went to look at houses happily. Finally, they decided to rent 2 adjacent villas. The rooms in the villas were enough for 10 of them to live in. After deducting the crystal cores on their bodies, they all had a place to settle down. Of course, in order to take care of the only girl in the team, they rented an apartment for Ning Luo. Ning Luo could not resign, but in the end, they accepted it. At this point, Ganqiao's team also settled in the Xianyan base. They still went out every day to collect news about mutated zombies. In addition, with the existence of Ning Luo, a space ability user, they have never lacked resources. And they have experienced a very high quality of life in the Xianyan base. Because the power supply of the resort is independently operated, the basic power supply after the doomsday has not been interrupted. Of course, the electricity bill is very expensive. Here, people have truly learned to save electricity. They have to save electricity, because using electricity is equivalent to consuming crystal cores. However, despite this, various shops in the base were still opened. The most popular ones were various food shops. In addition, there were also shops selling home appliances, books, clothes, and luxury goods. Later, someone even opened a movie theater. The venue was rented from the theater that already existed in the resort, and the movie resources were collected from outside. In the doomsday, there are a lot of unknown things outside. As long as you are willing to go out and take risks, you can usually get a lot of rewards. So opening a store has become a low-cost entrepreneurial project. In this environment, the Ganqiao team had only one feeling: Renting a house was still not safe. And buying a house as soon as possible was the best way. So not long after, the team gathered together for a meeting. And then the Gong Chao team became the owner of permanent housing in the villa area except for 3 other families. Of course, this also cost the Gong Chao team almost 90% of their wealth. And this is not the end. Because after buying the house, they will be dazed at the various house functions in the lobby store area. They have seen the basement before. And now there is an arbitrary door in the store. After the purchase, the second underground floor of the permanent residence will be opened. The second underground floor is the arbitrary door floor. And space teleportation can be achieved by placing the portal in advance. Captain, the description of this thing is what I understand. Right? And it seems that the number of any door can be purchased. With this, as long as we set up a portal somewhere in advance, can we travel around the world instantly? This is a great thing for hunting mutant zombies. But it's too expensive. Gong Chao's team once again felt that they were too poor, and they still had to work hard to kill more zombies. Captain, when are we going to leave next time? Yes, Captain. Why don't we set off tomorrow? Gong Chao was speechless. Because they were the ones who had complained about being too tired and wanted to go home not long ago. Now that they were back, they complained about staying at home for too long. It was getting harder and harder to guess what this group of team members were thinking. Then let's set off tomorrow. Ninglu is about to do something. I don't know why, but I suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 88 Chiaki is ill. Ning Luo's premonition was correct. For a long time afterwards, Gong Chao's team was extremely busy. And it was the kind of spontaneous busyness that did not require urging or empty promises. Gong Chao was naturally happy to see this. In the past, he was needed to mobilize the team before starting work. But now, the existing mutated zombies could no longer satisfy the team members. And the team members had begun to use their spare time to inquire about the news of the mutated zombies on their own. As the team's mobile warehouse, Ning Luo is much safer than others. But she still needs to run around with the team to collect resources. The continuous high-intensity work leaves her with no time or energy to manage interpersonal relationships in the Xianyan base. And she can't complain. After all, this is not in line with her usual personality. So in the end, she can only grit her teeth and persevere. However, what Ning Luo did not expect was that before she could figure out how to get out of this predicament, Gong Chao's team encountered the most powerful mutated zombie since the apocalypse. Less than half a year after the apocalypse began, they discovered a fourth-order physical mutated zombie. They encountered it when exploring a county town. Their team did not even get close, but saw the mutated zombie from a long distance. Because the zombie's mutation direction was obviously physical, although it still has the appearance of a human. Its height is close to 5 stories high, and its muscles are all bulging. You can imagine its terrifying power. When Gong Chao's team's vehicle turned a corner, they saw the huge figure in the distance. At that time, it was lying outside a residential building, looking inside through the window. It kept moving and observing, one house at a time, one household at a time, as if trying to find out whether there were any living people in that residential building. The team's vehicle came to an abrupt stop. They looked at the huge mutated zombie in the distance in shock, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Oh my god! This is the Hulk! No, it should be called the Green Giant. Mid-stage 4 stage. This is the conclusion drawn by the psychic after the examination. Is there anyone else in that building? It's like robbing a bird's nest. Captain, what should we do? Go! This time, before Gong Chao could speak, a man next to him slammed his companion on the head. Are you stupid? What are you serving? We are not even enough for one dish. The growth of superpowers becomes more and more difficult as time goes by. Especially after the 5th level. The energy required for each advancement is almost astronomical, which also means a huge gap in strength. The current Gong Chao team, including Captain Gong Chao, has a total of 6 second-level psychics. But this does not mean that they can jump 2 levels to challenge the mutant zombie. Captain, it seems to have discovered us. Hack it. Retreat. 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 Gong Chao looked up and saw that the zombie with the mutated body shape had stopped digging at the residential building and turned to look at them. As the level increased, the physical fitness of both zombies and psychics would continue to improve. Under normal circumstances, the current position of Gong Chao's team was considered a safe distance. But for a 4th level zombie, this distance was obviously not enough. The mutated zombies in the distance began to run towards the direction of Gong Chao's team. Gong Chao immediately turned the car around and sped away. The mutated zombies were moving very fast. For a while, everyone in Gong Chao's team felt the earth shaking and the heavy footsteps beating on their hearts. At that moment, all of their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, after the car's speed increased, they gradually distanced themselves from the giant mutant zombies. For the next few hours, the Gong Chao team's car did not stop until it got dark, and the team had to find a place to spend the night. That night, the team members could not fall asleep for a long time because they all realized a serious problem. The mutation rate of the zombies had accelerated. They had vaguely felt this when they were cleaning up the mutated zombies in this life. But they had never encountered mutated zombies that advanced so quickly. Today's experience made them finally realize that there might be reborn zombies among the zombies. After discussion, the Gong Chao team finally decided to issue a call to announce the news of the appearance of the 4th level zombies to all nearby bases, and to summon a large number of psychics to go to Mosui County to encircle and suppress the high-level zombies. After all, leaving it alone is definitely not an option. If you allow that thing to continue growing, God knows what kind of monster it will become. Just like that, the news of the appearance of the 4th order mutant zombies spread like wildfire. No matter what those bases were doing, the 4th order zombies quickly became the biggest news, because the news was released by the Gong Chao team. No one doubted the authenticity of the news, but people still felt it was outrageous. How could the 4th order zombies appear so soon after the apocalypse? The current human beings are at most 2nd order mutants. It is too difficult to defeat the 4th order zombies. However, this does not mean that no one responded. On the contrary, there are quite a few people who plan to respond to the call and go to Mosui County. How dangerous a 4th level zombie is means how valuable it is. The crystal core in its brain contains energy comparable to thousands of ordinary crystal cores. And cross-level absorption of crystal cores is very beneficial for psychics to impact the level barrier. Xianyan Base naturally also learned about the 4th order mutated zombies. Shi Xianxian and the other 3 gathered together to discuss it, and finally decided to make a trip. After all, the current top human powerhouses are only at the 2nd order, and to kill a 4th order zombie, they would probably have to rely on piles of corpses to clear a path. And it was hard to say whether they could win. In addition, Mosui County is not too far from here. In the event of doomsday, it can be reached in 4 or 5 days by car. It is not ruled out that the zombies will stroll over. However, considering that they had just offended the Lusha base not long ago, it would not be advisable for them to go out in full force. It would be troublesome if the Lusha base did not abide by the moral code of war and besiege the base while they were out. So after discussion, Wang Shengnan and Susu stayed behind to guard the base, as they had no shortage of crystal cores, and both of them were already 2nd order psychics. In addition, there were other strong people in the Xianyan base, so they thought they would be able to deal with the Lusha base. Shi Xianxian, who is about to advance to the 3rd level, and Qianqiu, who is already in the middle stage of the 3rd level, go to Mosui County to meet the 4th level mutant zombies. The Shi family's parents were of course worried about the 2 children heading into danger at the same time. But even so, they did not stop them. They just asked them to make a promise that if the difference in strength was too great, there would be no need to fight to the death. As the saying goes, there is life. There is hope. With such abundant resources, their advancement speed will definitely not be slow. And it will not be too late to find mutant zombies after they grow up. Don't worry. For your sake, Qianxi and I will definitely pay attention to safety. Shi Xianxian hugged her parents. She did not send it to death. If she found that she couldn't fight, she would never be insisted to touch it. Qianqiu also hugged her parents. I will come back to go fishing and picking mushrooms with Mom and Dad. Finally, under the worried gaze of Shi's parents, the 2 left home. To be honest, this is Qianqiu's first time traveling far away after the apocalypse. Previously, his activities were almost all around the base, and the round trip would not take more than a day by car. The trip to Mosui County would take 4 or 5 days. Qianqiu inexplicably found the joy of traveling and vacation. And in order to travel comfortably, the 2 of them drove a motorhome, not far from the villa. Su and Wang Shengnan were waiting for them not far away. The 2 of them accompanied them all the way to the exit of the base, naturally expressing their instructions and concerns. It was just this thick atmosphere of farewell. When they saw the blonde man waiting at the exit, the 3 of them couldn't help but twitch their expressions. Why was Simon waiting here? Xianqiu remained calm and said, I am worried about leaving him in the base. After all, this guy has a high IQ. I must watch him in person. Don't worry. I have modified the collar on his neck. I can detonate the collar and blow his head off at any time. After hearing what Qianxi said, the expressions of the three people eased a lot. They looked at Dr. Simon, who seemed very well behaved, and finally agreed with Qianxi's decision. No matter how bad the situation was, Xianxian was still with them, so nothing would go wrong. Xianxian, if you find anything wrong with this guy, don't be soft-hearted or hesitant. Just kill him. Your trip out this time is already very dangerous, and there must not be any accidents. Su said the harshest words in a gentle tone, and these words were naturally meant for Dr. Simon to hear, with the purpose of warning him to be honest. Xianxian nodded repeatedly, and she looked eager to try, as if she had wanted to do this for a long time, but had never found the right opportunity or excuse. Xianqiu, traveling with scrap metal is difficult and dangerous. However, with his secret feeding, scrap iron has advanced to the 4th level. It can only be said that demigods are different. So this time when going out, Xianqiu must bring scrap iron with him no matter what. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Su and Wang Shengnan, the three of them drove the RV away from the Xianyun base and headed for a small village called Yagi Village near Mosui County. According to the recruitment information, all teams would gather there and investigate the situation of the mutant zombie before setting out together. After all, with the current strength of the psychics, going up one by one would just be delivering takeaways to the mutant zombies. Watching the RV disappear at the end of the road, Su sighed softly. Wang Shengnan comforted him. Don't worry. Xianxian will advance soon. Qianxi is also a 3rd-level supernaturalist, and neither of them is reckless. I'm not worrying about that. Su's eyebrows were almost wrinkled together, and it was obvious that something extremely annoying was bothering her. What's that? The two of them walked back and chatted. Do you think Qianxi cares too much about Dr. Simon? After all, he's an enemy. It's normal to care about him. No, I'm not talking about the normal kind of concern. I'm talking about a lot of concern. And the way Qianxi looks at Dr. Simon isn't right. I suspect Qianxi has Stockholm Syndrome. This is where Su feels conflicted and annoyed. Wang Shengnan stood there in a daze. She was about to open her mouth to refute. After all, after spending some time with him, she liked Qianxi more and more. She also knew that Qianxi was a very strong person both physically and mentally. How could he suffer from Stockholm Syndrome? However, she recalled the interactions between Qianxi and Dr. Simon in her mind, and found that there seemed to be something wrong. Then what should we do? Su shook her head. Although I am a psychic, I have never studied psychology. We can try to recruit a psychologist during this period. It seems that this is the only way now. Wang Shengnan thought this was a solution. When Xianxian and Qianxi came back this time, she would let Qianxi see a psychiatrist. In short, Dr. Simon must not be allowed to have an easy time. Of course, the most important thing was to restore Qianxi's mental health. Chapter 89. Sister has a mouth. Qianqiu doesn't know that he is already terminally ill in the eyes of the heroine's best friend. Now he is happy about the upcoming doomsday journey. The three of them set out very early, so there was no need to worry about missing the call-up. So they stopped and walked along the way. Occasionally, when they drove past a place with beautiful scenery, the three of them would have a picnic, or set up a parasol on the spot and take a short rest. Xianxian would also use her mobile phone to take pictures to record the beautiful scenery along the way. Although there is no internet in the doomsday, mobile phones still have many uses as long as they have power. They had prepared a lot of solar equipment before the doomsday, including solar chargers. Xianxian's idea was very simple. Since her best friends couldn't come out, she would record all of this and take it back to share, in order to find fun in the boring doomsday. Xianxian even prepared several sets of clothes for taking photos in advance. And not only herself, she would also drag Qianqiu along. It can be said that Xianxian thoroughly enjoyed the trip to Yagi Village. The only thing that made her a little unhappy was that every time she took a picture of her younger brother, the shameless Simon would always get into the camera in various ways. After several times, Xianxian became a little angry. But the next second, Qianxi extinguished her anger with his actions. The two of them quickly posed in the camera. In the picture, although Qianxi was the slim one, his expression and posture were superior. while the tall and strong Simon was absolutely humble. Of course, in order to make the performance more realistic, Qianqiu also guided Fieri in his mind to show some humiliation and unwillingness. Fieri's expression was distorted for 2 seconds, and he tried hard to squeeze out the humiliation that Qianqiu said. Shi Xianxian stared at the screen on her phone. Shi Qianxi lowered his head to look at the tall man who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. He touched his chin with one finger and had a look of contempt and arrogance. The man kneeling on the ground was forced to look up with a look of arrogance and humiliation, as if his pride was easily strangled by a finger of the other party. Looking at this picture, Shi Xianxian actually felt a kind of morbid beauty in it. For a moment, she even thought this combination was somewhat attractive. Shocked by her own thoughts, Shi Xianxian shook her head, put her strange thoughts behind her, and then immersed herself in the filming. The three of them changed their clothes and took photos along the way, heading towards their destination as if they were going on a trip. It seemed that they were not going to fight a fourth-order mutant zombie, but to solve a small problem. Although we met other people along the way, people in the Doomsday were very wary of each other. So basically everyone was wary of each other, and then passed each other by. Shi Xianxian didn't know that not long after their RV set off, Gan Chao's team followed behind, and had been secretly observing them through the mental connection of a psychic. Qianqiu knew about the psychic's first spy because he had Fieri, a user with all-round abilities, with him. However, after knowing that the other party was just curious and had no intention of attacking, Qianqiu didn't care. Moreover, he could also reversely monitor the Gan Chao team through Fieri's mental connection, and it was also a great pleasure to appreciate their colorful expressions along the way. The Gan Chao team actually did not intend to follow Shi Xianxian. It just happened that their departure time was close. When the psychic Busui was out, he naturally had to use his mental power to explore the surroundings from time to time to prevent any sudden danger. Then, he discovered Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi in front of him. When he told others the news, it naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the Gan Chao team, and they immediately expressed their desire to establish a mental connection. Gan Chao's team originally wanted to understand the reason why Shi Xianxian had changed so much in this life, and to learn more about Shi Xianxian's brother whose spatial ability was abnormal. However, they did not expect that along the way, the other party's idle attitude gave them a greater shock. The apocalypse has lasted so long, so of course they need to camp and will try to organize a barbecue outside. But they do not have the same attitude as Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi. It can be seen that they are really enjoying this trip. And then, they seem to be fed a lot of dog food again. In the previous life, they had more or less heard Shi Xianxian say that their brother was most likely kidnapped by Dr. Simon. But Dr. Simon's whereabouts were elusive, and because of his potion, he was extremely popular and had a large number of supporters. So they did not have any contact with Simon. As a result, in this life, they discovered that the genius doctor was actually imprisoned by Shi Qianxi. Although it sounded like the two were enemies, the poses and expressions when taking pictures gave the impression of being strange no matter how you looked at them. Captain, could it be that Shi Xianxian's brother was imprisoned for too long in his previous life and is now in Stockholm? Busui felt a little terrified. It could only be said that as a fellow psychic, Busui's ideas coincided with Su Su's. Shouldn't the point be that such a talented doctor is right next to us? Another teammate couldn't help but complain. We don't lack medicine. Life Sequence Company has never collapsed in this life. Why do I feel like Shi Xianxian doesn't have spatial abilities in this life? Her physical abilities have increased so much. Didn't you notice that Shi Xianxian stored her phone, clothes, and food by herself? She obviously also has spatial abilities. The Gan Chao team wanted to solve the mystery, but after observing for a while, they fell into more mysteries. What kind of superpowers did Shi Xianxian have in this life? How strong was Shi Qianxi's superpower? Why could the other party easily create an absolutely safe space to spend the night, which could even block Busui's mental detection? Of course, they were not perverted enough to spy on Shi Xianxian when she was sleeping. After all, they had not forgotten that this woman almost became their captain's wife. Seeing that they were about to arrive at Yagi village, Gan Chao's team finally couldn't help it and decided to take the initiative to approach. Gan Chao did not object to the team member's idea. It was obvious that he always cared about it in his heart. He had more mysteries in his heart than anyone else at this moment. Even Ning Luo in the team was looking forward to the reunion. After all, she had been living in comfort for so long that she almost forgot the pleasure of crushing the opponent. So when Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi stopped for lunch, The Gan Chao team rushed over and successfully encountered. At that time, there were only two people. Xianxian. Sure, Xianxian also saw the two cars coming from a distance, because the place where the two people put their parasols was still some distance away from the road. She thought the two cars would drive past. It was not until the car stopped on the side of the road and someone got out of the car that she looked over. Her keen five senses allowed her to easily recognize the other party's identity. She couldn't help but show surprise. Xianxi. Is that the Gan Dynasty team? Xianxiu pretended to have just discovered it. You can ask them in detail about the mutant zombies. Sure, Xianxian thought about it, and felt that what Sure Qianxi said made sense. So when the Gan Chao team came to say hello with trepidation, Sure Xianxian responded politely. After a brief greeting, they knew that their destination was Yagi village. So the Gan Chao team naturally asked to go together, and Sure Xianxian did not refuse. In her opinion, this would not only be safer, but also allow her to gather information. In this way, both parties reached a consensus very happily. And then the Gan Chao team also camped on this small hillside for lunch break. Qianxiu's lunch was carefully prepared by Shure's mother. It was still steaming when he took it out of the space. To be honest, Sure Xianxian's cooking skills are also good, especially after her five senses were enhanced. She has a very precise control over the heat and ingredients for cooking. However, the food made by Sure Xianxian does not taste the same as the food made by Shure's mother Yin Yuan. It can only be said that they are delicious in their own way. Sister Xianxian, is your ability also related to space? Watching Sure Xianxian taking food out of the space without any hesitation, Ning Luo asked curiously. Normally, directly asking about someone's supernatural powers is a very offensive act. But Sure Xianxian herself did not hide it at all. And Ning Luo asked at the right time. Under the curious gazes of the Gan Chao team, Sure Xianxian shook her head and said, I don't have spatial abilities. My brother made a spatial bracelet for me. As Sure Xianxian spoke, she raised her forearm to show a golden bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet had basically no shape to speak of. It was just a very simple big gold bracelet. They couldn't think of any adjective to describe it other than wealthy. However, this was the end of the world, and the value of gold was far less valuable than it was before the end of the world. Although the bracelet looked crudely made, it was undeniable that the eyes of all the members of Gan Chao's team lit up at that moment. A space bracelet. This sounded like something out of a novel about cultivation. Could it really exist? Could someone actually use supernatural powers to create a storage tool? This sounded incredible. But they had witnessed it with their own eyes. And thinking about Qianxi's abnormal space powers when they first met, the space bracelet seemed reasonable. Qianxiu spoke up at the right time. I can also make other storage tools. You guys are also living in Xianin base. The space backpacks that are occasionally sold in the lobby are made by me. Gan Chao's team actually had doubts about this a long time ago. But the backpack was not updated regularly, and the space was limited, so it was impossible to store a large amount of supplies. It could only be used as a temporary storage and transportation item for supplies. Their team was out most of the time, so naturally they had never been able to snatch the space backpack. Gan Chao asked, how big is the space for storing tools? It depends on the material. Gold is a good carrier for transformation. It has very good stability and ductility. If you are lucky, you can have thousands or even tens of thousands of cubic meters. Chiaki said the most frightening words calmly. The Gan Chao team members held their breath when they heard this. Thousands or tens of thousands. This is almost the size of the space of a second-level space power user. If they can have such a storage tool, ordinary people will also become rare power users. And power users will become dual power users. Most importantly, space power is not like other powers. In the Doomsday environment, space power is an indispensable existence. Excuse me, can we customize it? You can name your price. The person who spoke was Rong Qingchuan, who was always calm in the team. The others also stared at Sure Qianxi with eager eyes. But Ning Luo's heart skipped a beat. She bit her lower lip lightly and began to feel uneasy. She was now a second-level space ability user, and her aptitude was quite good. The space she owned now was only more than 8,000 cubic meters. Of course, she told the Gan Chao team that it was about 5,000 cubic meters. After all, she also had her own selfish motives and wanted to secretly make some reserves for herself. Qianxiu naturally took in everyone's expressions. He frowned slightly, as if this matter was difficult to handle. when everyone had different reactions to his expressions. He said, "No need for customization. I plan to mass-produce them after I finish dealing with the fourth-order mutant zombies this time and return to Xianyan Base. You can buy them in the store area in the lobby by then. The price has not been determined yet, but it will definitely be a price that can be bought if you work hard." Gan Chao's team was immediately excited upon hearing this. As long as the problem could be solved by the crystal core, it would not be a problem. However, this meant that they had to work harder. After all, there were so many things they wanted to buy. Now that they knew about the storage tools in advance, the basement and the portal in their villa might have to be put aside for the time being. The team was excited for a long time before they finally noticed Ning Luo's strange expression. After they reacted, they also realized that if storage tools became popular, those with space abilities would be the most affected. Ning Luo, don't worry. Space ability users and storage tools are definitely different. That's right. You have to trust us. Ning Luo smiled a little disappointedly. I'm fine. If storage tools can be popularized, it will definitely be good for everyone. I just feel that I'm a little useless. But believe me, I will be able to adjust quickly. Ning Luo lowered her eyes, looking somewhat pitiful in the sunlight. Suddenly, she raised her head again, looking at Qianqiu with a pair of pleading and expectant eyes. Although it may be a little abrupt to say this, your spatial ability is too strong. So can you teach me some other uses of spatial ability? To be honest, Ning Luo was envious of Qianqiu's powerful and varied spatial abilities when they first met. But the awakening of abilities depends on talent, and the use of abilities also depends on the individual. These days, she has tried hard to develop new uses for spatial abilities, especially attack methods, but to no avail. Qianqiu glanced at Ning Luo coldly. Being rude is secondary. The use of supernatural powers depends entirely on personal talent. Aren't you a reborn person? You should know this. Although the Gan Chao team felt that Qianqiu's attitude was a little cold, it was undeniable that what he said was true. Even for the same series of superpowers, the methods used by superpower users were all kinds of strange. It all depended on one's own comprehension. Moreover, it was somewhat rude to ask the other party such a question so rashly. However, considering the matter of the space props, they could understand Ning Luo's fear. Dr. Simon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly snorted. How can Orientals be tactful? Such an important question can be asked casually with just the word abrupt? What exactly does abrupt mean? Is it so powerful? It was the first time that Ning Luo was confronted so bluntly by someone. Her face turned red uncontrollably. What's more, that person was a foreigner, and it seemed that he really didn't understand the meaning of being rude. Sure, Xianxian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although she was not a psychic, she was now trying to reach the third level of superpowers, and was very sensitive to other people's kindness and malice. From the first time they met, she noticed that the woman named Ning Luo was very hostile to her. Sure, Xianxian was not a saint, so naturally she didn't like this person. Seeing Ning Luo being criticized, she was in a good mood, realizing that it might be a bit inappropriate for her to laugh. Sure, Xianxian tried to control her expression and then said, "Sorry, I was just abrupt for a moment. So this is even." Ning Luo. Seeing this, the other members of Gan Chao's team also started laughing. After all, in their opinion, Ning Luo was indeed too abrupt in this matter, and Sure Xianxian's words gave them a way out. Miss Sure is a generous person. No wonder she is respected by so many people in Xianyan Base. Ning Luo was also anxious for the moment. Please forgive me, Mr. Sure. Everyone spoke well of Ning Luo. And of course Ning Luo couldn't let her team members down, so she held back her anger and apologized on her face. I'm sorry. I was too anxious. After all, I might be nothing in the future. Qianqiu continued indifferently. There are many ordinary people in the apocalypse. They are all trying very hard to survive, and may even have to struggle to make ends meet for the rest of their lives. Do you think they have extra crystal cores to buy space props? Qianqiu's words were still very impolite, and his meaning was very clear. There are many ordinary people who are worse off than you. There is really no need to complain here. Qianqiu did not give Ning Luo a chance to speak, and continued, You have already won at the starting line. I believe you must also hope that storage tools will be popularized. After all, this is something that is beneficial to the survival of all mankind. In comparison, our identity and status as space ability users are nothing. Sure, Xianxian was very moved. She believed that what Shurqiansi said was from his heart. Because since the end of the world, she could feel that Shurqiansi had been doing just that. Compared to other space power users who wanted to hide the space forever for their own use, Shurqiansi did the opposite and released the space. That was why he was able to create the Xianyan base and master so many ways to use space powers. The others were probably also infected by Shurqiansi's emotions. They felt that although Shurqiansi looked cold on the surface, he must be a very responsible person in his heart, considering that this person was most likely imprisoned in a laboratory for a long time in his previous life. It was really not easy for him to maintain this idea in this life. What else could Ning Luo say? After all, how could she, who was considerate, let her own status hinder the survival of all mankind? This hat was too big for her to carry. Before the meeting, Ning Luo was a little excited thinking about the opportunity to confront Shurqiansi again. After all, in her opinion, Shurqiansi was nothing to be afraid of. But she never expected that in this life. Shurqiansi had a mouthpiece, and two of them at that, who spoke in their own way and left her speechless. Not only was she furious, but she also learned the bad news about the popularization of space props in advance. She does not believe that this time, the thousands of worship can be so great. And it is also a power person. How many people can bear from the top to the end? And why she is a power? Why should she compare with those ordinary people? Feity passed Ning Luo's idea to Qianqiu, who could only sigh in his heart. Ning Luo might not be able to develop new methods of spatial ability in her lifetime. If she wanted to release the spatial ability, she must first change the idea of being restrained and hidden. Space itself is extroverted. It has dimensions and space. It is not a zero-dimensional point. But think about it. Ning Luo is just an ordinary human after all. It is indeed difficult for her to understand and apply the laws of space. With a mouthpiece, Shurqiansi gradually became familiar with the members of Gan Chao's team. After getting to know them slowly, Shurqiansi discovered that they were indeed a group of innocent people with sincere feelings. Compared to her, who was a lazy person, the pursuits and behaviors of the members of Gan Chao's team were indeed worthy of admiration. The other members of Gan Chao's team also soon discovered that for some reason, Shurqiansi in this life was very compatible with their team in terms of both personality and philosophy. They could talk about many things, from superpowers to zombies, and from the delicious food in a certain place before the doomsday to the humanistic policies of certain countries before the doomsday. This is very strange. They can feel that Shurqiansi's personality has not changed much. She is still cheerful and generous, and not fussy about details. But why did they feel that they couldn't get along with each other in the previous life? Ning Luo's face never looked good. Although she had tried to interrupt many times during the conversation, she would be interrupted the next second, and it would only embarrass her if she followed suit. But Shurqiansi now had a very high status in the eyes of everyone in the Gan Chao team. After several attempts, Ning Luo almost angered herself to death. Chapter 90. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just a pet. While having a pleasant chat, Shurqiansi did not forget the main business and asked Gan Chao's team about the mutated zombies. Gan Chao's team naturally did not hide it. Their goal was to successfully eradicate the mutated zombies. As for who killed the zombies, they did not care that much. The Gan Chao team talked in unison about their encounter with the mutant zombies, and gave a detailed description of the fourth-order mutant zombie. But they only had a face-to-face encounter with the mutant zombie, and the information they could provide was really limited. After listening to the story, Shurqiansi also felt very strange. Isn't the evolution speed of this zombie too fast? Although Shurqiansi has not been reborn, she still understands the current situation of the doomsday. What's more, her genius brother is only at the 3rd level. How did the zombies reach the 4th level so quickly? Now I suspect that the mutant zombies are most likely reborn. Or there are reborn mutant zombies around here, and they have made some modifications to the zombies in advance. Gan Chao did not hide his guess, and at the same time told Shurqiansi the danger that would follow. Zombies reborn? Shurqiansi was a little surprised, but she thought it was acceptable. After all, she had met many reborn humans so far. If zombies are reborn before the end of the world, is there a way to avoid becoming zombies? Or are they intelligent after rebirth? Shurqiansi's question was exactly what Gan Chao was most worried about. Zombification is inevitable. This is due to their physical constitution. Rebirth means memory, and memory is often the key to awakening their wisdom. With intelligent zombies, even if their level is not high enough, the harm can be enormous. After that, perhaps thinking of the fact that Xian might lack common sense in some aspects before she was reborn, Gong Chao continued to add, even if the zombies awaken their wisdom, they are no longer human. Their way of thinking will naturally change. Humans are just food in their eyes. They will lose empathy and their sense of good and evil. They will naturally feel that they and humans are two completely different races. Sure, Xian nodded to show that she understood. Perhaps this time's fourth-order zombies can provide us with some clues about the reborn zombies. After all, there must be a reason for such an abnormal situation. Gong Chao thought so too. So no matter what the reason, they had to kill the mutated fourth-level zombie. The convoy sped all the way and finally arrived at Yagi village before dark that day. Although it was a small village, the roads inside were paved with cement slabs and were not difficult to travel. At this time, there were already quite a few vehicles parked outside Yagi village. These were placed outside the village by the teams that had already arrived just in case. Gong Chao's team also left 2 cars outside the village to prevent emergencies. After all, they were not like Xian and Qianxi. Everyone had space for storage and could take out a car anytime and anywhere. Leaving an extra way out was already an unspoken practice among everyone in Doomsday. There were several psychics guarding the entrance of Yagi village. Their attitude was quite gentle, and they expressed their gratitude and encouragement for the arrival of the few people. After gaining everyone's consent, one of the psychics performed an OK scan on everyone, and after confirming that no one was infected with the zombie virus, he let everyone enter the village. Following the instructions of the psychic at the entrance of the village, everyone came to a square in the center of the village. It was very spacious, and was obviously the main activity place for the villagers before the end of the world. On the inside of the square was the village office. A simple 2-story building. There was still light inside, and it was obvious that those who arrived early had already moved in. There were many people gathered in the square outside the village at this time. They were lighting bonfires carelessly, and a group of people gathered together as if they were discussing something. The arrival of Xian and others quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. After all, both the Gong Chao team and the Xianin base have been in the limelight recently. Although Xian has never admitted that she is the leader of the Xianin base, people both inside and outside the base have tacitly acknowledged her identity as the strongman and leader of the Xianin base. Even in the Doomsday, when communication is inconvenient, people have their own means of spreading information, so they can still recognize people. As everyone was looking at them, a middle-aged man with a bald head in the crowd came up to greet them warmly. Welcome. Welcome. With a few more experts, we will have more confidence on this trip. The other party was looking at Gong Chao when he spoke, and his eyes were looking at him. It was obvious that the welcome was also directed at him. He extended his hand to Gong Chao enthusiastically. But Gong Chao remained indifferent, and just nodded indifferently. The bald man was not embarrassed, but found a way to back down. Captain Gong is still as aloof as ever. This time, we have to thank Gong Chao for the news. Otherwise, when the 4th-level zombies develop further, I really can't imagine what will happen. The other members of Gong Chao's team did not speak either. They all remained silent at this time, because the middle-aged man was the leader of Luosha base. And Luosi. Yes. Although the name of the base sounds poetic, and the name of the leader sounds bookish, the actual Luosi is a balding middle-aged uncle. In view of the conflict between Luosha base and Xianin base not long ago, it is not difficult to understand why Anlua Temple ignored Xian and directly greeted Gong Chao. This was also to show others that Luosha base did not intend to let the previous incident go. Everyone else in the square watched the scene silently, but they didn't expect that the atmosphere would become tense as soon as they met. Only 2 people came to Xianin base this time, but Luosai brought a 9-life psychic, including himself. There were 20 people coming to Luosha base this time, and half of them were 2nd-level psychics, or those about to reach 2nd level. The onlookers felt that the situation at Xianin base was not optimistic, and Luosi didn't get a response from the Gong Chao team. Nor was he angry. After all, the Gong Chao team was known for being aloof and not participating in base battles. He didn't feel ignored. He just greeted them and led the Gong Chao team to the campfire. As they walked, he introduced the situation of the call. Captain Gong. Because this sign was initiated by the Gong Chao team, I think you need to understand the current situation. So far, there are a total of 17 bases that have come to respond to the call, and a total of 180 supernatural people. Of course, including the 10 people in your team. The total number is now 190. Speaking of this, Gan Chao couldn't help but frown. They didn't want to make any more trouble with this omen. And since Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi didn't react just now, they didn't say anything. But now Anlui Temple's behavior was somewhat excessive. At this time, Anlui Temple also led everyone to the campfire, and the other people around made room for them without saying anything more. And Luosi seemed to have finally discovered Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi. His tone was filled with exaggerated surprise, and his expression was overly puzzled. "Oh, there are 3 more of you. I don't know where you came from. It's all because Captain Gan Chao's brilliance is too dazzling. I didn't even notice you just now. What are your names?" Shi Xianxian looked nonchalant. "Just call me Shi Xianxian. I understand. After all, when you are middle-aged, your eyes and brains cannot compare to those of us young people. Everyone. You are so rude." When the expression on Anlui Temple's face was distorted and twitching, Fidi spoke in stiff Chinese. "You're welcome. Just call me Grandpa. Everyone. Wow. This guy is even more of a heavyweight." But the next second, everyone saw Shi Qianxi turn his head and glanced at the foreign man. The foreign man was stunned for 2 seconds and seemed to understand. "This is your grandmother." "Everyone," Shi Xianxian hurriedly explained. "This, bald middle-aged uncle. Please don't mind me. This foreigner's Chinese is not very good, and he doesn't know what he is saying." Gan Chao team. During the day, Dr. Simon's Chinese was very advanced, with no accent at all. How could it have suddenly deteriorated? Ning Luo. For some reason, I recalled the explanation of the word abrupt not long ago, and Luosi wanted to get angry. But when he saw the foreign man's appearance clearly, he froze and asked in disbelief, "Dr. Simon?" And Luosi is a reborn person, and he happened to have met Dr. Simon in his previous life. Before the end of this life, he had tried to find this genius doctor but failed. He did not expect to meet him under such circumstances today. There were some other reborn people present, and when they heard Dr. Simon's name, they looked over in surprise. Some who knew Dr. Simon also immediately confirmed Anlui Temple's statement. "Is it really Dr. Simon? He is also at Xianyan Base?" Xianyan Base is indeed cunning. I didn't expect that they had poached Dr. Simon so early. No wonder we haven't found him after searching for so long. Oh my god. That's Dr. Simon. No wonder Xianyan Base sells so many potions. While people were talking about it, Shi Xianxian was not happy. They still needed to dig out this scumbag? What did they think of their Xianyan Base? Everyone, please be careful with your words. We are not a scrap collector in Xianyan Base. We don't need to dig out any scrap copper or iron. Simon is my brother's pet. Please don't think wrongly. Everyone. What the h-l? Dr. Simon is a piece of scrap metal. And he is also Shi Qianxi's pet? Everyone felt that their worldview had collapsed. But when they looked at Dr. Simon, he did not refute what he said. And when they looked closely, they saw that he was indeed wearing a suspicious collar around his neck. Really scrap metal? Qianqiu, why didn't I give the scrap metal a good name? Shi Xianxian successfully stabbed everyone with just one sentence. And the scene suddenly fell into a long and strange silence. After a long time, and Luosi finally washed and smoothed out the expression on his face. He forced a fake warm smile and said, "So you are Miss Shi and Mr. Shi from Xianyan Base. Excuse me. Please take a seat here too. Let alone other people." Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi both felt that Luosi was too tolerant. This guy's behavior was obviously inconsistent. He had been going for a head-on confrontation at the beginning. So what was he doing now? Others didn't understand what Anlui Temple was up to. So they chose to continue waiting and watching. Soon, everyone sat down around the bonfire. Rong Qingchuan from Gan Chao's team looked at the bright and hot bonfire in front of them and asked, "Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies with open fires outdoors? Zombies have very sharp vision, smell and hearing at night. It is almost a consensus not to light open flames at night, unless you have absolutely safe defense measures, such as Shi Qianxi, who has set up an absolutely safe area. And here, obviously no one possesses the same miraculous spatial ability as Shi Qianxi. So with so many psychics here, why would they make such a low-level mistake? Don't worry. We have been in Yagi village for 3 days. We have already checked and cleaned up the village and the surrounding areas. There are no zombies or zombies nearby. Moreover, this small village is relatively remote and has a small population. It is very safe." A man next to Anlui Temple spoke, and after he finished speaking, He took the opportunity to introduce himself. Just call me Uncle Sean. I'm from Mingyang Base. Mingyang Base is a subsidiary base of Luosha Base. And this man named Sean Shu obviously also supports Onlui Temple. Rong Qingchuan didn't say anything. But he was always a serious and rigorous person. And obviously didn't approve of the act of making a fire. Next, a group of people gathered together to discuss the trip to Mosui County. Although it was called a discussion, it was actually a one-man show by Luosha Base. Even if there were different opinions, they would be quickly suppressed by Luosai. And Luosai's idea was also very simple and conventional. If they wanted to fight the 4th level zombies in Mosui County, they would need to clear out most of the zombies in Mosui County first. After all, it was already difficult to deal with high-level zombies. If they were surrounded by low-level zombies while fighting high-level zombies, there would be basically no way to survive. There is nothing wrong with this idea itself. And everyone has always done this under normal circumstances. The problem lies in the allocation of tasks for clearing the zombies. The Luosha base obviously wants to preserve its strength. Although 20 people have come, the cleanup areas allocated to them are very small. And most of them are places with low population density. Naturally, other bases were dissatisfied with this behavior. But they really couldn't afford to offend Luosha now. So they could only swallow the loss. In addition to the teams represented by the base and the squad, there are also many idle psychics coming this time. Most of these people are fighting alone or in groups of 3 or 4. And it is not easy to classify them. And Luosi simply said, although Ms. Sher and Mr. Sher represent the Xianyan base, there are only 2 of them after all. It is somewhat unreasonable to let the 2 of you clean up the area. So these idle personnel will be assigned to you. Of course, there are also many idle psychics. And the areas you are responsible for will be correspondingly larger. Young people, those who are capable should do more work. Everyone fell silent as they looked at the large area designated by Onlua Temple for the Sher siblings. Not only was the area vast, but it was also full of high-risk areas, such as hospitals and high-density residential buildings. There were also 2 residential areas that were obviously close to the site where the 4th level zombies were found. Considering the tough attitude of the Sher siblings just now, everyone thought that Sher Xianxian would turn hostile on the spot. But the 2 siblings just looked at each other and agreed very naturally. Sure. No problem. Sher Xianxian calmly took on the task assigned by Onlui Temple. Such a calm attitude once again made everyone confused. What was going on between the Luosha base and the Xianyan base? The meeting was tense. And they thought they would see a fight soon. But then both sides seemed to be forbearing. What was going on? Since everyone has no objections, tomorrow is the deadline for the sign. And we will set off for Mosui County the day after tomorrow. Onlui Temple showed a satisfied expression. And finally made the final decision and finalized the initial plan. After the discussion, everyone dispersed and prepared to return to their own tents or found rooms to rest. Gan Chao invited Sher Xianxian again. While people were discussing, some members of the team had already gone out to look for a place to live and successfully found an empty house nearby. Sher Xianxian and Sher Qianxi discussed it and finally refused. Since Onlui Temple assigned a large number of idle psychics to them, they naturally had to go and have a chat with those idle psychics. Otherwise, no one will listen to your orders, and the whole place will be in chaos. Not to mention cleaning up the area. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect myself. Gan Chao did not force him to stay, but just reminded him before parting. Onlui Temple also has spatial abilities. The strength of Luosha base is not only the people with abilities he brought with him, but also the unknown number and type of high lethal weapons in his space. Obviously, this is the reason why Luosha base has such a say. And it is also the reason why the team that went to Xianyan base to rob had so many powerful weapons. I see. Thank you. Sher Xianxian thanked Gan Chao and added sincerely. Although you don't talk much, you are a good person. Gan Chao, who was inexplicably given the nice guy card, was not happy. He could only watch Sher Xianxian and Sher Qianxi silently walk towards the superpower camp, which was the gathering place of idle superpowers. The members of Gan Chao's team were all holding back their laughter, pretending not to have heard about their captain being given the nice guy card. Now they were basically certain that their captain did have feelings for Sher Xianxian. This man who was indifferent to anything other than cleaning up the mutated zombies would finally take the initiative to care about others one day. It was just that the way he expressed it was too obscure. As a gossip radar, Qianqiu naturally discovered the male protagonist's little actions. But he did not intend to do anything. Sure, Xianxian is fine now. Confident and sunny. Even in doomsday. She is a warm and fulfilling existence like the sun. There is no need for him to pair the two of them together. Just like Sure Xianxian herself said, let things take their course in terms of feelings. And it is better to build the base seriously. Sure Xianxian and Qianqiu also came to the camp of idle psychics. Compared with other fixed small groups, the personnel composition here was very complicated. Sure Xianxian even saw 3 ordinary people without superpowers, who came to participate in the encirclement and suppression just because they had guns. These people had to stick together because of the exclusion from other bases or teams. But they were also very wary of each other. When they saw Sure Xianxian and Sure Qianqi, there was not much expression on their faces. After all, some of them had just gone to watch the distribution process. And they knew that the Sure brothers and sisters accepted the unreasonable area distribution of the Lu Sha base without resistance. In their opinion, the Sure brothers and sisters were somewhat of a soft persimmon. They came to hunt high-level zombies, not to be coolies. The reason they didn't question them on the spot was out of respect for the Xianyan base. Sure Xianxian didn't say anything high-sounding to encourage him. She just took out 2 bottles of potions from the space. One here is a healing potion, and the other is a superpower development potion. I think there are many reborn people among you, and you have heard about the recent sale of potions in Xianyan base. Normally, this pharmacist only sells it in Xianyan base, but the situation is special now, so I will make an exception. 1 bottle costs 500 crystal cores. Don't say that Xianyan base doesn't sell it at this price. I don't need to tell you what the price is on the black market now. I still have a lot of stock here. First come, first served. You can start exchanging it after entering Mosui County the day after tomorrow. For these strangers whom you have never met and do not know, the simplest and most direct method is to provide enough benefits. After Sure Xianxian said this, it was obvious that everyone's expressions instantly relaxed, and then became excited again. 500 crystal cores are not cheap, but compared to the black market, it is already very conscientious. In addition, most of these idle people have been wandering outside for a long time, so they have some stocks. There are still so many zombies in Mosui County. Those are all money. In this way, dividing more areas can save them from internal fighting. But the appearance of the potion was just the beginning, because then, Sure Qianqi also took out a ring from the space. It was made of pure gold, and was roughly made like a ring. And it didn't have any patterns. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, Sure Qianqi calmly said, "This is a space ring. The space ring you are thinking of, with an internal space of 2,000 cubic meters. It has not been sold in Xianyan base yet, and it is also considering this special situation now. So it is sold. There are only 3 rings in total, and they are sold for 2,000 crystal cores. While stocks last, the breath of the superpower stagnated. They looked at the golden ring in disbelief. For a moment, they felt that it was the most beautiful ring in the world. Their eyes burst into unprecedented light. Space ring. A 2,000 cubic meter space ring. If you can buy it, it is equivalent to becoming a space superpower. This temptation is too great. Although 2,000 crystal cores sounds like an astronomical figure. They are going to a county town. How many permanent residents were there in Mosui County before the end of the world? After all, it is a county town, so the population should be quite large. Sure Xianxian then smiled gently. Precondition, during this period, you are not allowed to fight among yourself. Rob others of their crystal cores, or kill others for money. I'm sure many people already know this person next to me. This is Dr. Simon, a psychic. Don't try to deceive us by lying. Once I find out, I will never show mercy." As she spoke, Sure Xianxian no longer restrained her supernatural powers, and released them in an instant. She was already at the peak of the 2nd level, and after the baptism of Qianqiu's enlightenment last time, Sure Xianxian's 2nd level was much stronger than that of others. So at this moment, the supernatural users all felt the crushing power from Sure Xianxian. Moreover, this trick is released, and they can't figure out how the fiber is done. In addition to the 2 brothers and sisters, there are too many mysterious factors that make them dare not listen. After all, no one wants to miss such a rare purchase opportunity. Using both kindness and severity is the way the brother and sister lead the people with special powers. They are strangers to each other, and do not need too much words. They just need to work towards the same goal, although this goal comes from their wealth. It works. That night, in the camp of idle psychics, many people tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. They huddled in their tents, counting their crystal core stocks over and over again, thinking about how to collect enough crystal cores before others. If it weren't too dangerous to travel at night, many people would probably pack up immediately and go out to search for zombies. The next morning, when it was just daybreak, people from the camp of idle psychics started to get up and set off. Of course, they did not head to Mosby County immediately. They did not dare to commit such suicidal acts. But it was still feasible for them to walk around Yagi village and look for some wandering zombies. In this way, other bases and teams soon discovered the behavior of these idle psychics. They didn't understand why these people suddenly became so active. But for them, patrolling and clearing zombies was a good thing. So they didn't pay too much attention to it. The idle psychics also kept silent tacitly. After all, potions and rings were limited, and they didn't want to increase the number of competitors for no reason. Especially powerful competitors, like regular bases and teams. Chapter 91. There are also Crow Mouse. After dawn, Shi Xianxian and Shi Qian did not go to the surrounding people to search for zombies in the surrounding people. They still have other tasks. That is, investigating Bami village. When they arrived yesterday, they were already in the evening. After discussion, they did not hang out in the village after the distribution area. Today, it was okay. The two walked in the village. This was also aware of a bit. How do you say? This small village gives people a very clean. The feeling? Of course, the cleanliness here is not hygiene, but a sense of emptiness. This feeling of emptiness is also very common in Doomsday. And places that have been cleared by humans will also fall into this emptiness for a short time. But here, after walking for such a long time, they only saw 7 or 8 dark red bloodstains, which were undoubtedly left when the zombies were killed. This is quite strange. After the apocalypse began, people fled the city in large numbers. Small villages around the county town, like Yagi village, were originally very popular places to settle down after the apocalypse. According to the current situation, the power people obviously did not find living people in this small village. And even from the marks of killing, there were not many zombies. However, Shi Xianxian and Qianqiu checked several houses and found that these houses were obviously occupied by people for a long time, and were not empty houses that had been idle for a long time. Sister, these houses are so clean. Yes. Shi Xianxian nodded and pointed to a square behind her. When I checked that family just now, I found that their furniture was covered with plastic sheets. It was obvious that they did not leave in a hurry. The time should be before the end of the world. And it seems that they plan to come back in the future. How strange. Everyone in this village went out en masse before the apocalypse? Although this speculation is a bit outrageous. It seems to be the case now. Let's go back to the village office and take a look. There might be records of such a large-scale collective activity there. The overall distribution of Yagi village is irregular, and some houses are far apart. It is obviously a waste of time to look for clues from house to house. Qianqiu followed Shi Xianxian back to the village office. There were still ashes from the burnt bonfire on the ground in the square outside the village office. There were already residents in the 2-story building. When Shi Xianxian and her friend entered the house, they attracted a lot of stares. Under people's gaze, the two did not look for a suitable room to live in, but began to check the offices, especially the rooms of the village committee director and the village chief. The doors of these rooms have been destroyed at this time, and there are also traces of flipping in the room. But from the perspective of various materials scattered, people before did not run from the materials, but to collect materials. The materials that may be used in the office were searched out. The strange behavior of Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi also attracted the attention of many people. An Luosi soon learned the news, but he didn't understand what these two people were looking for, so he just asked people to keep an eye on them. Eventually, Chiaki finds a simple A5 size booklet in the broadcasting room, which is placed on a table and appears to be being read aloud on the radio shortly before the apocalypse. The cover of the booklet is a distant photo of a city with 4 big words written on it, Mosby Base. Opening the booklet, there were not many words in it, and they were not densely packed. Qianqiu could finish reading it quickly and easily. The booklet had only 10 pages in total, and the first 3 pages were all about promoting doomsday theory. This was not uncommon in the period before the doomsday, especially in the last month before the doomsday, when many reborn people no longer hid and began to use various methods to spread the word that the end of the world was coming. This pamphlet was obviously no exception. It seemed that a reborn person used pamphlets to spread the news of the end of the world to the people of Yagi village before the end of the world. The next few pages describe the end of the world, including various extreme weather conditions, natural disasters, horrific zombies, mutant creatures, etc. In the booklet, the end of the world is extremely terrifying. And there is nothing wrong with that. But as I continued to read the manual, I found that the content was a bit strange. The last few pages of the manual were all about the introduction of the Moswe base. Unlike other reborn bases with high thresholds, the Moswe base claimed that as long as you come, they will accept you, because they plan to build the entire Moswe County into a base in the future. A large, safe base where people can survive like before the doomsday. According to the description in the manual, Moswe County is a doomsday paradise created by a wealthy second-generation man. It has rich resource reserves and enough weapons to fight against the doomsday. It also has top medical talents hired by the leaders of the Moswe base. It doesn't even cost money to enter. At the end of the booklet it was written, "We know that many people still don't believe in the end of the world. So our Moswe base is committed to saving lives." This booklet can be used as a reimbursement voucher for your travel expenses, food and lodging, and even all expenses for sightseeing. As long as you can provide proof of consumption, we will reimburse you. Come to Moswe base, whether for survival or for a free trip. We are waiting for you in Moswe. After reading it, Xianqiu handed the manual to Shi Xianxian. Shi Xianxian was a little surprised after reading it, paying out of his own pocket and providing unlimited shelter. Are there such good people in the world? It looks like a scam. There are not good people among the rebirth. But what Regeneratus dares to promise unlike incompetence before the end of the day. And for the rebirth, the funds in their hands are more willing to use it to redeem supplies. It's been so long since the apocalypse, and I haven't heard of any base in Moswe County. Shi Xianxian shared the same view and felt that this manual had a lot of problems. If before the doomsday, the villagers of Yagi village really received the reimbursement promised by Moswe County, then it would not be surprising that idle villagers would flock to Moswe County. After all, there are not many opportunities to experience free travel and high consumption life. Someone frantically diverted a large number of people to Moswe County before the end of the world. When thinking about the 4th level zombies that appeared in Moswe County, Shi Xianxian and Xianqiu both smelled danger and conspiracy. And the more they thought about it, the more creepy they felt. At the end of the world, the most taboo thing is to have too many people. One can imagine what kind of purgatory scene the crowded Moswe County would be like when the zombie outbreak occurred. Someone is raising goo. No. Raising corpses. Sister, are you saying that these brochures from Moswe County were only distributed to Yagi village? Chiaki asked. Ask people coming from other directions. There should be people passing through other villages. Shi Xianxian actually already had the answer in her mind. This kind of booklet was not expensive and could be mass-produced. If the other party came with the idea of raising corpses, then naturally the more people gathered, the better. Therefore, it was likely that all the villages around Moswe County had received this booklet. And it seemed that the other party had also bribed the people in the village to broadcast this booklet in the radio room. The two men conducted a brief search and then left. They met some other people on the way. After asking, they found out that as they had guessed, the other villages around Moswe County were also very empty. Compared with the urban population density, the village is very small, and the residence is scattered. Therefore, this kind of empty does not attract many people's attention. In addition, everyone is rushing on the road. Naturally, there is no wrong inspection. Not long after, Gan Chao's team also heard about the Shi brothers and sisters asking around in the village for information. So Gan Chao took the initiative to look for them and asked, "What happened?" Shi Xianxian didn't expect Gan Chao to come to her on his own initiative. After all, in her opinion, Gan Chao was a very aloof person and didn't like to meddle in other people's business. However, since he came to her, Shi Xianxian didn't hide anything. Moswe County may be more dangerous than I thought. Xianxi found this at the radio station. Speaking, Shi Xianxian handed the manual to the Gan Chao, and then continued, Bagu village is too clean. There are no living people, and there are not many zombies. We have just inquired. The same situation in other villages around Moswe County is the same. That is to say, before the end of the end, the residents in the villages around Moswe County have all poured to Moswe County. But now these are just my and Xianxi's guesses. It may not be possible to convince others to believe them. We plan to go around the village again to see if there are any other clues. Gan Chao is a smart man. And he is also a reborn person. He has seen all kinds of darkness and many tragedies with no bottom line. So he quickly understood what this meant. There are reborn people raising corpses in Mosby County. And that 4th level zombie is probably the same way. I'll go with you. Gan Chao returned the manual to Shi Xianxian. And it was obvious that he also realized the seriousness of the matter. This is not only the problem of incompetence in the number of zombies in Mosby County, but also the clues of rebirth of mutant zombies. After all, this violation of common sense on the manual is explaining that the creator of this manual is not the probability of humans. At least, he does not think he is human. Qianqiu glanced at Gan Chao, then said to Shi Xianxian, Sister, I'll go find Simon. He has good mental strength, and is very suitable for this kind of needle-in-a-haystack search. Shi Xianxian glanced at her younger brother. Her expression was serious. Yes, but she always felt that Shi Qianxi was implicitly praising Simon. However, psychics were indeed very fast at finding things. So she nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Gan Chao also informed the rest of the team. Not long after, everyone gathered together. After briefly listening to what had happened, everyone's expression became heavy. And then, they quickly dispersed to look for clues. Today is the last day of conscription, so quite a few people have still arrived at Yagi village. And those psychics who arrived early have already begun planning their departure. Although people are confused about the behavior of the Gan Chao team and the brothers and sisters of Shijia, they don't care about the abnormal behavior of those idlers who go out early in the morning. And everyone will soon go. Thanks to the presence of psychics, people who are acting separately can keep in touch in real time. And they also communicate the clues they have discovered in a timely manner. Someone soon found brochures in other houses. And someone else found handwritten letters left by the people who had left for their families in the house. The general content was that in order to prevent the doomsday from really happening, they planned to take refuge in the Mosby base. The handwritten letters were left for relatives who were away from home, for fear that their relatives would not be able to find them after the power outage at the doomsday. There was more than one such letter. After all, in the small village, most of the young and middle-aged people would go out, and leaving letters was just in case. Qianqiu, with the 2 cheating devices, scrap iron and 6161, naturally made some discoveries. He went straight to a house on the outskirts of the village. The house was in a very remote location, almost at the outermost part of the village. He arrived there after passing through a small woods and a cemetery. This is it. It's the only lively place in the village. 6161 is prompted like this. Scrap iron followed behind Qianqiu. Be careful. There are zombies inside. Before Qianqiu entered the house, he saw a wooden sign hanging on the gate with a few big words written on it. There is a vicious dog inside. Qianqiu, it seems that there are not only zombies, but also dogs. Dogs? Speaking of this, Qianqiu suddenly realized that they had been searching in this village for so long, but they had not seen any livestock, nor any cats or dogs. You know, in the village, many families would keep a guard dog. And if you recall carefully, several of the houses he had visited before had dog kennels. Before Qianqiu could think about it, the vicious dog in the yard probably sensed the presence of a stranger outside and let out a series of threatening growls. The wall of this family's courtyard is very high, and the main gate is a black iron door without any gaps. Qianqiu couldn't see what was going on inside, but when he heard the noise, he knew that the things inside were quite big. Qianxi, what happened to you? Shi Xianxian keenly noticed that Shi Qianxi suddenly stopped talking, and she immediately realized that the situation on Shi Qianxi's side had changed. Sis, I'm fine. I found a house. There might be living people inside, but there might also be a zombie dog inside. Shi Qianxi comforted calmly. Wait for me. Shi Xianxian threw down a sentence and prepared to come over with the guidance of the spiritual connection. Others were interested in listening to this. Is there anyone still alive in this village? Dog? Come to think of it, I just noticed that this village is so big, but I didn't see a single dog. I'll go too. Perhaps it had been a while since there had been any new discoveries, and when they heard that Shi Qianxi had made a major discovery, the others decided to rush over as well. Moreover, zombie animals are mostly more dangerous than zombie humans. When wisdom loses its dominant position, it will be difficult for humans to continue to stand at the top of the food chain. Scrap metal, can you find out what's going on inside? Hearing that other people were coming, Qianxia was no longer in a hurry to act alone. After all, Kate came here for vacation, not for adventure. It's blocked. The things inside are either of high level or have special abilities to block mental power. Feedy shook his head. Generally speaking, a high-level psychic can easily detect the situation of a low-level psychic. But if they are of the same level or a higher level, it depends on the willingness of the person being detected. If the other party is unwilling, the psychic cannot check his or her situation. Upon hearing this, Qianxia took 2 steps back. You have to know that scrap iron has reached the 4th level. And even the 4th level mental power cannot detect the situation inside. The zombie dog inside must be very ferocious. So it is better for him to stay away from that door. Not long after, the others arrived one after another. The psychic from Gan Chao's team naturally investigated as well, but naturally did not gain anything. Scrap iron's external ability level was level 2. So everyone quickly concluded that the zombie dogs in the yard were at least level 2, and had to be dealt with caution. Seeing that Gan Chao's team was about to break down the door, Qianxia was shocked. They were now outside the door, and if there really was a 4th level zombie dog inside, they would not be able to escape. But since we are here now, we cannot return empty-handed. So Qianxia opened a piece of space outside the door, supported by himself and scrap iron, which was very solid. Brother Qianxi, did you get the inspiration for this move from the barrier at Xianyan base? I feel much more at ease with this thing. Isn't this a bit of an overkill? Although zombies are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. We have so many second-level mutants. It was the first time that Gan Chao's team enjoyed the treatment of being enveloped by Shi Qianxi's defense space. And it was a bit novel. Qianxia coughed lightly. Just in case. What if there is a 4th-level zombie dog inside? The members of Gan Chao's team were stunned when they heard this. And then they laughed softly. How is that possible? At this time, the 4th level is not easy to get. Brother Qianxi, don't be too nervous. The evolution of zombies is much slower than that of humans. It's still a long way to go before they reach the 4th stage. As he said this, the metal-type mutant from Gan Chao's team had already opened the black double iron door that was more than 2 meters high very easily and skillfully. Along with the harsh sound of the iron door slowly opening, a black plush wall came into view of everyone. Everyone looked at the scene inside the door in shock, and later realized that it was not a black wall, but a huge black dog. The big black dog was obviously on alert at this time. It lowered its body, allowing itself to be in a state where it could jump up at any time. But even with its body lowered, the big black dog was nearly 2 meters tall. Hack! What the H.L.? Oh my god! A mutant dog. Is this a 4th level dog? Although they cannot detect it, Gan Chao's team are all reborn people, and they can judge the opponent's strength at a glance. The so-called mutant dogs are different from zombie dogs. They are like humans with superpowers. After the apocalypse, they were not infected with the zombie virus, but were strengthened instead. The mutated animals have more intelligence, stronger physiques, and even special abilities. You can imagine how dangerous the mutated animals can be. The only thing to be thankful for is that mutated animals are different from zombies. They usually do not choose humans as their first choice of food, and prefer to move in natural environments such as deep mountains and forests. So the chance of encountering humans is not high. But now, looking at the 2-meter-tall black dog with shiny black fur inside, anyone can see that it has been irritated. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden scene that they stood there in a daze. The big black dog rushed up in an instant. Its huge body made it look like a sturdy black panther, pouncing forward swiftly with extremely powerful lethality. Then bang! With a loud bang, the big black dog hit the space barrier. The huge sound startled everyone and made them come back to their senses instantly. And at the same time, they were glad that there was such a barrier. The big black dog outside the barrier was obviously a little dazed, but it quickly got up and quickly realized that there was an invisible layer blocking it. Its dark eyes revealed some thoughts. It began to pace back and forth along the barrier, as if thinking about how to break through. This made the people inside the barrier even more terrified. This was a 4th-level mutant dog that had awakened wisdom. What Shi Qianxi said was actually true. Chapter 92, Malkshuang. Thousands of worship brothers. Your protective cover is not firm? Gan Chao asked a slightly fat man in the team. After he finished speaking, he probably realized that the other party didn't know him. So he added, just call me Fatty Zheng. It's probably pretty strong. But I've never encountered a 4th-level mutant dog before. Qianqiu looked up at the big black dog pacing outside, trying to stare into its eyes, and even took 2 steps forward to the edge of the barrier. This action scared Shi Xianxian, but she did not stop him, because she knew that her brother was not the type to act recklessly in critical moments. Shi Qianxi must have his reasons for doing this. She just tightly grasped the sword she took out from the space, and stared at the big black dog outside the barrier. Shi Qianxi's response obviously could not bring a sense of security to the Ganqiao team. But what Shi Qianxi said was true. Everyone could only go on alert, hoping to discover the mutant dog's weaknesses and abilities to increase the possibility of defeating the opponent. In the silence, Ning Luo's voice suddenly rang out. Fortunately, Mr. Shi was prepared. Who would have thought that there was actually a 4th-level mutant dog inside? It's incredible. This sentence sounded like a compliment and an exclamation. But the timing of speaking was not good. Instead, it sounded strange, as if reminding others that Shi Qianxi's guess was too accurate and looked very suspicious. No one from the Ganqiao team responded. The past few days of interaction allowed them to have a deeper understanding of the Shi brothers and sisters. In addition, with the appearance of the space ring, Shi Qianxi's status rose further. So they didn't know how to react to Ning Luo's somewhat strange words, and simply remained silent. Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi didn't say anything either. Shi Xianxian wanted to scold Ning Luo, but she didn't dare to be distracted at all. So the scene fell into an awkward and weird silence. Ning Luo's face changed. She naturally felt that she was being treated coldly. The embarrassment of being ignored was more uncomfortable than being confronted directly, especially since she had just learned about the space ring not long ago. Now she was lacking a sense of security and identity. Being ignored, she felt overwhelming grievances and the fear of being abandoned. She bit her lips slightly with a dark look in her eyes. Everyone in the barrier was staring at the big black dog. Logically speaking, although the mutant animals had improved intelligence, unless they happened to awaken their intelligent powers, their intelligence could still not be compared with that of humans. However, the big black dog outside did not try a second attack after the first attack failed, which eliminated the opportunity for people to observe its abilities and weaknesses. The 2 sides confronted each other, as if waiting for the other to reveal a flaw first. Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense, Qianqiu leaned close to Shi Xianxian's ear and whispered something. And then before anyone else could react, Shi Xianxian's figure suddenly jumped out. They had already witnessed Shi Xianxian's extraordinary speed and agility before, but now, they only felt a shadow passing before their eyes. A hint of fear flashed across Ganqiao's eyes, and he subconsciously took a step outside the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the confrontation was broken. Amid the horrified or stunned gazes of the Ganqiao team, Shi Xianxian stepped forward quickly and leaped into the air as if she knew how to perform martial arts. She was as light as a leaf lifted by the wind, and in an instant she was on the mutant dog's head. Without waiting for everyone to exclaim, Shi Xianxian, who was standing on the mutant dog's head, squatted down and slid to the back of the mutant dog's neck, then reached out and pinched the opponent's neck. The mutant dog obviously did not expect Shi Xianxian to be so fast. By the time it reacted, it was too late, and Shi Xianxian directly strangled it by the scruff of the neck. Just when everyone thought that the mutant dog was going to be furious, and just when Ning Luo's expression changed from astonishment to delight, the huge furry black mountain in front of her quickly melted, or rather shrank rapidly. In a few seconds, the originally 2-meter-tall huge mutant black dog turned into a black puppy that was only slightly larger than an adult's palm. At this time, it was making a childish howling sound, trying to turn around and bite the person who was holding its neck. But no matter how it tried, it failed. Shi Xianxian held the little creature in her arms, her expression somewhat incredulous. She had never expected that such a big dog would actually be only this small. Could it be that it hasn't been weaned yet? Ouch! Ouch! The black dog responded with an angry bark. Qianqiu removed the barrier, and the others naturally came over, staring at the little black dog in Shi Xianxian's hand in surprise. Is this a 4th-level mutant dog? Fat Zheng, who had just been frightened, felt that he had been deceived. The psychic Bu Sui checked it carefully again and said, "It is indeed a mutant dog, but only level 1. A talent for deception? That's pretty impressive. Yeah, it's really scary to run into a 4th-level mutant dog head-on. But how did Brother Shi find out?" Zheng Fatsi asked curiously. After all, they saw clearly the actions of the Shi brothers and sisters just now, and Shi Xianxian obviously acted after receiving instructions from Shi Qianxi. Qianqiu didn't keep the secret and explained directly. Because this barrier was created by me. I felt that the power was not right when it hit me for the first time. Later, Miss Ning asked why it was such a coincidence that there was a 4th level mutant dog inside. I was also very curious why it was such a coincidence that it was a 4th level mutant dog. I believe that Mosui County can raise 4th order mutant zombies. But how can such a small village raise 4th order mutant dogs? It is more difficult for mutant animals to advance than humans. My sister is only 2nd order. How can this guy be 4th order? Everyone. I can only say that the first part of this explanation is well reasoned. And the latter part, well, makes sense. Qianqiu reached out to take the struggling little black dog and stared into its eyes. The little black dog immediately looked away guiltily. Also, a ferocious beast will never avoid eye contact with others. This is a sign of weakness. I tried to look it in the eyes several times, but it avoided me. Although this little black dog has awakened the innate ability of deception, it is obvious that its mentality is unstable, and its deception skills are not up to par. These speculations are on the one hand. Qianqiu dares to let the time fiber take the initiative to attack. It is also because Shixian has this strength, and he can provide a spatial protection barrier to Shixian. Even if the black dog is really 4th order, it will not cause damage to the time fiber in a short period of time. After listening to Shixian's analysis, the Gonchao team nodded one after another. They were also shocked by the sudden appearance of the mutant dog at this time. Otherwise, with their rich experience, they would have discovered the problem quickly. Qianqiu put the little black dog on the ground and then imprisoned it in place. It is not easy for living beings to survive in the doomsday. And the mutated animals in this world actually have some similarities with goblins. Qianqiu does not want to kill them all, and plans to wait until they have checked this family before releasing the mutant dog. The little black dog was confined within an area of 1 square meter. After landing, it turned around several times, as if looking for a way to escape. When it saw everyone entering the yard and heading towards the main door of the house, the little black dog, which was still turning around in circles, suddenly began to bark miserably and tried to ram the barrier regardless of the consequences. It rammed the barrier fiercely again and again, and its head was bleeding after only 2 or 3 times. But it had no intention of stopping and just wanted to rush out desperately. Looking up again, and ready to go. The little black dog, who was ready to hit the barrier at a faster speed. Qianqiu withdrew the barrier at the last moment, because he could feel that if he did not withdraw the barrier, the little black dog would kill himself. Suddenly, without the barrier, the little black dog staggered obviously, and even almost fell to the ground. But it quickly stabilized its body, rushed to Qianqiu's feet quickly, bit his trouser leg, and began to pull it back desperately. While pulling, it kept making threatening growls from its throat, as if threatening the other party with bluffing. Qianqiu, who was walking in the front, stopped, and the others naturally stopped as well. People looked at the little black dog at Shixian's feet that was desperately dragging its trouser legs and were confused. What was it doing? The black dog, which was not much bigger than a palm, could not move Qianqiu at all. As it pulled, traces of blood were left on the ground. Those were the wounds caused by its collision just now. At this time, they were completely torn apart. It doesn't want us to enter the house. The others naturally reacted as well. But they were even more curious about what was in this family's house, and why the mutant dog was so crazy to stop them. Seeing the little black dog's persistence, most people felt sympathy. But the secret of Mosui County might be hidden here, so they had to go in and investigate. Qianqiu bent down and picked up the little black dog again, and once again held it by the scruff of the neck. Shixian casually used her healing ability, and the little black dog, which was just covered in bruises, immediately recovered as before, jumping around again, looking at the little black dog struggling fiercely in his hand. Qianqiu lifted it up to his eye level and said with great momentum, "Either come in quietly with me, or I'll knock you out and leave you outside." Everyone. For some reason, I felt something strange. The little black dog gradually quieted down, and the low growl in its mouth turned into a weak hum. It was obvious that it chose the former. Qianqiu curled the corners of his lips in pleasure, and in his mind, he was showing off to 6161 and Fiat crazily. "I threatened and frightened a dog." 6161 sent a speechless emoticon, obviously not understanding what there is to be proud of. "It's a dog, not a cat." Fiat praised him as always. Qianqiu is the best. Although he was feeling smug inside, Xianqiu maintained a calm appearance. He continued to move forward carrying the little black dog. The door of the bungalow was easily opened by the metal-type psychic, and everyone filed in. As soon as they stepped into the room, everyone's nerves instantly tensed up again because they felt a familiar breath, whether it was the pervasive smell of decay or the low roar surrounding their ears. It all indicated that there were zombies in the room. The little black dog scratched its paws twice, obviously feeling a little uneasy. The zombies in the room probably sensed someone coming in, and their low growls instantly turned into urgent roars, which were the zombies' instinctive desire for flesh and blood. Amid the zombies' roars, everyone also heard some strange noises. After waiting for a while, and seeing no approaching zombies, everyone naturally followed the sound, and went through the L-shaped corridor to the innermost room. The roar of the zombies came from this small room. The door of the small room was closed at this time, and there were many rice and flour bags piled in the corridor outside the door. It seemed that this small room was used to store rice and flour. As the door gradually opened, everyone indeed found the zombie. It was a young zombie in his 20s. There was a backpack on the ground with some books scattered in the backpack. A quick flip through revealed that they were some clinical teaching books. The first page of the book also had the department and the name of the person written on it. It was obvious that this zombie was a student in a medical school. The appearance of living people made the zombies in the room become unusually active. At this time, its eyes had turned white. One hand was scratching desperately, and it kept biting in the air towards the crowd. The sound of the teeth colliding was chilling. But these could not pose a threat to everyone, because one of the zombie's hands was firmly locked to the iron window with an iron chain. No matter how he struggled, he could not get any closer. When the little black dog saw the zombie, it began to wag its tail subconsciously. It kept making humming sounds, as if it was acting cute to the zombie. Obviously, this zombie was once the owner of the little black dog. But now, the zombie could no longer respond to the little black dog. The little black dog's tail kept sweeping across Xianqiu's arm. Xianqiu looked down at the little black dog and thought that with this guy's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to know that his master had turned into a zombie. He just didn't want to accept this fact. It even knew that humans would eliminate zombies after discovering them. So when they were outside the house, it tried its best to prevent them from entering. There's writing on the wall of the room. There is a brochure for the Moswe base on the ground. I have a cell phone. I brought a power bank. Everyone tacitly agreed not to discuss how to deal with the zombie, but instead checked the room for clues. Judging from the traces in the room, the man locked himself in before the mutation. Before the mutation, he also deliberately moved the rice and flour food in the room outside the door. Perhaps he did this with the idea that these things might help other people in the future. However, the specific situation depends on other clues. The most direct clue at this time was the bloody words on the wall. The white wall clearly preserved the words. The bloody words changed from neat to messy, and then to chaos, which also showed the man's gradual transformation into a zombie. The content on the wall was also very simple and eye-catching. Don't go to Moswe County. Don't go to Moswe County. It's H.L. It's the devil's plantation. Don't believe the brochures. Don't go to Moswe County. The most frequently appearing short sentence on the wall was don't go to Moswe County. Obviously, this sentence was the man's last obsession when he was dying. This also shows that he should have been to Moswe County and experienced extremely terrible things there, which led to him thinking about this warning before he died. Apart from the writing on the wall, no one could find any written records anywhere else. Apparently the man did not have time to record anything when he returned home, and the bloody words on the wall were his final warning. Fortunately, just as people were checking, the man's turned-off mobile phone had been turned on again with the help of a power bank. Mobile phones are the second organ that people cannot be separated from before the end of the world, which often contains a lot of records and clues. One of Gon Chao's team fiddled with the phone for a few times and easily cracked the password. Then, everyone started browsing the zombie's phone under that person's control. Judging from the information records, the man's family was bewitched by the promotional brochure to go to Moswe County. Because the Moswe base requires that pets are not allowed, the family sent a message to the man before going to Moswe, telling him to remember to feed the dog after returning from school. Compared with his elderly family members, the man, as a college student, has a strong awareness of fraud prevention. When he got home, his family members had just left yesterday, so he took the little black dog with him to go find his family. The messages that followed were basically sent unilaterally by him. He lost contact with his family, and no one in his family responded to his messages. He even tried to call the police, but judging from his subsequent complaints to other friends, it didn't have any effect. After the apocalypse, his messages were cut off and were replaced by a secretly filmed video on his mobile phone. The video was dimly lit, and the perspective was very shaky. The man was probably lying on a high wall and secretly filming what was inside. There were still some lights on the building inside the wall, as if it had just been destroyed not long ago. There is a very open space inside the courtyard wall, and there is a deep pit in the middle area, which is densely packed with swaying zombies. Because the deep pit is surrounded by elevated iron fences, the zombies can only struggle at the bottom of the pit. Not far away, a group of 5 people were pointed at with guns and came to the top of the deep pit from a slightly higher extended platform. Amidst their hopeless cries, the platform mechanism was activated and the people on it fell into the pit of corpses. What followed was a carnival and feast for the zombies. In order to fight for the few available foods, the zombies began to tear each other apart and fight. Only zombies that were strong enough could enjoy more food. Outside the camera, a low sound of vomiting could be heard faintly. Apparently, the sight of blood and flesh flying everywhere made the man filming feel physically uncomfortable. It was this subtle sound that alarmed the psychic inside. A beam of light shone over, and the man was discovered. What followed was an extremely chaotic scene of the man running away frantically. From the shaking camera, one could even see the little black dog in the backpack on the man's chest. But unfortunately, fate did not favor this man in the end. Even a powerful psychic did not dare to run for his life in the city at night. The man's actions attracted a large number of zombies, but he had to escape because the psychics in the Mosley base were also chasing him. During a violent shake of the camera, the picture disappeared and the filming ended there. The next video was also the last one in this phone. The man in the video had already arrived at the small room. He shook the key in his hand and threw it out. At the same time, a man's voice was heard in the video. "My phone is running out of battery. I don't know if anyone will see it in the future. I locked Malkschwing outside. I left enough food for it. If someone finds it in the future, I hope they can adopt it. Of course, I know it's difficult, but Malkschwing is very good at bluffing and is very smart. It's worth keeping it." Woof woof. Perhaps the little black dog heard his owner calling him, and he started barking excitedly, although everyone was somewhat unacceptable to the little black dog's name, and felt that the owner had a bit of a bad taste to give his dog this name. They could only sigh silently when looking at the excited little black dog. Chapter 93 Departure. Sure, Xianxian's eyes were already slightly moist at this time. She had actually witnessed many tragedies since the end of the world, but every time she faced such things, she would still be emotionally aroused. She reached out and took the little black dog. "Let's take it away." Sure, Qianxi looked at the little black dog but didn't say anything, because he could feel that the little black dog named Malkschwing did not want to leave his master. And its talent for fraud was not just a simple scam. When it turned into a 4th level appearance before, it did have some strength. If it had not been discovered and had its neck held down, it could indeed fight with that huge body. Although its strength was not comparable to that of a real 4th level, it was barely at the 2nd to 3rd level. So if it wanted to leave, it could have left long ago. The little black dog probably understood Sure Xianxian's words, and it, which had been well behaved, immediately struggled violently to show its resistance. It also knew that it couldn't afford to offend these people, so it didn't open its mouth to bite, but just used all its strength to toss its short legs and make angry noises. "It doesn't want to go," Sure Qianxi spoke. Seeing the little black dog like this, and listening to Sure Qianxi's explanation, Sure Xianxian suddenly became conflicted. She looked up at the zombie tied with an iron chain. She couldn't bring this zombie back to the base, because that would be too irresponsible to the lives of the people in the base. It is not realistic to bring it back to the base. There are people coming and going there, and they don't have the time and energy to protect a zombie if it is discovered by others. The fate of this zombie is predictable. Never mind. Just let it be. Sure Xianxian finally put the little black dog down. Perhaps for Malkschwing, staying with his master in this remote village was much happier than leaving with her. As she spoke, Sure Xianxian bent down and put the little black dog down. The little black dog happily circled around Sure Xianxian twice, as if to express its gratitude to her for letting it go, and then rubbed against Sure Qianxi's feet affectionately. It was obvious that it knew very well that Shurchinsi was also someone who could decide whether to stay or go. As the man said in the video, "This is a very smart dog." After Mao Shuang had finished eating Shurchinsi, he went straight to the hut. But he did not go in. Instead, he squatted outside the door, looking at the eye-catching red line drawn in blood on the floor. It was obvious that the man had warned Mao Shuang not to cross the red line and enter the house before he turned into a corpse. Mao Shuang was very obedient. It squatted there and looked at its owner, who didn't recognize it at all. Its little tail was still wagging happily, as if it was very happy just by looking at its owner like this. Everyone checked the house carefully again and prepared to leave after making sure they had not missed any clues. The video in the mobile phone was also evidence enough to make everyone aware of the danger of Mosui County. Their plan to enter Mosui County to clean up the zombies also had to be adjusted appropriately. Hearing the footsteps of the crowd leaving, Mao Shuang looked back at them. There were emotions in his dark eyes that people could not understand. But in the end, he did not follow. Coming out of the room, Shurchinsi was still sighing. She didn't know if her decision was right. Qianqiu looked at the heroine for a while, and finally slowed down. After everyone else came out of the room, he took out a transparent glass plate-like mini door from the space, and then threw the door on the ground. The transparent small glass door instantly disappeared in front of everyone. But in the eyes of Shurchinsi and Shurchinsi, there was a normal-sized, glowing virtual door in this yard. Anywhere door? Bu Sui reacted quickly, although it was just a quick glance. But combined with Shurchinsi's abnormal spatial ability, he had a guess. What's more, their Gone Dynasty team had been thinking about a portal that could teleport to any location for a long time. Qianqiu did not deny it and nodded generously. After all, these were his potential customers. Only the owner can see it. Others cannot see it or touch it. There was an unconcealable envy in the eyes of the Gone Chao team members. And at the same time, the sense of urgency of lacking money became stronger than ever. There were so many things they wanted to buy, and the crystal cores were not enough. From this perspective, the large number of zombies hidden in Mosui County might not be a bad thing. The news about Mosui County soon spread to Yagi Village. Based on the content in the video, some people judged that behind the high wall was Mosui High School, because the school was on summer vacation at the end of the world. The school was vacant. The person who built the so-called Mosui base was able to requisition the school before the end of the world. It seems that he is indeed a capable and powerful person, because the number of zombies they had to face increased dramatically. Everyone's cleanup plan was forced to change. But Anlui Temple still argued with reason and said in a tough attitude that they could only accept the extension of the cleanup time, and the cleanup area would still be carried out according to the previous allocation. Unfortunately, the Mosui High School is located in the area under the charge of the idol psychics. When Anluisi made this request, he had prepared a lot of arguments in his mind to deal with the dissatisfied idol supernaturals, including Shurchinsi and Shurchinsi. Of course, however, he never expected that no one at the scene, whether it was the Shur family siblings or those idol supernaturals, spoke up to object. They just stood there calmly, and even waited for a while, and looked at Anluisi with impatient eyes, as if asking, "Continue? Why did you stop?" Anluisi was confused by this situation. If the discovery of this video was not related to the Shur brothers and sisters, he almost thought that these people were unaware of the danger of the matter. Moreover, they spent a lot of time and energy to clean up ordinary zombies, and the possibility of killing and snatching the crystal cores of fourth-order mutant zombies was much smaller. Of course, the idol psychics also know this truth. But the problem is that the potions and storage space are limited, and there is only one crystal core of the fourth-order mutant zombie. Instead of fighting for that fourth-order crystal core, it is better to collect enough ordinary and first-order crystal cores as soon as possible. Anlu Temple's plan to maintain the cleanup area was successful, but he did not get any sense of accomplishment, and even felt a little suffocated. He felt that something was wrong, but he no longer had time to inquire about the situation carefully. Tomorrow they will set off for Mosui County, and on this last night, he has more important things to do. So that night, when Fieri was about to go into the tent to rest, he heard someone calling his name stealthily. To be more precise, he was trying to call him using his mental power to avoid being discovered by others. Scrap Iron was a little strange. He was sure that there was no one here that he knew in this body. And because of his pet, because of his identity, everyone avoided him. Who took the initiative to find him? When Fieri searched over The man led him to the back of a tent, avoiding Xianxian's tent, and standing behind the tent was Onluo Temple. Onluo Temple was very polite to him, and even moved his chair in person to ask him to sit down. Considering that Dr. Simon's poor Chinese level, he also brought a translation. After the other party talked incessantly for 2 minutes, Fiat also understood his purpose, and Luosai wanted to incite Dr. Simon to rebel and use him for his own purposes. At the same time, he promised to give Dr. Simon a batch of explosives, preparing to let Dr. Simon attack the Sher brothers and sisters from behind when they finally snatched the 4th level zombies. Dr. Simon, please don't worry about our conversation being known to others. There is already a mental barrier set up by our psychics here. As long as you nod, you can not only regain your freedom, but also become a guest of honor at Luosha Base. We will provide you with a laboratory in the future, and you can realize your various ideas at will. We can also provide you with experimental samples. Whether it is ordinary people, psychics, or zombies, we can do it. I just don't know what you think. Onluo's words were translated again by the people around him. Fiat lowered his head and pretended to think deeply, then nodded in agreement. However, he also asked Onluo that he was not a person with spatial abilities, so even if he had a large amount of explosives, he had no place to hide them. You don't need to worry about that. Among the newly arrived idol superpowers, there are some of our people. You just need to follow the guidance when the time comes. The reason why Onluo Temple was able to suddenly suppress his anger yesterday was because he discovered Dr. Simon and had the idea of recruiting him at that time. Later, when he found out that Simon was captured by Xianxi, his confidence increased, which led to this negotiation. Fiat agreed, and then said that he should not leave for too long. And Luosai immediately expressed his understanding, and after letting him go, he quickly left with his subordinates. Feeling satisfied, before Luosai walked back to his resting place, Fiat had already told Qianqiu the whole story in his mind. Fiat could certainly use his powerful mental power to distinguish the lurkers among the idol psychics. But Luosai would not be honest. He was determined to get the 4th level zombie crystal core. If he lost this time, there would be a next time. So he might as well give the other party a reassurance, so that he could be prepared. I know he has no kindness. You can see the bad product of the person of Onluo Temple from the behavior of fighting the house. There are scrap iron beside him, and Qianqiu is not worried about being attacked. After all, the spiritual power of scrap iron is not weak. Qianqiu turned around and told Xianxian about this. After hearing this, Xianxian looked at the scrap metal in surprise, with a look of 7 parts suspicion and 3 parts praise. Not bad. Qianqiu couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. This was his scrap iron. Of course it was good. However, he quickly suppressed his expression so that Xianxian, who had become more vigilant recently, would not notice anything. Gradually, as night fell, no new people arrived in Yagi village, and most of the villagers prepared to rest. After all, they would be heading to Mosui County the next day. However, there was also a group of people who, adhering to the idea of enjoying life in the moment, continued to have a bonfire feast in the village square. The nearby zombies were overwhelmed by the hard work of the idol superpowers. Almost everything was cleared out, and they were rarely unrestrained and relaxed. They sang and danced in front of the campfire, drinking and eating meat as if they were entertaining themselves, but also as if they were venting their depression since the end of the world. However, at midnight that day, everyone was awakened by a burst of dog barking. It was at this time that everyone who had woken up from a daze suddenly realized that they had been in Yagi village for so long and had not seen a single dog. However, when they checked the houses in the village, they clearly found that many people had dog kennels in their yards. Realizing the danger, everyone rushed out of the room or tent and looked around vigilantly. It was not a big deal, but they almost fainted from fright on the spot. In the originally pitch-black night, countless pairs of eyes glowing red suddenly appeared. Some were far away, some were near. The closest one was only a few steps away from them. With the faint light of the fire, they could clearly see the appearance of those terrifying zombie dogs. The zombie-based dogs seemed to have no loyalty and cuteness at all. Their eyes are scarlet, and their sharp teeth are dripping with saliva. Seeing that they have been exposed, the zombie dog group launched an attack tacitly for the first time. Bagu village, in an instant, was caught in the killing, accompanied by the light of the release of the power. People saw more red eyes running from the distant mountains. Qianqiu had already woken up by now. Fiety's mental power discovered the first zombie dog as soon as it sneaked into the village. After a while, Mao Shuang sneaked into the tent from somewhere, bit his trouser leg to make him come out, and motioned Qianqiu to look at the red eyes all over the mountains outside. Qianqiu did not expect that this little black dog would still run to warn. It seems that this little black dog is also good in addition to fraudulent power. Rest assured, I know. After patting the little black dog's head, Qianqiu went to call other people, and the little black dog followed him for a while, barking as it ran, which was the barking sound that people heard. Although it was caught by surprise, almost all of the villages were capable of power, so they soon began to counterattack, and they quickly found that in addition to zombie dogs, a huge mutant dog appeared in the village. The mutant dog was dark and full of pressure. Mutant dog. Fortunately, the mutant dog was on their side, which gave the psychics greater confidence and courage. So although the battle was difficult, the psychics won in the end. When the sun rose the next day, Yagi village was full of corpses. Some human, but more of dogs. The splattered blood covered the originally clean land, and made Yagi village finally look a bit like the end of the world. This is so weird. Why are there so many zombie dogs? It looks not just the dogs in Bogu village. It seems that the dogs nearby are running. It just happened to be the night before we were leaving. Could it be a coincidence? What about the mutant dog last night? It's so prestigious. Yeah. Where's that mutant dog? The surviving superpowers were thankful for their survival. And at the same time, they began to wonder about the fourth order mutant dog that appeared last night like a divine weapon. With such a large size, it should be easy to be discovered. But after asking around, they found that no one had noticed the mutant dog's last move. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone had taken care of everything. They buried their companions, dug out the mutant dog's crystal core, packed their bags, and then set off on their journey. Exhausted, Qianqiu bid farewell to Mao Shuang again. Although it came to report the news, it was still unwilling to leave its master. So Qianqiu chose to respect it. Because of the existence of the portal, Shi Xianxian felt less reluctant this time. Now she was more worried about the future of these superpowers. Last night's raid was large-scale and systematic, as if their every move was under someone's surveillance. Shi Xianxian had a feeling that last night's pack of zombie dogs was just a test, and the real challenge has not yet appeared. Qianxi, did you know this a long time ago? Thinking of last night's battle, when Shi Qianxi asked her to be careful about conserving her strength, Shi Xianxian asked Shi Qianxi, who was sitting in the passenger seat. There were only 3 of them in the car, so Qianqiu spoke naturally. It's just a feeling. Sister, you know, I'm a psychic with strong intuition. Yagi village was too clean. Probably because it had been cleaned up by someone. We didn't even find too many bags of rice and flour there. It was obvious that someone had taken them away. But they also disguised them so that outsiders could not see too many traces. It seemed that they didn't want anyone to pay attention to Mosui County too early. All of these behaviors show that the other party is intelligent and has a high IQ. Perhaps the so-called reborn intelligent zombie is in Mosui County. Even the 4th level zombie was discovered by Gon Chao's team. It may be that the other party did it intentionally. Now it's the end of the world, and the other party is still hiding and cleaning up the traces in Yagi village, which means that they are seeking bigger things. They also need to promote the utopia of Mosui base further and attract more people. The first batch of threats to be attracted and eliminated are the psychics nearby. It can be imagined that if this group of people were destroyed here, almost all the bases nearby would lose a layer of strong protection. After all, any base or individual with a little strength would not remain indifferent to this sign. Once they die, those bases will really become leak fields, ready to be harvested by the reborn zombies in Mosui County. While conquering other bases, they will certainly publicize the Mosui base to the outside world. By then, there will be a steady stream of living people coming to the door. After Shi Qianxi's explanation, Shi Xianxian also understood the whole story. Humans who awaken their wisdom will become geniuses, who can calculate 3 steps at a time. Then what about zombies who awaken their wisdom and are reborn, thinking that every step now may be calculated by the other party? Shi Xianxian felt chilled. But even if the truth is as they guessed, they can't retreat, because the speed at which the zombies in Mosui County advance is too terrifying. If they don't get rid of this huge cancer in Mosui County as soon as possible, they will soon face a bigger backlash. This is the end of the world. Even if you don't want to move forward, there will be countless reasons forcing you to move forward. Otherwise you will be ruthlessly swallowed by the meat grinder of the end of the world. Don't worry too much. We are not without a chance of winning. Even if we gather the population of all the surrounding villages. The population of Mosby County is still limited. And we cannot cultivate more fourth-order zombies. And if the opponent is so smart that he is almost a demon, it means that his body is not strong. So he desperately feeds the fourth-level zombies with physical mutations. And that is why he is worried and uses the zombie dogs to test before setting off. As long as he can find the real body, it will not be difficult to destroy it. Xianxiu comforted the uneasy heroine in this way. Chapter 94 Mosby County. The convoy heading to Mosby County was huge. Such a large-scale convoy naturally attracted zombies wandering along the way. However, thanks to their large numbers, these zombies did not cause any trouble to the convoy. The convoy arrived safely outside Mosby County. Even before entering, people could already sense that Mosby County was different. After the apocalypse, the outskirts of most cities are in chaos. The arrival of the apocalypse means the collapse of the urban system. People will instinctively flee the city. Under the influence of the zombie virus, vehicles and people will be congested at the entrances and exits of the city. But in Mosby County, you won't see such a situation. All the main roads in the city are unobstructed. And there is not even a scrapped vehicle on the roadside. In fact, the fewer congested vehicles there are, the more convenient it is for people to enter and exit the city. After all, without spatial abilities, if they want to transport materials on a large scale, they still rely on vehicles. And smooth roads also make it easier for them to escape when they encounter danger. However, the scene of not seeing a single car on the roadside made everyone feel creepy. The convoy stopped. They were going to split up and go to different routes, starting to clean up the center from different directions. The leaders of each team gathered together again to clarify the next task. Before they were about to set off, someone finally couldn't help but ask, "Captain Gonchao, have you cleared the cars on the road in Mosby County?" "No. It was like this when we first came here. We were just passing by Mosby County at first, and we were attracted by the cleanliness here. So we entered the city. And then we discovered the fourth-order mutant zombies." Gonchao responded directly. After hearing this, everyone felt even more uneasy. But they were also glad that the Gonchao team and the Sure siblings had discovered the video of Mosby County. Otherwise they would have rushed into the city excitedly at this moment. Although they felt uneasy, the cleanup work had to continue. After wishing each other good luck, everyone drove in different directions. Sure Xian and Qianxiu also led the idle psychics to their destination. They would drive into Mosby County from the National Highway on the east side of Mosby County, clear the way along the east-west main street of Mosby, and then turn south into Qingyun Road where Mosby High School is located. Because the internal situation in Mosby County was unclear, the group planned a generous time limit for the cleanup and would gather at the Central Park in 5 days. Of course, if any unexpected situation occurs during the period, notification can also be made through the psychic users in the team. However, the strength of psychics varies among psychics, and the distances they can communicate with each other are also different. So it is unknown whether they can contact other people over a long distance in the event of an accident. More often than not, each team still has to rely on themselves. After officially entering Mosby County, the number of zombies in front of us finally increased. And as we got closer to the central area, the zombies gradually formed a scale. This is also a characteristic of zombies, even if they have no intelligence. After losing their target, the wandering zombies will spontaneously gather together and finally form a zombie group. As if the human nature of gathering in groups is still preserved as an instinct after losing wisdom. The area around the city is not a densely populated area, and the team's cleanup work went smoothly. But the situation in Mosby County was still full of doubts. The internal environment of this huge county was surprisingly similar to that of Yagi Village. Both were very clean, with no chaos, no corpses, and even very little blood. Only the rough ground that was difficult to clean could show residual blood stains. In those smooth areas, one could even see obvious signs of cleaning. Is there really a large base in Mosby County? Are there survivors maintaining the city's hygiene? Sure Xian was a little surprised. Even the Xianin base had to have long-term cleaning tasks in the hall to keep the interior clean and tidy. If there were no survivors, how did Mosby County keep the city clean? Everything here looked even cleaner and tidier than most counties before the end of the world. Sure Xian's doubts also confused most of the others. If they had not seen zombies cleaning the city, they would almost suspect that the city was taken care of by zombies. However, low-level zombies had no intelligence and their limbs were stiff. Even when controlled by high-level zombies, they could not complete such a complex task as cleaning the city. Therefore, it is really possible that there are a large number of survivors in this city, and the survivors must have enough food and clothing. Otherwise, they would not have the time and energy to do the unnecessary work of maintaining urban hygiene. Suppressing their confusion, the idle psychics continued their cleanup work. As they went deeper, they discovered that although there were many zombies in Mosby County, the number was far less terrifying than they had expected. It was also a mystery whether the brochure in Yagi village was really distributed to all the surrounding villages. When night fell that day, the group had just finished cleaning up a neighborhood and were preparing to set up camp in a residential building within the community. Spending the night in an uncleaned county town is not absolutely safe even if you keep quiet the whole night. The zombies' sense of smell, hearing and vision will be greatly enhanced at night. What's more, there may be some mutated zombies with enhanced five senses in this county town. Just when everyone was anxiously preparing to rest for the night, a translucent barrier suddenly appeared above the residential building where they were going to spend the night, and then expanded in a hemispherical shape, covering the entire building and all the psychics. When the barrier was in place, they seemed to be living in a crystal ball. The appearance of such a strange thing did not cause panic among people, because many people saw that it was Shurchiensi who was using his supernatural powers, combined with the fact that there was said to be such a barrier at Xianin Base. The supernatural users more or less understood the function of this barrier. Perhaps this trick was the inspiration that Shurchiensi got from the barrier at Xianin Base. The psychics quickly accepted the existence of the barrier and began to explore it out of curiosity, wanting to find out the specific function of the barrier. Most of these idle psychics had never been to the Xianin Base and had always been skeptical about the so-called barrier. However, today, after seeing with their own eyes the space psychics use such a protective barrier, they naturally became more interested in the Xianin Base, especially as they continued to explore. They became more and more amazed at the function of the barrier. With just a simple test, they discovered that the barrier has many vital functions such as mental shielding, visual deception, defense against zombies, attack protection, attack warning, etc. With this barrier, they don't even need to arrange people to guard at night. Everyone can rest assured. If they want, they can even sing and dance in the barrier without being detected by zombies. It seems that after this crisis is over, whether for potions or space storage props, they will have to go to Xianin Base. If the barrier there is as good as the one created by Shurchiensi, perhaps they can end this wandering and helpless life. The reasons for these idle psychics to wander outside are different, but they all have one thing in common. That is, they are very powerful. This strength does not only refer to the level of superpowers, but the comprehensive ability to survive in the doomsday. Almost any one of these people can stand on their own, and many of them are reborn. Xianqiu's barrier later brought a wave of powerful psychics to Xianin Base, further enhancing the strength of Xianin Base. Because of the space barrier, the team of idle psychics rested particularly peacefully, and continued their cleaning work in high spirits the next day. In addition, due to the competition for crystal cores, the team's cleaning efficiency was particularly high. By noon that day, the team had arrived at Qingyun Road. Mosby High School is right in front of us. The towering school walls make this high school look like a prison. You can't see what's going on inside from the outside. Even psychics can find nothing if they investigate. Apparently there are psychics or mentally mutated zombies in that school who have established a mental barrier. Sure, Xianxian did not immediately order an investigation into the school. She tried to climb up to have a look at the situation in the school, but she didn't know if it was because it was noon or if it was a visual deception after being spied on last time. But in Sure Xianxian's eyes, there was just an empty school. Just in case, let's clean up the neighborhood first. There are always residential areas around every key school, and the same is true for Mosby High School. There are a total of 4 residential areas around it, and they are all large, making it very difficult to clean up. Upon hearing this, the psychics immediately started to act. Everyone was afraid that if they were a step slower, they would lose 2 crystal cores. Moreover, compared to the unknown situation in the school, they were indeed more willing to clean up the community so that they could collect some supplies at the same time. Before the psychics went out, Xianqiu built a barrier for their lunch break. For the first time, the psychics felt that going out was not a painful thing. But seeing that some people had quickly finished their lunch and went out to clean up the zombies, Most of them gave up their lunch break and went into the community to suffer. However, the psychics did not feel it was too hard. After all, when they were tired, they could choose to return to the extremely safe barrier to rest. If they were injured or infected, they could find Xian and pay a small amount of crystal cores to be healed. Their lives and safety were not a concern, and the high-risk cleaning work was carried out as if it was an online game. Such days even gave them the illusion of being on a trip. Compared to the idle team of psychics, the situation of other teams is not so efficient. Although killing more zombies can yield more crystal cores, it also means consuming more superpowers. And maintaining sufficient superpowers is their safety capital in this strange city. They don't have any barrier to restore their superpowers, and they have to remain highly vigilant even at night. It is conceivable that the efficiency of cleaning is naturally much slower. But for them, there are still 5 days after all, which is enough for them to complete the cleaning task. However, they never imagined that the team of idle superpowers with the widest cleaning area would give them a bizarre show of buying zombies. Chapter 95 Survivors. The psychics had anticipated that cleaning up the neighborhood around Moswe High School would be difficult. But they never imagined that the biggest challenge they would face next would not come from zombies, but from humans. The initial cleanup work went very smoothly. Although there were a large number of zombies, the psychics were able to deal with them in an orderly manner, and there were no major accidents until a group of survivors appeared. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the psychics who were obsessed with earning crystal cores were startled by the sudden appearance of the survivors. These survivors appeared silently, and their faces showed incomprehensible anger and vigilance. It is normal for people to be wary of each other in the apocalypse, but the anger in their eyes made the psychics puzzled. And these survivors who appeared all had weapons in their hands and pointed them at them. Seeing this, the psychics quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. We are just cleaning up the zombies. Apart from collecting some supplies, we didn't cause any damage. Judging from the faces and clothes of these survivors, as well as the guns and weapons they carry, it is obvious that they are surviving well in the doomsday and do not need their help. So the other party's anger is most likely for supplies. Or perhaps this place was once their home." Not only did the survivors not put down their weapons after hearing this, they became even angrier. They looked around and saw the situation in the community. One of them couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and was about to shoot. The psychic immediately activated his supernatural powers, and the 2 sides were in a tense situation in an instant. "Don't be impulsive. They are aliens. We can't fight them head-on." An older man among the survivors stopped the young man. The psychics were very confused at this time. After such a long time since the apocalypse, even if the survivors they met did not express their gratitude to them, they would still maintain a certain awe and distance towards them. They had never had such strong hostility. There must be some misunderstanding. "If this was your home, we are sorry. We are willing to hand over the supplies we have collected." The psychic didn't want to escalate the conflict. After all, the other party also had a gun, and if a conflict really broke out, both sides would probably suffer. "There is no misunderstanding. I don't care where you come from. I just want you to leave here within an hour. I know you have many companions, but I have many companions too. If you don't leave after an hour, it will be a declaration of war against us." The elderly among the survivors said coldly. The psychics naturally looked at each other in bewilderment. It was impossible for them to leave because they still had to kill 4th-order zombies, and they hadn't collected enough crystal cores yet. Looking at the alert looks of the survivors, one of the psychics tried to explain. "Well, you may not understand the situation yet. There are 4th-order mutant zombies in Moswe County. If they are not eliminated as soon as possible, they will be a threat to all nearby bases, including you." The response from the psychic was a sneer. One of the survivors spoke with a sense of superiority. "You guys are the only ones who want to get rid of the Divine Guards? It's better if you don't leave. If we offer you up, our base number 3 will definitely get more rewards." After hearing this, the psychics finally realized that something was wrong. Just now, these survivors called them mutants instead of psychics. And now they directly called the 4th-order mutant zombies Divine Guards. The water in Moswe County is deeper than they imagined. "Where do you mean by leaving here? I believe you also know that it is unrealistic to leave Moswe County within an hour. We don't want to see any outsiders within 3 blocks of Moswe High School." The survivor thought this was the other party's concession and responded with satisfaction. The 2 sides no longer communicated with each other, and the survivors quickly retreated and disappeared quickly thanks to their familiarity with the terrain. The psychics returned to the barrier held up by Xian. where quite a few people had gathered at this time. Their expressions were not relaxed. After a brief communication, they knew that they had all encountered the same situation. They, the psychics who came to clean up the zombies in Mosby County, were actually threatened by the survivors here, and they were threatened to leave. Qianqiu and Shibian quickly got the news and rushed back to the barrier. Everyone said a word and explained the situation, and then looked at the two. Obviously, they were waiting for them to get their ideas. Unconsciously, they really regarded the two as leaders. Now that we're here, we can't just leave. Sure, Xian is naturally not the kind of obedient character that is threatened. And these idlers can wander away. And they are mostly anti-bone on their bones. Base number 3? It seems to refer to Mosby High School. I didn't expect that this small Mosby County has so many bases. Qianqiu also learned some information from the explanations of these psychics just now. Since they didn't launch an attack, they must be afraid of our strength. We don't need to panic. Do you have any other clues? I don't know if it is a clue. They call us alien people. And the waves of survivors we encounter are ordinary people. And none of them are power. Speaking of which, we are also ours too. And we arrived in Mosby County yesterday. And we've been clearing the community for almost a day. How come these survivors only showed up now? They also call the 4th level zombies divine guards. What are gods? Heck. You say this is a bit scary. There will be no more advanced zombies in this Mosby County. Impossible. After discussing this, the psychics were a little panicked. They could still barely challenge the 4th order mutated zombies by relying on their numbers. But everyone knew that the 5th order was a watershed. Above the 5th order, whether it was zombies or psychics, their abilities would undergo a qualitative change, and they could no longer be dealt with by numbers. Qianqiu had some clues after hearing this, and guessed that the so-called god should be the legendary reborn zombie. However, why the survivors in Mosby County were like this still made him a little confused. However, looking at the crowd that had already fallen into panic, Qianqiu still spoke. Mosby County has a limited population, and it seems that there are a large number of survivors. In this case, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate a second high-level zombie. The so-called god is probably a mutant zombie of the spiritual system, so it can control the 4th level zombie with a mutant physique. Qianqiu's words successfully calmed the psychics down. They themselves were psychics, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to upgrade. So they knew that Qianqiu's words were very convincing. So what should we do next? Leave here or continue to clean up? Are we still going to Mosby High School? Qianqiu and Shi Xianxian lowered their heads to discuss for a while. And then Shi Xianxian spoke. Continue to clean up. And if you find danger, just go back to the barrier. Even if a 4th level zombie comes, this barrier can resist for a while. And guns and ammunition are ineffective against the barrier. Qianxi and I will sneak into Mosby High School to investigate the situation tonight, and decide whether to stay or go tomorrow. After getting the definite answer, the psychics also felt relieved. With this barrier, they didn't need to pay any attention to the survivors. And to be honest, the condescending attitude of the survivors did make them unhappy. They also wanted to know what was going on in this strange Mosby County. The psychics soon dispersed again and continued to clean up the zombies. But this time, while guarding against the zombies, they also paid more attention to defending the surroundings. As long as they detected any movement, they would immediately return to the barrier. After all, it was getting late, and there was no need for them to rush to save time. At 6 o'clock, the survivors reappeared, and all the psychics returned to the barrier to eat and rest. The survivors standing outside the barrier looked at this group of reckless outsiders with extremely grim expressions. A few of them with bad tempers seemed to have reached the limit of their patience and immediately began to attack the people in the barrier. As a result, all the bullets were blocked by the barrier. The survivors had obviously never encountered such a person with special powers, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. Then they tried fire, smoke, explosion and other methods, but they all failed without exception. The psychics in the barrier observed for a moment, and after confirming that the barrier could indeed withstand all attacks as Shi Xianxian said, they went to rest with peace of mind. As for the survivors outside, they didn't believe that these ordinary people would dare to move around outside after dark. At 7 o'clock in the evening, all the survivors who were gathered outside left. It seemed that the psychics were right in their guess. These people were also afraid of the zombies at night. As the sun disappeared, it finally became completely quiet outside. The psychics gathered around the campfire, discussing these outrageous survivors and speculating about what had happened in Mosby County. Sure, Xianqiu and Fiati were already prepared. They left the barrier in an empty location and planned to sneak into Mosby High School at night. If nothing unexpected happened, the survivors would most likely be in Mosby High School. Although Sure Xianqian doesn't like Dr. Simon, bringing a psychic with him can indeed greatly facilitate their actions. Dr. Simon also has an important shielding ability that can block the breath of 3 people, making it difficult for both zombies and psychics to detect them. The 3 of them came to the high wall of Mosby High School. Sure Xianqian was the most agile and jumped over the 2-meter high wall with a light leap. Xianqiu and Fiati now have high levels of superpowers, and their bodies have been transformed to a certain extent, so it is not difficult for them to climb over the wall. The 3 men chose a good location. There were 2 rows of poplar trees just down from the wall. The poplar trees had been growing for quite a few years. The 3 men hid in the shadows and did not attract anyone's attention. After entering the school, the 3 people were immediately attracted by the strange scenes in the school. There was obviously some kind of mental barrier here, and only those who came in could see what it really looked like inside. The school was brightly lit at this time, and it was obvious that backup power had been prepared in advance. The dormitory buildings and teaching buildings were all lit up. There were many figures on the playground. Some were taking a walk. Some were playing basketball. Some were hanging clothes. And there were even many children playing in the school. Everything here is completely different from what was shown in the secretly filmed video. Forget about living people feeding zombies. Not even the aura of doomsday can be felt. The 3 people in the shade of the trees are a little surprised. Has this place really become the paradise described in the brochure? Chapter 96, Tide of Corpses. Xianqiu and the other 2 did not act in a hurry. They lurked in the shadows of the bushes and moved slowly, observing the situation in the school. Moreover, with the help of Fiati's mental power, they could see many places clearly in their minds without having to go there in person, which greatly facilitated their investigation. Fiati used his mental power to scan the entire school. Any exposed space could be seen at a glance. The first place they checked was the school playground. If there really was a corpse pit there would definitely be traces even if it was filled in. After all, the playground was covered with grass. However, what is strange is that even after examining every inch of the scrap metal, no traces of it were found on the playground, and the lawn showed no signs of any subsequent reprocessing. The 3 of them even quietly came to the angle where the video was shot to reconfirm that the building in the video was indeed Mosby High School. Was it handled by an earth or wood-type psychic? Sure Xianqian said this in her mind. Obviously, this was the most reasonable answer she could think of at the moment. But there isn't a single person with special abilities in this school. Scrap Iron has scanned everyone he can see and written, and has not found anyone with special abilities. Sure Xianqian glared at Fiati, and was about to speak when she heard Sure Qianxi's voice. Yeah. It's too strange. There's not a single psychic here. Sure Xianqian immediately changed her attitude. Xianxi is still very careful. Scrap Iron. It seems better to keep silent from now on. The bright lights of Mosby High School did not last long. After all, it was the end of the world and energy was still relatively tight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the entire school fell into darkness, and people had returned to their rooms in advance. The school suddenly became empty and quiet. Xianqiu and the other 2 also started the real action. It can be seen that the main places for people to rest are the renovated teaching buildings and dormitory buildings. There is also a low office building in the school, which is the first target of the 3. It is unknown where the survivors of Mosby High School got their confidence from. Even at night, there are only a few people patrolling and standing guard. You know, although this school has a mental shield, it has no spatial shield. If too many zombies gather, they can pile up like a human ladder and climb in. However, there were not many patrol personnel, which facilitated the actions of Xianqiu and the other 2. They easily sneaked into the office building. Judging from the traces in the corridor, this place had been constantly cleaned and was obviously not abandoned. It seemed that the affairs of the Mosby High School base were also handled here. Scrap Iron scanned and confirmed that there was no one else in the office building. In order to speed up efficiency, the 3 of them split up and prepared to search different floors. Half an hour later, Xianqiu's search was about to come to an end, but suddenly received the information of the space barrier being attacked. At first, the bird did not care. Just when the wandering zombies accidentally hit the barrier, the night guards in the barrier could also see the flickering red light of the barrier, and the zombies should be cleaned soon. But after a few minutes, the attack not only did not stop, but instead appeared in several more places. And the intensity of the attacks was not low. It seemed that they were not ordinary zombies. Qianqiu felt very strange and quickened his hand movements again. A few minutes later, the information about attacking the barrier increased again. There were actually more than 20 zombies attacking the barrier. This was almost the scale of a small zombie tide. And there were also a large number of mutated zombies mixed in. Qianqiu had to stop searching and inform the other two in his mind. Something happened in the camp. Because the space barrier was mixed with Theody's mental power, Theody naturally knew what was happening. After listening to Qianqiu's description, Shi Xianxian instantly realized that the camp was most likely hit by a tide of zombies. The three of them acted decisively, quickly sorted out the information in their hands, then exited the office building and left Mosui High School. After turning the corner and arriving at the residential area where the camp was located, the three were shocked by the scene in front of them. For some unknown reason, the previously quiet and empty streets were now full of wandering zombies. Their scarlet eyes indicated that they were in a violent state. A large number of zombies had already crowded at the entrance of the residential area, frantically attacking the transparent barrier. The noise they made during the attack attracted more zombies around, and the situation continued in a vicious cycle. In addition to ordinary zombies, there are many first-order zombies, and even second- and third-order zombies. Shi Xianxian was shocked that the quality of these zombies was so high. If such a powerful group of mutated zombies had not been stopped by the barrier, the camp would probably have been in a bloody storm by now. At this time, the psychics in the barrier had obviously been awakened and were attacking the zombies outside. At first, they were also frightened by these high-quality mutated zombies, but they soon discovered that the existence of the barrier allowed them to attack the outside, while the zombies outside could not attack the inside. This unique advantage must of course be used, and the psychics cooperated tacitly and launched long-range attacks one after another. We must get rid of these zombies as soon as possible. Otherwise more zombies will be attracted here. Shi Xianxian saw that the psychic inside had already started attacking, and she did not plan to go back into the barrier. She immediately drew her sword from the space and charged directly into the battlefield. Qianqiu naturally would not back down upon seeing this. He cast a space protection shield on the three people, and then began to crack open their skulls with his bare hands. Because scrap iron was still disguised as a psychic, he could only act as a 360-degree camera with no blind spots, and control the zombies to attack each other. When the psychics in the barrier saw the three people appearing outside, they were immediately inspired to fight. They no longer crowded at the entrance of the community, but each found different directions to walk out of the barrier and started fighting face to face. Thanks to the cooperation in the cleanup work over the past 2 days, this group of strangers who were originally unfamiliar with each other also got to know each other. Everyone spontaneously looked for people who were good at dealing with mutated zombies. Even the third-level zombies did not make them retreat, relying on the advantage of numbers and tacit cooperation, and of course the defensive barrier that could be advanced or retreated. The psychics began to counterattack. In less than 20 minutes, corpses were scattered all over the ground outside the community. Even the wandering zombies within a radius of 50 meters were cleared out, and the corpses at the entrance of the community were piled up into a small hill. There were also casualties among the psychics. After all, the second and third level mutated zombies also had some trump cards. However, except for the 3 people who died on the spot, the other psychics were rescued by Shi Xianxian, and this thrilling zombie attack was thus settled. The psychics did not risk going out to clean up the battlefield, planning to do so after daybreak. The space barrier would allow them to rest assured. People gathered together with lingering fears to discuss this sudden attack. Without the protection and early warning of this barrier, the consequences of so many mutant zombies would be disastrous. How did they find their way here? Previously, some zombies crashed into the barrier and didn't find the camp. Why are there so many mutant zombies? People are mainly confused about the precise positioning and extremely high quality of this zombie tide. Apart from anything else, the 2 third-level zombies were already top-notch in this time period. If Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi had not acted in time, the number of casualties in their team would have risen. There were more than 10 remaining second-level zombies in total, which could almost be regarded as a tide of mutated zombies. This kind of zombie tide was almost impossible to exist in the early stage of Doomsday. Previously, they thought that the population of Mosui County was limited, and there must not be many high-level zombies. But now, Even a tide of mutant zombies has arrived. And it is really hard to say what is here. Qianqiu is very confident in the barrier he created. Unless there are mentally mutated zombies or zombies with awakened intelligence that can locate and guide other zombies to rush over, it is impossible for them to be discovered by so many zombies. So was it the reborn zombie hiding in Mosui County that made the move? If the zombie dog attack in Yagi village was a test, then these many mutant zombies were here to kill people. And it was very likely that other teams had also been attacked. Sure, Xianxian's idea was the same as Qianqiu's. The reborn mutant zombie could control zombie dogs to attack Yagi village. Now entering Mosui County was equivalent to completely entering the other party's territory. The other party would definitely not remain indifferent. I just didn't expect that the opponent's first attack would be so intense. Why are there so many mutated zombies in Mosui County? Which is so abnormal. While the idle team of psychics was resting, the situation of other teams was not optimistic. Just as Qianqiu and Shi Xianxian had guessed, all the teams of psychics that entered Mosui County were attacked by groups of mutated zombies. And there were shadows of second and third order zombies among them. In the absence of barrier protection, one can imagine what a fierce battle they experienced. After all, now, the second order is already the peak of psychics. When the sun rose in the early morning of the next day, the teams of psychics that entered Mosui County had all suffered losses to varying degrees. Some teams were even almost wiped out due to the intensity of the zombie tide. The remaining few people were unable to continue the cleanup work, so they began to try to contact other teams. After all, they could not even guarantee their survival by relying on just a few of them. The first target chosen by all the dispersed teams of psychics was the Luosha base. After all, in their opinion, the Luosha base was the strongest team at present, and the area they were responsible for clearing was also the safest. So naturally the number of people who survived should be the largest. Because of the emergence of the mutated zombie tide, the cleanup work of the psychics became more difficult. What's worse, they soon discovered that such a zombie tide was not an isolated case. In the following nights, such high-intensity attacks would come from time to time. The psychics had suffered heavy losses before they even had a direct encounter with the 4th-level mutated zombies. The 5-day deadline was about to pass, and most of the teams had not yet completed the cleanup task. So when Xianxian and Qianqiu led the idle team of psychics to arrive at the Central Park as planned, their team was the only one in the park. After waiting for more than an hour, there was still no sign of other teams. With nothing to do, Qianqiu simply set up a space in the Central Park again. After the psychics had their lunch break, they finally decided to take a walk around. Time cannot be wasted like this. It would be good to go out and clean up some zombies. I heard that someone had saved up enough crystal cores for a space ring last night and exchanged them for a ring. Sure, Qianxi still has 2 space rings left. In any case, they must save up 2,000 crystal cores before the end of this cleanup. Even if they can't buy a space ring, buying 2 more bottles of healing potion and carrying them with them will also be a guarantee. So, the psychics skillfully began to form teams, and then started to clean up the surrounding areas with the Central Park as the center. When they felt that their psychics were about to run out, or they were injured, they would return to the barrier to rest and use the crystal core for treatment. The cost of directly seeking Shi Xianxian's treatment is much cheaper than using healing potions. So adhering to the principle of maximizing profits, the psychics are all extremely brave and are almost racing against time to clean up the zombies. Qianqiu and Shi Xianxian, who had no shortage of crystal cores, stayed inside the barrier and served as NPCs for the subsequent exchange of items and treatment for the psychics. Of course, the 2 also stayed here to organize the information they had collected at Mosui High School. The situation was urgent at the time, and the 3 of them did not have time to look through the information carefully. So they simply took away all the information they found. Later, because they were on deadline, they just glanced through it. Afterwards, the zombies in the area were mostly cleared out, and the team did not enter Mosui High School again. Since there were no zombies there was no need to clear it out, and the psychics did not want to provoke the survivors in Mosui County, who were behaving strangely for the time being. They came here not to save the survivors in Mosui County, but to get rid of the 4th-level mutant zombies. In this way, the idle team of psychics rushed and finally completed the cleanup task within the last minute. Now after arriving, they found that except for their team, other teams seemed to be late. It seems that they were not the only ones who encountered the tide of mutant zombies, and other teams also encountered troubles. Seeing that they had plenty of time again, The psychics volunteered to obtain the crystal cores. Qianqiu and Shi Xianxian, who were left behind, finally had time to carefully organize the information they brought out from Mosui High School. Because time was tight, the information they brought back was very messy. And some was even work information of school staff before the end of the world. The two of them sorted out the irrelevant information, and then focused on studying the post-apocalyptic information. Among the more valuable materials are a personal notebook, a record of environmental inspections around the school, a strange account book, and a sacrificial calendar. When Qianqiu was in a hurry before, he looked at the calendar. There were different notes on the calendar for each day. Some days were marked as safe days. Some were marked as sacrifice days. And some were cleaning days. The 7 days of the week were fully scheduled. And the survivors of Mosui High School obviously also strictly followed the calendar. So those survivors only appeared after they had been cleaning for a long time. Because that day was their prayer day. According to regulations, they could only go out between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. and had to stay at home to pray at other times. Chapter 97 Battle. The calendar still seems to be based on a 7-day cycle. Monday to Friday correspond to Safety Day, Sacrifice Day, Cleaning Day, Prayer Day, and Rest Day respectively, while Saturday and Sunday are marked with uncertain question marks. However, in the past Saturdays and Sundays, specific content was noted next to the question marks. It seems that it is uncertain what day Saturday and Sunday are, and we will know only after they are celebrated. It seems that for the survivors of Mosui County, every day has different meanings and tasks. But the information recorded in the calendar is limited, and Qianqiu doesn't know how the survivors divided these days. But soon, Shi Xianxian, who was checking other information, explained to Qianqiu. This environmental monitoring record shows that the environment outside Mosui High School changes regularly in a cycle of 1 week. For example, some days there are very few zombies wandering around. Some days there will be a tide of zombies. And some days there will be high-level divine guards patrolling outside. In order to adapt to these rules, the psychics have also begun to develop corresponding lifestyles. In addition to the relatively regular days, there are also uncertain days on Saturdays and Sundays. According to monitoring records, urban hygiene, the quality of sacrificial animals, and the effectiveness of prayers will affect the properties of Saturdays and Sundays. In order to make Saturdays and Sundays safe, the survivors have obviously thought of many ways. As Shi Xianxian spoke, she had begun to look through the strange account book. At first she couldn't understand what it was, but now she finally understood that it was a sacrificial account book, which people use to test the impact of sacrificial items on the occurrence of safe days on Saturdays and Sundays. And at the end of this account book, those sacrificed on the sacrifice day were what they called alienated people, or people with special powers. The corpse-raising practice in Mosui County has not disappeared. It has just changed to a new method. This method is more sophisticated and even allows the survivors to voluntarily offer sacrifices, and improves the quality of the sacrifices. The more Shi Xianxian read through it, the more horrified she felt. From the account book, she clearly saw that the survivors changed the sacrificial objects from livestock to living people, and then from living people to people with special powers. This is why there is not a single person with superpowers among the survivors. As long as someone awakens superpowers, he or she will become the next target for sacrifice. The survivors use weapons or coercion to make the people with superpowers submit. If there are no people with superpowers inside, they will take advantage of the safe days to go out and capture people with superpowers from other areas, or people with superpowers who have mistakenly entered Mosui County. However, the survivors did not expect that they would suddenly run into a team full of psychics, since they were obviously not able to crush them in terms of fighting power. They planned to drive Qianqiu and others away for the sake of safety. In their eyes, the mutated people were sacrifices, which would certainly not be welcomed by the gods. They could not handle so many mutated people appearing in their territory. As a result, not to mention the danger of conflict, there would probably be no safe days on Saturday and Sunday. In the Doomsday, the time you go out determines the supplies you can collect. Mosui County has limited supplies, so of course we have to collect more supplies before other bases. So Saturday and Sunday are crucial. While Shi Xianxian was checking the account book, Qianqiu also opened the private notebook. There was not much content in the notebook. It was just a record of the writer's work and inner thoughts at the time. It briefly recorded the process of their exploration of the laws, as well as their process of discovering gods, questioning gods, and completely believing in gods. During the long doomsday, they paid a huge sacrifice in the process of exploring the laws. And the anger and fear brought by the sacrifice turned into devout beliefs along with a stable life. The owner of the note's inner thoughts also changed in the same way, from initial doubts to later crazy beliefs. In their eyes, as long as they strictly follow these rules, the terrible zombies outside will become a natural protective wall for Moswe High School. Because as long as the sacrifice is completed on time, the zombies will not attack the school. In this case, the only thing they need to guard against is other humans. The action of the psychic team clearing out the zombies was like stripping away the thorns that they used to defend against outsiders. No wonder they were so angry at the meeting. After reading these materials carefully, Sure Xian and Qianqiu also understood to some extent the psychological changes of the survivors in Moswe County. Obviously, someone had formulated rules in Moswe County and used them to tame the people here. The zombies that appear regularly are the whip in his hand, and the safe day is the reward he gives to those who obey him. Under this model, the survivors of Moswe County were gradually domesticated. As long as they believed in God and followed the rules, they were hardly disturbed by the zombies. But this doesn't explain why there are so many mutant zombies in Moswe County. Sure Xian felt unwell at this moment. The survivors here were like livestock kept in captivity. When they reached maturity, they would be dragged out for sacrifice, while those that had not yet matured lived like livestock without any sense of crisis. But even if there are survivors feeding them regularly, it is impossible to feed so many mutated zombies. The second and third levels require not only energy, but also time. When talking about this issue, Qianqiu couldn't help but think of the corpse pit in the video. When the apocalypse just started, there was obviously a corpse pit on the playground of Moswe High School. Why is there no trace of it now? Judging from the survivors' hostile attitude towards the superpowers, it doesn't seem like they will accept the help of the superpowers. And that mutant zombie took great pains to keep humans captive just to get food regularly. Is it that simple? As long as the reborn zombie is still in Moswe County, we will always meet each other. Moreover, it has spent so much effort to cultivate the fourth-level mutant zombies, so it will definitely not let us deal with them easily. When we kill the fourth-level zombies, it will definitely be there. Qianqiu is currently unable to figure out the abnormal number of mutated zombies in Moswe County. But Kay feels that these questions should be solved soon. The idle team of psychics waited in the Central Park for 2 days. During these 2 days, they almost cleared out all the zombies they could see around them, continued to expand outward, and even successfully rescued several teams. The surviving team has been suffering from attacks by groups of mutant zombies in recent days. The mutant zombies' tracking skills are very impressive. As long as they are not killed, they will always find them at night and attract more zombies. So when the surviving team met the team of idle psychics, they almost cried for joy. When they were brought into the barrier of the Central Park by the other side, they almost cried even more. After counting the number of people in the idle superpower team, the casualties were less than 10. If they had known that the idle superpower team was so safe, they would not have had to go to so much trouble to find the people in the Lusha base. Think about the embarrassing escape in the past few days, and then compare it with the idle team of psychics who are barbecuing and hot-potting like they are camping. They are simply two different worlds. In the next 2 days, teams finally arrived at the Central Park one after another, and almost 90% of the teams met the idle psychic team in advance, and were warmly invited to the Central Park by the other party. What? Your cleanup task is not completed yet. It doesn't matter. Leave it to us. You just go to the Central Park to repair it. The enthusiasm of the idle superpower team left the other teams puzzled. But they were indeed exhausted. When they heard that there was a defensive barrier in the Central Park, they no longer refused and went to the Central Park to rest. Soon, all the teams felt the enthusiasm of the idle superpower team, felt the true love of the Doomsday, and refreshed their understanding of the Doomsday Camp. It turns out that there really is a Doomsday cleanup that is like a vacation. Look at the siblings at that time. Every day they study not how to defend or clean up zombies, but what to eat in the morning, lunch and dinner. In the Central Park, the psychic team finally got a good rest, and the mutant zombies that had been tracking them no longer appeared. As if they had received some orders, the night finally became quiet. But everyone knew that this quietness was only the calm before the storm. The crowd waited another day in the Central Park, and still did not wait for the people at the sand base. This was somewhat illegal. They previously felt that the strength of the falling sand base was the top. Now, The strength of the falling sand base may be a bit worse, but it is definitely one of the best. Why hasn't it arrived for so long? This question was finally answered on the evening of the same day. The crowds of the falling sand base will reach the Central Park with a lot of disabled soldiers. And it is their goal at this time, the Fourth Order mutant zombies. This was the first time that the psychics faced a Fourth Order mutant zombie. Even though they were far away, they could feel the powerful oppressive force emanating from the giant zombie. The mutant zombie also saw the psychics' camp, but it wisely chose not to move forward immediately. Instead, it stopped in the distance and watched, as if waiting for dark. What happened? The people from the Lusha base were welcomed into the barrier. Looking at the miserable situation of the Lusha base, some people couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't mention it. This fourth-level zombie happened to be in our clearing area. We ran into it on the third day, and then we were chased and beaten by it." The expression on the face of the falling sand base was quite depressed. Before the cleanup began, they thought they had taken advantage of the location. After entering, they did not meet a large-scale corpse group. But who could think of the Fourth Order mutant zombies in their cleanup area? And they could only escape. But later, a group of mutated zombies appeared. The survivors fled to the Lusha base and brought more mutated zombies with them. The days at the Lusha base were like H.L. After listening to the person's complaints, the surrounding capable people couldn't help secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, they encountered a team of idle powers. Otherwise, they would also instinctively find the sand base for help when they were tracked by mutant zombies. At that time, it was really difficult to imagine what would happen in the future. The space barrier can only resist the Fourth Order mutant zombies for a while, and Qianqiu and Shi Xianxian couldn't help but become alert. At this time, Shi Xianxian didn't care or be stingy, and simply healed the injured psychic. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of those psychics. They knew very well that the relationship between the Shi siblings and the Lusha base was not good, and they did not expect that Shi Xianxian would lend a helping hand so quickly and efficiently. Get ready for a fight. That guy is summoning his own kind. I'm afraid all the fourth-level zombies he summoned are mutant zombies. Let's wait and see how many mutant zombies there are in this small Mosui County. The reason why Shi Xianxian was so decisive was that she understood that a war was about to break out, and now was not the time for internal fighting. Because of the reminder of Shi Xianxian, everyone's eyes shifted to the Fourth Order mutant zombies, and found that the huge guy was making a terrible roar. At the foot of its feet, many mutant zombies had gathered. Those with spiritual power scanned in the past, and the cold sweat came down. As the fiber said, it was mutant zombies. The people in the disarm quickly packed up and entered the battle state. Seeing that the sky was about to be dark, everyone's emotions were anxious. After being hunted for days, and Luosi finally got some respite and breathed a sigh of relief. However, as he watched more and more mutant zombies gather outside and the sky gradually darken, he couldn't help but get anxious. After dark, the zombies will go into a violent state, which will be even more detrimental to our situation. Moreover, if this continues, more and more mutant zombies will gather. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative to attack. And Lewis's words actually expressed the thoughts of many people to a certain extent. However, facing such a huge monster, it takes courage to rush out rashly, and they need a strong person to command. Otherwise, they will just be delivering food to the other party. The other people in Lusha base naturally obeyed in Lewis's orders unconditionally and prepared to go out. But others didn't think so. Especially the idle superpowers and the people who were rescued subconsciously turned their eyes to Shi Xianxian and Shi Qianxi. The response of everyone was naturally seen by Anlui Temple. The face of Anlui Temple suddenly gloomy. In just a few days, I did not expect that the sister and brother of Shi family had achieved such a popularity. Shi Xianxian and Qianqiu looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Shi Xianxian then looked at Fieri, who immediately understood and immediately connected everyone in the barrier mentally, so that everyone could clearly hear Shi Xianxian's voice. Before dark, solve the Fourth Order zombie. Otherwise the barrier will not guarantee that we can survive tonight. Following the original team, it is easier to cooperate with people familiar with each other. Shi Xianxian told everyone bluntly that there was no way out. The situation in Mosui County was too strange. If they continued to wait like this, no one knew how many mutated zombies would come. Because it was a mental connection, assigning tasks became simple. Shi Xianxian clearly designated which position a part of the people would guard, and which level of zombies to attack. The team of hundreds of people was instantly assigned tasks clearly. Our sister and brothers will focus on the 4th order mutant zombies. If some people also want to challenge the 4th order zombies, now it will be spoken. I will do the task allocation. Do not act without the courage to say it now. Sure, Xian certainly understood how tempting the crystal core of a 4th level zombie was, and not everyone would necessarily listen to her commands. So she simply made it clear now. Sure enough, soon some people expressed their desire to focus on the 4th level zombies. Sure, Xian did not refuse and directly assigned the task. In this way, in less than 10 minutes, everything was ready. Sure, Xian pulled out the sword and took the lead in rushing out. Her movement was very fast. That is, Anluo Temple could not catch up. Not to mention that Anluo Temple was a space power. An attack was not his strength. Sure, Qianxi and Fiati followed closely behind, fearlessly rushing towards the huge mutated zombie in front of them that was as big as a small building. Seeing this, the others also rushed out of the barriers and rushed towards the target area according to the tasks assigned by Shi Xian before. In this way, the power of the power is clear, and the low level of the 1st and 2nd order mutant zombies with low levels. The high level of the 3rd order zombie is focused on the 3rd order zombies. The mutated zombie was obviously planning to take action after dark. But since the other party rushed out first, there was no reason for it to retreat. And it immediately met the person who rushed out first. Sure, Xian stepped on the nearby buildings and leaped up. Her agile figure dazzled the people running below. They all suspected that Sure Xian might be able to perform Qigong. At that time, Xian came to the same height as the mutant zombie's head, raised the sword and quickly stabbed the mutant zombie's eyes. The mutated zombie naturally waved its fist to stop it. It punched directly at Sure Xian. The huge fist was almost as big as Sure Xian. The people below were frightened and did not dare to be distracted at all, because this first attack also represented whether they had hope of defeating the 4th level zombie. Bang! With a loud bang, Sure Xian was punched by the mutant zombie and smashed into the building behind her. Everyone was shocked, and Luosi even cursed loudly in the state of spiritual connection. Is this woman crazy? She is only a 2nd level zombie, and she is fighting against a 4th level zombie head-on. Isn't this courting death? Others listened to this panic, but the next second, they saw a figure jumping out of the ruins. It was still Fiber. She was still as flexible as before. She stood out from the ruins. There was a trace of scars on her body. An anger roar. It subconsciously swung its fist to attack Sure Xian. But Sure Xian was very fast, and was able to dodge all its attacks flexibly. After all this struggle, not only did it fail to hurt Sure Xian, but it also made its injured hand even more torn. At this time, Sure Qianxi and Waste Iron also arrived at the battlefield. Everyone only saw that Sure Qian sacrificed with both hands and fists. Sure Xian's body appeared in a semi-transparent barrier. Obviously, it was this barrier that she had just had no worries in the attack. Immediately after, Sure Qian changed his fist into a palm, and then opened it. In the next second, the right boxing of the mutant zombie was torn away instantly, as if it was broken by some unknown power. Although everyone does not know how Sure Qian has so many powerful powers, there is no doubt that the sister and brother of Shijia really have the ability to challenge the 4th order zombies. The people who rushed to the battlefield were immediately encouraged and began to use their special powers. Everyone performed their duties, and the seemingly chaotic battlefield was instantly under control. Even if someone was injured or exhausted, they could retreat back to the barrier to recuperate. Sure Xian, as the main force attracting the attention of the 4th level zombies, was still able to observe and command the battlefield through the mental link of scrap iron, allowing everyone to advance and retreat in moderation, and even occasionally use her healing ability. The main force besieging the 4th level mutant zombies also soon discovered a way to attack the 4th level zombies, which was to create wounds as much as possible. When uninjured, the 4th level zombies were a hole in space, and it was difficult for Sure Qianxi's supernatural powers to break them open directly. But if there were wounds, Sure Qianxi would have the conditions to perform space blasting, although he didn't want to admit it. For now, Sure Qianxi's space blasting was indeed the most effective means of attack they had. At this moment, everyone naturally pursued the maximum attack, so they created attack conditions for Sure Qianxi. The 4th level zombies are indeed powerful. Bullets and guns cannot even cause damage to their skin and flesh. But it would be a different story if the attack was directed at their eyes and wounds. The Lusha base has plenty of weapons, and even trained sniper mutants, who combine their superpowers with weapons, making their lethality considerable. Of course, the mutant zombies also want to solve these troubles, but Shi Xian is always holding them back, like a nimble squirrel that they can neither catch nor get rid of. What's more, the hamster has a sharp blade in its hand. Chapter 98. We accepted it. The fourth order zombies are indeed very strong and scary. Every time they wave their hands, they can bring up a strong wind, and it is easy for them to knock down and destroy buildings. In this situation, it is difficult for the psychics to get close to them, but the protective shield given to them by Shi Xian gives them more courage and security to rush forward. They use close-range attacks to interfere and long-range attacks to cooperate, in order to wear down this giant monster. Everyone's attacks are mainly concentrated on the neck and head. Qianqiu tried again and again to use space to tear open the mutant zombie's head, but the mutant zombie's strong physique limited his spatial ability. Qianqiu could only create deeper wounds little by little through the broken wounds like chopping wood. In Qianqiu's eyes, the mutant zombie's neck became a huge, hard log, and every one of his attacks was like an axe chop. The fourth-level mutant zombie obviously did not expect that it would suffer such torture. It wanted to catch Shi Qian regardless of anything. Obviously, it also understood that among these psychics, only Shi Xian and Shi Qian's attacks could be truly fatal. But it didn't expect that when it finally broke through numerous obstacles, even at the risk of being seriously injured in the neck by Shi Xian again, and was about to hold Shi Qian in the palm of its hand, the person in front of it suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The mutant zombie missed, and the action of bending down also exposed more weaknesses. In an instant, a large number of attacks followed, and the mutant zombie suffered heavy losses again. Qianqiu teleported away from his original position, and saw that the zombies had suffered heavy losses again. He immediately performed a space explosion. A large amount of dark red and smelly blood gushed out instantly. It was obvious that the damage caused this time was not small. The psychics were greatly encouraged by this, and began a more fierce attack. But time waits for no one. The last rays of the sun finally fell on the horizon. As the world fell into darkness, the eyes of the zombies were lit up scarlet, and all the zombies went into a state of frenzy in an instant, with both their attack power and perception greatly enhanced. The fourth-level mutant zombies also fell into a state of frenzy, frantically chasing the psychics hiding in every corner. The method it used was brutal collision. Countless houses and buildings collapsed in an instant, even with the healing and space shield of Shi Xian and Shi Qian. The psychics also suffered casualties. The fourth-level zombie has completely fallen into a state of frenzy. Under its crazy destruction, both the zombies and survivors around it have suffered. Everyone can only avoid it temporarily. But the madness of the fourth-level zombie also shows that it is in a precarious moment. The fourth-level zombie began to capture people with special abilities, and even mutant zombies, and stuff them into its mouth. As it moved, the wounds on its neck and body began to heal rapidly. Zombies usually don't eat each other, as that might cause them to explode and die. But this fourth-level zombie obviously has its own unique way of absorbing food, which might be the reason why it can evolve to the fourth level. Scrap metal. Try to control it. I'll go and blast it. Don't let its wounds heal. It took a lot of effort to get to this point, and we must not give up. When Shi Xian saw that Shi Qian actually rushed forward at this time, she gritted her teeth and followed him. Qianqiu naturally saw the heroine, and casually added 2 layers of protective shields to her. The two approached the mutant zombies from the left and the right. The psychics who were temporarily hiding around also saw everything in the mental connection. After a brief hesitation, they rushed out again. If the fourth-order mutant zombies were allowed to fully recover, none of them would be able to confidently avoid the tracking of the fourth-order mutant zombies. In this case, they might as well fight now. The psychics emerged again, using everything they could to launch long-range attacks on the fourth-order mutant zombies, while continuing to clear and control other mutant zombies. The fourth-order mutant zombies saw the 2 people attacking from both sides, and was about to fight back. But suddenly he felt his brain go blank, and his body lost the ability to react, as if his consciousness was disconnected from his body. He just watched helplessly as the 2 people, one nimbly climbed to his shoulder, and the other teleported to his shoulder. And then they cooperated to cut his neck, one on the left and one on the right, taking advantage of the wound caused by Shi Xian. Qianqiu's spatial ability finally penetrated the fourth-level zombie's neck. With a tearing force of space, the fourth-level zombie's head was cut off in full view of everyone, and then slowly fell from the neck, and finally rolled all the way down. The body of the fourth-level zombie also began to shake. and finally collapsed with a loud bang. The psychics cheered, and worked even harder to clean up the remaining mutated zombies. All the 4th level zombies were killed by them. What was there to be afraid of these 1st and 2nd level minions? But just when everyone thought everything was over, everyone at Lusha base suddenly received Onlua Temple's order in their minds, and concentrated their firepower to attack the Sure siblings. Everyone at Lusha base hesitated for a moment. Because not long ago, Sure Xianxian had used her healing power on them without any grudges. And now those two had just dealt with the 4th order zombies. And their sneak attack was really shameful. Lusha base and Xianyan base cannot coexist. Attack immediately. Onlua Temple once again issued a strong order through the psychic in his base. And at the same time contacted Scrap Iron. Dr. Simon, pay attention to finding a shelter. Fiat suddenly heard Onlua C's voice, and immediately realized that the other party had a backup plan. So he reminded Xianqiu and Sure Xianxian in his mind. Xianqiu immediately opened a small space barrier, covering himself and Sure Xianxian. Thanks to the battle just now, he now has the 4th level space ability. And Sure Xianxian has also broken through to the 3rd level. Because Scrap Iron was far away, he found cover for himself. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded through the night, and the flames illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. The bodies of the 4th level mutant zombies were blown to pieces, and some unprepared people were knocked over by the air waves. When the explosion subsided, only billowing smoke and dust remained where the 4th level zombies and the Sure siblings were. With such a powerful explosion, even a 4th level zombie would not be able to withstand it when it was intact. Fortunately, everyone had retreated because of the violence of the 4th level zombies. So except for Sure Xianxian and Sure Qianxi, no other psychics were killed. What happened? Who did it? This is too despicable. Where are Sure Xianxian and Sure Qianxiren? People quickly calmed down in the chaos and naturally listed Lusha base as the first suspect. One reason was that the grudge between the two sides had existed for a long time. Another reason was that Lusha base was one of the few teams capable of competing for the 4th level zombie crystal core. Moreover, they dared to attack the Sure siblings. So they were definitely not idle people. After all, even if the Sure siblings were dead, the small base and idle psychics could not compete with Lusha base. And Luosi naturally knew what people were suspecting. He had invested a lot of money this time, while others were fighting. He used his spatial ability to place a large amount of explosives. His original plan was that if the Sure siblings were killed by the 4th level zombies, he would then blow up the 4th level zombies, so that he would be justified at that time. However, he did not expect that Sure Xianxian and Sure Qianxi would kill the 4th level zombies in an instant. But it didn't matter. No matter what, he would not let the two of them leave alive. The 4th level crystal core has been accepted by our Lusha base. Anyone who is dissatisfied can speak up now. Onlua Temple almost acquiesced to what he had just done. After all, even if he denied it, not many people would believe it. And in the face of absolute strength, doubt was useless. The scene was completely silent, and people were basically angry, but dared not speak out. Now that the Sure siblings were dead, no one dared to challenge the strength of the Lusha base. What was even more ironic was that the previous injuries of those people in the Lusha base were all healed by Sure Xianxian, as expected of a base that made its fortune through burning, killing and looting. Its methods are as despicable as ever. A familiar female voice sounded, and everyone's eyes lit up. Immediately afterwards, two figures slowly walked out of the smoke and dust, and their outlines gradually became clear. They were Sure Xianxian and Sure Qianxi, who were unharmed. And Luosi was a little shocked. Impossible. The bodies of the 4th level zombies were blown to pieces. Even if Sure Qianxi had a space shield, he couldn't protect against such a powerful explosion. After all, the shield would be broken by 2 punches from the 4th level zombies. Naturally, Qianqiu has no need to explain to Onlua Temple. His protective cover really can't prevent the explosion of that level. But under the preparation in advance, he can bring the time fiber to transmit it. After the explosion is over, the small barrier he created is enough for him to perform these actions. When Shirshiba walked, he pulled out the sword and walked towards Onlua Temple firmly. The space is good? I didn't notice when the bomb was transferred to the past. Sure Xianxian's praise coupled with her cold expression seemed more like a death warrant to Luosi. He looked at Sure Xianxian in disbelief. What do you want to do? I'm not someone you can kill casually. I'm the leader of Lusha base. And Luosi's words came to an abrupt halt. because his head also rolled down like a 4th level zombie. And Luosi died just like that. And the speed was so fast that even Luosi himself had a shocked expression on his face. Qianxi shook his hands casually. It's much simpler than the neck of a 4th level zombie. Those who have not even had the right to defend the sand base. Qianxi's attack method was too elusive. Apart from the symbolic action of closing his palms and opening them, there was no sign at all. And you didn't know how to defend yourself. If the Onlua temple is not dead, many of the power people at the falling sand base must still be defended. But no one expected that the dispute was over. Qianxi watched the power of the sand base. Everyone. This sounds somewhat familiar. This time it was the power of the foil base. Chapter 99. The Terranium is behind. After getting rid of the 4th level zombies, the rest of the work was relatively simple. The psychics cleaned up the battlefield while clearing out the mutated zombies. Because of the earth-shattering explosion just now, coupled with the zombies' extremely strong 5 senses at night, I'm afraid all the zombies in the entire county will be attracted. Although everyone had started the cleanup in advance, they didn't dare to be careless. After collecting the crystal cores, the psychics prepared to evacuate. Although it was very risky to travel at night, the risk of staying here and being surrounded by zombies was even greater. Under the exploration and guidance of the psychic, everyone left the central park and settled down at the edge of the county town overnight. This location allowed them to advance or retreat, and was safer than the center of the county town. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Qianxi once again erected a space barrier. When the barrier enveloped everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. This sense of security at least allowed them to have a good night's sleep. Overnight, except for a few mutant zombies looking for, it was calm for one night. After the simplicity was trimmed, they were going to leave the Longhand Tiger Point. Then they found that they were surrounded by them. But they were not zombies, but survivors. It seemed that all the survivors in Mosui County had rushed over. They stood expressionlessly outside the barrier. And when they saw the psychics were about to leave, they rushed forward and blocked the exit. Some people who have not been exposed to the survivors are confused. There are so many survivors in Mosui County? Are they here to thank us? Why do their expressions look a little scary? I feel more like they want to eat us than thank us. Qianxi and Qianxian knew from reading the information that the relationship between the survivors and zombies in Mosui County was very delicate. Especially the mutated zombies, which were regarded as divine guards by the survivors. They killed a 4th-order mutated zombie last night. It seemed that the legendary god had already notified all bases of the news. So these survivors rushed here overnight and surrounded them. Qianxian and Qianxi walked to the edge of the barrier and looked at the survivors outside. Qianxian said bluntly, "Just tell me what you want. Don't waste each other's time." One of the veterans of the survivors said, "You have killed so many gods. You can't just leave. The gods will be angry." "Yes. You can't leave. Kill them and sacrifice them to cultivate new divine guards. Kill them!" The survivors were filled with righteous indignation, with vicious glint in their eyes, as if they had long forgotten that humans were their companions, not zombies. Qianxian's expression became even colder. "Is it because we treated the survivors too gently that you have some strange illusion?" As she spoke, she drew her sword from space. And seeing this, Qianxi also took a posture ready to attack at any time. Although the psychics behind the two were still a little confused, they also took up their positions. If these survivors wanted to attack them, they certainly couldn't just sit there and wait to die. Qianxian's footsteps were raised lightly, and it seemed to just take a step forward. But the next second had reached the old man, and the sword in her hand arrived in the position of the old man's throat. "When are you a person? When did you become a zombie slave? And even sacrifice the same kind of life? Or return back to reality?" Qianxian's movements were too fast. Even though the survivors had weapons in their hands, they instantly lost the confidence to fight. They could not see Qianxian's movements clearly. And the fact that she dared to come out of the barrier also showed that she was not afraid of these guns and ammunition. Seeing this, the psychics all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qianxian had absorbed the 4th-level crystal core, and her strength had increased again. In the suffocating silence, Qianxian's sword slowly extended forward. Her eyes stared coldly into the old man's eyes, telling him clearly that her determination to kill had not wavered in the slightest. When the cold sword edge touched the old man's neck, the old man, who was sweating profusely, finally couldn't withstand the pressure and took a step back, which also meant the survivors' retreat. Qianxian was not surprised by this result. If these survivors had any backbone, they would not rely on sacrificing their own kind to survive. Nor would they worship zombies as gods. The survivors finally retreated. With complicated emotions in their eyes, some were unwilling, some were ashamed, and some were hesitant. But they all knew very well that they could not keep these people with special abilities, nor could they fight against them. In the silence of the survivors, the power people are also ready to leave. But in the next second, several figures are dispatched at the same time in different directions. They move very quickly, and their goals are uniformly controlled. Both the psychics and the survivors were shocked. They obviously didn't understand why the psychics would suddenly attack each other. When they saw who was doing it, they were even more confused. Because it was Gong Chao's team. It was also at this moment that the power of the power reacted. Since entering Mosai's County, it seems that the Gong Chao team has become invisible. Everything does not take the lead. Even when they sieged the Fourth Order mutant zombies last night, they did not notice that this powerful power team seemed to have something wrong. Shi Xianxian and Qianqiu walked to the center of the chaos and saw the person who was controlled by Gong Chao's team. He was a man in his 30s, with a strong physique and very handsome looks. But no one had noticed this man before he was caught. Qianqiu threw a spatial confinement over, then looked at the man curiously and asked uncertainly, "Is this a reborn zombie? It doesn't look like a zombie." The other superpowers around were all confused when they heard this. What was going on? What was this reborn zombie? Why did they suddenly feel like they couldn't understand anything? Upon seeing this, members of Gong Chao's team explained the matter of the reborn zombies to the others. The psychics were stunned, obviously not expecting that such dangerous things existed in Mosui County. The main purpose of our Gong Chao team here is actually rebirth of zombies. But this guy is particularly cunning. As early as Bagu village, it disguised as an idle power to join the team. At that time, the attack of the zombie group was its test. Therefore, the Shi family siblings will do their best to clean up Mosui County and fight against the Fourth Order mutant zombies to attract its attention, while we will observe in secret to determine who the reborn zombie is. The members of Gong Chao's team explained to others around them with some pride. The psychics were very shocked. They didn't expect that when they were targeting the 4th level zombies, there would be such a chain of things happening. And looking back now, in this team, only Gong Chao's team could cooperate with the Shi siblings in this way, because they both trust each other and have the corresponding strength. After understanding what happened, everyone's attention naturally turned to the reborn zombie that was controlled by many members of Gong Chao's team. It really looked like what Shi Qianxi said, not like a zombie at all. Although higher level zombies look more like humans, they can't be this human-like. The reborn zombie that was controlled did not struggle, and after a moment's silence, he did not even make any excuses. Instead, he laughed, and there was a hint of joy in his laughter, as if he was not angry at all for being caught. "Why are you laughing?" someone in the crowd asked. The rebirth of the zombies took a breath. "Nothing. It's just happy. It has been a long time, and hasn't meant such a fun thing for a long time. It has come back so many times. It is rare to have different things and interesting." No one understood what this sentence meant, but the male protagonist Gong Chao, who had been reborn countless times, understood what the other party meant in an instant. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. From the words of the reborn zombie, it seemed that it had also been reborn many times, and he had just discovered its trace in this life. The reborn zombie seemed to know what Gong Chao was thinking, and then stared at him with a teasing look, and said in a very low voice, "Is the rebirth skill I gave you useful?" This low sentence was like a sledgehammer hitting Gong Chao's head. Gong Chao had reincarnated again and again, but had never been able to truly save the world. He had asked himself countless times why he could be reborn. Was it his passive ability, or some other reason? And today, after catching the reborn zombie for the first time, he finally got the answer. His infinite rebirths were actually given by this reborn zombie. Don't listen to it. It's just a zombie. Shi Xianxian was sensitive to Gong Chao's drastic emotional fluctuations. Although she didn't know the specific reason, she still reminded him in time. Gong Chao came back to his senses and forced himself to calm down. The reborn zombie laughed again. It turned its head to look at Shi Xianxian, staring at her curiously for a moment, and then shook its head. No, it's not you. Then it's you." Its gaze finally settled on Qianqiu. Qianqiu suddenly felt a sense of terror, as if he was being targeted by his natural enemy. It seemed as if the zombie's gaze passed through his body and saw his soul. This feeling made his scalp tingle. Suddenly, that gaze disappeared, and the tall body of Scrap Iron stood in front of him. Scrap Iron and the reborn zombie looked at each other. For a moment, the reborn zombie's expression froze. It seemed a little confused, a little excited, and then disappointed. Godhead. No, not him. He's dead? Then where did you come from? The rebirth zombie said that they were more like crazy. But the waste Iron and Chinchio understood in an instant that this zombie seemed to see the identity of the two. But how could this be? 6161 is actually aware of the urgency of the host. It has been observed for a long time. It is also incredible to this. It is the first time that it has been exposed for the first time. It is only one explanation. Except for the creation god of this world. We cannot expose it. Creator god? Chinchio looked at the reborn zombie in front of him in shock. And suddenly remembered the myths he had read about this world. In the myths, there were three creator gods, the god of life, the god of death, and the god of time and space. The god of time and space, as the name suggests, is the god in charge of time and space. No wonder it asked the male protagonist if the rebirth skill is useful. Going back in time is its ability. No wonder his spatial barrier can neither stop nor detect its abnormality, because its spatial ability is far superior to his own. Chapter 100. Why do humans only love themselves? If this is the case, then the one in front of us is not a reborn zombie at all, but one of the creator gods of this world, Hetcher, the god who controls time and space. Chinchio looked into the eyes of the reborn zombie and tried to establish a spiritual connection with him. Because he was a god, his spiritual power was far superior to his own. Only with his consent could he communicate with him in his mind. Chinchio succeeded. So he tentatively said, Haikyr, the god of time and space. Haikyr smiled. The smile that comes after a long period of boredom when he discovers something new. Hello, my other successor. This reincarnation is really interesting. You don't belong here. Where are you from? Another successor? Chinchio understood the meaning of this sentence in an instant. The red and blue sapphires of the Sure brothers and sisters were probably from this Haikyr. Haikyr passed on part of his time power to the male protagonist Gon Chao, allowing Gon Chao to be reborn infinitely. The power of space was partially incorporated into the gem and was later absorbed by itself. But why two gems? Ruby represents the power of space. And where does the healing power of sapphire come from? Unable to figure out the situation, Chinchio asked directly, Are the ruby and sapphire that the Sure family got your eyes? Why do you ask? Haikyr seemed a little surprised. Before the end, I saw the god of death Morris when I was in Nose Hell. His eyes were also red and blue. I was thinking at the time, is this a coincidence? Haikyr listened to this another laughter. I don't know why. Chinchio always felt that the laughter was a bit distorted, as if a laugh from an almost crazy person. Although I don't know where you come from. My successor? You are very sharp and smart. That's right. The ruby and sapphire are my eyes. The ruby represents the power of the god of creation, while the sapphire is the eye of the god of life, representing the power of life. Chinchio was stunned. He had never seen the god of life, so he naturally didn't know what color the god of life's eyes were. But even gods only had two eyes. If Morris and Haikyr each had one of the god of life's eyes, wouldn't the god of life have no eyes? Was the god of life actually blind? When the world was first created, only Yahinaga had a physical body. Later, he took off his eyes and gave them to Maurice and me, so that we also had bodies and could experience this world as humans. But who could have thought that the most selfless god would be the first to die at the hands of his beloved people? He disappeared into thin air. But Maurice and I remained in this world. Haikyr's emotions fluctuated greatly. It was obvious that until now, he could not accept the death of the god of life. I created Mosui County, wanting to reshape the faith of mankind and resurrect him. But as you can see, that is not the faith I want. I don't understand why people don't love their creators. Why do people only love themselves? Haikyr did not continue to explain how he dug out his eyes. For him who controls time, he can reshape time infinitely. But it seems that no matter how he tried, he could not save the god of life. And those infinite reincarnations must have been extremely painful. Finally, he dug out his own eyes in one of the reincarnations. So he got the ruby and sapphire of the Sure family. And until now, he has not been freed. I don't know where you come from, but you don't belong to it. I can give you advice to leave as soon as possible with your guardian. Although Hichir was extremely disappointed with humans, he still gave advice. This world will eventually be destroyed. I have tried it countless times. Once you are trapped in reincarnation here, you will become part of the suffering in this H.L. After listening to Hichir's advice, 6161 became anxious. What he said might be true. We have been disconnected from the Lord God. The time and space order of this broken world has been disturbed too much. We may become part of this chaos. So we'd better leave as soon as possible. Why didn't I hear you say that before? Qianqiu was somewhat helpless. Was Kay going to give up halfway and become a deserter? Qianqiu looked at Shi Xianxian beside him, and the instructions given by Shi's parents, Su Su and Wang Shengnan before leaving home emerged in his mind. Kay was immediately entangled. 6161 set a helpless expression back. I didn't know it before. Hichir naturally saw Qianqiu's dilemma, but he did not persuade her anymore. Instead, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. If you can live until the next time we meet, I will tell you the whole truth about this world. How about that? Qianqiu looked at Hichir. When is the next time we meet? Maybe it's time for you to save the world. Or maybe it's time for the world to be destroyed. After saying this, Hichir easily broke free from the spatial constraints that Qianqiu had set up earlier, and then teleported away from the spot. The people who were still discussing the reborn zombie were startled. After they found that the zombie had escaped, they immediately became alert and wanted to search for it. However, Shi Qianxi quickly stopped them and said, "Don't look for it. His spatial ability is far superior to mine. We can't trap him. What should I do? It's too dangerous to leave such a zombie. Don't sleep. Just kill it directly. I can't even trap you. How can I kill you?" The escape of such a powerful threat made all the psychics present feel extremely uneasy. Qianqiu didn't bother to care. This time, they were able to capture Hichir because he and Shi Xianxian attracted his attention and made him ignore Gan Chao. Besides, he himself actually had the desire to communicate. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to capture a god. Seeing that neither the Shi siblings nor the Gan Chao team expressed their opinions, the commotion of the psychics gradually subsided. Not long after, the psychic team whose actions had been interrupted one after another began to leave again. However, this time, they were less excited to leave. First, they were hit on the head by the attitude of the survivors. And then a powerful and terrifying reborn zombie appeared. Everyone's mood can be imagined to be complicated. After leaving Mosui County, each team went their separate ways and returned to the base. The lively large group disappeared, and only Gan Chao's team and the Shi siblings were left in the convoy again. The team atmosphere was a little depressed along the way. People were somewhat uninterested in talking, and all they could think about was the reborn zombie. It was not until one night, when they were camping and everyone gathered together for dinner, that Qianqiu decided to reveal some of his findings. That's not a reborn zombie. That's Hichir, the god of time and space. This incoherent sentence took everyone a while to react. When they realized what Shi Qianxi was saying, they suddenly choked and coughed. After they finally recovered, everyone was shocked. What did you say? Who was that? Hecker? The god of time and space? Is that God? God. Yes. That is the god in charge of time and space. So my spatial restraints cannot control him. So there are so many high-level mutant zombies in Mosui County. Because those zombies are not only fed, but also accelerated in time. It can be said that if we hadn't come, Mosui County would have as many high-level zombies as it wants. For the god of time and space, time is not a problem at all. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Qianqiu was able to determine the other party's identity so quickly. In addition to 6161's reminder, the miraculously restored playground of Mosui High School was also a suspicious point. If it was restored by going back in time, there would naturally be no traces. Shi Qianxi's explanation finally made everyone calm down from their shock. Obviously, even the Gan Chao team had never come into contact with the so-called gods. Even Gan Chao had only dealt with the god of death Morris in his reincarnation. In this life, it was also the first time he met the god of time and space Hichir. Gan Chao's gaze was also set on Qianqiu. Although he was still waiting for Qianqiu's follow-up words, it can be seen from his eyes. The words of the reborn zombie about giving him the skill of rebirth had troubled him for a long time. And now Qianqiu's words suddenly woke him up. If that is not a zombie, but the god of time and space, everything will be said. The god of time and space controls time and space. So it is not surprising that he can reincarnate infinitely. But why would the god of time and space do this? And why did he do it to himself? There are still some questions that bother Gan Chao. Her wanted to save the god of life. He tried reincarnation countless times but failed. So he sought a breakthrough from others. Xianqiu saw the male protagonist's dilemma and began to explain. You are one of his choices. And the Shi family is his second choice. He left the power of time in you. And left the gemstones made of red and blue eyes containing divine power in the Shi family. What? Rubies and sapphires are eyes? Shi Xianxian was also a little stunned. But thinking back to when she first met the god of death Maurice in Norher, his red and blue eyes left a huge psychological shadow on her. In that case, it made sense that the eyes of the god of time and space were also red and blue. However, no matter what he did, the final outcome did not change. People in this world did not love God, and the death of the god of life was inevitable. In Mosui County, Her wanted to reshape people's faith, but his method was obviously problematic. So he failed. Xianqiu said this sad ending. And this is also the biggest challenge they face. This world has reincarnated countless times, and has never ended in destruction. Everyone was silent again after hearing this. If even the god of time and space couldn't do anything, then what could they do? They were now running around to deal with the mutant zombies, which was only to ease the extinction of mankind. The death of the god of life and the rampage of zombies were both a sharp blade that would definitely cut down. Xianqiu looked at the emotional team again. I said that these are not to fight everyone, but to tell you that what God can't do does not mean that we can't do it. His identity as an outsider can bring about great changes, which is why Her pays so much attention to him. In addition, there is the demigod Fiati who is secretly helping him. The male and female protagonists are also people with great luck, ability and brains. With so many factors coming together, he has to work hard. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention again, as if waiting for an explanation, because they really couldn't think of any solution at the moment. There is actually nothing to hide at this point. Xianyan base was created by me using the power of space, and as my ability level increases, I can create more Xianyan bases. Zombies are being promoted, and so are humans, with the protection of space bases. The elderly, the weak, women and children can live in peace, and people with special abilities will also have a place to settle down. The sapphire that my sister absorbed was actually the eye of the god of life. He gave the eye that contained his life force to the god of death and the god of time and space. And now this eye has been passed on to my sister. Shi Xianxian didn't feel embarrassed when she was suddenly called out. She was surprised again when she heard the origin of the sapphire. The stories between the gods might be more exciting than she knew. During those long years, the feelings accumulated by the three gods were difficult for mortals like them to experience and understand. Xianxi means that I have the power of the god of life? If used properly, it can revive the power of life. Shi Xianxian quickly understood what Xianqiu wanted to express. Yes, I can't guarantee other places, but within the barrier, the life force can survive. Because Xianqiu's space power is not an ordinary space power, but the inheritance of the god of time and space. The space of God can naturally guarantee the power of God's life. Great. If this is the case, there can be at least some pure land in this world. Bold. Maybe the space elimination of the brothers in the future can be shrouded in a whole city. Countless cities have been established. In fact, it is almost the same as the last day. As long as there is hope, then we will continue to clean up the mutant zombies, slow down the speed of zombie evolution, and buy more time to build a space base. The members of the Gan Chao team were excited. As long as they knew that what they were doing was meaningful, they could rekindle their fighting spirit. Gan Chao also revealed a smile. After countless reincarnations, now was the only time he saw hope of immortality. If things really developed as Shi Xianxi had expected, perhaps this time, mankind could really usher in an immortal ending. Unlike other people who are excited about the topic, Xianqiu does not actually have such a high sense of mission to save humanity. Xianqiu simply does not want to give up halfway, and wants to save Shi Xianxi's family. Just as the god of time and space said, Xianqiu also understands that humans only love themselves. So saving the world cannot rely on God, but on humans themselves. Of course, if possible, K also wants to resurrect the legendary god of life. Death should not be the end of such a selfless god. However, K cannot guarantee whether he will succeed in the end.